Since the moment that woman found him, his life was irrevocably altered. With the awakening of his martial spirit, he possessed innate full soul power and dual martial spirits. From this instant, the god of death was born anew. He proclaimed, Bibi Dong, I shall be your guardian. If she desires this world, then I shall grant it to her. For the divine obstructs the divine, and the demonic slaughters the demonic. I wield a spear, the chaos supreme spear, cutting through thorns and brambles, leaving no one unscathed. I possess a spear, the heavenly destruction spear, locking on with a single shot that pierces the soul. Chapter 1. The child battling a stray dog for food. Yuguan, that child is quite intriguing. At the mouth of a narrow alley stood a woman draped in a veil, her figure graceful and alluring. Though her voice carried an air of aloofness, it was undeniably melodious. Beside her stood a golden-haired man clad in golden armor, both observing a child in the dim alley, fiercely contending with a stray dog for scraps. The woman's gaze fixated on the child, who lay pinned beneath the wild dog, yet revealed no hint of fear. A spark of interest ignited in her eyes. Do you think this child will perish at the jaws of the dog? She inquired, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of intervening. Instead, she turned to the golden-haired man beside her, asking, Your Highness, how could such a young child possibly stand against a rabid dog? Does your Highness wish for me to intervene and save this child? Upon hearing the man's words, the woman shook her head slightly, her eyes still fixed on the boy wrestling with the dog. I do not believe he will die. If he survives, bring him back with us. If he dies, slay the dog. It will serve as his vengeance. The man, standing beside her, offered no rebuttal to her chilling remarks, merely continuing to watch the scene unfold. A woo! A piercing scream echoed through the alley. The child, pinned beneath the wild dog, tightened his grip around its throat. Seizing the moment, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he bit down on the dog's throat. The dog howled in agony, spiraling into a frenzy. It thrashed violently in an attempt to shake off the child clinging to its neck, believing that freeing itself would lead to the child's demise. However, no matter how frantically the dog struggled, the child remained steadfast, entwined around the beast with tenacity. Even as the dog leaped, using the child as a makeshift cushion, forcefully slamming him to the ground or crashing against the alley walls, the child's grip did not waver. It was as if the impact was not upon his body at all, for he understood if he relinquished his hold, the dog would seize the opportunity to end him. As moments slipped by, within less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the once ferocious dog gradually lost its strength. It collapsed heavily onto the ground, blood dripping from its mouth. Your Highness, this child has truly vanquished the beast. The golden-haired man, witnessing the child still clinging to the lifeless body of the dog, exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, I see that the child's vigilance is commendable. The woman remarked, slowly advancing into the alley. This dog is dead, you may release it now. Upon hearing her voice, the child gradually loosened his grip from the dog's lifeless form, sprawling onto the ground amidst the pool of blood. The veiled woman gazed at the seemingly exhausted child, noting the bloodstains on his body, her eyes glinting with intrigue. This child was indeed extraordinary. Even now, he did not lower his guard. One must acknowledge that his level of alertness surpassed that of many adults. Yuguan, the golden-haired man beside her, followed her into the alley. As he approached her, the child, who appeared to be lifeless in the blood, suddenly rolled over, attempting to flee. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, he felt his body lifted off the ground by an unseen force, bringing him before the man and woman. This mysterious power that enveloped him gently set him down, forcing him to face them. What is your name? The child realized he could not escape, so he chose to remain still, observing what these two would do next. For he sensed that if they wished to kill him, it would be a trivial endeavor. When the woman inquired about his name, he coldly replied, Sui. Upon hearing the child's name, the woman regarded his icy, emotionless eyes, causing her calm demeanor to tremble slightly. How old could this child be? 4? Or perhaps 5? She had encountered many children who had lost their parents due to war and famine. Yet none possessed a gaze so devoid of emotion as this child's. Only a chilling indifference remained, his eyes void of color, staring at her with an unsettling detachment. It was as if nothing in this world stirred the soul behind those eyes. Even her own coldness paled in comparison to the child's remarkable apathy. Were your parents? After a moment of distraction, the woman asked, her gaze still locked on his indifferent eyes. They're dead. The child's blunt response caused the golden-haired man beside her to furrow his brow slightly. Before he could express his thoughts, the veiled woman gently asked the child, "Would you like to come with me?" "All right." Su Yi's response brought a subtle smile to the woman's lips beneath her veil. Without a hint of disdain for the bloodied and disheveled child, she crouched down and took his small, blood-stained hand, leading him out of the alley. "By the way, my name is Bibi Dong." Perhaps it was due to Su Yi's indifferent demeanor or the coldness in his eyes, but Bibi Dong felt a certain affinity with this child. She wondered what experiences had shaped him into this. Yet, despite her own harrowing past, she had never possessed such an emotionally detached gaze. With such eyes, if nurtured properly, he could undoubtedly become her most trusted confidant. As for whether he would become a formidable force in the future, a child capable of such relentless vigilance and fierce combat against a wild dog could not possibly remain weak. Perhaps this child was a gift bestowed upon her by the heavens. The moment she grasped his small hand, she felt an unexplainable sense that this child would be crucial in her quest to truly control the spirit hall and, ultimately, the vast world. Chapter 2. The Cold and Ruthless Su Yi. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. As Su Yi followed Bibi Dong, stepping out of the alley alongside the man beside her, he felt a fleeting blur before he found himself standing before a grand edifice emblazoned with the words Martial Soul Hall Branch. "All right, Su Yi, we've arrived. I hope your talent does not disappoint me," Bibi Dong remarked softly, gesturing toward the imposing structure. Bibi Dong, upon hearing Su Yi's indifferent acknowledgement, nodded in approval. Appreciating the boy's demeanor, she turned to the man beside her, saying, "Yu Guan, take Su Yi to freshen up. Find him a fitting outfit, then return to me." "Yes, Your Highness." Yu Guan, standing beside Bibi Dong, led Su Yi toward the Martial Soul Hall branch. Su Yi followed in silence, not uttering a word. "Who goes there?" As Yu Guan and Su Yi entered the Martial Soul Hall branch, they were intercepted by the guard stationed inside. Yu Guan, observing the guards blocking their path, produced a black medallion from his pocket. The guards, upon seeing the insignia, immediately knelt before Yu Guan, respectfully exclaiming, "We were unaware of the elder's presence. Please forgive us." "Very well. You too. Lead me to a room where he can wash up and prepare the bathing water." "Yes." The guards, having risen from their kneeling position, guided Yu Guan and Su Yi deeper in a hall. They traversed a long corridor, arriving at several chambers. One of the guards ushered Yu Guan and Su Yi into one of the rooms, while the other went to prepare the bathing water. In less than a short while, the bathing water was ready. As the guard departed, Yu Guan looked at the water and smiled at Su Yi. "All right, little one, you can cleanse yourself now." With a splash, as soon as Yu Guan finished speaking, Su Yi leaped into the water, scrubbing away the blood and grime from his body. During Su Yi's cleansing, Yu Guan stepped outside. Before long, he returned to the room, carrying a set of black garments, which he placed on the edge of the tub. "Little one, once you're done, wear this." Su Yi, still submerged in the bathing water, nodded at Yu Guan's words, continuing to wash himself. After some time had passed, Su Yi emerged from the tub, having cleaned himself thoroughly. Yu Guan, who had been waiting, gazed in astonishment at Su Yi, who now appeared remarkably neat and charming. A stark contrast to the dirt and blood that had previously marred his visage. Good heavens! I hadn't noticed before, but this child is quite handsome. Once he grows up, with that face and those cold, indifferent eyes, he will undoubtedly captivate many hearts. If we return to Martial Soul City now, this little one will surely leave that girl. Nana, utterly smitten. Yet, what astonished Yu Guan even more were the bruises scattered across Su Yi's body, including a long scar on his chest. He pondered how much suffering this child must have endured. The scar seemed to be from a wound inflicted 2 years prior. And given Su Yi's current age of 6 or 7, he would have been only 5 at the time. How had he survived such a grave injury? With these thoughts in mind, Yu Guan, unable to contain his curiosity, asked Su Yi, "Little one, how did you acquire that scar on your chest?" Su Yi replied with a faint tone, "I was cut by someone." The conversation fell into a silence, as Yu Guan's curiosity surged. "Is that all? Who attacked you? Why would they harm you? How old were you then? Tell me who it was. I shall avenge you." Listening to Yu Guan's rapid-fire questions, Su Yi responded coolly, "I killed them." Yu Guan was left flabbergasted by Su Yi's indifferent demeanor and his reluctance to elaborate further. "Goodness, little ancestor, can you not say a few more words? Is every word from you worth gold? Does speaking one more syllable cost a life? You killed them? How did you manage that? Can you not provide me with more details?" Yu Guan's curiosity was piqued, and he felt an insatiable urge to learn more. Remaining by Bibi Dong's side had already been fraught with challenges, and now he faced a taciturn child. With a sigh of resignation, he gazed into Su Yi's cold, indifferent eyes, all his questions and curiosity morphing into a deep sense of helplessness. "Come, I shall take you to see His Highness," Yu Guan said, opening the door and stepping outside. Su Yi, silent as ever, followed closely behind. Within minutes, they arrived at a grand hall where two individuals awaited them. For Su Yi, the woman who had saved him, Bibi Dong, sat regally upon a stone chair, with an elder positioned at her feet. "Yu Guan, let this child awaken his martial soul. Let's see what he can manifest." "Yes, Your Highness." As instructed, Yu Guan produced 6 black stones, placing them on the ground to form a hexagon. "Stand there and close your eyes." Upon hearing Yu Guan's command, Su Yi complied and closed his eyes. As he did, the stones surrounding him emanated golden light, which permeated into his being. "Extend your right hand." Following Yu Guan's directive, Su Yi extended his right hand. Instantly, a pitch-black dragon-headed spear materialized in his grasp. At that moment, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She could sense the terrifying aura of destruction emanating from the spear. This weapon soul, a spear type, felt even more formidable than the renowned Haotian hammer. A smile crept upon Bibi Dong's veiled face as she thought of the Haotian sect and its legendary weapon. Chapter 3. The Manifestation of Twin Spears. Innate full soul power. All right, little one. Please retract the spear and place your hand on this crystal ball to ascertain your soul power. Yu Guan observed the black dragon-headed spear in Su Yi's hand, feeling a chill of awe. With a whoosh, as Yu Guan finished speaking, the spear vanished from Su Yi's grasp. Yu Guan raised an eyebrow, having not instructed the boy on how to retract his martial soul. To his surprise, the child seemed to know instinctively, to understand even Nana and the others, as well as when he first awakened his martial soul, would not have known how to retract it if not for others informing them. While he was pondering these matters, Su Yi placed his small hand upon the crystal ball. As he did so, the blue crystal orb erupted with a dazzling blue light. At this sight, Bibi Dong stood up, her eyes reflecting a hint of excitement. Innate full soul power. Not only did the elder beside them gasp in astonishment, but even Yu, standing next to Su Yi, was taken aback by the radiant blue glow emanating from the crystal ball. "Little one, you can't possibly have only this one martial soul. Can you?" Bibi Dong inmutet, her, gaze fixit intently on Su Yi. "Yes," Su Yi responded, extending his left hand, from which a pitch-black Barrett sniper rifle materialized. "Bibi Dong, you," and the elder looked on with curiosity, unsure of what weapon this was. However, Su Yi, gazing at the Barrett in his left hand, exhibited no outward reaction, yet a flicker of excitement and enthusiasm appeared in his otherwise still eyes. He had never anticipated that his so-called second martial soul would be this object. This was the sole item that could substantiate his rebirth in this world. Bibi Dong, who had been observing Su Yi, also noticed the flicker of exhilaration in his eyes, igniting her curiosity about the weapon in his hand. "What is this?" she asked as she approached him. "A gun." Su Yi replied. "A gun?" Both Bibi Dong and you're taken aback by his words. This object was indeed a gun, but without a bullet tip. How could it harm anyone? Though unsure of how this weapon could be used offensively, it nonetheless conveyed an implicit sense of threat to Bibi Dong, far more than the black iron spear had previously evoked. She was convinced that this weapon was anything but ordinary. "What are the names of your two martial souls?" Yu asked, curiosity etched across his face. "Chaos Supreme Gun, Heavenly Destruction Soul Gun," Su Yi stated, retracting the Barrett. "Given the sensations these two weapon souls evoke within me, as well as their names, they are undoubtedly among the strongest weapon souls in the realm of soul masters." Bibi Dong, listening to Su Yi's indifferent tone, softly remarked. She then turned to him and asked, "I wish to accept you as my disciple. Would you agree?" Su Yi fell into silence, lost in thought upon hearing her words. In contrast, Yu, standing beside him, was momentarily stunned, then appeared relieved. Indeed, this is an innate, full soul power dual martial soul. It would be strange if His Highness did not take such a talent as a disciple. Observing Su Yi's silence, Yu hastily urged, "Little one, should you not express your gratitude to His Highness? There are countless soul masters who aspire to be His Highness's disciple, but cannot." Upon hearing Yu's words, Su Yi nodded and coldly replied to Bibi Dong, "I am willing." although he had yet to fully comprehend this world. The overwhelming aura emanating from both individuals and U.S. mention of the Soul Master realm indicated that their standing was undoubtedly significant. Furthermore, the way you referred to Bibi Dong as Your Highness suggested that her power in this world was indeed formidable. It was these two who had brought him here, awakening what they termed his martial soul. Given their backgrounds, he felt that accepting their offer posed no disadvantage to him. Bibi Dong smiled upon hearing his response. Well, it is truly an unexpected gain to have acquired such an exceptional disciple on this journey. Now, we should return to Soul Master City. Yes, Your Highness, you replied respectfully. Little one, let us depart, you said, glancing at the indifferent feeling somewhat vexed. Would this little one be able to get along with Nana upon returning to Soul Master City? As you contemplated the future interactions of the little one in Soul Master City, Bibi Dong and the others had already reached the entrance of the Spear Hall branch. Su's gaze narrowed upon seeing the carriage and the figure clad in black atop it. It seemed this person had been following them all along, yet he had been completely unaware of their presence. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the carriage to appear the moment Bibi Dong finished her sentence. Ghost Douluo, we are heading back, Bibi Dong said, taking Su's small hand and lifting him into the carriage. Despite his icy demeanor, the little one's charm was undeniable, exuding the allure of an adorable neighborhood boy, a visage that was utterly captivating to women. Though Bibi Dong harbored a strong dislike for men, the sight of Su's adorable appearance stirred a surge of affection within her. Moreover, as she held him aloft, she noticed something intriguing. When she embraced Su, his body became noticeably stiff. Although his expression betrayed no sign of shyness, the rigidity of his form revealed otherwise. It seemed this child was not entirely devoid of emotions, despite his seemingly cold exterior. As the two entered the carriage, Yu also hopped in, positioning himself beside the driver, observing the bustling streets. Chapter 4. First Soul Skill. Unstoppable. Second update. Newcomers seeking everything. As Su sat beside Bibi Dong in the carriage, they gradually made their way out of the city. Throughout the journey, neither spoke. Sui sat quietly, adopting a meditative pose, his thoughts lingering on the unusual sensation he had experienced when the woman had held him. After all, in his past life, he had never touched a woman's body while executing various missions. The encounter had left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Across from him, Bibi Dong observed Su, who appeared calm, yet was clearly restless beneath the surface. A smile crept on her lips as she thought, this child possesses innate full soul power. Now that he has awakened both martial souls, he can attach soul rings. I wonder which martial soul he will choose to attach first. With this in mind, Bibi Dong addressed Su, little one, you are now capable of attaching soul rings. Which martial soul do you wish to enhance first? Soul rings? Were those? Sui inwidit. Bibi Dong gently replied, in the Douluo continent, those who awaken martial souls are referred to as soul masters. Those who have not reached level 10 to attach a soul ring are called soul practitioners. The ranks of soul masters begin with soul scholar, followed by soul master. Great soul master, soul elder, soul grandmaster, soul king, soul emperor, soul saint, and finally, title Daw. After reaching a bottleneck in cultivation, one must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings in order to continue leveling up. Thus, acquiring a soul ring is essential. At this point, Bibi Dong looked at Su and smiled, saying, Here, let me offer you a piece of advice. Your first soul ring should be attached to your weaker martial soul. Each soul ring of a soul master is best configured as yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. The yellow soul ring represents a century. The purple represents a millennium, and the black represents 10,000 years. The red soul ring, however, is a 100,000-year soul ring, rare and elusive. After all, 100,000-year soul beasts are not only scarce, but also formidable. As for the white 10-year soul ring, as a member of my spirit hall, you need not consider it all. When you ascend to title Daw, the soul rings for your second martial soul may all exceed the 100,000-year threshold. By then, very few on the continent will be your match. You could be regarded as invincible. Seated across from Bibi Dong, Su absorbed her words, his mind racing. To grow stronger, he must acquire soul rings. With 2 martial souls, he could first fully equip the weaker one. allowing him to subsequently enhance his second martial soul with higher-level soul rings. The higher the age of the soul ring, the greater the inherent power it bestows. With this in mind, Su-Yi resolved to attach the soul ring to his first martial soul, the Chaos Supreme Spear. Excellent, Bibi Dong mused, recognizing the significance of his decision. This little fellow's second martial soul, though peculiar in appearance, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Yuguan, let us head to the Soul Beast Forest to obtain a soul ring for this child, preferably one of strength. Yes, Your Highness, Yuguan replied from outside the carriage, where he sat alongside Ghost Douluo. As they journeyed, Bibi Dong observed the silent child opposite her, wondering what thoughts occupied his mind. After a day's travel, they arrived at a vast Soul Beast Forest. Your Highness, we have reached the Soul Beast Forest, Yuguan announced. Understood. Little one, let us disembark, Bibi Dong said, reaching to lift Su-Yi down, concerned about the height of the carriage for such a small child. However, Su-Yi swiftly climbed out on his own, surprising Bibi Dong with his independence. Very well, Yuguan, let us capture a strength-type soul beast of at least 500 years, ideally around 700 years. Bibi Dong commanded. Certainly, Your Highness. However, isn't the maximum capacity for the first soul ring 400 years? Will this child be able to withstand a 700-year beast? Yuguan paused, pondering aloud. Fear not, Yuguan. I sensed this child's physical resilience while holding him. It is extraordinary. His talent and physical prowess incite my envy. Bibi Dong assured him. Yuguan and Ghost Douluo, who had remained silent while driving the carriage, vanished before Su-Yi and Bibi Dong. Moments later, they returned, with Ghost Douluo dragging a nearly lifeless mammoth. Su-Yi, standing beside Bibi Dong, was astounded to witness Ghost Douluo's strength in moving such a massive creature. Could human strength truly achieve this? As a modern-day assassin unfamiliar with novels or animations, he found it hard to fathom. Your Highness, we do not know the name of this old beast, but we recognize that it is 700 years old and far stronger than a 1,000-year strength-type beast. Its defensive capabilities are formidable, Yuguan explained, gesturing towards the mammoth. Very good, Bibi Dong responded, nodding in satisfaction. Little one, slay this soul beast, and the soul ring will manifest. Simply absorb it. Su-Yi, following her instructions, summoned the black dragon-headed spear. With a swift thrust, he pierced the mammoth's skull, causing a yellow soul ring to slowly appear above its corpse. Focus your energy to attract the soul ring, Bibi Dong urged as Su-Yi, decisive in his actions, sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes in concentration. The 100-year soul ring floated towards him and eventually settled upon his body. In no time, with the soul ring absorbed, Su-Yi's level surged to 11. Quite impressive, Bibi Dong remarked as Su-Yi rose, prompting her to enter the carriage. He followed suit, and soon, Yuguan and Ghost Douluo drove the carriage away from the Soul Beast Forest. Little one, how is your first soul skill? Bibi Dong inquired within the carriage. It is unstoppable. It increases the weight of the Chaos Supreme Spear by 1,000 pounds and grants me invulnerability during a charge, Su-Yi replied. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That is indeed a remarkable skill. It appears to be two skills in one. The ability to augment the spear's weight by 1,000 pounds means that even a typical Great Soul Master would hesitate to confront such a strike. After several days of travel, Yuguan and Ghost Douluo brought Bibi Dong and Su-Yi to an immense and opulent city. Through the carriage, Su-Yi could see the grand letters spelling out Spirit City. Little one, from now on, this will be your home, Bibi Dong said, smiling gently at Su-Yi. Understood, Su-Yi replied, his expression unchanged, neither excited nor apprehensive, maintaining his characteristic indifference. Bibi Dong noted this, accustomed to the child's cold demeanor that seemed to disregard everything, even his own life. What had this child endured? Even after experiencing such trials, he chose to live on. Regardless of the reasons, he clung to life. Bibi Dong pondered, gazing at the unyielding child across from her, a glimmer of mischief appearing in her eyes. What are you doing? Su-Yi asked, startled as Bibi Dong enveloped him in an embrace, ruffling his hair. Are you upset, little one? Bibi Dong gazed at Su-Yi, whom she held in her embrace. The once serene child, unfazed by any circumstance, now bore a faint blush upon his cheeks, his words laced with dissatisfaction and an unmistakable sense of unease. Bibi Dong herself was taken aback by the audacity of her own decision. Truth be told, She had grown weary of the adorable boy's perpetually stiff expression, one that resembled a lifeless mask. Thus, she felt compelled to tease him. Aren't you the epitome of tranquility? Aren't you indifferent to the world? And so, the scene before her unfolded. Holding Su-yi, she experienced a sensation that was hard to articulate. Even her beloved Nana had never received such special treatment from her. It was as if she had succumbed to an obsession, enchanted by the boy. She reached out toward him. Had she not perceived the boy as awkwardness in his speech and the charming flush on his face, Bibi Dong might have found herself embarrassed. However, upon witnessing Su-yi's endearing demeanor, she resolved to make a decision. While cradling Su-yi, her thoughts drifted to her own delightful disciple, Nana. She couldn't help but wonder what sparks would ignite upon their meeting. Just the sight of Su-yi was bound to melt Nana's heart, a feat even she could not resist. As her mind wandered through these tangled thoughts, the carriage rolled into Wuhuan City, arriving at the Hall of the Pope. "All right, little one, we have arrived," Bibi Dong gently informed Su-yi as she heard Yuguan announcing their arrival from outside the carriage. She then lifted Su-yi down from the vehicle. "Teacher, you're finally back." A melodious voice erupted as a joyous young girl leaped toward Bibi Dong, directly clinging to her. This sudden movement caused Su-yi, already nestled in Bibi Dong's arms, to be sandwiched between the two women, one large and one small, resulting in considerable discomfort. Moreover, the girl had not anticipated that Bibi Dong would be holding a child. "Nana, come down quickly. Can't you see you're squashing the little one in teacher's arms?" Bibi Dong remarked, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she observed Su-yi, who was rolling his eyes from beneath the weight of Hulaina and her exuberance. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Hulaina finally noticed Su-yi in Bibi Dong's embrace. A hint of embarrassment crept onto her face as she swiftly jumped down. "Teacher, I had no idea there was someone," Hulaina stammered, her cheeks flushed with guilt. Bibi Dong smiled gently, ruffling Hulaina's hair. All right. You're not a child anymore. Nana, this is Su-yi, my newly accepted disciple. From now on, he'll be your junior brother," Bibi Dong introduced. Placing Su-yi on the ground, Hulaina gazed at her new junior brother with immense curiosity. It was rare for Bibi Dong to accept a disciple. When she laid her eyes upon the petite Su-yi, who stood less than a meter tall, her alluring eyes glittered with affection. "Wow, such a cute little brother," Hulaina exclaimed, launching herself towards Su-yi. Startled, he quickly retreated a few steps before darting behind Bibi Dong for cover. This sudden movement left Hulaina grasping at air. "Master, what is my little junior brother's name? He seems quite shy," Hulaina remarked, her gaze fixated on Su-yi, who stood behind Bibi Dong. "This little fellow is named Su-yi, and he is quite the genius," Bibi Dong replied. As for his shyness, she glanced at Su-yi, whose cold eyes regarded Hulaina with disdain, musing to herself, "Nana, is this what you call shyness? Clearly, this child finds you utterly distasteful." Hulaina, following Bibi Dong's gaze, observed Su-yi's frosty demeanor. Her enchanting eyes narrowed playfully. Now a great soul master on the brink of becoming a soul sovereign. Her natural charm was undeniable. Any man, unless significantly more powerful, would be captivated by her allure. Yet, this new junior brother of hers met her gaze with a chilling indifference, entirely unaffected by her charm. As she scrutinized Su-yi, Hulaina's expression morphed into that of a cunning fox, keen on her prey. "Little brother, call me sister," she urged, disregarding his frosty demeanor as she approached him. Squatting down to reach out for his head. "Still trying to evade me?" Hulaina thought, determined not to let this little rascal slip away. With a swift motion, she seized Su-yi, playfully ruffling his hair, utterly unfazed by his increasingly icy glare. Chapter 6. Little Su-yi has his weaknesses. After several days of acclimatization, Su-yi had garnered a fair understanding of the continent to which he had been reborn. This land was known as Douluo continent, where individuals awakened their martial souls and cultivated, subsequently acquiring soul rings, collectively referred to as soul masters. Among them, the most formidable were the titled Douluo. It was not merely the title Douluo. Even the soul Douluo beneath them were unattainable for many throughout their lives. The few who ascended to title Douluo were unparalleled prodigies, treasures among a sea of commonality. On Douluo continent, two great empires existed, the Heavenly Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Most soul masters resided within these realms. with the most powerful force being the Spirit Hall, the very place in which Su Yi currently found himself. The Spirit Hall was an entirely independent entity, neither belonging to the Heaven Do Empire nor the Star Luo Empire. Furthermore, there were the 3 upper sects and the 4 lower sects. The Haotian sect, home to the world's mightiest weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, known for its formidable beast martial soul. And the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, renowned for possessing the foremost auxiliary weapon martial soul, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. The 4 lower sects included the White Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, and Fire Leopard sect of the Star Luo Empire, with the final one being the Elephant Armor sect from the Heaven Do Empire. As for why he knew so little about the 4 lower sects, it was because Bibi Dong had not elaborated on them, merely advising him to pay heed to the 3 upper sects, as the 4 lower sects were hardly worth considering. Little brother, how can I find you? Just as Su Yi was organizing the information he had gathered over the past few days, a sultry voice echoed from outside the door. Anyone else hearing such a seductive tone would undoubtedly be rendered speechless with excitement. As Su Yi heard that voice, a chill swept through his eyes, growing ever colder. Oh, little brother, are you cultivating? There's no joy in cultivating alone when you could be with your sister. Come, today I shall take you to explore our soul master city. The moment Hulaina entered Su Yi's room, it was as if she had stepped into her own domain. She promptly pulled Su Yi up and headed outside. I want to cultivate, Su Yi coldly remarked, glancing at Hulaina, who was tugging him along. Ah, always with the cultivation, day in and day out. At such a tender age, what if you exhaust your mind with all this training? Hulaina responded, squatting down before him as she spoke. She met his icy gaze without a hint of fear, holding his stare. They locked eyes for over a minute, and in the end, it was Su Yi who faltered, diverting his gaze elsewhere. Seeing this, Hulaina's lips curled into a mischievous smile, triumphing like a cunning little fox. Ever since she had discovered this little fellow's weakness a couple of days ago, this tactic had proven effective time and again. She recalled the night before last, when she intended to play a prank on him while he slept. To her surprise, despite appearing sound asleep, he had suddenly awoken, brandishing a dagger at her throat. Had he not recognized her, that dagger would have pierced her flesh. At that moment, Hulaina was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes as she stared intently at Su Yi. He, with the dagger pointed at her throat, exuded an icy indifference, while she appeared pitiful and frightened, like a startled little creature. After a minute of mutual gazes, it was Su Yi who looked away first, retracting the dagger. Next time such a situation arises, do not blame me if something happens, Su Yi stated coldly, pulling the covers over himself and turning his back to Hulaina to sleep. In that moment, Hulaina noticed the fleeting hint of vulnerability in his eyes as he averted his gaze. The tears that had brimmed in her eyes began to fade, and she regarded the sleeping Su Yi with a sly smile. It turned out that beneath that frosty exterior, he too possessed a weakness. Since that night, every time Hulaina sought out Su Yi, she would challenge him with her gaze, and without fail, he would yield within a minute, succumbing to her playful antics. This became a delightful ritual for her, and now, having succeeded once more, she beamed with a fox-like grin. Turning, she cheerfully dragged the reluctant Su Yi out of the Pope's hall. Your Highness, the Saintess. As they exited, the guards of the Pope's hall bowed respectfully to Hulaina. Good morning, she cheerfully replied. Did you see the little boy that the Saintess is holding? One guard remarked. Do you think we're blind? Such a lively child. How can we not see? Another responded. I heard he is a new disciple of His Holiness. Indeed. The guards whispered among themselves as Hulaina led little Su Yi further away. We've never seen the Saintess holding hands with a boy before. True. Just look at how adorable he is. If it were me, I would hold his hand too. Meanwhile, a young boy clad in red armor stood at a distance. His face darkened as he listened to their conversation, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, Hulaina was joyfully wandering through Soul Master City, hand in hand with Su Yi. Little brother, shall we try that delicious-looking treat? She exclaimed, noticing a vendor grilling meatballs nearby. Without waiting for Su Yi's approval, she tugged him toward the stall. Granny, we'll have 2 servings of meatballs. How much? She asked the elderly vendor. With a warm smile, the vendor replied, Little girl, here you go. These are for you and your brother, totaling 4 copper soul coins. Hulaina paid the vendor, her heart swelling with delight at the vendor's words. and she glanced at Su Yi with a radiant smile before politely thanking the vendor. Thank you, Granny. Afterward, she handed a skewer of meatballs to Su Yi. Let us go, brother. With her left hand holding the meatballs and her right hand clasping Su Yi's, she strolled happily through Soul Master City. Chapter 7. I cannot fight. I can only kill. Sweet candied haws. Hulaina exclaimed, having just finished her meatballs. Spotting a vendor selling candied haws in the distance, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, she pulled Su Yi along toward the stall. Hello, 2 skewers of candied haws, please. The vendor, hearing Hulaina's request, handed her 2 large, glistening candied haws. That will be 4 copper soul coins. After paying, Hulaina presented a skewer to Su Yi, her eyes gleaming with joy. Hurry and eat. These candy haws are delicious. They are my favorite treat. When Master took us in, this was the first gift he gave us. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed in fond memory. Su Yi listened quietly, silently savoring his candied haw. Our Soul Master City is vast and filled with fun. Later, I'll take you to explore the Soul Master Academy, where there are many children your age, Hulaina said, glancing down at Su Yi. I heard from the teacher that when we first met, you were fighting a wild dog for food. Su Yi remained expressionless but nodded in acknowledgement. After all, one cannot refuse food when it is offered. In fact, when my brother and I were taken in by the teacher, we had to fight off stray dogs for survival. I was so small back then. When I saw those fierce dogs, I could only cower in a corner and cry. If my brother hadn't picked up a stick and killed that dog, we would have starved to death, Hulaina reminisced, her eyes narrowing as she regarded the cold-faced Su Yi. Hey, you little brat. Hearing such a story, shouldn't you comfort me as a gentleman would? Don't you see how sad I am? Su Yi regarded the suddenly pitiful Hulaina, snorting disdainfully and choosing to ignore her. Seeing his indifferent expression, Hulaina pouted in frustration. If it were anyone else, witnessing her looking so forlorn, even slightly older boys would have embraced her and offered solace. Even a child, upon witnessing her pitiable demeanor, would surely say, Sister, do not be distressed. Yet, when it came to that little rascal, Su Yi, he offered no sign of sympathy and even responded with a disdainful snort. The more Hulaina pondered this, the angrier she became, and she seized Su Yi's small hand, leading him into a narrow alley. There, she crouched down before him, cupping his face in her hands, compelling him to meet her gaze. Rascal, what are you doing? Su Yi looked at Hulaina, but her firm grip on his face rendered his originally fiery retort adorably futile as he pouted in response. He shook his head, unwilling to make eye contact with this troublesome figure, but Hulaina's grip was too strong, forcing him to lock eyes with her captivating fox-like gaze. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was observed by a young man clad in red armor. From his vantage point, with Hulaina facing away, he could only see her hands cradling Su Yi's face. Due to the angle, it appeared to him as if Hulaina was leaning in to kiss Su Yi. The sight widened the young man's eyes, bloodshot with fury, as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms in anger. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself and charged forward, shouting, Brat, what are you doing, Nana? Initially, Hulaina had anticipated Su Yi's imminent surrender, but the sound of that furious shout shattered her expectations. Startled, she released Su Yi, her beautiful eyes ablaze with anger as she turned to confront this unexpected intruder. Yen, what are you doing? The red-armored youth, consumed by rage, pointed at Su Yi and exclaimed, Nana, this little brat is clearly trying to kiss you. What do you think I'm doing? Don't you know I care for you? Su Yi, hearing Yan's words, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Meanwhile, Hulaina's face flushed a deep crimson at the implication. The thought of kissing him? This little rascal could shatter his icy facade with just a minute of eye contact. What would happen if she were to kiss him? Contemplating the memory of how she had cradled Su Yi's face moments ago, she noted how adorably he had pouted. It was an intriguing notion. Perhaps she could try it someday. Seeing Hulaina's silence, Yin mistakenly believed she had acquiesced. His eyes filled with a blood-red fury as he glared at Su Yi, declaring, Brat, I don't care who you are. I demand a duel. You are utterly detestable. Su Yi regarded Yin coolly, retorting, With what eyes did you see me kissing this rascal? How dare you call Nana a rascal, you little fool? Upon hearing this, Yin lunged forward, only to be halted by Hulaina's authoritative voice. Yin, what are you doing? Stand down, and remember to call me Sister Nana or Nana Jia. As Hulaina spoke, she playfully tapped Su Yi's small head, adding, "You may also call me sister, but if you dare call me a rascal again, I will make you regret it." Watching this exchange, Yan's anger reached a boiling point. "Brat, do you only hide behind women? I will duel you." Su Yi's gaze turned icy as he brandished a black Barrett rifle, aiming it directly at Yan. "I do not engage in mere brawls. I only kill. If you're prepared for death, then come at me." With that, Su Yi steadied his firearm, locking onto Yan's head. As Yan felt the suffocating aura of death upon him, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Hulaina, witnessing this tense standoff, swiftly intervened, placing herself between them. "Sui, you cannot kill Yan. He is also important to our teacher. If you harm him, our teacher will be furious." At her words, Su Yi lowered his weapon, stepping past Hulaina as he coldly stated, "I understand. However, if you provoke me again, no one will be able to save you from your demise." With that, he strode away towards the papal palace. Chapter 8. Hulaina's Inner Turmoil. Newcomers, please support. For Sui. It was a relief to finally be rid of that bothersome rascal. Why waste time strolling the streets instead of honing his skills? Such trivial pursuits were a waste of time and life. After Su Yi's indifferent departure, Yin stood frozen, terrified by the cold demeanor he had just witnessed. When that peculiar black weapon was aimed at him, he felt a brush with death, leaving him devoid of any thought of escape. In contrast, Hulaina, observing Su Yi's retreat, felt a flicker of panic. She feared that her attempt to prevent him from leaving had been misconstrued as siding with Yin, thus inciting his anger and causing his cold demeanor as he departed. In truth, Hulaina's thoughts were tumultuous and excessive. Even without Yan's interruption, Su Yi would have sought to return. Spending time with him was simply a distraction from his training. This realization stirred many thoughts within Hulaina, leading her to glare fiercely at the stunned Yin before chasing after Su Yi. How could she possibly mend their relationship now that he was upset? With others, a softer tone and a bit of charm would suffice, but with him, such gestures seemed utterly ineffective. How frustrating it was that their connection, which had recently grown closer, was now strained again due to Yan's foolishness. Cursing Yin internally as a fool and a rascal, Hulaina was oblivious to the fact that all of this turmoil stemmed from her own imagination. For Su Yi, Hulaina was merely a nuisance disrupting his training. Upon returning to his quarters in the papal palace, Su Yi locked the door to prevent Hulaina from seeking him out. No sooner had he settled in for his practice than Hulaina reappeared, attempting to push the door open to explain herself, only to find it securely locked. Gazing at the locked door, Hulaina's mind spiraled once more. He is truly angry. He has even locked the door. "You little rascal, Su Yi, open the door. I need to explain." Before she could finish, Su Yi, who had just entered a meditative state, was jolted awake by her incessant knocking, irritation flashing in his eyes. "Go away. I need to train." Hulaina, hearing Su Yi's words, stood frozen outside the door. Yet, her intentions were genuinely for his benefit. Why wouldn't he listen to her explanation? Regaining her composure, she huffed and turned away. She is the holy maiden of the spirit hall, exalted and revered, with everyone revolving around her. If you choose to ignore me, I shall do the same. With this thought, Hulaina pouted in indignation and departed. At this moment, Su Yi finally found solace to commence his cultivation. As for Hulaina, upon returning to her quarters, the more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Eventually, tears welled up in her eyes, and with a face full of grievance, she sought comfort from her teacher, Bibi Dong. "Nana, who has wronged you?" Bibi Dong asked with concern, gazing at the tear-streaked Hulaina. "Teacher, it was that Su Yi who caused this." Hulaina began to recount her tale. Upon hearing her words, Bibi Dong chuckled. "Nana, be honest with your teacher. Do you perhaps have feelings for that young lad?" "Of course not. I do not." Hulaina blushed at Bibi Dong's remark and hastily attempted to explain. However, as she opened her mouth, recalling the scene in the alley, her tone faltered. "Nana, you might be overthinking this," Bibi Dong said, gently patting Hulaina's head. "That boy would not be upset over such trivial matters. His nature is rather cold. Even towards me, his teacher, he likely closed the door merely to avoid interruption during his training." Hulaina's eyes were filled with skepticism at Bibi Dong's words. Observing her expression, Bibi Dong smiled softly. "Truly, I wonder what experiences have rendered that child so emotionally distant. I have yet to see anything in this world that he holds dear. Should you genuinely harbor feelings for him, I would be quite pleased. After all, you are the holy maiden of our spirit hall, and he is destined to be our holy son. With his innate, full spirit power and dual spirit, your union would indeed be a perfect match, Bibi Dong said, affectionately stroking Hulaina's head. Teacher, he really isn't angry with me? Hulaina began to believe her teacher's words. It seemed she had indeed overthought the situation. Why was she contemplating so much? Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for this little fellow? Yet, they had barely spent a week together. Moreover, his demeanor was as frigid as ice, lacking any warmth or consideration. However, perhaps it was precisely this quality that intrigued her. This boy was entirely immune to the allure of her martial spirit, providing her with a sensation unlike any other, unique and unparalleled. Perhaps it was this very aspect that drew her in. Furthermore, Su-yi was akin to a puzzle to Hulaina, compelling her to delve deeper into the mysteries surrounding him, to uncover why he remained so indifferent. What had he endured in the past? Yet, reflecting on how he had dared to treat her so, despite not being angry, filled her with indignation. No one in the vast spirit city had ever dared to disregard her so. With this thought, Hulaina offered a slight bow to Bibi Dong before turning and rushing out. Watching Hulaina depart, Bibi Dong's eyes flickered with tenderness. Perhaps, if Nana could warm that boy's heart, their union would indeed be the most splendid outcome. As she contemplated them, Bibi Dong reminisced about her own youthful innocence. However, the warmth in her gaze swiftly transformed into a piercing intensity, her expression darkening ominously. With a sudden crash, Su-yi, deep in his cultivation, was startled awake by the noise. Upon seeing Hulaina burst through the broken window, his eyes glinted with coldness and hostility. In response, Hulaina narrowed her beautiful eyes, thinking to herself, I have yet to settle the score with you, and you dare to glare at me. Fueled by indignation, she approached Su-yi, cupping his face in her hands, their faces mere centimeters apart. Chapter 9, Scoundrel. You are doomed. Gazing into Su-yi's icy eyes, Hulaina narrowed her own in defiance. You haven't faced the consequences of your previous rudeness, and now you dare to give me that look. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't understand my power. Our standings as the greater and lesser kings remain unclear. You pride yourself on being cold-hearted? Today, I shall see if you can truly harm me. With that thought, Hulaina approached Su-yi fearlessly, unperturbed by his demeanor, as she held his face and locked eyes with him, reducing their distance to a mere centimeter. Release me. Su-yi, staring at the proximity of Hulaina, could catch the scent of her fragrance with every breath he took. I want tea. Hulaina, undeterred by Su-yi's frigid tone, met his gaze with determination. Their standoff lasted several minutes, with Su-yi refusing to yield. Meanwhile, Hulaina, enchanted by Su-yi's pouting expression, found herself inexplicably drawn to him and impulsively pressed her lips against his. As she did, Hulaina witnessed the coldness in Su-yi's eyes widen in shock. This was the first time she had seen an expression other than indifference from him. You scoundrel! After a moment of stunned silence, Su-yi harnessed his soul power to shove Hulaina away from him. What are you doing? Rubbing his mouth in disbelief. Su-yi's breath quickened as he glared fiercely at the girl he had just pushed away. Hulaina, bewildered and flushed, appeared irresistibly charming, causing Su-yi to feel a mix of anger and confusion. Gazing at the furious Su-yi, Hulaina clutched her chest, lost in thought. The sensation from their previous encounter lingered pleasantly. Moreover, this boy had dared to touch her in such a manner. Now, her mind was consumed by the memory of her bold act and Su-yi's reaction, completely oblivious to his wrath. You, Hulaina stammered, pointing at Su-yi, her voice trembling. You, still holding a grudge? Su-yi's chest heaved with frustration. Scoundrel, you are finished. He glared at the flustered beauty before him, his finger accusingly directed at Hulaina. As Su-yi rose, his expression fierce as he approached Hulaina, cloaked in an aura of dark energy, he suddenly felt weightless, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. Put me down. He realized someone had lifted him, turning to see Bibi Dong holding him aloft, panting. Let me go. I will kill that scoundrel. Bibi Dong gazed at Su-yi's demeanor and chuckled. What is this? Have you finally reached a day of vexation, my little one? Release me. Ever since he was abruptly attacked by Hulaina, Su-yi could no longer maintain his indifferent facade, although he vocally proclaimed his desire to eliminate Hulaina. If Bibi Dong truly set him free, Would he have the audacity to act upon it? In Bibi Dong's eyes, Su Yi now appeared like a child in a fit of embarrassment, unsure of how to proceed. Even Bibi Dong, who later stealthily followed them and concealed herself in the shadows, was taken aback by Lyena's audacity. She had never anticipated that Lyena would display such boldness. Previously, she had never discerned this level of courage in a young girl. It was true that due to her martial spirit, Lyena could only seduce others through her voice and unique allure, compelling them to become her subservients. Although Lyena possessed an innate charm akin to that of temptress, her heart was more guarded than anyone else's. Even when she had once adored a man, she had never exhibited the same fervor as Lyena. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong, still holding Su Yi, wore a sorrowful expression. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Hu Lyena exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Bibi Dong lifting Su Yi into the air. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. If her teacher was present, then surely Grandmaster Douluo was stealthily safeguarding her as well. Oh no! Did they witness everything I just did to Su Yi? As this thought crossed her mind, her face flushed crimson, nearly spilling over with embarrassment. She shielded her face with her hands and fled in disarray. "You scoundrel, come back. I swear I will kill you." Su Yi, still suspended in Bibi Dong's grasp, shouted after the retreating Hu Lyena, his gestures animated. "Well, now that she has fled, do you genuinely believe you could harm Lyena?" Bibi Dong remarked, lowering Su Yi to the ground while observing the mixture of indignation and confusion on his youthful face. His eyes, seemingly ablaze with anger, concealed a tinge of uncertainty and shyness. It appeared that this child was not truly devoid of warmth. His cold demeanor was merely a shield of self-preservation. "I came to assess your recent progress in cultivation." "Not bad. You've reached the 12th level," Bibi Dong stated gently, her gaze fixated on Su Yi. She continued with a serious tone. "Next, I shall enroll you in the Martial Soul Academy for further studies. 3 years hence, I hope to see you ascend to the rank of a great soul master, successfully graduating from the death group." "I will," Su Yi responded, his previously tumultuous heart gradually calming at Bibi Dong's words. "Are you aware of the death group?" Bibi Dong inquired, observing his cold reply. "I do not know." Su Yi repeated. Bibi Dong chuckled softly. The death group within the Martial Soul Academy is essentially a class of death, known as Zero Class. This class will be established a year after your enrollment, and your sole task will be to eliminate all members except yourself to graduate. "Understood," Su Yi repeated, his expression devoid of any fluctuation, responding coolly. Bibi Dong sighed softly, hoping the class she had specially created for him would facilitate his rapid growth. Once you successfully graduate from that class, the position of Saint Son of the Martial Soul Temple will be yours. Casting one last glance at Su Yi, Bibi Dong turned and departed. Chapter 10. Entering the Martial Soul Academy. Upon returning to her residence, Hu Lyena's mind was consumed by the memory of her kiss with Su Yi, a scene that lingered stubbornly in her thoughts. The more she pondered it, the redder her face became, secretly chastising herself for her audacity. How could she have lost control and kissed that guy? How would she face him moving forward? While Hu Lyena tossed and turned in her thoughts, Su Yi, after Bibi Dong's departure, took a deep breath and settled cross-legged on his bed to resume his cultivation. With his soul power at the 12th level, breaking through to the rank of Great Soul Master within 3 years was a task within reach. Given his current pace of cultivation, he could ascend beyond that rank within a year. It seemed that the most daunting challenge of entering the Martial Soul Academy would be graduating from the Zero Class, the so-called Death Group. To survive, his own strength must be formidable. Otherwise, if he faced an onslaught from a class full of Great Soul Masters above the 20th level, he would be outmatched. Unless he revealed his second martial spirit beforehand, he would have no other recourse. For Su Yi, regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent to keep a trump card hidden, especially a powerful one, as it could provide an excellent opportunity for a comeback. The hidden ace should remain undisclosed as long as possible. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Yi fully immersed himself in his cultivation. "My young lord, the Crowned One has summoned me to escort you to the Martial Soul Academy." At the break of dawn, the golden-haired Yuguan appeared in Su Yi's room and spoke softly upon seeing him still engrossed in his training. "All right," Su Yi replied, glancing at Yuguan as he gracefully descended from his bed. Yuguan, observing Su Yi's cold demeanor, was filled with curiosity. Had this little fellow truly been kissed by Lyena? The old ghost had mentioned that Su Yi had been flustered and furious, lifted high by the crowned one, while he had been left speechless by Lyena's actions. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan regretted not being present, lamenting over missing such a splendid spectacle while preoccupied with trivial matters. Thus, upon learning this news, he had proactively requested an order from Bibi Dong, replacing the old ghost who was initially assigned to lead Su Yi to the Martial Soul Academy with himself. So, even before the designated time to report to the academy, he hastily arrived at Su Yi's location, eager to witness any changes in the boy after the previous day's incident. However, upon arrival, he found only solitude. The boy remained as cold as ever. As Su Yi approached the door, Yu Guan seemed to recall something, narrowing his eyes with a mischievous smile. "Little one, I heard that Lyena kissed you yesterday." Hearing this, Su Yi, with his back turned, slightly narrowed his eyes. "Yes," he responded curtly before stepping outside. Yet, upon receiving such a starkly indifferent response, a triumphant grin spread across Yu Guan's face. "Ah, this little one has become quite interesting." Although Su Yi's tone remained unchanged, Yu Guan had noted that right after Su Yi uttered that phrase, the boy's body subtly trembled and his breathing momentarily faltered. Watching Su Yi depart, Yu Guan's smile grew even brighter. To provoke this young man's ire brought him immense satisfaction. "Do you know where the Martial Soul Academy is?" Yu Guan inquired, already at Su Yi's side. "I do not know, but you will take me there." Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Yu Guan felt his previously uplifted spirits wane once more. However, recalling the little one's expression of suppressed anger, his mood brightened again. Being a person of considerable stature, he chose not to stoop to the level of this young rascal. Observing Su Yi, Yu Guan consoled himself inwardly. "Let us go." With this declaration, Yu Guan soared into the sky, taking Su Yi with him as they headed beyond the confines of Wuhan City. After roughly half an hour of travel westward, they arrived at a secluded mountain valley. To their astonishment, nestled within this remote location was a colossal academy, sprawling several thousand meters in size, encircled by imposing black walls, resembling a small fortress. The words Wuhan Academy were inscribed grandly upon its facade. As Yu Guan descended with Su Yi in front of the academy, the guard stationed there promptly emerged and knelt before him, proclaiming, "Welcome, elder." "Rise," Yu Guan replied, gesturing for them to stand. "Take me to Mars." "Yes, esteemed elder." The leading guard, clad in black armor, nodded respectfully and proceeded to guide Yu Guan and Su Yi deeper into Wuhan Academy. Throughout the journey, Su Yi remained silent, quietly observing the interior of the academy. From the outside, the grand structure resembled a citadel forged of steel. Upon entering, they discovered 3 stone towers within the academy, each 5 stories high, labeled as the primary student building, intermediate student building, and advanced student building. After passing these structures, they encountered a more elegant pavilion, marked as the dean's faculty building. Along their path, Su Yi noticed many children of similar age, some already soul masters while others had yet to attain their first spirit ring. Notably, there were several older children, exuding a more potent aura, likely the great soul master rank. As Su Yi pondered these observations, the guards led them to the entrance of the dean's faculty building. "Elder, we have arrived. The dean is on the 3rd floor. If there are no further matters, I shall return to my post." "Very well, go," Yu Guan acknowledged, nodding. With that, the guard swiftly departed to resume his duties. "Mars, I have a child to present to you." After the guard's exit, Yu Guan ascended to the 3rd floor, standing before a door labeled Dean's Office. He pushed the door open, revealing an elderly man with white hair seated in a chair. "This is Su Yi," Yu Guan announced, gesturing toward the boy beside him. The elderly man regarded Yu Guan's arrival without rising, stating, "I am already aware. His Holiness informed me of the child's circumstances yesterday." "Good. Since you are informed, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing the elder's response, Yu Guan turned to Su Yi and advised, "From here on, you shall heed his instructions." With that, he vanished from the room. "Little one, your name is Su Yi, correct?" the elderly man inquired, peering at Su Yi, who stood cold and indifferent at the door. "Yes. Let me test your knowledge. There are 2 types of martial souls awakened by soul masters: weapon souls and beast souls. Do you know the classifications of soul masters?" In response to Mars's question, Su Yi replied coolly, "Soul masters are categorized into 6 primary types: assault type, control type, support type, food type, agility type, and defense type. Such elementary queries pose no challenge for me. After all, During their journey in the carriage, Bibi Dong had imparted these foundational concepts to him, which he had diligently memorized. Well done, young lad. Mars, the dean of Wuhan Academy, smiled at Su-yi, unfazed by the boy's frosty demeanor. In fact, he found himself rather impressed with this child, who was a disciple of His Holiness. Moreover, he had been informed that this boy possessed innate full soul power and an extraordinarily powerful martial soul. It was clear to Mars that upon graduating from Wuhan Academy, Su-yi would be the sole saint child of their sect. He could sense the boy's soul power resonating at level 12. The only drawback, it seemed, was the child's temperament. Observing Su-yi's stoic expression, Mars approached him with a warm smile. Come, let me escort you to your class, and thereafter, someone will inform you of your accommodation. Little rascal, I'm coming for you. After the events of yesterday, Hulaina had spent a restless night, her mind replaying the moment she kissed Su-yi. Each recollection sent a thrill through her, causing her heart to ache slightly, but with a pleasurable tingle that made her shiver. As the midday sun reached its zenith, she resolved to seek out this little troublemaker. Huh, no one here. Hulaina pushed open Su-yi's door, only to find it empty. Ordinarily, Su-yi would be engrossed in his training within his room. He was a veritable training fanatic, relentlessly honing his skills unless forcibly dragged out to play. Not finding him there, she dashed to Bibi Dong's cathedral. Teacher, where is Su-yi? Bibi Dong regarded Hulaina with a gentle expression. That child has been sent to Wuhan Academy. Huh? Hulaina was momentarily taken aback. Has he really been sent to Wuhan Academy so soon? It made sense. She and her brother, Yin, had entered the academy at the tender age of 6 or 7. Once enrolled, they would likely see him no more than once a year. With this thought, her excitement dimmed, and a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Nana, you must train diligently now. Otherwise, that little rascal will catch up to you, Bibi Dong remarked, noticing the glimmer of despondency in Hulaina's gaze. She gently ruffled the girl's hair, adding, this little one's talent for training is formidable. You must not let him surpass you. Yes, teacher, I understand. I will train hard and ensure he does not catch up to me, Hulaina replied, her spirit rekindled by Bibi Dong's words. The thought of Su-yi's relentless training spurred her on. If she did not put forth her utmost effort, she might indeed find herself lagging behind. With that resolve, she bid farewell to Bibi Dong and hurried back to her quarters to commence her training. Little one, this is your class, Mars announced as he led Su-yi to the primary student building, stopping before classroom 1 on the first floor. Yes, Su-yi repeated. Mars knocked on the door, prompting a voice from within. Dean, what brings you here? As Mars finished knocking, a young man, seemingly in his mid-20s, stepped out from the classroom. Upon seeing Mars and Su-yi standing outside, he appeared slightly startled and inquired. Mo-ku, this child is a new disciple of His Holiness the Pope, staying with you for a year. After that, he will enter Class 0. Class 0. Upon hearing Mars's words, Mo-ku gazed at Su-yi with astonishment. This child looked no older than 6 or 7. In a year, he would be merely 7 or 8. A child of that age, possessing a soul power level of 16, would indeed be considered a prodigy. However, in Class 0, every child was no younger than 12 years old, and all possessed strength beyond that of great soul masters. Wouldn't sending this child into Class 0 be akin to sending him to his demise? How could His Holiness possibly send his disciple to a class designed to cultivate assassins? Was the Pope intending to train this disciple as an assassin? Mo-ku's thoughts were influenced by the emotionless gaze of Su-yi. Those eyes were not the kind one would expect from a child. They were devoid of any sentiment. Observing Su-yi's expressionless eyes and the chilling aura surrounding him, Mo-ku couldn't help but think, this child is born to be a killer. Very well, esteemed director. I understand. I will take good care of this child. Yes, I leave this child in your capable hands. I shall take my leave now. After hearing Mo-ku's response, Mars glanced at young Su-yi before turning to depart. As Mars left, Mo-ku looked at the cold, stoic figure of Su-yi standing at the door and felt a headache coming on. This little fellow seemed like a troublesome presence. He couldn't help but wonder what mischief would ensue with this little one in his class. With that thought, Mo-ku reached out to pat the child's head. Wait. Su-yi's icy gaze met the hand reaching towards him, causing Mo-ku to halt mid-motion, awkwardly smiling at the boy before him. Little one, what is your name? Su-yi. Hearing Su-yi's chilling response, Mo-ku's worries deepened. The child's gaze was so frigid, and his speech even colder. Would this child truly be able to interact harmoniously with the other students in his class? Chapter 12. The Emergence of the God of Death. Revised. Donations are welcome. Children, quiet down. Today we have a new student joining our class. Mo led Su-yi into the classroom, standing before the group of children and tapping on the desk. As Mo's words echoed, the already chaotic room erupted into further disarray. Wow, he's so handsome. Yes, but he seems a bit cold. Nevertheless, that does not diminish his charm. The three little girls, seated at the front and around 6 or 7 years old, gazed at Su-yi, who stood beside Mo, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, the boys curiously scrutinized the aloof Su-yi. That little brat. He comes in and steals all the attention. A burly boy seated at the back gritted his teeth, hands clenched into fists, which he slammed onto the table. Exactly. Boss, this kid has already caught Fei-Fei's eye. Fei-Fei is destined to be our future sister-in-law. We must teach this brat a lesson. Observing the boy's reaction, a smaller boy seated next to him flattered. You're right. How's he? After class, let's show this kid who the real boss is in our junior class. The sturdy boy glared menacingly at Su-yi, his voice filled with malice. Mo, witnessing the instant chaos that erupted after his announcement, felt a wave of frustration. You little rascals, do you not realize how embarrassing this is for me? You leave me no dignity in front of the newcomer. Am I not human? Do I not deserve some respect? With that thought, in an attempt to demonstrate his authority as a teacher to the boy beside him, Mo's forehead creased with tension as he bellowed, silence. Indeed, upon witnessing Mo's fury, the students fell silent one by one. At this moment, Mo felt a sense of pride. Indeed, when the tiger does not roar. You treat me like a sickly cat. Ahem. Mo lightly coughed, his right hand clenched into a fist before his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the students as he spoke. This is our new student, Su-yi. Now, let us have Su-yi introduce himself. Mo gestured toward Su-yi. Standing beside Molke, Su-yi called his stated, Sui. Following this declaration, the classroom fell silent for several heartbeats. Mo stared wide-eyed at Su, who had merely stated his name and ceased to speak, his brow twitching slightly, his lips quivering. Was that all? Hearing Mo's query, Su-yi coldly asked, Where's my seat? Mo was momentarily taken aback. This child was not merely peculiar. He was a significant concern. Looking into Su-yi's icy eyes, he awkwardly chuckled. Ahem, our new student is a bit shy and prefers not to speak much. But let us welcome our new student, Su-yi. As Mo finished speaking, he began to clap. The three little girls seated at the front joyfully clapped along, while the boys in the back and middle clapped in a disjointed manner. Su-yi, you can sit at the back for now. Mo indicated towards the burly boy seated at the rear. Su-yi glanced towards the direction Mo pointed, observing the boy glaring daggers at him. Ever since entering the room, that fellow had been fixating his gaze upon him. Though his heart was cold, and he disdained social niceties, Su-yi was not oblivious. He understood why that boy was glaring at him. It was a direct result of the three girls' chatter about him, which had drawn the boy's ire. Kid, if you've got guts, come meet me in the backwoods after class. The burly boy hissed menacingly at Su-yi. However, Su-yi chose to ignore him entirely, focusing instead on listening to Mo discuss the methods of cultivation and the fundamentals of soul power manipulation. The boy glared at Su-yi's indifference, his eyes ablaze with fury. Among soul masters, there were 6 distinct factions: the assault-type soul masters, control-type soul masters, agility-type soul masters, support-type soul masters, defensive-type soul masters, and food-type soul masters. In the future, once you all advance to senior students, you will each find your own soul master team. Each soul master team typically comprises 7 members, primarily consisting of these soul masters. The assault-type soul masters are renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities. Having a powerful assault-type soul master significantly benefits a soul master team, which usually relies on them as the main force. The lesson on control-type soul masters extended for more than an hour, leaving many children in the room drowsy, save for Su-yi, who attentively absorbed the foundational knowledge imparted by Mo. After class, as Mo exited the classroom, a burly boy seated beside Su-yi suddenly lunged to grab the collar of Su-yi's shirt. In response, Su-yi swiftly sidestepped, delivering a decisive kick that shattered the boy's arm. The boy emitted a horrific scream, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He writhed on the ground, clutching his broken arm, while a nearby child, nicknamed Mouse, stood frozen in shock. The unexpected scene left the entire class in stunned silence, their eyes filled with terror, including the three girls who had previously fawned over Sue-E. "Next time, Death," Sue-E coldly remarked, gazing at the writhing boy on the floor. The students present felt an uncanny chill sweep through the room upon hearing Sue-Yi's ominous words. Particularly, the student named Mouse, who had been paralyzed with fear, shuddered involuntarily as he felt a wave of cold wash over him. Ignoring the fearful stares directed at him, Sue-E turned and exited the room. Chapter 13. The Intimidation from Sue-E. Second update. "Dean, I implore you, could you transfer that little tyrant to a different class?" Moku lamented to Mars, his face a mask of despair. "This little tyrant has been here for barely a day, and during the first break, I turned around only to find him breaking Terry's arm. That child is now too frightened to return to class. If it were just one student, it might be manageable. But now, with that little tyrant in class, none of the 12 students dare to enter the classroom. How am I supposed to teach under these circumstances?" Mouse, observing Moku's incessant complaints, felt a headache forming. He was aware of Sue-Yi's actions regarding Terry's arm. He had even sought help for the boy's treatment. Had it not been for the intervention of a level 75 healing soul saint, Terry might have faced a life of disability. The coldness in the boy's gaze was telling. However, he never anticipated the depths of malice that lay within. This truly exemplified the adage, "Those who are ruthless speak little." "All right, I understand. We will create a separate class for that child, and after a year, he can join Class 0, Mars said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Thank you, Dean." Moku's face lit up with a smile as he departed. "Your Holiness, news has arrived from the Soul Master Academy. Yuan approached Bibi Dong, holding a note. "Is it news of that little one?" Bibi Dong inquired lazily from her seat on the papal throne. "Indeed, Your Holiness." Yuan replied. "Dean Mars has reported that on his first day at school, Sue-E broke the arm of his companion." "Oh." Bibi Dong's interest piqued. She asked, "Did he die?" "No." Yuan responded. "Then why are you telling me this?" Bibi Dong retorted, her tone fierce. "Even if someone were to die, as long as that little one is unharmed, it suffices. Remember, he is my disciple. Even if he sets the Soul Master Academy ablaze, I expect the Dean to endure it. I, Bibi Dong, am a Pope of the Spear Hall. Even if he is a subordinate of Qian Douluo, he must recognize his place. In this Spirit Hall, my word is law." "Understood, Your Holiness," Yu Guan replied respectfully, and with that, he vanished from the papal chamber. As Moku departed, Mars gazed gravely at the note in his hand, which bore only 6 words. "If he is unharmed, you are unharmed." The weight of those words settled heavily upon him. He understood the implications hidden within. Should something happen to Sue-E, the entire Soul Master Academy would share his fate. Could it be that Bibi Dong took this child as her disciple? If anything were to occur to him in Class 0, it would be seen as Bibi Dong's way of removing Mars. Even if the Grand Elder were to intervene, this woman would claim that her disciple perished within the Academy, ensuring its destruction. This would effectively eliminate the last vestige of power outside the Spirit Hall held by the Grand Elder. Though the Grand Elder and his faction might not care for such power, Mars, as the most loyal subordinate of Qian Douluo, found himself firmly aligned with the Grand Elder. Despite the Grand Elder's disinterest in using them, in Bibi Dong's eyes, the Soul Master Academy, and more precisely, Mars, was merely a thorn in her side. With these thoughts in mind, Mars's eyes narrowed. If Yuan were to learn of Mars's concerns, he would surely find them amusing. "What do you think you are? A mere soul fighter. Bibi Dong does not care for you, an insignificant ant." The intent behind this sentiment was to convey that no matter what mischief Sue-E might enact at the Academy, it was inconsequential. There was no need to report every trivial incident in an attempt to gauge the Pope's thoughts. Meanwhile, upon returning, Moku observed the 12 students huddled at the front of the classroom, trembling and scarcely daring to breathe. Sue-E, the little tyrant, sat coldly at the back, isolated from the others. Moku felt a twinge of helplessness. "Sue-E, Sue-E responded, his icy gaze fixed on Moku. Under Sue-Yi's intense scrutiny, Moku couldn't help but swallow hard. "Due to your unique circumstances, the Dean has arranged for you to have a separate class. You may wait for your new instructor outside." Without uttering a word, Sue-E rose and walked towards the door. In that instant, the students who had been huddled together quickly retreated behind Moku, clustering together in an attempt to distance themselves from Sue-E. Ignoring them entirely, Su Yi continued onward to the playground. Only after Su Yi had long departed did the trembling students dare to exhale. As Su Yi lingered away for an extended period, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, which then gradually returned to their designated seats. Even after resuming their places, each individual occasionally cast a glance towards the entrance, fearful of the monstrous presence that had instilled such trepidation in their hearts. And Mo Ku, who stood before them and wished to commence the lesson, let out a defeated sigh upon observing the state of his students. It appeared that today's class would not take place. Upon reaching the playground, Su Yi encountered a woman standing there. "Are you Su Yi?" As Su Yi approached within 20 meters, the woman slowly turned, gazing at him with emotionless eyes, and spoke. "Yes. Very well. I am your teacher, Yu Donger." Hearing the masked woman introduce herself, Su Yi replied indifferently, "Teacher, although your voice has changed and your appearance is obscured, I can still recognize you. Bibi Dong, teacher." The masked Bibi Dong was taken aback by Su Yi's recognition, not for the fact that he identified her, but rather by his ability to articulate so much in one breath. Since returning to Spirit City with her, no, since encountering him, this young boy had never spoken more than 10 words at a time. His sudden verbosity astonished Bibi Dong immensely. "How did you recognize me?" Bibi Dong inquired, removing her mask to reveal her extraordinary beauty. Su Yi, in response, stated, "Though your voice is transformed and your visage is concealed, your physique remains unchanged. Moreover, the most significant aspect is the color of your hair. The aura you exude and the gleam in your eyes are also inalterable and unhidden. Considering all these factors, deducing your identity is not a formidable task." Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback by Su Yi's words. This young lad was indeed remarkable. From their first encounter, she sensed his unusual vigilance, and now, through his words and analysis, she discovered his meticulous nature and profound intellect. His wisdom bore a striking resemblance to that of another individual. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong gazed into Su Yi's eyes, feeling an unexpected warmth towards him. As she contemplated, she thought, he is akin to that person, yet entirely distinct. The sole similarity between them was their remarkable intellect. Had that individual possessed the attention to detail that this child exhibits, circumstances might have unfolded differently. This thought elicited a bittersweet smile from Bibi Dong. "By the way, young one, what has prompted you to speak so much today?" she asked, stepping closer to Su Yi and gently ruffling his hair. "As the Pope of the Spirit City, you wield unprecedented power, which inherently brings forth immense responsibilities. Your position requires you to manage numerous affairs within the Spirit City. Your presence here, concealing your identity to personally instruct me, signifies that you hold me, or perhaps my potential, in high regard. Furthermore, my ability to awaken my martial soul and continuously grow stronger is a testament to your influence. While I cannot offer you any guarantees, I assure you that as long as you do not harm me, I will never act against your interests. Once I become powerful, should you wish to eliminate anyone, simply inform me, and I shall assist you." Bibi Dong, taken aback by Su Yi's words as she continued to caress his head, found herself momentarily speechless. Reflecting on her decision to seek him out directly after hearing Yu Guan report on Su Yi's status at the academy, she recalled her encounter with Mars, where she asserted that Su Yi would be under her tutelage. After speaking with Yu Guan, she recognized Mars as a subordinate of Qian Douluo. For this old man, Bibi Dong felt no inclination to resort to violence. After all, he was merely a soul Douluo, incapable of causing significant upheaval. Moreover, although he was under Qian Douluo's command, the latter remained ensconced in the Elder Hall, indifferent to worldly affairs unless she personally dismantled the Spirit Hall. However, caution persisted. What if Mars discerned something unusual about Su Yi and relayed the information to Qian Douluo? If such a situation arose, Qian Douluo would undoubtedly seek to bring Su Yi under his wing. The mere thought of this possibility caused Bibi Dong great distress. Given the child's exceptional talent and dual martial souls, he was destined to become her most formidable ally. Bibi Dong believed that once Su Yi reached the rank of title Douluo, even Tang Hao would not stand a chance against him. Losing such a gifted child to Qian Douluo would be an immeasurable loss. Furthermore, Bibi Dong was drawn to Su Yi's gaze, cold and indifferent, yet brimming with intensity. It was this very fierceness that had compelled her to consider bringing him along. The resemblance she perceived in his eyes fostered a sense of kinship. prompting her to visit the academy to personally instruct him. After all, she was his teacher. While she had only imparted some foundational knowledge about the Douluo continent thus far, she had yet to guide him in practical training. To her surprise, despite her efforts to maintain a facade, this young boy saw through her ruse with ease. His perceptive words only deepened her admiration for him. He was indeed a divine gift destined to aid her in unifying the Spirit Hall and, ultimately, the entire Douluo continent. However, what astonished Bibi Dong the most were the words Su Yi spoke to her afterward. Though they were laced with coldness, they filled her heart with warmth. The phrase, "If you wish to eliminate anyone, tell me, and I shall assist you," resonated deeply within her. From that moment on, as she gazed at the seemingly aloof Su Yi, tenderness filled her eyes. No longer did she view him merely as a talented and promising aide. She now regarded him as her disciple, equally significant as Na in her heart. In her eyes, aside from Na and that man, anyone else could serve as a mere tool. Yet now, another individual had found a place in her heart. Contemplating this, a rare, genuine smile graced Bibi Dong's face. With a gentle hand, she caressed Su Yi's small head and softly spoke, "If there are those I wish to eliminate, I do not require your assistance. What you must do is cultivate diligently, just as Nana does. Even if you face adversity in your future endeavors, remember that I, your teacher Bibi Dong, stand behind you as your formidable support. You are neither my tool nor my pawn. You, Su Yi, are my disciple." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's tender words, Su Yi gazed at her with his cold, piercing eyes. He could distinctly sense the transformation in her demeanor towards him. Her gaze was imbued with warmth, the kind that reflects a teacher's concern for their student. "I shall not be bullied. I will be the one to eliminate my adversaries," he retorted, turning his head away, feeling uncomfortable under her gentle scrutiny. Bibi Dong merely smiled at his reaction. "Do you understand the zero class you will join in a year?" Bibi Dong inquired softly, observing Su Yi standing before her. "I do not, but I do know that in the zero class, it is solely I who will prevail. All others will be annihilated, and that alone will suffice." Bibi Dong nodded at Su Yi's icy declaration and explained, "The zero class is indeed a class of death. Within it, aside from you, all others are heinous soul masters captured by our spirit hall from across the continent, as well as the most dreadful of soul masters, the evil soul masters. Their cultivation methods are exceedingly wicked and cruel, rendering them more powerful than ordinary soul masters. The reason we have not executed them is to form the death group, the zero class, allowing our younger generation at the Spirit Hall to better grasp the world's rules, survival of the fittest, where the victor reigns supreme. This world is far from the idyllic notion many hold. You have already come to understand and experience this." As she spoke, Bibi Dong instinctively reached out to pat Su Yi's head, adding, "In you, I see a reflection of myself. You possess innate full soul power, dual martial souls, just like your teacher, coupled with your temperament, reminiscent of when you broke other children's arms. Typical academic pursuits are not suitable for you. The trials of death are your true calling. Upon your successful graduation, when you are stronger, I will take you to a place I once visited, a realm devoid of rules. Even more terrifying than this death group. Enrolling you in the zero class is to prepare you for that experience. When you emerge from that place, your combat prowess will ascend to new heights, and you will acquire an immensely powerful force." Su Yi listened attentively to Bibi Dong's revelations without inquiring about the name or location of that place. He recognized that even if he learned of it now, his current strength would not meet the requirements to venture there. When he is ready, Bibi Dong, as his teacher, would certainly enlighten him. "Now, begin running around this field without utilizing any of your soul power. 100 laps," Bibi Dong commanded, raising her right hand, forming a fist, and extending her index finger to signify one. Upon hearing her instruction, Su Yi offered no resistance and commenced his laps. His experience as an assassin in a past life had accustomed him to such physical training. While running, he focused on synchronizing his breath with the movements of his body, a technique that conserves energy and facilitates a state of emptiness conducive to transcending one's physical limits. Bibi Dong stood at the center of the field, observing Su Yi as he circled the track. She noted the unique rhythm of his breathing, a sight that filled her with satisfaction. Time passed incrementally. As Su Yi began his run, the sun stood high in the sky, but now it was nearing sunset, and he had completed 99 laps. His body was thoroughly drenched in sweat, and he labored to regulate his breath, controlling his faltering body with mechanical precision. Witnessing this, Bibi Dong felt no sorrow but rather amusement, for she understood that to become a formidable individual, one must possess unwavering resolve. Such trials were mere trifles. This child's determination surpassed that of any other. Even she could not match his steadfast conviction. He outshone Nana in every aspect: mentality, willpower, and innate talent. In their initial attempt, Nana, along with Xiaoyu and Yin, had only managed to endure 50 laps before collapsing. Yet this child had persevered throughout the afternoon, nearing completion of the full 100 laps. As he approached the final lap, a distance of 400 meters, it took him nearly an incense stick's worth of time to stagger across the finish line. Upon completion, Bibi Dong instantaneously appeared before him. Initially, she intended to extend a hand to support him, but instead retracted it silently. Observing Su Yi, who stood unsteadily after finishing his 100 laps, on the brink of collapse. As she materialized before him, he instinctively straightened, his damp hair clinging to his forehead, his cold eyes locking onto hers as he asked, "I have completed it. What is the next training exercise?" Bibi Dong beheld Su Yi, whose clothes clung to him from sweat, his previously wavering body now rigidly upright. An impressive feat for one so fatigued. She was taken aback that he still possessed the clarity to inquire about the next task. However, she sensed that despite his outward appearance, he had lost consciousness the moment he straightened before her. Those words were instinctual, a testament to his resilience. What trials had he endured? Even in a state of unconsciousness, he uttered such a phrase, standing before her with steadfastness. In that moment, Bibi Dong's heart ached for the child before her. She gathered Su Yi, who had succumbed to unconsciousness, into her arms and soared beyond the confines of the Spirit Academy. As she lifted him, his once straight body melted into her embrace, his eyes gently closing like a weary child succumbing to slumber. Observing the tranquility and innocence of the child in her arms, Bibi Dong tightened her hold. He had completed the grueling 100 laps, nearly faltering 4 times, yet each time, he had straightened himself and surged forward. In a single afternoon, this young one had surpassed his own limits 4 times, while even Nana and her companions had only managed to break through their confines once during their 50 laps. The 4 breakthroughs in his limits have further enhanced the soul power within this child. Perhaps due to prior accumulation, Su Yi, originally possessing a soul power of level 12, has now ascended to level 13. This child is destined to conquer the entirety of Douluo continent, and even she will not stand as his equal when that time arrives. Awakened, Su Yi, just emerging from his stupor, gazed at the starry sky above while the voice of Bibi Dong floated into his ears. What is the next training? Upon hearing her inquiry, Su Yi struggled to sit up. Bibi Dong, seated beside him, furrowed her brow slightly at his words. Observing Su Yi's upright position, she extended her delicate hand, forming a fist, and lightly struck the top of his head. Next item. Next item. Do you wish to exhaust yourself to death? Is your body worthless now? Bibi Dong's tone was tinged with anger, yet Su Yi could discern the concern underlying her words. However, he was at a loss for how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. What else is there to do besides the next training? Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong perceived a flicker of confusion in Su Yi's icy gaze for the first time. Her brow furrowed deeper. What exactly have you endured in the past? At this question, Su Yi fell into silence. The past? Reflecting on this, he recalled the dark cave where over 100 children were confined, of which he was one. Their daily existence revolved solely around relentless training. In that life-threatening regimen, dozens of children perished amidst the rigorous drills. Gradually, those who failed to meet standards were eliminated, and elimination equated to death. By the conclusion of the foundational physical training, the once numerous children dwindled to merely 30. These surviving children, each barely in their teenage years, could effortlessly dispatch 5 or 6 fully grown men. With the cessation of physical training, the remaining individuals began to master various assassination techniques and weaponry. 3 years later, these 30-some children, aged around 14 or 15, transformed into proficient cold-blooded assassins skilled in the use of all manner of weapons. Once their educational lessons were complete, these assassins, capable of defeating 5 opponents at once, saw their strengths soar even higher. Their final lesson consisted of being placed amongst 100 prisoners, to pass, they had to eliminate all of them. Failure to kill would mean losing their own lives. After this last lesson, only 32 remained, 2 of whom had perished, 5 were left disabled, and 3 severely injured. These 8 were deemed of no further use and were promptly executed. In the end, only 22 young assassins, aged 15 or 16, successfully passed the test reserved for gold medal killers. Just when Sui thought everything had concluded, their gold medal instructor stood before them, coldly proclaiming, "Congratulations, you have graduated. However, your final lesson in life is that only one of you will leave this place." With those words, the battle-hardened group immediately turned on one another. The remaining 22, unarmed, engaged in hand-to-hand combat, as their bodies became their weapons. Elbows, knees, fists, palms, feet, heads, each part was utilized to strike at their opponent. They were acutely aware of every fatal weakness in the human body, with every blow aimed at these critical points. Failure to defend oneself would mean death. In a brutal fight reminiscent of training a venomous creature, Sui emerged victorious, for he was the most exceptional among them. At the climax, only 5 remained. The other 4 united to attack him, but Sui swiftly evaded the first assailant's strike, his fingers piercing the man's throat. As he withdrew, a horrifying instinct kicked in, allowing him to swiftly grasp the throat of the would-be attacker behind him, crushing it with force until the man collapsed, lifeless. However, one of the others landed a punch on Sui's arm, breaking it and sending him flying. This attacker had aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Sui's back, but due to Sui's swift reflexes, he managed to block the lethal strike with his left arm. The last opponent charged at him, and Sui, having just fallen, used the momentum to spring back into action, lunging at him. With a fierce bite, he sank his teeth into the man's throat, blood splattering his face. Casting aside the nearly lifeless figure, Sui engaged in combat with the final survivor. They exchanged powerful punches to each other's chests, both sustaining broken ribs from their assaults. Despite the life-threatening injuries, a sinister smile crept across Sui's face, for he had won. The adversary before him collapsed, lifeless, as the fractured ribs had pierced his heart. Though Sui had also been struck, the blow had merely grazed his lung due to an extraordinary anomaly. His heart was not located on the left side, but rather on the right. This peculiarity saved his life, allowing him to survive. As the gold medal instructor observed the final confrontation, disappointment in his eyes transformed into disbelief and admiration as he watched Sui approach the sole survivor. He presented Sui with a dagger, instructing, "Kill me, and this will be your final lesson. Press this, and someone will come to retrieve you." Sui accepted the dagger, swiftly ending the life of the instructor who had taught them for 3 years, a man whose name he never learned. The dagger plunged into the instructor's heart, and as he knelt before Sui, blood spilling from his mouth, he gazed at Sui with fervor, exclaiming, "The god of murder plan has succeeded." After being retrieved, Sui became the singular god of murder in the destiny that unfolded. Much later, as he sealed these memories away once more, he coldly remarked, "Survival of the fittest." Just 4 words were enough for Bibi Dong to grasp the harrowing experiences this child had endured. Otherwise, a mere child could not possess such a ruthless heart, nor could he push himself to the brink of unconsciousness while inquiring about the next training. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong gently caressed Sui's small head, softly assuring him, "For now, all you need to do is rest. Here, there is no survival of the fittest. You are my disciple, and I am your teacher." Sui gazed into the gentle yet slightly pained eyes of Bibi Dong, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 17, Chaotic Winds with Bibi Dong. After more than 10 days of training under Bibi Dong, Sui's strength had once again advanced. His soul power, originally at level 13, had now reached level 15. In just 10 days, he had ascended 2 levels, which filled Bibi Dong, his mentor, with great satisfaction. Had it not been for the foundational work invested in this child's body, given his rapid progress, he might have achieved even more. The fact that he had advanced 2 levels made Bibi Dong silently marvel at Sui's extraordinary talent for cultivation, a rarity she had never encountered before. Now that the foundation had been firmly established, we could officially embark on the next phase of training, Bibi Dong declared, looking at Sui before her. Sui replied, maintaining his usual aloofness. However, through their time spent together, Bibi Dong had carved a significant place in his heart. He had never before experienced such warmth and care, which he could distinctly sense emanating from her. although Su Yi's tone remained as cold as ever. The chill in his gaze toward Bibi Dong had notably softened. Moreover, he no longer resisted her affectionate gestures, such as when she ruffled his hair. In the past, he had refrained from opposing her simply because he understood that he was no match for her. Even now, while he lacked the strength to contend with her, he felt no inclination to resist her actions, a fact Bibi Dong could clearly perceive. After all, previously, when she had touched this little fellow, his icy eyes would become even colder. Now, however, in response to her gentle caress, his expression remained tranquil. Looking at the young Su Yi before her, Bibi Dong smiled slightly. From this moment on, I will suppress my strength to the sole sovereign realm to battle you. As long as you can endure for 1 hour against me, I shall deem you qualified. Teacher, I do not engage in combat. I only take lives, Su Yi replied, meeting Bibi Dong's gaze with an expression of calm indifference. At his words, Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned. Then, observing the seriousness and detachment in Su Yi's eyes, she responded very well. Employ your lethal methods and unleash your full might against me. Whoosh! The instant Bibi Dong's words fell, Su Yi sprang into action, his right hand raised in a claw-like formation, aiming directly at her throat. Fortunately, as a title Douluo, Bibi Dong swiftly retreated to evade his sudden assault. Little rascal. Quite ruthless, aren't you? She commented, continuing to retreat. Su Yi, now standing over 50 meters away, replied expressionlessly, Is this the strength of the sole sovereign realm? Bibi Dong, upon hearing his words, coughed lightly. Given your impressive capabilities, we shall disregard the previous stipulation. Your only task now is to attack me with all your strength, and this time I will not evade. As she spoke, Bibi Dong charged towards Su Yi, not employing any soul skills, but relying solely on her soul power to strike him, suppressing her strength to the soul sage level. Su Yi sensed that if this blow connected, it would undoubtedly inflict severe harm upon him. However, that was only if she could land the hit. As Bibi Dong's snow-white leg aimed for his chest, Su Yi's eyes revealed no malice. He crouched down, moving closer along her leg. His right hand formed a knife-like strike aimed directly at the center of her thigh. Bibi Dong, seeing Su Yi satik, felt her cheeks flush as her soul power erupted, sending him flying away. Bah, you little rascal, who taught you that? She scolded, glaring at Su Yi as he stood up, looking bewildered. That is a fatal weakness, she remarked. Observing his calm demeanor and the absence of any wicked intent in his eyes, her brows slightly furrowing. How could this little rascal speak so placidly about such matters? Did he truly possess no understanding of this knowledge? No, if he were genuinely unaware, how could he have reacted so strongly when Nana kissed him that day? Contemplating this, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes as she looked at Su Yi. That day, when Nana kissed you, why was your reaction so pronounced? Su Yi replied matter-of-factly. Someone once told me that kissing a woman could lead to pregnancy. If that woman becomes pregnant and bears my child, I would then have ties. A man with ties possesses weaknesses, and with weaknesses, he becomes vulnerable. Only by severing ties can one continue to grow stronger. Hearing this, Bibi Dong stared at Su Yi's earnest face and serious eyes, momentarily left in a state of disarray. After a prolonged silence, she finally asked him gravely, I wish to know, who imparted these words to you? Su Yi answered, quite casually, that person is dead. Dead? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow at his response. The individual who had led little Su Yi astray should be grateful for their demise. Otherwise, should they fall into her hands, she would make that person wish for a fate worse than death. What nonsense is this about kissing leading to pregnancy? How absurd. Are we still fighting, teacher? Su Yi inquired, observing Bibi Dong lost in thought. Fighting? Bibi Dong snapped back to reality, looking at Su Yi, who stood there with an innocent expression. Fuming internally, Bibi Dong clenched her teeth. Little rascal, had you been anyone else, you would have been obliterated by now. You must be taught a lesson. Fortuitously, Yu Guan and Ghost Daw had not followed. Otherwise, if they had witnessed her earlier flustered state, it would have been utterly humiliating, jeopardizing her authority before them. With this thought, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed as she regarded Su Yi. Meanwhile, as Su Yi faced her, he sensed a palpable malice emanating from her narrowing gaze. No, it was not merely a hint of malice. It was a full-on wave of hostility. Chapter 18. The Terrifying Instinct for Battle. Are we fighting? Bibi Dong asked, her lips curling into a sly smile. You little brat, That kind of attack cannot be used against me again. Now, the battle truly begins. With that, Bibi Dong lunged at Su Yi, her right fist aimed squarely at his face. Whoosh! As she struck, Su Yi crouched low, realizing that evasion, in this case, would be futile. Bibi Dong declared as she unleashed a punch that had been previously drawn back, bringing it crashing down. Su Yi aligned his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together while clasping the other 3 fingers, forming a sword-like point aimed directly at the joint of Bibi Dong's jade-like arm, thrusting it fiercely. Before Bibi Dong could land her blow upon Su Yi, his strike had already pierced the middle joint of her arm. In an instant, Bibi Dong felt a tingling numbness spread throughout her entire arm. Despite the protective aura of soul power surrounding her, Su Yi's thrust forced her arm to bend uncontrollably backward. Before Bibi Dong could react, Su Yi transformed into a predatory cheetah, dropping low to the ground and propelling himself forward with both hands and feet. With a resounding thud, he swiftly vanished from in front of Bibi Dong. In less than half a breath, he had arrived behind her. Planting his hands on the ground, he unleashed the power from his left foot, channeling it through his waist. Positioned behind Bibi Dong, with his hands firmly gripping the ground and his legs suspended in midair, the force from his left foot and waist converged into his right leg, sweeping towards the bend of Bibi Dong's long, snow-white leg. With a loud bang, even with her soul power shielding her, Bibi Dong was nearly brought to one knee by Su Yi's strike. However, just as her body leaned forward, her soul power erupted, stabilizing her stance. In the same motion, she leapt up, sending Su Yi flying with a direct blast of her soul energy. Turning to gaze at the freshly landed Su Yi, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with astonishment. This child, in the context of this world, seemed to be an anomaly. Soul masters derive their strength entirely from their martial spirits. Yet Bibi Dong was certain that even without a martial spirit, this child could effortlessly slay a grand soul master with his lethal attacks. Moreover, aside from 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones, even a 1,000-year soul ring typically offered only one soul skill. However, each of this child's attacks was sufficiently potent to defeat an opponent, surpassing the efficacy of ordinary soul skills. It was evident that, regardless of their level, anyone who found themselves in close proximity to him would be bidding farewell to this world. As Bibi Dong scrutinized Su Yi, he narrowed his gaze. The soul power emanating from his teacher was overwhelming, akin to a full-force eruption that had just sent him flying. Had it not been for her careful control, that surge could have gravely injured him. Fortunately, during combat, unless faced with a life-threatening danger, she would not unleash her full soul power. With this thought, Su Yi charged towards Bibi Dong once more. With a resounding strike, his punch aimed at her face was effortlessly blocked by Bibi Dong. Nonetheless, this was merely the precursor to a tempest of attacks from Su Yi. His left fist swung towards her temple, but Bibi Dong crouched low, evading the blow. Yet, as she ducked to avoid Su Yi's strike, his right elbow surged upward, aiming directly at her delicate face. The little rascal is quite fierce. Observing the impending strike, Bibi Dong suddenly arched her back, executing a bridge to evade what could have been a disfiguring blow. At that moment, Su Yi, suspended in the air, found no leverage and landed on the ground. In a swift motion, Bibi Dong performed a backflip, distancing herself from him. As soon as he regained his footing, Su Yi lunged forward once more, aiming a forceful palm strike 3 inches below Bibi Dong's navel. Reacting swiftly, she deflected the attack with her right hand, then retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Su Yi's face. He tilted his head, seizing Bibi Dong's jade-like hand with his left. Utilizing the strength of his grounded right foot, he leveraged her left hand as a pivot, executing a fierce kick towards her temple. "Useless little rascal," Bibi Dong exclaimed, catching Su Yi's kick with her right hand. A glimmer of determination flickered in Su Yi's eyes. Forming a sword-like point with his right hand, he thrust it towards her face. Just as his fingers neared her visage, they suddenly spread apart, targeting her eyes directly. In an instant, Bibi Dong's left hand materialized before her, forming a vertical blade that blocked Su Yi's fingers, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. "You little brat." A piercing scream of indignation echoed from Bibi Dong as she was propelled away by the full force of her unleashed soul power. It turned out that while she had successfully blocked Su Yi's treacherous strike, his other hand had formed a fist, striking fiercely towards her heart. If he were a man, such a blow would be lethal. This was not an unusual action. Yet Bibi Dong was a woman, and her heart lay within her chest, protected by a pair of formidable assets. Su Yi's punch landed directly upon those assets. Before he could even register the peculiar sensation from his fist, a surge of powerful soul energy sent him flying. As Su Yi rose, he beheld Bibi Dong's face, flushed to the point of resembling a bleeding hue. He pondered that, logically, with his strength, he should not be capable of harming his teacher. Hence, he had unleashed his attacks with abandon. However, witnessing Bibi Dong's state, confusion filled his gaze. Bibi Dong, her face flushed with shame and anger, glared at Su Yi, whose eyes were filled with innocent curiosity. The uncomfortable pain and tingling sensation from being struck by him had transformed into a fiery heat, as if she were in a furnace. Even during her past encounters with men, they had not progressed beyond holding hands, let alone to such a degree. As she felt the peculiar sensation in her chest and glanced at the seemingly oblivious Su Yi, Bibi Dong gritted her teeth in frustration. Initially shocked by this little rascal's formidable combat instincts, she now deemed him nothing short of a rogue. Chapter 19. Bondage? Indignation Su Yi. As Bibi Dong observed the composed demeanor of Su Yi, her anger surged. This insufferable boy was remarkably unfazed. Could it be that he truly possessed no understanding of matters between men and women? With this thought, the flames of fury blazed in her eyes as she regarded the distant, indifferent Su Yi. You little rascal, you thrive on brute force? This time I shall oblige. The match continues. With her words, Su Yi leapt forward like a predatory cat, charging towards Bibi Dong. As he advanced, her beautiful eyes narrowed. It was imperative to show this impudent boy a lesson. With this resolve, Bibi Dong reached out to grasp Su Yi's attacking hand as he leapt towards her throat. Being effortlessly captured by Bibi Dong was entirely within Su Yi's expectations. I've caught you, little one. Bibi Dong gazed at the captive Su Yi, a smirk gracing her lips. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi chose to disregard her entirely. Suspended in midair, he leveraged the grip she had on his hand as a fulcrum, swiftly pivoting before her. With a downward arc, his right foot executed a stunning hook kick, aimed directly at her face. A resounding thud echoed as Bibi Dong deftly seized his right leg with her other hand. In that moment, both Su Yi's right hand and leg were ensnared, rendering him completely at her mercy in the air. Before Bibi Dong could finish her thought, she unceremoniously hurled Su Yi away. Although his right hand and leg were restrained, his liberated left hand surged forth, aiming a strike at her throat. Simultaneously, his left foot targeted her abdomen, though the true intention was a kick between her legs. You insolent brat, this is excessive, Bibi Dong exclaimed, a flicker of fury igniting in her eyes. The esteemed Douluo found herself repeatedly cornered by a mere soul master, a situation she deemed intolerable. Even more infuriating was the audacity of this young man, who dared to undertake actions that others would never even contemplate. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong observed Su Yi charging at her once more, and a yellow soul ring emanated from her feet as she activated her soul skill. First soul skill, Spider Silk Binding. Since the original work does not include the first martial soul of Bibi Dong, the Spider Queen, possessing the first, second, and fifth soul skills, I have taken the liberty to supplement this. I hope you all do not mind. With a wave of her delicate jade-like hand, Bibi Dong summoned dozens of purple spider silk threads that soared towards Su Yi. As Bibi Dong's yellow soul ring illuminated, Su Yi instinctively invoked his martial spirit, simultaneously unleashing his first soul skill, Unstoppable Force. Suddenly, Su Yi propelled himself forward, charging towards Bibi Dong with his spear. At the tip of the spear, a swirling white aura of soul power enveloped both the weapon and Su Yi. Consequently, before the silk strands released by Bibi Dong could make contact with the spear, they were effortlessly shattered by the turbulent force emanating from the soul power surrounding the spear. The fourth soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. As the impending attack loomed closer, the ground beneath Bibi Dong shimmered with 3 soul rings of violet and black. The black soul ring illuminated, enveloping her in a layer of thorny purple armor. Clad in this armor, Bibi Dong exuded an extraordinary allure and dominance. With a clang, Su Yi's spear struck the armor adorning Bibi Dong. Little one, she proclaimed, this armor of mine is impenetrable given your current strength. How about we refrain from using our soul skills and engage in a contest of pure skill instead? Agreed. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Yi promptly retracted the Chaos Supreme gun in his hand, observing Su Yi's immediate withdrawal of his martial soul. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. The first soul skill, spider silk binding. As Bibi Dong's words fell, she manipulated the strands of silk in her grasp, extracting all the toxins until only the pure, white silk remained, which swiftly ensnared Su Yi before her. Only his neck and head were exposed above, while the rest of his body was completely restrained, leaving just his posterior visible. Despite the sudden ambush from Bibi Dong, there was no trace of panic in Su Yi's eyes. After all, she was his teacher, the first and only person in this world to truly reach his heart and hold significance for him. Furthermore, if she genuinely intended to harm him, she would not have gone to such lengths to take his life. Neither she nor the two individuals who once accompanied her would require any effort. Either could easily end him without breaking a sweat, let alone Bibi Dong, who was far stronger than them. You little rascal, as your teacher, today I shall impart a valuable lesson. Regardless of who it may be, one should not easily place trust in others. Do you understand? Bibi Dong gazed at the bound and restrained Su Yi, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she adopted a didactic tone to admonish him. You little rascal, what manner of gaze is that? Bibi Dong initially believed that after she expressed her thoughts, the young lad Su Yi would wholeheartedly agree with her. However, after a considerable pause, this little fellow did not utter a single word, nor did he even nod in acknowledgement. The once unremarkable gaze in his eyes, upon her concluding remarks, shifted to one of incredulity, as if he were gazing at a fool. The implication was clear. Do you think I am unaware of what you just articulated? Bibi Dong gazed at Su Yi with an intensity that she could no longer contain. The grievances she had suffered at the hands of this little rascal demanded retribution. With this thought in mind, Bibi Dong settled upon a massive stone, her eyes fixed upon the motionless Su Yi. She enveloped him in her soul power, effortlessly laying him across her jade-like thighs. A sharp sound echoed through the air. With a resounding smack, the sound of a palm striking against flesh echoed between the two. Su Yi felt a sharp sting on his rear, akin to a playful reprimand from Bibi Dong, leaving him momentarily dazed and unable to regain his composure. Following that initial slap, Bibi Dong sensed the soft elasticity of Su Yi's backside, and the sensation was rather delightful. This feeling caused her eyes to glimmer with excitement. Much like a young girl discovering an intriguing new toy, and her delicate hand came down once more with force upon Su Yi's posterior. With consecutive strikes, Su Yi was jolted back to reality. As he turned to face Bibi Dong, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson, his eyes brimming with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Yet, Bibi Dong, now exhilarated by the playful interaction, continued her rhythmic applause, the sound of her hand meeting his rear echoing in the air. The sight of Su Yi's mortified expression and flushed cheeks only spurred her on further. In that moment, he appeared quite endearing, truly embodying the essence of childhood. Gazing into Su Yi's eyes, filled with profound indignation, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of delight. You little rascal, this is what you deserve for daring to treat me so disrespectfully. This is the essence of cosmic justice. The heavens spare no one. Chapter 20. The Fear of an Abrupt Silence. As Su Yi gazed into Bibi Dong's eyes, filled with an overwhelming sense of humiliation and indignation, her amusement only deepened. You little rascal, this is what you get for daring to treat me that way, she thought, relishing the moment. This is what they call poetic justice. The heavens spare no one. Just as Bibi Dong became engrossed in her playful torment, Su Yi launched a counterattack. He twisted his body with determination, aiming to sink his teeth into the hand Bibi Dong had raised to swat him. Observing Su Yi's seemingly fierce yet truly embarrassed retaliation, Bibi Dong lifted her delicate hand high. You little one, still want a bite? Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as an alluring, peculiar sound escaped her lips, causing her to swallow her words. The shame that had just begun to fade returned with a vengeance, enveloping her completely. Even when Su Yi struck her vulnerable spot, Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. This time, however, her entire being was suffused with a fiery redness. Her once snow-white skin now resembled that of a perfectly steamed lobster, so vivid it seemed as if it might bleed. In that moment, an intense silence fell between Su Yi and Bibi Dong, their eyes locking in a silent confrontation. Su Yi, having intended to bite her hand, found his intentions thwarted as Bibi Dong raised her hand higher, causing her body to lean slightly forward. With his mouth agape, Su-yi bit down fiercely upon the formidable weapon of Bibi Dong, even through the fabric of her clothing. This singular act heralded an unexpected consequence. Despite his ignorance regarding the subtleties of romantic matters, Su-yi found himself enveloped in a palpable silence that hung heavily between them. Thoughts surged through his mind, recalling the sage who once imparted wisdom about women, stating that this particular area was of paramount significance to them. The ramifications of such an encounter could range from incapacitation to dire consequences if provoked. Should one elicit fury, death could swiftly follow. Yet, if one refrained from violence, the opponent might harbor no murderous intent. However, the peril lurked in the potential for entanglement, leading to marriage and progeny, thereby transforming the other into a vulnerability. An adversary would inevitably exploit this weakness, rendering it a fatal flaw. In that moment, Su-yi pondered whether his demise was imminent. As he continued to bite down, the words of that mentor echoed in his mind while he gazed at Bibi Dong, her face flushed with embarrassment and shock. His mentor, a figure of formidable presence, had often been one to repel intruders, exuding an aura of dominance. Observing Bibi Dong's reaction, it appeared to him that the situation was merely one of incapacitation, devoid of lethal intent. Given that there was no immediate threat to his life and no signs of rage, Su-yi contemplated earnestly. Perhaps his mentor was not the sort to resort to violence. Upon this realization, Su-yi parted his lips. As he did, Bibi Dong emitted that peculiar sound once more, reminiscent of a cat's mewl, heralding the arrival of spring. Until Su-yi spoke, Bibi Dong remained entranced, gazing blankly at him, her mind rendered a void. Lost in a daze. Even as the threads binding Su-yi unraveled on their own, Bibi Dong remained unresponsive, ensnared in her stupor. Observing this, Su-yi felt that the situation had escalated rather significantly. Goodness, could it be that she has truly lost her senses? Observing the perpetually silent and lost in thought Bibi Dong, Su-yi calmly sied before the head. Teacher? As Su-yi's voice echoed, Bibi Dong gradually came to her senses. Gazing at Su-yi standing before her, she reached out and firmly grasped his neck, lifting him into the air. With her eyes ablaze with fury, Bibi Dong glared at Su-yi, who was ensnared in her grasp, and declared, "I shall end your life." Though her words dripped with murderous intent, the delicate hand gripping Su-yi's neck exerted considerable force. Suddenly seized, Su-yi exhibited no struggle, nor did he betray any semblance of pain upon his visage. Gazing into Bibi Dong's eyes, which were filled with an unsettling calm and indifference, it was as if the one being choked was not he at all. As Bibi Dong beheld Su-yi's tranquil and indifferent gaze directed at her, her fury began to dissipate gradually. Observing the flush spreading across Su-yi's face from her grip, she cast him onto the ground. Locking eyes with him, which now reflected a chilling detachment, she coldly inquired, "Why do you not resist? I command you to speak. Tell me, why do you not fight back?" After Bibi Dong spoke, she observed Su-yi rise and quietly gaze at her, remaining silent in response. Bibi Dong inquired loudly, "Your life, it is you who saved." Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong paused momentarily, then coldly replied, "I did not save your life. I merely brought you back." "Your life, it is you who saved," Su-yi repeated expressionlessly, his demeanor unyielding as he met Bibi Dong's icy gaze. Faced with Su-yi's impassive and tranquil eyes, along with the indifference etched on his face, Bibi Dong found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The silence between them deepened in tandem with Bibi Dong's contemplation. Eventually, after a prolonged pause, she coldly remarked, "Are you not aware of the boundaries regarding a woman's touch?" "Unaware." Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Bibi Dong coldly scoffed. "Are you oblivious to the distinctions between men and women?" "Unaware." "Then what do you truly comprehend?" Observing Su-yi's calm and indifferent expression, Bibi Dong felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. This little rascal dared to engage in such reckless behavior towards her. Although it was an accident, regardless of the circumstances, the fact that he could remain so composed after such an incident was infuriating. It was as if he regarded the matter as trivial, unworthy of concern. Even when that scoundrel had taken advantage of her unconscious state, there had been an element of deceit. The unusual sensation stirred tumultuous waves within Bibi Dong's usually serene heart. transforming her calm into a tempest of emotions. Rather than finding solace, she was faced with the very perpetrator, who appeared utterly innocent and oblivious, further fueling her ire. Initially, her instinct was to eliminate this individual at the first realization of the incident, but upon gazing into his unperturbed eyes, she recognized his inherent nature. He simply lacked comprehension of the complexities between men and women. The thought alone exacerbated her frustration. Living and dead, she mused. In response to her fury, Sue-yi candidly remarked that it would be best if no one else learned of this matter. Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong nearly fainted from rage. With a cold retort, she vanished before him. Meanwhile, Sue-yi, observing her disappearance, settled onto the ground and began his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Bibi Dong lingered in the shadows, curious to discern his reaction, whether he was feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware. The moment she peered at him, her teeth ground in frustration. This rascal continued to cultivate as if nothing had transpired, devoid of any distraction. She realized she could no longer remain in this situation. If she did, madness was inevitable. As Bibi Dong completely vanished, Sue-yi sensed that his strength was on the verge of another breakthrough. Chapter 21. The Terrifying Woman. Bibi Dong. With collections exceeding 2,000, updates will follow. After Bibi Dong vanished, she returned directly to the Papal Palace in Wuhan City. Upon her return to the Papal Palace, Bibi Dong sat on the papal throne, her expression filled with fury. Moonlight. With a sharp command from Bibi Dong, a golden-haired man suddenly materialized in the once desolate papal hall. Your Holiness. Yu Guan cast a glance at the menacing Bibi Dong, offering a slight bow, his heart racing with trepidation. Observing the fierce expression on her face, he cautiously inquired, Your Holiness, may I ask what has caused you such vexation? Vexation? Am I vexed? Am I angry? She retorted sharply. Upon hearing the words of Yu Guan, the image of the previous scene and the composed Sue-yi flashed through Bibi Dong's mind, causing her voice to rise several octaves. Yu Guan, observing Bibi Dong's sudden fury, instinctively swallowed hard. Standing cautiously to the side, refraining from uttering a word. Standing there in silence, was she rendered mute? Bibi Dong glanced at Yu Guan, who stood cautiously by the side, and suddenly erupted in anger once more. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yu Guan felt utterly helpless. The child bears a heavy heart, yet remains silent. Who has provoked such ire from His Holiness, the Pope? Why has he become a mere punching bag for others? As Yu Guan pondered this, Bibi Dong truly fulfilled his unspoken thoughts. The martial soul behind Bibi Dong erupted forth, summoning 9 soul rings beneath her feet. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Yu Guan, witnessing the sudden emergence of the soul rings around Bibi Dong, gazed at her in sheer terror and stammered, Your Holiness, what are you doing? What is she doing? Bibi Dong, observing Yu Guan's expression, allowed a cold smile to grace her lips. 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor's avatar. With a chilling command, a duplicate of Bibi Dong emerged from behind her. Though this doppelganger mirrored Bibi Dong's formidable strength, its eyes were devoid of life, appearing as a soulless shell. 3rd soul skill, Spider Web. With a declaration, dozens of enormous purple webs surged towards Yu Guan. Rooted in place, he dared not resist. Fully aware that the more he fought back, the more dire his fate would become. Once ensnared by the web, Yu Guan found himself bound like a large purple dumpling. Utterly enveloped, Bibi Dong, controlling her avatar, approached the ensnared Yu Guan, unleashing her pent-up fury with relentless kicks and blows, leaving him in a state of utter despair. This harrowing scene, witnessed by the ghosts all hidden in the shadows to protect Bibi Dong, sent shivers down the spine of the usually taciturn and ruthless old spirit. Oh dear, poor Yu Guan is suffering immensely. Who has provoked such wrath from His Holiness, directing it towards Yu Guan? The suffering is truly unbearable. Fortunately, they were both on duty at the Pope's palace today. Had Yu Guan not been present, it might have been the ghost Douluo who bore the brunt of the Pope's wrath. The mere thought of that sent a chill down the ghost Douluo's spine. He silently murmured, Yu Guan, you have endured much. A friend in peril is a friend indeed. May you walk your path with dignity. Time passed, and the cacophony of Yu Guan's anguished cries faded into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sounds of Bibi Dong's relentless assault. Ghost Douluo. The hidden ghost Douluo, upon hearing Bibi Dong call, swallowed hard and steeled himself to step into her presence, bowing slightly. Your Holiness, take Douluo below to rest, then proceed to the Martial Soul Academy. Before Sui enters Class 0, you shall be his mentor. There are numerous matters at the Martial Soul Palace that require my attention, Bibi Dong instructed, dispersing the spiderweb binding Douluo and purging the toxins from his body. Yes, Your Holiness. The ghost Douluo, relieved, felt the tension leave his body. He gazed at Yueguan, now lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, convulsing, and utterly disfigured from the beating he had received, causing cold sweat to pour down his brow. As the ghost Douluo prepared to carry Yueguan away, Bibi Dong's voice pierced the air again. Have you uncovered any information on Tang Hao? The ghost Douluo's heart skipped a beat at her inquiry, and with cautious deliberation, he replied, Your Holiness, we have yet to ascertain Tang Hao's whereabouts. However, we shall expedite our efforts. Immediately bolster the search for Tang Hao. I will have blood for blood, Bibi Dong declared, an ominous aura radiating from her. The ghost Douluo was drenched in cold sweat at the intensity of her murderous intent. Yes, Your Holiness. Only when Bibi Dong retracted her menacing aura did the ghost Douluo dare to turn around and leave, carefully carrying Yueguan out of the papal palace. Once they departed, Bibi Dong, seated upon the Pope's throne, erupted into a chilling, murderous laugh. Lost in thought, her killing intent surged forth, fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, her gaze faltered as she stared at her chest, murmuring curses under her breath. Little brat, young scamp, and similar phrases. Then a profound shift occurred, her eyes darkening with a fierce intent as she muttered, Tang Hao, insect, Douluo, you shall pay dearly. As she spoke, it seemed as though she transformed entirely, staring blankly ahead and voicing concerns for Shao Gang's whereabouts, wondering why he had not returned. Seated upon the throne, Bibi Dong appeared to have lost her sanity, mumbling incoherently while her expressions fluctuated wildly. Fortunately, at that moment, she was alone in the papal palace. Had anyone else been present, they would surely have concluded that their pope had succumbed to madness. In this state, Bibi Dong was terrifying. If Sui were here, he would undoubtedly perceive her as a fractured soul, teetering on the edge of insanity. At last, Bibi Dong's icy gaze settled, her entire being emanating an aura that warned all to stay away. It was only then that silence enveloped the papal palace. Little one, because of you, I nearly lost control. After what felt like an eternity, Bibi Dong regained her former regal, elegant, and serene demeanor. Glancing down at her trembling hands, she exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring softly. Chapter 22. The Speechless God of Death, Sui. Young man, His Holiness requires assistance with matters at the Martial Soul Palace. Hence I have come to guide you in your training. Since Bibi Dong's departure, Sui had been seated on the ground, diligently cultivating his soul power throughout the night. Now, the sun hung high in the sky, marking noon. Had it not been for the sudden voice interrupting him, Sui would have continued his training. When the ghost Douluo made his entrance, Sui had sensed his presence. Within a 100-meter radius, it was his domain. Any subtle disturbance would alert him immediately. This heightened awareness was honed over years as a reaper, enabling him to complete the most arduous tasks assigned by fate with a flawless success rate. Yet, it was betrayal by destiny that led to his demise and subsequent arrival in this world. Reflecting on this, Sui opened his eyes to regard the ghost Douluo before him. He recognized him, the figure who had lurked in the shadows. In the alley where he had encountered Bibi Dong and Yueguan, he had felt an intense threat lurking in the darkness. However, at that time, lacking awakened martial spirit and soul power, he could not perceive the danger. Now, as he cultivated his soul power, he was gradually attuning to this extraordinary force. Thus, when the ghost Douluo appeared, even veiled in concealed aura, Sui felt the presence unmistakably. However, as long as there exists soul power within him, he is capable of sensing and perceiving it. Moreover, throughout Sui's continuous training and research, he has come to realize that different martial souls correspond to varying soul powers within individuals. Nonetheless, he has yet to encounter a multitude of martial souls, nor has he delineated a specific direction in his studies, leaving his understanding incomplete. If he could refine this knowledge further, the area within 100 meters would unequivocally be his domain. Even in a world where some can disguise themselves, no matter how one alters their appearance, their inherent soul power remains unchanged. Observing the ghost Douluo before him, Sui suppressed these musings. He is a person capable of discerning priorities, fully aware of what he currently requires. In this realm, only personal strength holds value. Everything else is but an illusion. Thus, the paramount task at hand is to enhance his own power. With this thought in mind, Sui fixed his gaze upon the ghost Douluo and coldly stated, "The training content." The ghost Douluo, well acquainted with Sui's temperament, knew that the boy's demeanor had caused considerable discomfort to Old Moon. Now, as he faced Sui and sensed the boy's frigid disposition, he empathized with the profound irritation once felt by Douluo. Despite being merely a child, did he really need to maintain such a cold facade daily? Apart from a moment he displayed overwhelming rage after being kissed by that little girl, Nana, Sui had shown no emotional fluctuations thereafter. With a sigh, the ghost Douluo reflected on the challenges of training this boy. Thankfully, his inner thoughts remained concealed from Bibi Dong. Otherwise, he might find himself in a similar predicament as Yueguan, currently ensconced in bed like a mummy. Listening to Sui's words, the ghost Douluo observed him standing quietly. A mild headache washed over him. He seemed ill-suited for teaching, though capable of taking lives. Killing? The little one, even in his coldness, would undoubtedly feel discomfort the first time he took a life. He wondered what expression this boy would wear then. The ghost Douluo regarded Sui, who bore an unflinching demeanor, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips, barely perceptible unless one scrutinized closely. Yet, even with this slight expression, Sui was keenly aware. Sensing the ghost Douluo's faint smile, Sui understood that the man before him harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Sui remained indifferent. After all, this individual could indeed harm him. If there were any malicious intent, his teacher would not have sent him here. Moreover, given his strength, taking Sui's life would be a trivial endeavor. Today, I shall teach you the art of killing. Understand that killing requires skill, and I will instruct you on how to swiftly and effectively eliminate your enemies. The ghost Douluo stated, feigning an icy demeanor as he gazed at the young Sui before him. Upon hearing the ghost Douluo's declaration, Sui, usually unflappable, raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The notion of killing? Techniques for taking a life? Surely he must have misheard. This man was actually offering to teach him such skills. He admitted to himself that even 10 or 20 opponents would not match his prowess. But when it came to the art of killing, this man before him was leagues ahead, beyond even 100 like him. The expression on Sui's face, perceived by the ghost Douluo, was unmistakably one of shock, an expression not unlike fear. The ghost Douluo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Children were indeed children. At the mere mention of killing, even this perpetually stoic boy displayed an array of emotions. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Have you never taken a life? Sui, listening to the ghost Douluo's seemingly cold yet secretly triumphant tone, remained silent, his gaze towards the ghost Douluo growing increasingly curious. The ghost Douluo, noticing the boy's silence following his statement, felt vindicated in his assumption that the child was indeed intimidated. He mused to himself that this boy was a direct disciple of the Pope, and given that Nana had kissed him, he held considerable potential. With his innate full soul power and dual martial souls, he was likely to become the next Pope of their spirit hall. Had this boy not emerged, the Pope might have passed the mantle to Nana. However, with his arrival, the position would most likely go to this child. Despite the boy's somewhat aloof nature, the ghost Douluo found no aversion towards him. With these thoughts in mind, the ghost Douluo adopted a mentor-like demeanor and approached Sui, gently patting his shoulder. He spoke earnestly, "Young one, you have yet to truly experience the brutality of the soul master world. It is a realm filled with cruelty. Killing is merely the first step into this bloody reality. But fear not, our spirit hall does not harm innocents. The lives you will take are those of the wicked. And rest assured, the foes you face will be mere soul masters. Should you find yourself in peril, I will intervene in time. Only by taking this step and experiencing bloodshed can you grow more swiftly. Do you understand, young one?" Sui nodded in response. After the ghost Douluo had finished speaking, he observed the silent boy once more and patted his shoulder again, then took to the skies, carrying Sui away. Chapter 23, Awakening, the moment of the hunt. After the ghost Douluo departed from the spirit hall with Sui, they flew for quite some time until they reached a small mountain. Upon reaching the summit, the ghost Douluo set Sui down and pointed to the concealed tents nestled within the mountain, saying, "Young one, your training task this time is to eliminate the bandits in this mountain. These bandits are notorious for their evil deeds. The strongest among them is merely an 18th level Soul Master leader, while the rest, numbering over 50, are ordinary bandits without soul rings. Your objective is to kill 3 to be deemed competent, 5 for excellence, and 10 for perfection. Should you encounter any danger, do not fear, for I will rescue you. Do you understand? The ghost law squatted down, looking into Su Yi's now emotionless eyes, awaiting a response. Su Yi affirmed, and without hesitation, he charged down the mountainside. As he descended, he sought tall trees to conceal his figure. The ghost Douluo, following closely behind, felt increasingly astonished by the boy's agility. Su Yi descended with remarkable speed, his body appearing as light as a feather. Even the grass he trampled seemed to spring back to life almost immediately. As he entered the small grove, he moved with the grace of a creature returning to its natural habitat, swiftly climbing trees and weaving through dense branches. Remarkably, he managed to make no sound during this rapid movement. Moreover, had he not been fixated on this little fellow, constantly trailing behind him, he would have likely lost all trace of the boy as he ventured into the small mountain. Douluo found himself utterly fascinated by Su Yi's ability to weave through the dense branches without making a sound. How on earth did this little one manage such a feat? As Douluo directed his full attention to Su Yi, he observed the boy, gliding between the thick foliage, moving with his body turned sideways, arms extended forward and backward. The forward arm gently swayed the branches, blocking his path, creating slender gaps through which Su Yi slipped, while his rear arm carefully restored the branches to their original position. Watching Su Yi's swift, agile movements, reminiscent of a fish navigating water, Douluo could hardly believe his eyes. This was not the clumsiness of a monkey. The boy's grace resembled that of a sleek fish. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? No wonder there were no traces left in the boy's wake. It turned out he erased all signs of his passage as he moved. This child was a natural-born assassin. It was a mystery where he had acquired such skills. At that moment, Douluo gazed at the mere child, Su Yi, filled with awe. After a while, Douluo, following Su, arrived at the entrance of the bandits' lair atop the mountain. From a distance of not more than 10 meters, the bandits patrolling in front of their tents remained entirely oblivious to the boy's presence. However, a new dilemma arose. Directly ahead lay the bandit hideout, with only some relatively short grass and scattered blue-silver grass surrounding it, no trees in sight. If the boy charged out now, he would undoubtedly be discovered. What would he do next? Douluo felt an intense curiosity about Su Yi's forthcoming actions. From his perch among the branches, Su Yi scrutinized the bandit encampment, observing the scattered tents and the patrolling bandits. After more than 10 minutes of careful observation, he discerned certain patterns in the bandits' movements. There were only 2 patrolling, and their so-called vigilance appeared more like leisurely wandering to Su Yi, lacking any significant alertness. The 2 bandits occasionally exchanged lewd laughter, discussing their anticipation of other comrades arriving to take over their posts so they could indulge in the spoils from their recent raid on a nearby village. Meanwhile, sounds emanated from the largest tent deep within the camp. Su Yi had a clear understanding of the implications of those sounds. It was truly a miracle that these men had survived this long. Their weakness was apparent. They were utterly consumed by their lustful pursuits, and it was astonishing they hadn't met their demise at the hands of their own desires. Observing the feeble bandits, Su Yi felt a mix of shock and disdain. Women, indeed, could be perilous. However, it was time to act. As he watched the 2 patrolling bandits, one announced his need to relieve himself and headed toward the very tree where Su Yi was concealed. With a soft, muted sound, the knife pierced the bandit's throat. The man, caught unawares, felt his body grow heavy, unable to resist. Su Yi floated down from the dense branches, landing silently behind the unsuspecting bandit, covering his mouth with his left hand while wielding a black dagger secured to his calf against the bandit's neck. With the blade poised at the man's throat, he plunged it in. This method had 2 advantages. First, if he had severed the throat, the ensuing bloodshed might attract the attention of other bandits, whereas the direct stab would damage the vocal cords, rendering the man mute. After the bandit succumbed, withdrawing the dagger would result in minimal blood loss, thus avoiding a significant outpouring of blood and the accompanying scent. As the dagger pierced the bandit's throat, terror filled the man's eyes, his pupils dilating as he lost consciousness. His body slumped, And at that moment, Su-yi gently nudged him, causing the bandit's fall to shift backward. With a swift motion, Su-yi placed the lifeless body on the ground. Dog egg, are you still not done? Were you drained dry by that little girl yesterday? Another patrolling bandit joked as he approached. Just as this man neared the tree, Su-yi, concealed behind it like a hunting cheetah, sprang forward. The dagger found its mark in the bandit's throat, and with a swift motion, Su-yi silenced him, bringing him down. Chapter 24. The Awakening of the Killing God. With lightning speed, Su-yi dispatched the bandit before he even had time to react, dragging him behind the tree. Meanwhile, Douluo, hidden in the shadows, marveled at Su-yi's seamless execution, astonished by the total silence of his actions. This child, so young, possessed remarkable assassination skills. How could someone so young be such a natural-born killer? Even after slaying 2 men, there was no trace of fear or negativity on his face. Especially striking were Su-yi's calm, indifferent eyes, which suggested that what he had done was utterly mundane. Ordinary people might exhibit some emotion while slaughtering a chicken or fish. Yet Su-yi, having just killed 2 bandits, revealed no hint of feeling. What manner of creature was this boy? Under Douluo's watchful gaze, after eliminating the 2 bandits, Su-yi made his way towards the nearest tent. Upon entering, he discovered 5 more bandits within. Where did this child come from? He looked so tender. He could fetch a good price. The bandits, upon spotting Su-yi's delicate features, were instantly captivated. In a swift motion, Su-yi sliced the throat of the bandit who approached him. Following this, he summoned his first martial spirit, the Chaos Supreme Spear. Kill this boy. The remaining 4 bandits, witnessing their comrade's demise, snatched up their weapons in a furious charge towards Su-yi. With a quick thrust, Su-yi pierced one bandit's heart, then reversed the spear to drive it through another's throat. Call for help, one bandit shouted, but before he could finish, the black spear had already pierced his skull. Panic-stricken, the last remaining bandit, paralyzed by fear, attempted to escape by slashing through the tent. However, before he could exit, Su-yi's spear found its mark in his back. As the final cries for help from the robber echoed, the remaining bandits emerged from their tents. Some appeared disheveled, brandishing knives as they rushed out. After disposing of the 5 bandits within the tent, Su-yi stepped out. The black tip of his spear dripped with blood, and the bandits, upon seeing his expressionless face and serene gaze, were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated a formidable enemy, only to find a mere child, still not fully grown. Fortunately, the leader of this mindless group of robbers proved to be somewhat astute. What are you dawdling for? Charge at him and kill this brat. He is a soul master. Do not underestimate him. At the leader's command, the previously stunned bandits raised their weapons and charged towards Su-yi. Su-yi, witnessing the 34 bandits rushing at him, did not retreat, but instead advanced boldly into their ranks. He moved among them as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. In a single encounter, his spear pierced through 2 bodies, the weapon raised above his head. Instantly, he deflected 3 slashing blades aimed at him, with the Chaos Supreme Spear in hand. His soul power surged through his arms as he exerted a slight upward force, sending the 3 blades flying away. He crouched low, bending forward to evade the strikes from 2 bandits on either side. With a flourish, he twirled his spear behind him, forcing back 5 approaching bandits. Before Su-yi, an area of over a meter wide suddenly appeared. Rising to his feet, he gripped the spear with both hands, applying pressure with his left hand near the spear's tip while tightening his grip with his right hand at the base. The spear, nearly 2 meters long, bent slightly in his grasp. Then, releasing his left hand and tightening his right, he spun in a graceful arc, and once more, the black tip of the spear dripped blood. The 5 bandits who had been repelled stared at him with disbelief and terror, their weapons clattering to the ground. They clutched their throats, fear overwhelming their expressions as their pupils widened, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In less than 3 breaths since Su-yi had entered the bandit throng, he had dispatched 7 of them. Charge! Kill this brat! The bandit leader, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of panic. He was merely an 18th level soul master, while the energy emanating from this child had already reached the 15th level. Although he held a slight advantage, his martial spirit was nothing more than an ordinary beast spirit, and his first soul skill only augmented his strength by 20%. In a one-on-one confrontation, the child could easily dispatch him. The only recourse now was to rely on their numbers to overwhelm this boy. With this thought, the bandit leader unleashed his martial spirit, the mighty bear. As he shouted, a brown bear's phantom appeared behind him, activating his first soul skill. The phantom merged with his body, causing the once 6-foot bandit to suddenly swell to nearly 7 feet. While the leader unleashed his martial soul skill, he had already slain more than 10 bandits with his Chaos Supreme Spear. Of the originally charging 30-odd bandits, only 16 remained, alongside their leader, leaving them with a mere 17. "Do not fear, follow me to kill this brat," the leader shouted, seeing his men quaking in fear. He brandished his spike club and charged at Sui. As he closed within 5 meters of Sui, he exerted force through his legs, leaving deep footprints in the ground before leaping high above, aiming to crush the small figure beneath him. A sinister grin spread across the leader's face as he looked down at Sui's diminutive form. "Brat, watch as I turn you into pulp and feast on your remains." With that, he raised his club high and brought it crashing down. With a resounding crash, the club struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater and kicking up a cloud of dust, obscuring Sui's figure from view. As the dust billowed up, Sui deftly used his spear to push against the ground, evading the leader's attack. No one was foolish enough to stand still waiting for an attack, or to take it head-on. Why risk injury when one could effortlessly defeat the opponent? This was not a child's play fight, but a deadly battle where one misstep could cost a life. As he evaded, Sui watched the dust rise before retracting his martial soul, revealing a black dagger in his hand once more. The long-absent thrill of battle ignited the blood coursing through his veins. Having dodged the leader's assault, Sui peered into the swirling dust, where only hazy figures could be discerned. A flicker of excitement crossed his usually calm eyes. The true hunt had begun. With a swift motion, Sui plunged into the dust cloud. "Boss, did you kill that brat?" The remaining bandits, oblivious to the danger, believed their leaders might have obliterated the terrifying child. "No, find that brat. Do not let him escape. Otherwise, how can our bear brigade survive here?" The leader shouted, his voice laced with urgency. "Yes, boss. We will not allow that brat to escape." The remaining bandits, filled with enthusiasm, took heart from their leader's words, their fear dissipating. They had no inkling of the monstrous predator that had set its sights upon them. With a soft, fatal sound, the dagger pierced flesh. The bandits, still searching for Sui amidst the dust, remained oblivious to the danger lurking among them. Sui swiftly closed in on the nearest figure, much like a hunting leopard, leaping behind the unsuspecting bandit, silencing him with a hand over his mouth while plunging the dagger into his throat, severing his vocal cords. Gently lowering the body, he withdrew the dagger and sought his next target. Once again, the sound of a dagger embedding itself in flesh echoed, claiming another victim among the bandits. Each target Sui chose was doomed to die. In mere moments, he silently executed his assassination, appearing behind the remaining bandits without a sound. Within 5 breaths, the 18 bandits were reduced to 10. The dust raised by the leader's earlier strike had begun to settle. Only after losing 8 men did the remaining bandits finally realize something was amiss. "Boss, we've lost so many of our men." "Indeed, my friend. What should we do?" Upon hearing the words of his subordinates, the bandit leader's eyes glinted with malice. "Gather together, and let us see how that brat dares to launch a surprise attack." At his command, the bandits who had been scattered in search of Sui quickly regrouped. The dust settled, revealing the bandits divided into 4 groups. The leader searched alone for Sui, while the remaining 10 bandits formed pairs of 2, pairs of 3, and the largest group comprised 5 members. This time, Sui did not focus on the 2 weakest individuals. With everyone united, he resolved to eliminate a significant threat first. Observing the silhouettes amidst the dust, he noted the formations of 2, 3, 5, and 1 solitary figure. The lone figure emitted a formidable aura, possessing the most soul power among them. Sui decided to deal with this sole source of potential trouble first, for the others were mere trifles. With this thought, Sui silently appeared behind the bandit leader. First soul skill, unstoppable. As the words left his lips, the Chaos Supreme Spear manifested in his hand, a yellow 100-year soul ring rising beneath his feet. In an instant, the black iron spear pointed at the bandit leader's back, thrusting forward with unrelenting speed. The bandit leader, startled by the sounds behind him and the rush of air, attempted to drop to the ground. Alas, Sui's assault was far too swift, leaving no time for reaction. Though his mind raced with thoughts of evasion, his body remained unresponsive. The sound of the weapon piercing flesh widened the bandit leader's eyes in terror, and then he felt an immense force propel him away. He had utilized his first soul skill, and the spear pierced through the bandit leader's body. With the thrust of the spear, he carried the bandit leader out of the dust cloud. With a resounding crash, he impaled the bandit leader against a distant stone wall. Only upon being pinned did the bandit leader truly feel the searing pain coursing through him. His eyes filled with dread as he coughed up blood mixed with internal organs. Murmuring incoherently, before he could finish speaking, his pupils dilated in horror, and then the fear and disbelief in his gaze shattered, leaving him devoid of vitality. He paid no mind to the fallen bandit leader. He withdrew the spear and turned to face the dissipating dust, which revealed the remaining 10 bandits, who now gazed at the lifeless form of their leader, paralyzed with fear. Terrified, they lacked the courage to flee. One by one, they looked at the seemingly frail, yet terrifying who regarded them with the eyes of a reaper. They dropped their weapons and knelt before him, pleading for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. Observed the bandits in silence. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, charging toward them. The black spear pierced one bandit's throat, then swept back, slicing through 3 others' necks, and finally targeting another attempting to escape. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched 5 of them. The remaining 5, witnessing this carnage, crawled away in desperation, eager to distance themselves from the demon before them. The chilling sounds of flesh being pierced echoed 5 times. As he annihilated the notorious bandit group of nearly 50 individuals. Afterward, he meticulously examined each tent, ensuring no one had escaped. He searched 3 tents, finding them completely empty, devoid of any remaining bandits. Just as he approached the 4th tent, the hidden ghost Douluo emerged before him, blocking his path. He regarded the imposing figure without a word and turned to exit the bandit lair. The fact that this individual obstructed him indicated there were no survivors. Ghost Douluo watched Su Yi's retreating figure, sighing inwardly. This formidable young man was an enigma to the Spear Hall. He could be either a boon or a bane. It was fortunate he was not an enemy. If he were, they would be sleepless, living in constant fear of losing their lives at any moment. Chapter 26. It turns out the jester is me. Second update. Seeking votes. After Ghost Douluo escorted Su Yi back to the Spirit Academy, he observed the young man meditating and cultivating his soul power, his expression heavy with concern. He struggled to articulate his thoughts on this child, who seemed to be a born killer. His demeanor was inherently cold and detached, seemingly impervious to anything that could evoke emotion. Even in the unforgiving silence of the Hall of the Pope, he had been struck by the gravity of taking a life for the first time, taking a long while to recover. In contrast, the old man had vomited uncontrollably after his first kill. Yet this young prodigy had methodically eradicated an entire bandit den of nearly 50 individuals without a flicker of emotion. His face remained impassive, as if slaying these bandits were as mundane as eating or drinking, without so much as a change in his gaze. Ghost Douluo's own coldness paled in comparison to this boy's chilling demeanor. There was an undeniable chasm between them, as if one were in the heavens and the other in the depths of the earth. Moreover, Su Yi's technique in dispatching the bandits was both precise and efficient, devoid of any superfluous movements. Each strike was aimed at a vital point, ensuring a swift death. What astounded Ghost Douluo most was how this young man managed to silently navigate through the obscuring dust, appearing behind his enemies and delivering lethal blows without a sound. It was only as the dust settled that they realized the grave losses they had suffered. This young man had shown him the true artistry of slaughter, silent assassinations, where each strike meant the extinguishing of a life. This child was truly a monster. Gazing at Su Yi, who sat cross-legged in meditation, Ghost Douluo pondered. If this boy were to attain the rank of Soul Sage, he could easily execute covert assassinations against their title Douluo. To be targeted by him would be akin to being marked by death itself, instilling a fear so profound that one would find it impossible to eat or sleep, ultimately driving one to madness, as the specter of a hidden viper poised to deliver a fatal strike loomed ever closer. No, this lad is far more terrifying than a venomous snake. Once he sets his sights on you, it is akin to having a scythe poised above your head, ready to claim your life, a grim invitation to death. It is no wonder that when he spoke of his assassination techniques, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Gazing at him with such an expression, it is also no surprise that when he confessed his fears, this young man offered no rebuttal, instead regarding him with an even more peculiar gaze. How foolish I was to mistake the look he cast upon me, which clearly reflected that of a simpleton. His skills in murder are unparalleled. Not just 10 of him, but even 100 would pale in comparison to his art of killing. He illustrated for me what true slaughter entails. It turns out, the jester has always been myself. Reflecting on this, I observed the ghost Douluo as he lowered his head, searching for something. He wished to find a crevice beneath his feet into which he could escape. Had he lost his senses? To have brought this young man along to hone his heart through murder, boldly proclaiming to teach him the art of killing. With this lad's temperament, there was no need for refinement. It was he who required the discipline, while Sue-E, the budding killer, needed no such training. Watching Sue-E in his practice, the ghost Douluo felt his face flush with embarrassment. Sighing inwardly, the ghost Douluo lamented what he had thought would be a favorable undertaking. After all, this young fellow is a direct disciple of the Pope. Moreover, the Pope had declared that upon graduation, this lad would become the holy son of their spirit hall. What does that signify? It indicates that this young man is likely to become the next Pope. Should he ascend to such heights, he would be the man who personally instructed the future pontiff, thereby elevating his own status within the spirit hall. The future Pope would undoubtedly be chosen between this young man and Nana, both of whom are the most promising candidates. Of course, there exists another, a potential Pope, but the pontiff harbors a profound aversion to him, making it impossible to pass the mantle to that individual, despite his backing from the Grand Elder. Yet, the current situation reveals that he has taught nothing, only to be met with ridicule from this young man, which left him feeling thoroughly humiliated. Sighing once more, the ghost Douluo considered what training could possibly be conducted. Unbeknownst to him, Sue-E had already emerged from his meditation, standing before the ghost Douluo and coldly inquiring about any training. Training? The ghost Douluo murmured in response. There is hardly anything he could impart to this lad now. At this point, aside from enhancing his soul power, Sue-E needed no guidance in temperament or combat techniques. For now, there is no further training. Your primary focus must be on elevating your soul power, which is still far too low. At merely level 15, you are exceedingly weak. The ghost Douluo spoke earnestly, like a mentor offering sage advice to a protege. Understood. Sue-E repeated, turning to sit upon a stone and resuming his cultivation to augment the soul power within him. Observing Sue-E engrossed in his practice, the ghost Douluo felt a wave of relief wash over him. In truth, he found himself fortunate that Sue-E possessed such a character. Had been Nana, he could only imagine the daunting future that awaited him. How could such a ruthless killer exist in this world? The Pope certainly has a keen eye for talent, as he has unearthed what may become the Spirit Hall's most formidable force. The ghost Douluo gazed at Sue-E, confident that once this young man reaches the rank of title Douluo, neither he nor the formidable Tang Hao the Haotian sect would stand a chance against him. The mere thought of Sue-E slaying Tang Hao in a single blow in the future set the ghost Douluo's eyes aglow with anticipation. However, what title might this young man assume upon reaching the realm of title Douluo? Contemplating this, the ghost Douluo drifted into deep thought. Chapter 27. The Philosophy of Spirit Rings. The excitement of Hulaina. Since that day, the ghost Douluo felt he had little left to teach Sue-E and returned directly to the Pope's palace in Spirit City. Upon learning that Sue-E had single-handedly eliminated nearly 50 bandits, Bibi Dong displayed no signs of surprise. After all, during their confrontation, he had already demonstrated such astonishing killing prowess before her. Even she, a title Douluo, had suffered multiple setbacks against him without utilizing her soul skills. Had it not been for her vast soul power, many of her attacks would have fallen prey to this young man. While his combat techniques are formidable, this world is defined by soul power and martial spirits. Thus, the only weakness this young lad possesses is likely his soul power level. Reflecting on this, Bibi Dong turned to the ghost Douluo and asked, "Is there still no news from Tang Hao?" "None, Your Holiness," the ghost Douluo replied. "Continue searching," Bibi Dong instructed softly. "Yes, Your Holiness." Time flew by, and nearly half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Sue-E, immersed in his cultivation at the Spirit Academy, had raised his soul power to level 19, tantalizingly close to the threshold of 20. As he continued his training, he felt the pace of his soul power elevation slow considerably, akin to a transition from requiring only a bowl of water to needing a bucketful for further advancement. Having just emerged from his meditation, he stretched his muscles before sitting down once more to cultivate. His daily routine was simple, perhaps too mechanical, like that of a machine. Aside from occasional necessities and meals, every moment was dedicated to his training. He rested merely 4 hours each day, with a single 8-hour slumber each week. In addition, he allocated 2 hours daily for physical exercise. Although this world is dominated by soul power and martial spirits, he understood the importance of being physically fit. Moreover, while it is commonly said that the optimal configuration for spirit masters absorbing spirit rings is yellow-yellow, purple-purple, he had learned from his teacher that an individual's capacity for spirit rings is also contingent upon their physical constitution. The stronger a person's physique, the higher the level of spirit rings they can absorb. Observing Bibi Dong's 9 spirit rings of yellow, purple, and black hues, he realized that the notion of a limit on spirit rings was mere folly. With a powerful constitution, one can achieve a second spirit ring of 1,000 years, just as his teacher had. Furthermore, as one absorbs higher-level spirit rings, their own physical constitution becomes increasingly robust. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would not have allowed him to fully absorb the soul rings of his first martial soul before considering the addition of the second. As the teacher stated, the first soul ring of the primary martial soul, regardless of one's extraordinary talent, can only be of 100 years. In contrast, for those possessing twin martial souls, the first soul ring of the second martial soul can reach 1,000 years. At that point, all soul rings associated with the second martial soul will inevitably be of 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Therefore, in addition to his daily training, he allocates 2 hours to further hone his abilities, establishing a robust foundation. After entering his training once more, a considerable amount of time, half a day, elapsed. A powerful surge of soul power emanated from Yi, exploding forth before settling into tranquility. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within them. He had reached the 20th level. This advancement from level 15 to 20 took over 6 months. Teacher, I have attained the 20th level. In the Papal Palace, Bibi Dong smiled warmly upon hearing this voice. Nana has been progressing swiftly and diligently, she mused, gazing at the approaching Hulayina with a gentle smile. Hee. Hulayina affectionately linked her arm with Bibi Dong's. Teacher, how could I not strive? If that little brat catches up to me, as a senior, won't I lose face? You little rascal. Bibi Dong chuckled, ruffling Hulayina's hair. Hulayina basked in the affection, her eyes narrowing in delight. By the way, teacher, how has that little fellow been faring at the Martial Soul Academy? Noticing a hint of anticipation in Hulayina's fox-like gaze, Bibi Dong smiled slightly. That little fellow has now reached the 20th level. What? The 20th level? In just over 6 months, he has advanced from level 12 to 20. What kind of monster is he? While earlier levels are easier to progress through, an 8-level jump in half a year is simply unheard of. Bibi Dong observed Hulayina's astonished exclamations with a subtle smile. Indeed, this child possesses the highest cultivation talent in the history of our martial soul hall. Coincidentally, you have also achieved the 30th level, requiring a 3rd soul ring, while that little fellow has reached the 20th level and needs to add his 2nd soul ring. This time, you shall accompany him. I'll have the elders assist you in hunting the soul beasts you require. Really, teacher? Hulayina had initially intended to surprise her teacher by announcing her advancement to the 30th level, but had not anticipated receiving such a surprise in return. The memory of that bold kiss with flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush adorably. Bibi Dong, noticing Hulayina's rosy cheeks, couldn't help but smile, recognizing the stirrings of youthful affection within her. Gue Douluo Yuguan, she called softly. As her words fell, Gue Douluo and Ju Douluo Yuguan appeared within the Papal Palace. Yuguan, Gue Douluo, take Nana to the Martial Soul Academy, then find that little fellow Yi, and take them both to the Soul Beast Forest to seek suitable soul beasts for their rings. Yes, your holiness. Yuguan and Gue Douluo bowed slightly in response to Bibi Dong. By the way, for Yi's soul ring, the soul beast's age should reach 1,000 years, but preferably not exceed 1,500 years. Your holiness, can that little fellow withstand a 1,000-year soul ring? Before Hulayina could voice her concern, Yuguan interjected. Rest assured, that little fellow possesses extraordinary physical resilience. He can undoubtedly endure a 1,000-year soul ring. Yes, your holiness. Is this still him? The god of death and the shadow. Little girl, are you in a good mood? As Hulaina accompanied Yu Guan and Guo to the Martial Soul Academy, she suddenly heard Yu Guan's remark, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she retorted, Am I? No. Nana, are you so excited because you're about to see that little fellow Sui? Yu Guan teased, noticing her blush. And no, I don't want to see that cold guy. Hulaina stammered, her embarrassment evident. Upon witnessing Yu Guan's teasing smile, she felt thoroughly flustered. Grandpa Ghost. Look at Grandpa Gio, he's bullying me. She pouted, sidling up to Gue Douluo. Seeing Hulaina's reaction, Gue Douluo and Gio Douluo exchanged amused glances before bursting into laughter. Hearing their laughter, Hulaina puffed her cheeks in irritation. Oof, you two grandpas only know how to bully me. All right, Nana, since you were so eager to see that little fellow, let us hasten our pace. Yuan chuckled, quickening their journey to the Martial Soul Academy. Little Sui, I'm coming to see you. Upon arriving at the Martial Soul Academy, Gue Douluo led the two directly to Su Yi's training area. Hulaina, spotting Sui meditating on the stone slab, felt a surge of joy and rushed toward him. Sui, hearing Hulaina's voice, turned to regard her coldly. Seeing the glimmer of anticipation and joy in her eyes, Sui hesitated. Why was she here? He instinctively took a step back, his gaze wary of her. To him, this woman seemed intent on disrupting his focus and hindering his progress, leading to perilous outcomes. Hulaina, noticing his retreat and watchful demeanor, narrowed her fox-like eyes. Meanwhile, Guo and Jiu stood by amused, knowing that something entertaining would unfold when Nana was with this young man. After all, she had been the first to disturb his calm composure. Little fellow, why are you stepping back upon seeing me? You are the one who kissed me. And a kiss from a boy to a girl entails lifelong responsibility, Hulaina said, wrapping her arms around Su Yi's neck and looking at him with a smile. I kissed you? Hearing her words, Su Yi's usually cold eyes narrowed slightly, his brows arching. Gue Douluo and Yu Guan, observing Su Yi's reaction, were filled with excitement. Old Ghost, did you see that? It seems that only Nana can tame this little fellow. Yu Guan exclaimed, beaming at Gue Douluo. Indeed, old Gio, after just one day of training with this little guy, he had me questioning my life choices, Gue Douluo replied. Seeing different expressions emerge on this little fellow's face was quite delightful. Listening to Yu Guan's words, Ghost Douluo understood well the sense of helplessness and irritation his old companion felt when facing the young Sui alone. Speak up, little one. You were the one who initiated the kiss. What? Are you trying to back out? As Hulaina's increasingly audacious words reached Sui, he lowered his head and then retreated, breaking free from her embrace. Keep your distance. Upon observing the icy gaze in Su Yi's eyes and hearing his frigid words, Hulaina's enchanting eyes brimmed with tears. From the moment she first encountered this young man, her feelings towards him had been a mix of curiosity and joy. She wondered why her teacher had taken him as a disciple and was pleased to have such an adorably charming junior. Initially, she contemplated how she would protect him and have him follow her closely. However, the reality diverged greatly from her expectations. This young man was far too aloof, perpetually wearing an expression that conveyed a desire for solitude. Such a demeanor only intensified Hulaina's curiosity about him. She yearned to uncover the experiences that had shaped him into who he was now. Yet, after several days of interaction, she finally discovered a weakness of his. He was afraid to make eye contact with her. In a twist of fate, Hulaina found herself kissing him, an act that left her stunned as she witnessed the embarrassment on Su Yi's face for the first time. That night, the memory replayed in her mind, keeping her awake until dawn. The next day, upon seeking him out, she learned he'd been sent to the Spirit Academy by their teacher. Consequently, she resolved to train diligently, determined not to let him surpass her. If he would outshine her, how would she ever tease him again? Arriving with a heart full of excitement to see him, she was met with his unyielding coldness, which left her feeling neglected and disheartened. Tears welled in her eyes as she contemplated this. Observing her sorrowful state, Ghost Douluo and Jiu Douluo, who had been watching from the sidelines, were taken aback. Their intentions for an entertaining spectacle had unexpectedly taken a somber turn. How could they prevent her tears? Noticing Hulaina's pitiful sobs, Su Yi's tone, though still calm, lacked its usual frosty demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Hulaina stopped crying instantly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did that truly come from him? Even the onlooking Yuguan and ghost Douluo were left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. In that moment, as Su Yi gazed into Hulaina's tear-filled eyes, he was reminded of someone from his past, a partner he had during his time with Destiny. Those sentiments about women being fierce and the most terrifying beings in the world echoed in his mind, words once spoken by that individual. He was the god of death of Destiny, while she was but a shadow, nameless, having undergone trials akin to Su Yi's, yet never reaching their conclusion. Since her demise, the god of death had been devoid of emotion. He had never grasped the essence of affection or love, viewing the shadow as unworthy of being a killer, believing that a killer ought not to harbor feelings. The shadow, however, was rich in emotion, and during their time together, she subtly endeavored to alter his disposition, wishing for him, the feared god of death, to understand joy and sorrow, to comprehend the purpose of existence. Yet by the time he understood, the foolish woman who lay in his arms, professing her love, was gone. Standing before Hulaina, Su Yi found himself in a daze for quite some time. Her gaze had unlocked long-buried memories within him. Hulaina, noticing Su Yi's bewilderment, saw confusion and sorrow flicker in his eyes before they returned to their usual coldness. "Are you all right?" she gently inquired. "I am fine." With those words, Su Yi snapped back to reality, the memories once again tucked away in his heart, albeit this time without sealing them completely. "Grandpa Ghost, let's hunt for spirit rings." Upon witnessing Su Yi's return to his usual aloof demeanor, Hulaina understood that he had been lost in sorrowful thoughts and refrained from disturbing him further. Turning to the two Douluos who had been observing, she called out, "All right, then." Ghost Douluo, initially taken aback by her words, eventually responded affirmatively, realizing they were indeed growing old. The thoughts of the younger generation eluded them completely. Just moments ago, she had been in tears, and now she had composed herself. After a 2-day journey, Ghost Douluo and Ji Douluo led Hulaina and the young Su Yi to an unnamed spirit beast forest. "Little one, are you troubled by something? Why have you been so quiet these past couple of days?" After disembarking the carriage, Hulaina trailed closely behind Su Yi, her words laced with concern. Yet, Su Yi remained indifferent to her presence. To him, Hulaina was too perilous. As Ghost Douluo and Ji Douluo scouted for suitable spirit beasts for the two youngsters, they kept a watchful eye on the pair. Nana has always been clever, yet she seems rather dim-witted around this young man. Especially when Hulaina had remarked on his silence. It nearly amused Ghost Douluo and Ji Douluo. "Isn't this little fellow always like this? Hey, I've been talking to you for the past couple of days." A simple response would suffice. At the very least, you used to acknowledge me with a nod or something. Why the silence now? Hulaina, unable to contain herself any longer, erupted. "If you don't respond, I swear I'll kiss you again." As she spoke, her eyes darted playfully, contemplating how to deal with this stubborn boy. The memory of their earlier kiss, which had nearly sent Su Yi into a frenzy, flashed through her mind as she narrowed her eyes at him. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi suddenly looked up, spotting the dangerous glint in her narrowed gaze. She was closing in on him, her cute little tongue teasingly licking her alluring red lips. "Stop!" Su Yi exclaimed, retreating a step as the distance between them shrank to less than half a meter. His once indifferent eyes now reflected a heightened vigilance directed at Hulaina. Observing his wary demeanor and hearing his icy command, Hulaina laughed softly. Indeed, in such situations, he could easily shatter his icy exterior. "Speak. Why have you not spoken to me these past few days?" Hulaina halted half a meter in front of Su Yi. Her arms crossed defiantly as she demanded an answer. "Does conversing with you enhance my strength?" Su Yi replied coldly to Hulaina's inquiry. The moment these words escaped his lips, Hulaina, who stood before him, was left utterly dumbfounded. Even the two titled Douluos, Guiju and Yuguan, who were walking ahead, found their steps suspended mid-air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The atmosphere was palpably tense and silent. At that moment, both Yuguan and the usually reticent Douluo contemplated, "Is this boy truly a man? Indeed, there are always those stronger among the strong. This man stands alone by virtue of his prowess." Hulaina, upon hearing Su Yi's remark, was rendered speechless. She had anticipated various responses from him, but none had prepared her for the realization that his thinking was so far removed from the ordinary that he played by an entirely different set of rules. When a girl attempts to engage with you, and you disregard her, what does it mean to utter such words? The impact was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly striking. Could conversing with the Grand Lady possibly hinder your training? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a surge of anger swelled within Hulaina. Her gaze fixated on Su-yi, now filled with malice. You little brat, how dare you suggest that speaking to me could enhance your strength? Today, I shall make you understand what it means to face the wrath of the Holy Maiden. With this thought, Hulaina narrowed her eyes and approached Su-yi, step by deliberate step. Shoo! Just as Hulaina reached Su-yi, Yuguan raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Upon hearing his admonition, Hulaina immediately quelled her vengeful thoughts towards Su-yi. Meanwhile, Su-yi, alerted by Yuguan's warning, narrowed his eyes and slowly drew a dagger concealed within his lower leg. The reason for not unleashing his martial spirit was the acute sensitivity of soul beasts to soul power. The release of a martial spirit would generate fluctuations in soul power, potentially frightening weaker soul beasts away while attracting stronger ones. We are fortunate to be able to sense the aura of 100,000-year soul beast here, Yuguan remarked, as he grasped Hulaina with one hand and Su-yi with the other, leading them to conceal themselves within the dense foliage of a large tree. Shortly after they had hidden, a colossal creature, over 30 meters tall, passed by within 100 meters of them. The group gazed in awe at the imposing black gorilla, their eyes reflecting utter astonishment. If a modern individual were to encounter such a beast, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Wow, a living King Kong." Unfortunately, Su-yi, being an assassin, had never watched any films and thus would not recognize the creature as King Kong. "Grandfather Goe, what kind of soul beast is that?" Hulaina inquired, her eyes wide with shock as she observed the massive footprints left behind, along with the trees that had been snapped in the wake of its passage. The Martial Soul Hall had no records of such a soul beast, indicating that this creature might be even more formidable than the Titan giant ape found in the Stardow Forest. As Yuguan contemplated the departing beast, a look of deep thought crossed his face. What manner of soul beast is this, capable of exuding such a terrifying aura? Why does this small, nameless soul beast forest harbor such a fearsome existence? Questions swirled in Yuguan's mind, prompting him to ponder deeply. After the black, giant gorilla soul beast had left, Su-yi gazed in the direction it had vanished, softly murmuring, "Gorilla? All right, little ones, we must hasten to find the soul beast you seek, and then swiftly leave this place." After regaining his composure, Yuguan turned to Su-yi and Hulaina, stating, "Nana, you and your grandfather Goe shall search for the soul beast you need. I will take this little fellow with me to find the soul beast he requires. We must split up. This place is exceedingly perilous." "Understood, Grandfather Goe." Hulaina agreed with Yuguan's directive, despite the four of them being nearly close together. None of them heard Su-yi's soft murmur. After all, his words were so faint that even he could barely discern them, let alone the attention-grabbing presence of the soul beast that had captivated Goe and Hulaina. Once Yuguan concluded his statement, Goe swiftly led Hulaina away, disappearing into the depths of the small soul beast forest to search for the creature Hulaina needed. With their departure, Yuguan wore a solemn expression as he guided Su-yi deeper into the woods. "Little one, what kind of soul beast do you require?" Yuguan inquired as they progressed. "Power," Su-yi replied, his tone indifferent, as if Yuguan were seeking a suitable soul ring for someone else. Yuguan had long since become accustomed to Su-yi's cold demeanor, and upon hearing the type of soul beast Su-yi desired, he immediately released his soul power and spiritual energy, extending his senses to ascertain if any suitable soul beasts were nearby. After traveling several thousand meters, Yuguan's eyes brightened as he halted with Su-yi. "Found it," he announced, gesturing towards a patch of blue-silver grass in the distance. A small, 20-centimeter-long light yellow ant appeared in Yuguan's hand, enveloped by his soul power. Su-yi observed the ant in Yuguan's grasp, noting the stark contrast in size compared to the first soul ring he had absorbed. Nevertheless, he harbored no doubts. He understood that the man before him would not casually present him with a weak soul beast for absorption. Do not underestimate this soul beast due to its small size. It is extraordinary, Yuguan began to explain. This is a 1,000-gene ant, a species of soul beast that rarely reaches 1,000 years in cultivation. 1,000-gene ants are social creatures, and all of them follow the commands of the queen ant. The queen possesses no offensive capabilities. Her sole purpose is to issue orders and reproduce. When a soldier ant within the colony reaches 1,000 years of cultivation and feels beyond the queen's control, she will order the other soldier ants to attack and kill it. Thus, it is nearly impossible for a 1,000-gene ant to exist with 1,000-year cultivation. Yuguan reflected on the struggling 1,000-gene soldier ant in his hand, marveling at its nature. Can you absorb this soul ring now? Until Yuguan finished explaining, Su, gazing at the 1,000-gene ant in his hand, coldly inquired. Yuguan, sensing the frigid tone in Su Yi's voice, was first rendered speechless, then resigned. Here. As he spoke, Yuguan crushed the 1,000-gene ant, which had reached a cultivation of 1,200 years, rendering it incapacitated, and tossed it at Su Yi's feet, casually observing the discarded creature. Su Yi swiftly decapitated the 1,000-gene ant with the dagger in his hand. As life departed from the ant, a purple soul ring emerged from its lifeless form. Noticing the appearance of the soul ring, Su Yi promptly sat down to absorb it. Yuguan, standing nearby, watched in awe as Su Yi meditated to absorb the soul ring. Witnessing the yellow soul ring floating around him alongside the purple one, he couldn't help but marvel at this young lad, pondering what kind of extraordinary being he was. To assimilate a soul ring of 1,000-year caliber at such an early stage was beyond imagination. Leaving Yuguan to contemplate the heights of achievement this child might reach in the future, a thought both daunting and thrilling. Moreover, given the boy's inherently cold disposition and ruthless methods, it was evident he would become a formidable force. The future of this child was indeed unfathomable. As Yuguan contemplated Su Yi, who was diligently absorbing the soul ring, Su Yi successfully assimilated the 1,200-year soul ring. Following the absorption, his level ascended to 22, a mere step away from level 23. Furthermore, it was clear to Su Yi that he had absorbed a significant amount of excess soul power from the ring. Otherwise, with just this soul ring, his level would have easily reached 23, if not 24. It seemed that the previous experience of absorbing the 700-year soul ring had not misled him. Indeed, the surplus soul power had been absorbed by his body. No wonder he could defy convention. His physical prowess was not solely the result of rigorous training. A substantial portion stemmed from the soul power absorbed during the assimilation of soul rings, which contributed to his current capabilities. After completing the absorption of the 1,000-gene ant's soul ring, Su Yi could feel a marked increase in his physical strength, though it still fell short of the threshold required to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. This particular 1,000-gene ant provided him with a support-type soul skill, Break of 1,000-gene. The second soul skill, Break of 1,000-gene, upon activation, would increase the power of his next attack by 300% with a cooldown of 10 minutes. While this skill might seem trivial, Su Yi regarded it as a remarkably practical ability. For instance, if his baseline strength were 100, after utilizing this skill, his next strike would yield a force of 300, tripling his power, though it only applied to a single strike and appeared to augment his strength modestly. An individual's power can be continuously honed and enhanced. What if his strength were to reach 10,000? That would translate to a staggering 30,000 in his subsequent attack. This soul skill could evolve alongside his own growth in strength. The emergence of such a skill from a 1,000-year soul ring was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 31. The Frustrated Hyena. Into the third update. Seeking votes. Upon absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring, Yuguan, fully aware of the news from the pontiff regarding this young lad's capability to assimilate such a powerful ring, found his astonishment undiminished when witnessing the feat firsthand. This child truly embodied the essence of breaking norms and creating miracles. What is your second soul skill, little one? Yuguan inquired with keen curiosity, eager to discover the nature of Su Yi's newly acquired ability. Su Yi, upon hearing Yuguan's question, regarded him with a peculiar expression. Hey. What do you mean by looking at me like that? I merely asked about your second soul skill. Is it necessary to be so wary? Yuguan, unable to endure Su Yi's seemingly naive gaze, was taken aback. The second soul skill is Break of 1,000-gene. That's it? Yuguan awaited further explanation, hoping to understand the specifics of this skill. Yet, after uttering that phrase, Su Yi fell silent. Come on, just a name? How am I to discern whether your soul skill is offensive or supportive? However, judging by the name, it seemed to imply an offensive nature. Reflecting on this, Yuguan turned to Su Yi, who remained quiet and unresponsive, and chuckled. Little one, although you only mentioned a name, I can infer from it that your second soul skill, Break of Thousand Gene, must be a single target attack skill. Do not regard me with such astonished eyes. After all, I am a dignified elder of the Spirit Hall, well-versed in knowledge and experience. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Just by hearing the name of the skill, I can analyze its nature. Impressive, isn't it? Yu Egwan presented himself with an air of self-importance. At that moment, Yu Egwan reverted to his usual self, a chatterbox, a nickname not earned without cause. Meanwhile, Su Yi, uninterested in the incessant ramblings of Yu Egwan, regarded his incessant chatter with an expression that spoke volumes of his disinterest. As Yu Egwan continued to prattle on, the ghost Douluo, accompanied by Hulaina, approached the duo. It seems you have finished, the ghost Douluo remarked, having sensed Su Yi's elevation to level 22. Of course, when I take action, it's always effortless, Yu Egwan replied, brimming with pride. And what of Hulaina? The ghost Douluo inquired, to which Yu Egwan responded with a low chuckle. She has acquired a commendable soul ring and skill. Truly a significant gain. Since both youngsters have completed their soul ring absorption, we shall now depart to avoid encountering that formidable being again. If we do, we could be in serious trouble, the ghost Douluo declared, leading Hulaina toward the exit of the nameless soul beast forest. Following the ghost Douluo's lead, Yu Egwan hurriedly accompanied Su Yi, eager to distance themselves from the previous threat that loomed large in their minds. Upon returning to the location where they had previously halted the carriage, Yu Egwan and the ghost Douluo took their places outside, while Hulaina and Su Yi remained inside the carriage. As they settled back inside, Hulaina promptly positioned herself beside Su, smiling sweetly as she inquired about his condition. Little Su Yi, how are you? I acquired a splendid skill. Would you care to try it out? She said, leaning closer to him, her enchanting eyes sparkling with allure, her face nearly touching his. Uninterested, Su Yi replied, regarding the alluring young woman before him with a complete lack of desire, not even a flicker of emotion, as he extricated himself from her embrace and moved to the side. Hulaina, observing Su Yi's indifference, raised an eyebrow, her captivating allure fading to reveal a hint of irritation. This insufferable little brother, utterly lacking in appreciation, changing to another man with just a hint of allure, would have him utterly captivated by her, not to mention a woman. Most would find it nearly impossible to resist her charm. Yet, despite her best efforts to ensnare this little rascal, he remained entirely indifferent. This little scoundrel was simply beyond comprehension. With this thought, Hulaina, feeling frustrated, sulked to the side and ceased her playful teasing of Su Yi. After 2 days of travel, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Wan had driven the carriage, bringing Su Yi and Hulaina directly to the front of the Pope's palace in Wuhan City. All right, you two little rascals, step out. Upon arriving at the Pope's palace, Yu Egwan called out to Su Yi, who was meditating with his eyes closed inside the carriage, as well as the pouting Hulaina. Hearing Yu Egwan's call, Su Yi awakened from his meditation. Upon seeing Hulaina, who was sitting opposite him with her lips pursed in irritation, he chose to ignore her completely and stepped out of the carriage. Hulaina, watching Su Yi jump down, felt her already puffed lips jut out even more. The sight was utterly adorable. Ever since their quarrel days ago, she had tried to comfort herself and restore her good mood. However, she soon discovered that Su Yi had been sitting in the carriage, eyes closed, deeply engrossed in meditation. No matter how she attempted to converse with him, he remained silent, focused solely on his practice. Hulaina began to question the very nature of Su. Beautiful carriages and charming companions are the dreams of countless men, and she, with her allure, charm, and sensual beauty, was no exception. Yet, in such a confined space, he could still devote himself entirely to his meditation. What infuriated her the most was when, during a moment of his awakening from meditation yesterday, she had remarked, with just these 2 days of training, you could level up. Su Yi had merely responded coldly with a perhaps, before resuming his meditation. Undeterred, Hulaina resolved not to disturb him again, eager to see how he would manage to rise from level 22 to 23 in just 2 days. As fate would have it, after she made that statement, Su Yi indeed advanced to level 23 the very next day. This development vexed Hulaina immensely. With a cold huff, she jumped down from the carriage after Su Yi had already disembarked. Chapter 32. The self-contained duo of Ghost and Chrysanthemum. One more update. Please support. After Su Yi and the irate Hulaina descended from the carriage. They entered the Pope's palace alongside Yuan. It had been half a year since he had last seen his instructor due to an incident that had occurred, though they had not met in person for 6 months. He sensed that Bibi Dong was occasionally observing him from the shadows at the Wuhuan Academy. Each time she came, despite her efforts to remain concealed, she was always within 100 meters of him. Within that distance, he could perceive any subtle movements. Moreover, Bibi Dong possessed 2 types of soul power, making her unique within the Wuhuan Hall and the Academy, as he alone shared the trait of possessing twin martial souls. Despite her secretive observations, He chose not to confront her. To him, as long as she did not disturb his training, she was free to do as she pleased. Furthermore, recalling Hulaina's expression, reminiscent of a shadow, awakened emotions long buried within him. Although he swiftly suppressed these feelings again, they had been stirred. In that moment, he understood why Bibi Dong watched him from the shadows. It was her way of caring for him. Indeed, that was the message conveyed by the shadow. Nana, who has upset you? While Sui pondered these matters, Bibi Dong's soft voice brought him back to reality. Upon hearing her words, Hulaina rushed over, clinging to Bibi Dong's arm and pouting. Teacher, it's that Sui who has angered me. Bibi Dong, observing the fuming Hulaina entering through the door, instantly deduced that she had suffered at the hands of Sui. After all, the young man had shown her nothing but coldness. At this thought, Bibi Dong turned her gaze to Sui, who stood beside Yueguan. Their eyes met, and neither party altered their demeanor, as if the initial incident had never transpired. Bibi Dong, looking at Suyi's indifferent eyes and his now taller stature of about 1.20 meters, smiled warmly. It's been half a year, little one. You've grown quite a bit. Sui, in response to Bibi Dong's comment, coldly remarked, it hasn't been half a year. I sensed your presence the moment you appeared at the academy. As soon as he spoke, a profound silence enveloped the vast Pope's palace. Eventually, Bibi Dong was the first to regain her composure, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. Little one, how on earth did you manage that? Sui, responding with a calm demeanor, explained, as long as someone is within 100 meters of me, I can sense their presence. This method is quite simple. One merely needs to pay attention to the humidity and direction of the airflow around them, as well as any changes in the environment that might bring about unfamiliar scents. The most crucial aspect is to discern the direction of the airflow. When you come within 100 meters of me, the moment you appear, the airflow alters accordingly. By following the initial change in the air's movement, one can easily locate your hiding place. After Sui elucidated his method, the Pope's palace fell into silence once more. This quiet was so profound that one could hear the faintest sound of a pin dropping to the ground. Sui shared his technique because of Bibi Dong's inquiry, aware that her curiosity stemmed from a genuine desire to understand his abilities. He never hesitated to share with those who cared for him, despite his lack of expressiveness. As Sui finished, Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Yueguan, and Ghost Awe, who remained concealed within the grand hall, contemplated Suyi's words, each thinking, what kind of monster is this? Is it truly that simple? Hulaina was the first to regain her senses, staring at Sui in disbelief. Bibi Dong, following Hulaina's lead, gazed at Sui with eyes that sparkled with wonder, as if she had discovered treasure. The surprises this child brought forth were becoming increasingly significant. This ability was neither a soul skill nor a domain, yet was more formidable than both. Suyi's skill could be activated continuously without expending a shred of soul power. If developed further, the range could extend to 200 meters, 300 meters, or even 1,000 meters. As this thought crossed Bibi Dong's mind, her eyes gleamed with expectation as she looked at Sui. Can you enhance the range of your sensing ability? Absolutely. Very well, my little one. You must cultivate this skill diligently. It undoubtedly belongs to the realm of divine techniques. At this juncture, a spark of excitement ignited in Bibi Dong's eyes. By the way, young one, what is your second soul skill? She inquired, gazing at Sui, recalling that this child had acquired a second soul ring. The second soul ring is 1,200 years old, derived from the 1,000-arm ant soldier. The second soul skill is the 1,000-arm break. It is an auxiliary soul skill. Upon use, it amplifies the power of his next attack by 300%, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Sui recounted, akin to his initial report during the Destiny mission, detailing the origin, age, and effects of the soul ring. Excellent. Excellent. Bibi Dong exclaimed joyfully, repeating the word thrice. A novice may not grasp the implications of a 300% increase in attack power, but she, as the possessor of twin martial souls, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, and a title Douluo, understood its significance. This skill, originating from millennium-old Soul Ring, would become an exceptionally formidable trump card as Su-yi progressed to the rank of title Douluo. Imagine, in a duel between two individuals of equal rank, having discerned each other's attack intensity and tactics, if one suddenly triples their power, the unprepared opponent would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. Moreover, they would be facing this young prodigy, rendering it a lethal divine technique in his hands. While Bibi Dong reveled in Su-yi's acquisition of this skill, standing beside him, Zhu's Douluo felt a pang of anguish at Su-yi's words, inducing a sense of self-reproach. Reflecting upon his previous bravado before this young one, Yueguan wished he could deliver himself a couple of resounding slaps. How humiliating to have his pride so thoroughly shattered. This little one seemed to be his nemesis. If Ghost Douluo were privy to Yueguan's current thoughts, the two beleaguered companions, persistently undermined by Su-yi, would undoubtedly be moved to tears, exclaiming that they had found their match. It was not just Yueguan who faced such a nemesis. Su-yi was the bane of both him and Ghost Douluo. Chapter 33. Entering the Zero Class of the God of Death. Second update. Seeking votes and collections. I wish to enter the Zero Class ahead of schedule. Su-yi declared coldly, gazing at Bibi Dong while standing beside Yueguan. Little one, have you lost your mind? Your soul power has only reached level 23, and you wish to join the Zero Class? Before Bibi Dong could respond, Yueguan looked at Su-yi in astonishment. Su-yi remained silent, patiently awaiting Bibi Dong's reply. Rising from her seat on the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong regarded Su-yi's calm, indifferent eyes and approached him. Very well. I shall expedite your entry into the Zero Class. As she spoke, she moved closer to Su-yi, observing the child before her, who had grown from merely reaching her thigh to now standing at her waist. She mused that in a few years, he would surpass her in height. Yueguan, take Su-yi directly to the Zero Class, the Death Group. Once Su-yi graduates, he shall assume the position of our Martial Soul Hall's Holy Son. Upon concluding her statement, she cast a gentle smile at Su-yi, adding, the position of Holy Son in the Martial Soul Hall is destined to be yours. Let us proceed. Turning to Yueguan, Su-yi spoke with a serene demeanor. After his words, Yueguan led Su-yi away from the Pope's hall. Once they vanished, Bibi Dong, who had been listening to Su-yi's decision to advance to the Zero Class, was left momentarily speechless. The Zero Class, known as the Death Group within the Martial Soul Hall, was a place where only the most talented disciples were sent for rigorous training. She understood that due to Su-yi's exceptional talent, he would inevitably find himself in the Zero Class, experiencing the brutal realities of the Soul Master world. However, he had only just become a great Soul Master. The inhabitants of the Zero Class were typically seasoned warriors, many of whom were Soul Respect level. These individuals were merciless, and now Su-yi sought to enter their midst. Filled with concern, Hulaina rushed to Bibi Dong's side, her eyes reflecting her worry. Teacher, is Su-yi truly going to enter the Zero Class now? At this point, she faltered, unsure of how to continue. Bibi Dong, observing the anxious expression on Hulaina's face, smiled gently as she tousled the girl's hair. Do not fret, my dear. That young one is indeed formidable. He is a natural-born warrior. Contemplating how best to describe Su-yi, she settled on the term, God of Death. Very well, little one. This is the Zero Class established by the Martial Soul Hall within the Martial Soul Academy. The Zero Class is essentially the Death Group. Here, the most outstanding disciples are sent for trials. Succeed and survive, fail and perish, rather than a conventional class. It serves as a venue where we can find those who are subjected to your trials. Each individual here is stained with innocent blood. We have captured them not to execute them outright, but to compel them to offer their only remaining value in this world through their survival. Throughout history, disciples sent here have typically arrived in groups. Even our illustrious generation, including Laina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, entered the Zero Class with 20 members, yet only 3 emerged alive. This time, however, you shall go alone. So, little one, have you made up your mind? Su-yi surveyed the dilapidated encampment before him, akin to a squalid slum, and uttered not a word. Silently, he retrieved the black dagger concealed within his calf and swiftly darted inside. Yue Guan, observing Su Yi's response, sighed softly. Be cautious, little one. With that, he departed. Upon entering the death group of the Zero class, Su Yi concealed himself. Inside, the surroundings were overwhelmingly filthy and reeked terribly. Hidden within a decrepit wooden crate, he displayed no signs of discomfort. The nauseating stench seemed to elude his senses entirely. From the tattered tents around him, coarse shouts and anguished cries echoed. After hiding for more than half an hour within the crate, Su Yi had nearly assessed the entirety of his adversaries. There were 12 tents in total, each housing no more than 10 individuals, some as few as 2. Most had groups of 4 or 5. In total, there were over 60 enemies. As he contemplated this, Su Yi observed a burly man emerge from one of the tents. After walking several dozen meters forward to relieve himself, an opportunity presented itself. Gripping the dagger tightly, Su Yi fixed his gaze on the man's eyes, akin to a leopard stalking its prey, calm, ruthless, and poised to strike. With a swift motion, Su Yi sprang from his hiding spot within the wooden crate. In less than 2 breaths, Su Yi traversed the distance of over 20 meters and arrived behind the burly man. The dagger plunged deeply into his throat, severing the vocal cords. He fell, the dagger withdrawn, leaving only silence. The man, cast down by Su Yi, looked in terror at those cold, indifferent eyes. He opened his mouth, attempting to cry for help. Alas, Su Yi had already rendered his vocal cords useless. With a gasp, blood erupted from his lips. His eyes glazed over, and he breathed his last. Su Yi paid no heed to the man's futile attempts to call for aid. To him, it was merely a flicker of life before death's embrace. This situation differed vastly from his previous encounters with bandits. Those he had dealt with before were little more than ruthless commoners. The strongest among them merely an 18-level soul master. Here, however, every individual was above the rank of great soul master. Assassination was the only viable method. Each of these soul masters possessed at least 2 soul skills, and their martial souls and abilities were unfamiliar to him, even if he were to understand them. Facing such a multitude alone was tantamount to courting disaster. The elite disciples of the Wuhuan Temple always entered this place in packs. Engaging them head-on would not yield an overwhelming advantage, and he had no allies to aid him. For this destined harbinger of death, assistance was unnecessary. To confront 40 or 50 great soul masters, including over a dozen soul venerates, with nothing but his own strength was a fool's errand. The only solution lay in eliminating these foes one by one. Whether through straightforward slaughter or stealthy assassination, he excelled in both. The awakening had come. It was the hour of the hunt. After dispatching his victim, Su Yi concealed the body. He then made his way to a rickety table, beneath which lay a discarded piece of black cloth. Standing at about 1 meter and 20 centimeters, Su Yi was perfectly hidden by the fabric as he lay low, his gaze fixed intently upon the nearby tents. He remained motionless for 2 full hours, his eyes sharp and calm, like a hawk surveying its domain. Despite not seizing any opportunities during that time, he observed that this so-called death group, notorious for their cruelty, might be easier to overcome than he had initially believed. After all, no one had emerged from the tents in the 2 hours since he had begun his vigil. This suggested a disconcerting level of complacency among them. The occasional screams and maniacal laughter emanating from the tents indicated that this was a place governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed upon the weak. The inhabitants cared little for one another. The screams of the tormented revealed the plight of the weak at the hands of the strong. Here, being kept by the Wuhuan Temple, there was no entertainment, and even the meager rations provided monthly, barely sustained life. To satiate their hunger, they resorted to plunder. With a thud, a bloodied figure was hurled from a tent, desperately attempting to escape as though a dreadful presence lurked within. Su Yi, concealed beneath the table and hidden by the black cloth, observed in silence. Since we've had our fun, let's feast before those rascals come to snatch our food. A coarse voice rang out as the tent flaps opened and 4 muscular, fearsome men stepped forth, advancing toward the bloodied figure. The leader, a bald man, revealed a cruel smile, his yellowed teeth stained with blood. With a swift motion, a large knife appeared in the bald man's hand, and 3 soul rings, white, yellow, and purple, rose from his feet. He was a soul venerate. As the bloodied figure writhed on the ground, a desperate howl escaped its throat. With a swift stroke, the man's left leg was severed. A gift for you, the bald man proclaimed, pointing at the severed limb, eliciting grateful responses from his companions. One of them rushed into the tent, clutching the bloody leg, while the other two followed suit. As they entered, flames flickered within the tent, and the aroma of roasting meat wafted into Su Yi's nostrils. He recognized the scent, having encountered it before. These men were perpetually famished. Thus, when driven by hunger, they resorted to the most heinous acts. The brutal scene unfolded before Su Yi's indifferent gaze, evoking not a single ripple of emotion. Observing that the three had no intention of returning, his hawk-like eyes fixated on the bald man, who was now feasting. In a flash, Su Yi surged forward. The bald man, positioned directly opposite him, lifted his head just in time to encounter Su Yi's shadow. In an instant, he collapsed lifeless. As Su Yi reached him, his right hand, gripping the dagger, plunged into the bald man's throat. Releasing the dagger, he swiftly reversed his grip and drove it into the man's heart, withdrawing it in a fluid motion. In a mere second, 2 fatal strikes had been executed. The bald man crumpled over the corpse of his meal. The sun had set, its last rays vanishing beyond the horizon. Night descended. With the arrival of darkness, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Yi's once cold eyes. Having executed 2 assassinations in quick succession, the blood coursing through his veins began to warm. The previous bandit lair had posed no challenge, but now, facing this death group, comprised of great soul masters and soul venerates, the difficulty was incomparable to his earlier encounters. Only through such challenging assassinations could Su Yi feel a surge of exhilaration. With the assassination of the bald man, he recalled the thrill of his past. Glancing at the tent now ablaze with fire, he noted only 3 individuals remained within. With this thought, Su Yi slowly drew the dagger hidden in his other calf, grasping it in his left hand. Sensing the flow of air around him, he confirmed the positions of the 3 souls inside the tent and charged in. With 2 black daggers gripped firmly in hand, he aimed for the throats of the 2 individuals sitting beside the one facing him, plunging them deep. Before the man could regain his composure, Su Yi's hand materialized the Chaos Supreme gun. Grasping the weapon with his right hand, he plunged it directly into the throat of the burly man standing before him. As he withdrew the gun, blood gushed forth. With a flick of his wrist, he shook off the crimson droplets and retracted his martial soul. He then approached the other 2 corpses, extracting the daggers embedded in their throats, and leaped atop the tent, patiently awaiting the arrival of his next targets. After dispatching the trio, Su Yi sensed 3 individuals approaching the tent, one of whom possessed the rank of Soul Master. Old Wan, that lunatic, truly knows how to indulge himself. Had it not been for the aroma wafting through the air, one might have remained oblivious to his solitary feast. Yet, Old Wan, isn't it rather inconsiderate of you to relish your meal with your little henchman? The voice resonated from outside the tent, and as it drew nearer, the 3 figures entered. In a swift motion, Su Yi struck as the trio lifted the tent flap. Employing the same tactic, he executed a lightning-fast maneuver. The 2 daggers in his hands found their mark in the throats of the 2 companions of the Soul Master, while the black dragon-headed spear he wielded pierced the heart of the Soul Master, pinning him to the ground. Fortunately, the chaotic surroundings ensured that even such a commotion would go unnoticed. Now, warmed up under the cover of darkness, it was indeed an opportune moment for murder. Chapter 35. 10 Kills in 10 Steps. The Monarch of the Night. Su Yi surveyed the bodies of the 3 he had slain, retrieving his daggers. He then approached the Soul Master, extracting the spear and discarding the blood before reabsorbing his martial soul. Gazing at the moon obscured by dark clouds, the darkness gradually enveloped the earth. Beneath the pitch-black sky, Su Yi observed several tents illuminated by flickering flames. Within 3 of these tents, the sounds of snoring emanated. Fixating his eagle-like gaze on one tent, he vanished into the night. Arriving at the tent of the snorer, he delicately carved a small hole into the fabric with his dagger. Inside, 6 individuals resided, 5 asleep and 1 keeping watch. It appeared they had assigned a sentinel, wary of potential attacks from other tents. Thus, while the others slumbered, 1 remained vigilant, ensuring they could be roused in case of an ambush. Upon noticing the sentinel within the tent, Su Yi felt that this task would become simpler. It was evident that each tent functioned as an independent unit, each wary of the others, a situation that favored Su Yi immensely. Observing the guard in the center of the tent, Su Yi drew a dagger. Gripping it in his right hand, he approached silently from behind, inserting the dagger at the tent's lowest point with utmost stealth. Then, with a swift motion, he slashed upward, creating a gash over 40 centimeters in length. With the opening created, Sui slipped into the tent, his gaze fixed on the unsuspecting guard. He moved soundlessly to the man's back, driving the dagger into his throat, severing his vocal cords, while simultaneously covering his mouth with his left hand, gently lowering the sentinel to the ground. The guard, filled with terror, stared at the childlike figure before him, his mind blank and consumed by the fear of death. As Sui slowly withdrew the dagger, the guard's pupils dilated, and life faded from his gaze. Having easily dispatched one adversary, Sui turned his attention to the individual sleeping at the edge. A swift thrust of the dagger, a pull, and then the next. In less than half a minute, everyone in the tent, save the sentinel, lay dead in their slumber. Having dealt with the occupants of this tent, Sui proceeded to the adjacent one. Employing the same method, all 5 individuals inside met their untimely demise, unaware of their fate. Continuing onward, within the span of an hour, Sui had eliminated over 40 of these ruthless soul masters. As he carried out these assassinations, his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brightness. This single bout of stealth had rekindled the sensation he once felt. The fated harbinger of death was now fully awakened within the Douluo continent. Gazing at the 2 tents in the distance, one housing approximately 10 individuals, and the other merely 2, he deduced that the 2 individuals in the latter tent were undoubtedly the strongest present. The larger tent, with its 10 occupants, contained only 1 soul master, while the rest were merely great soul masters. They were relatively average among the tents due to their numbers. Consequently, Sui had initially refrained from attacking this larger tent. Had he done so from the outset, a potential loose end could lead to his disadvantage. For an assassin, being on the defensive equates to death. Now, however, he set his sights on this tent. Even if there were loose ends, he felt no fear of alerting the others, as all but those within the tent housing the 2 soul masters had already succumbed to death. With a swift motion, Sui approached the eastern tent. Just as he reached it, a figure emerged from within. Before the individual could take more than a few steps, a shadow materialized before him, and he was silently brought down by Sui. Fortune smiled upon him, for this was the tent's sentinel, likely stepping out to relieve himself. Sui boldly entered the tent through the main flap, observing the sleeping soul masters. He replicated his previous method, ensuring each fell victim to their dreams, effortlessly and without alarm. Now, only the 2 soul masters remained alive among what was deemed the death squad. Turning his attention to the final tent. Before the moonlight could break free from the clouds, Sui entered the last stronghold of the death squad. Inside, he found 2 exquisitely beautiful women, entwined in each other's embrace, resembling 2 alluring serpents in slumber. Their enchanting faces bore sweet smiles, suggesting they were lost in delightful dreams. Yet, this captivating scene stirred not a shred of desire within Sui's calm and indifferent gaze. To him, there existed only the living and the dead, devoid of distinctions between genders. Regardless of their allure, a century hence, they would merely become skeletons. Such a tantalizing sight, brimming with temptation, evoked not even a ripple of emotion in Sui. In his eyes, the intertwined figures were akin to 2 skeletal frames ensnared together. From the moment he entered the tent until now, scarcely a breath had passed. Gazing upon the 2 entwined figures of slumber, Sui summoned the Chaos Supreme gun into his hand. With a soft thud, the weapon pierced through the back of one woman, its tip emerging from the chest of the other. This strike instantly claimed the life of the woman who had been impaled from behind. The second woman, her eyes wide with terror, met Sui's cold, unfeeling gaze, disbelief reflected within her eyes. With a decisive thrust of his right arm, Sui jolted the gun, causing both women, now transfixed by the Chaos Supreme gun, to be torn asunder. Their bodies split apart, falling lifelessly to the ground. The long gun twirled in a flourish, shedding the remnants of blood before he retracted his martial soul. With an expression of calm, Sui gradually stepped out of the tent. Though he remained oblivious to the reason for the presence of these 2 women amidst the deathly group of either muscular brutes or gaunt soul masters, he understood that anyone who appeared here was undoubtedly a malicious soul master, devoid of innocence. The moment he arrived, death had already marked them. Chapter 36, In My Eyes. There are only the living and the dead. Second update. Seeking votes. After Su Yi dispatched all foes, he stepped cautiously out of the death group. Just as he exited the camp, the hidden ghost Douluo revealed himself before Su Yi. Gazing into Su Yi's expressionless and indifferent eyes, Ghost Douluo felt a flicker of astonishment. Having concealed himself 200 meters away, he had been observing Su Yi all along. As a disciple of the Pope, how could he afford to underestimate this young man? He had openly sent the old man, Zhu Hua, to escort Su Yi here while covertly ensuring his protection, preventing any misfortune from befalling him. Upon observing Su Yi, who had initially hidden himself, Ghost Douluo nodded slightly. This was not the same bandit lair he had previously led Su Yi to, where apart from the bandit leader, the rest were mere commoners. Here in the death group, every individual was a soul master, the weakest among them being great soul masters, with 64 members. Even if they were all great soul masters, their combined skills would amount to 128. It would be a fool's errand for any single individual, unless they possessed an overwhelming soul power to contend with over 60 malicious soul masters. In Ghost Douluo's estimation, Su Yi, a natural-born killer, would not encounter danger. However, to eradicate this group would typically require at least 10 days to half a month. Yet, astonishingly, he accomplished this feat in a mere day, without releasing a single soul skill throughout the ordeal. The condemned souls of the death group had similarly refrained from unleashing any abilities, having been slain before they had the chance. As Su Yi exited the death group, Ghost Douluo, still concealed, ventured inside to assess the situation. What he discovered left him astounded. All 64 members of the camp, 14 soul ancestors and 50 great soul masters, had been ruthlessly annihilated, each with a single, lethal strike. There were no signs of struggle, indicating that these individuals had been dispatched quietly, without even a cry for help. Particularly harrowing was the sight of those neatly lined up, having met their demise by throats slitting, suggesting they had been killed in their sleep. In just one night, what would take others years to accomplish as a team had been completed by this young man in a matter of hours. Observing Su Yi se impresiones de menor. Unfazed by his presence, Ghost Douluo regarded him as an equal to himself and Zhu Douluo. Upon entering the tent where the two women had been torn asunder by Su Yi's gun, Ghost Douluo's lips twitched at the sight of their dismembered bodies. Could it be that in this young man's eyes, the concept of womanhood held no significance? These two were the very embodiment of terror among the soul masters of the death group. The sisters had been captured by the spear hall, leaving even the soul masters who apprehended them in shock at the spectacle before them. Ghost Douluo had personally led that mission. The scene had been so disconcerting that even he, a titled Douluo, felt a shiver run down his spine. Though these women were captivating, inciting the deepest desires in men, they had been caught in the act of indecency in broad daylight. The village women had all been slaughtered, while the men beneath them had been transformed into mere husks. Surrounding them lay hundreds of corpses, men, women, and children alike. Through such heinous acts, the sisters had rapidly enhanced their cultivation. They epitomized the term femme fatale. In that village, not a single soul was spared. Women were slain, and men were turned into lifeless shells. When confronted by the spirit hall, the sisters displayed no fear, casting seductive glances and wielding voices that entranced their captors. It was fortunate that Ghost Douluo had led the charge. Otherwise, those sent to capture them would have likely met the same fate, becoming sustenance for the sisters. Even he, a titled Douluo, felt an unsettling heat rise within him as they gazed at him. His companions, the soul ancestors and soul masters he led, had begun to lose themselves, mechanically advancing toward the sisters. Had he not intervened to incapacitate them, he shuddered to think of the consequences. These two formidable women were more terrifying than any malevolent soul master. Reflecting on this, Ghost Douluo turned to Su Yi and inquired, "Young one, did you notice anything unusual about these two women?" "Non, Su Yi replied coldly." Ghost Douluo, caught in an awkward silence, looked at Su Yi with a hint of helplessness. "Then, in your eyes, is there a distinction between men and women?" "None." "What then?" Ghost Douluo, incredulous, could hardly believe his ears. The living and the dead. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Ghost Douluo fell into a profound silence. He realized that initiating conversation with this young man was akin to seeking out one's own torment. "Congratulations. You have graduated, holy son." After regaining his composure, Ghost Douluo regarded Su Yi with a smile of genuine approval. What comes next in training? Su Yi waited, his expression unchanged as he looked toward Ghost Douluo. At a loss for words, Ghost Douluo could only stare at Su Yi, unsure of how to respond. Little one, now that you have graduated, there are no further steps for cultivation. Even if there were, the esteemed Pope would be the one to inform you. And I am unaware of any such matters. Moreover, have you not taken joy in becoming the holy son of the Spirit Hall? As Douluo observed the indifferent Su Yi, he could not help but recall how the little girl Nana had beamed with delight upon learning of her designation as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. This little fellow before him, perhaps oblivious to the significance of being the Holy Son, remained so unmoved. Chapter 37. I only know how to kill. The Pope is uninterested. Third update. Douluo gazed at the young lad, pondering that perhaps he was simply unaware of the weight that the title of Holy Son bore within the Spirit Hall, which allowed him to be so nonchalant. With this thought in mind, Douluo addressed Su Yi. Do you understand what it means to be the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? I do not know, came the reply. The position of the Holy Son is on par with us elders, perhaps even surpassing us. To comprehend this, one must aspire to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall, which requires attaining the stature of the Holy Maiden. While becoming a Holy Maiden does not guarantee one will become Pope, it nonetheless signifies the potential for such a role. Most importantly, prior to your ascension, the Spirit Hall has never had a Holy Son. You are truly unique within the Spirit Hall. The position of Pope may very well be yours in the future, making you the ruler of the most powerful force on the Douluo continent, above all others. As he spoke, Douluo's eyes shone with fervor as he studied Su Yi, eager to see if the young lad would reveal any emotion in response to his words. Alas, Douluo's expectations met with disappointment as Su Yi remained expressionless and indifferent, his eyes still calm and detached, coolly responding, Oh, is that all? Do you not realize how significant the position of Holy Son is? Su Yi, casting a glance at the visibly excited Douluo, replied flatly, It is of no concern to me. Faced with Su Yi's dispassionate demeanor, Douluo found himself at a loss for words. He yearned to escort this young lad back to the Pope's palace without delay, feeling that any prolonged interaction would drive him to madness. It was perplexing. Despite knowing the young one was terse with words, he felt an incessant desire to engage him in conversation, hoping to elicit more than a few words. Particularly, he longed to see a look of astonishment on Su Yi's otherwise impassive face, believing it would uplift his spirits. Yet time and again, he found himself exasperated by the boy's stoicism. Why am I like this? Douluo mused, reflecting on his own behavior. This introspection led him to think of Douluo. Yes, it was undoubtedly that fellow's influence. Yueguan had always sought to provoke different reactions from this young lad, yet had consistently failed. And now, Douluo found himself in the same predicament. With this realization, he resolved to distance himself from that man, determined not to let his own foolishness rub off on him. Yes, that was it. The more he pondered, the more he felt vindicated in his thoughts. Returning to the present, Douluo led Su Yi away, soaring towards the Pope's palace in Spirit City. As they arrived at the Pope's palace, the first rays of morning sunlight graced Su Yi. Following Douluo inside, he entered the majestic hall where the Pope resided. Your Holiness, Douluo bowed slightly before the seated Bibi Dong, who appeared deep in contemplation. Upon hearing Douluo's voice, Bibi Dong opened her eyes slightly, surveying him and a young lad standing beside him. With a voice imbued with languor, warmth, and nobility, she gently inquired, Have you completed the task? Indeed, Your Holiness, Douluo replied respectfully. Are you not surprised that this young one completed the trials within a day? Bibi Dong rose from her throne and approached Su Yi, her hand reaching out to tenderly touch his small head, speaking gently as she always did. He is my disciple. As his teacher, how could I not know him well? Douluo stood to the side, rendered speechless by her words. The Pope's manner of speaking was perplexing, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Could it be that her role as the young lad's mentor had influenced her? Shaking off the thought, he focused on the present. Congratulations, little one, on completing the trials and graduating early. You're now the first holy son in the history of the Spirit Hall. Su Yi met Bibi Dong's gentle gaze and nodded. Train diligently, and when you become a titled Douluo, I shall pass the position of Pope into your capable hands. At her words, Su Yi displayed no flicker of emotion, responding flatly, I only know how to kill. I have no interest in becoming pope. Bibi Dong, regarding Su Yi with her calm eyes, smiled softly. Very well, as you wish. Only by becoming powerful can you ensure that no one threatens you in this world. Su Yi nodded at her profound words. Meanwhile, Douluo, listening to the exchange between the teacher and disciple, felt as though he were losing his composure. The moment he heard Bibi Dong declare that the position of pope would be entrusted to Su Yi upon his ascension as a titled Douluo, his mind went blank. The pope's conclusion regarding the position of pope was rather hasty, further underscoring Su Yi's significance and talent in Bibi Dong's eyes. Just from her statement, it was evident that Su Yi would hold a remarkably high position within the Spirit Hall in the future. Furthermore, the young lad's combat skills, or rather, his skills in slaughter, were unparalleled in this world, unmatched by any other. As Douluo processed Su Yi's declaration of indifference towards the position of pope, he nearly suffered internal injury from disbelief. This audacious boy truly did not comprehend what being the pope represented within the Spirit Hall and the continent at large. Given the young man's nature, even if he understood the immense power and prestige associated with the title, it was clear he would still reject the idea of becoming pope. After all, in terms of his character, when he becomes a titled Douluo, he will undoubtedly rank among the strongest on the Douluo continent, second only to the most exceptional. However, to expect him to accept the role of pope would be folly. He was simply not suited for it, as Nana was. In Douluo's eyes, if there was any flaw in Su Yi, it was his cold demeanor and reticence. Setting those aside, he was the most perfect candidate for the position of pope. Chapter 38, The True Strong. For all the esteemed readers, an additional update. Fourth update, seeking votes. Since returning to the papal palace, Su Yi has become the first saint's son in the illustrious history of the Spirit Hall. This remarkable event has had a profound impact. Within just 3 days, the news of the emergence of a remarkably talented saint's son spread across the continent. This individual is the second direct disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Due to this enigmatic saint's son, Pope Bibi Dong made an exceptional decision to bestow upon him the title of saint's son. While many have learned of the existence of this saint's son, none know his name, appearance, or level of cultivation. It is only known that this saint's son is destined to be the most formidable force within the Spirit Hall, without exception. The world is rife with curiosity regarding this mysterious figure, eager to uncover the identity of the one who has garnered such favor from Pope Bibi Dong. Regrettably, the saint's son remains shrouded in mystery. The Grand Offering, Douluo, the strongest force within the Spirit Hall, also became aware of this matter. Typically indifferent to worldly affairs, he was stirred to confront Bibi Dong directly, questioning her unilateral decision. Such a significant matter, he argued, should have involved consultation with the offerings within the hall before declaring a saint's son. In response, Bibi Dong, with an air of authority, retorted, "I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I do not require your guidance in my decisions." Douluo, though enraged by her words, could only sigh in resignation as he gazed into her cold eyes and turned to leave. He made no further inquiries about the saint's son, Su Yi. Henceforth, Su Yi became the first saint's son in the history of the Spirit Hall. Among the most delighted by this development was Hulaina. Ever since she learned that Su Yi had completed his trials in a single day and returned to the papal palace, she sought him out daily, nearly becoming his shadow. Much to his annoyance, this relentless pursuit by the woman disrupted his training and obstructed his path to becoming stronger. As time passed over half a month, Su Yi's soul power ascended from level 23 to 24. One day, Bibi Dong personally sought him out. This marked the first time in over half a month since his return to the papal palace and the announcement of his title as saint's son that she came to see him privately. "Indeed, you have reached level 24. Your progress is commendable," Bibi Dong remarked with a soft smile as she observed the young Su Yi before her. Noticing his silence, she settled down in his courtyard and beckoned him to sit beside her. "Do you know why I've come to see you today?" she inquired, tilting her head to meet his indifferent gaze. "I do not know," Su Yi replied, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. "My dear child, do you understand what it truly means to be a strong individual?" Bibi Dong asked, her gaze drifting to the small pond before them, eyes filled with contemplation. "I do not know," came Su Yi's dispassionate response. With a gentle smile, Bibi Dong continued, "A true warrior possesses an unwavering determination to pursue strength. They fear no adversity and bravely tread the thorny path ahead. They exhibit patience through the monotonous grind of cultivation, and when faced with dilemmas, they must possess the resolve to sever indecision without hesitation. Furthermore, any foe that stands before them must be dealt with ruthlessly. I see these qualities within you, and I harbor no doubt that you will become a powerful being. However, a true champion remains unflappable, their countenance unchanged, their heart devoid of turmoil. In this regard, you excel. Much of what I have shared, even I, as your teacher, have yet to fully embody. As Bibi Dong spoke, her eyes revealed a fleeting moment of confusion and deep thought, gazing silently at the tranquil water surface. Reflecting upon his own image in the pond. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong returned to the present, casting a gentle smile upon the still figure of Su Yi. She reached out, affectionately tousling his hair. Yet, your greatest flaw lies in your lack of emotion. A true warrior has something to protect, a belief to uphold. While being unfeeling may grant one strength, it ultimately leads to losing oneself, reducing one to a mere weapon of slaughter. You must learn to disguise your true self before others, ensuring that enemies and anyone else cannot discern your most authentic self. In doing so, they will be unable to exploit your weaknesses. Devoid of vulnerabilities, you shall possess no soft spots. As she spoke, a shadow of pain, sorrow, heartbreak, and discomfort flickered in her eyes, only to be replaced by a fierce determination. For a brief moment, a glimpse of her latent ferocity surfaced, but she quickly regained her composure, her gaze returning to its usual serene and noble demeanor. In that fleeting moment of ferocity, Su Yi sensed a wave of brutal and sinister energy emanating from her, a feeling that, although momentary, lingered in his memory. Gazing at his dignified, gentle, and composed teacher, he understood that she had undoubtedly endured unimaginable suffering in her past. My dear child, remember this. A true warrior conceals their emotions and masks their feelings. You excel at hiding your emotions, to the extent that even I cannot perceive your innermost thoughts. However, the ability to disguise is where you falter. Your forthcoming training will focus on mastering how to mask your indifferent expression, adapting your demeanor to suit the company you keep. When joy arises, learn to smile. When sorrow strikes, allow yourself to feel sadness. This may prove challenging for you, yet you must learn to conceal your expressions so that no one can discern your true feelings. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with earnestness as she regarded Su Yi. In truth, her words were also meant for Nana, as it was widely known that the young girl harbored feelings for Su Yi. In Chapter 39, Su Yi expressed his desire to protect her. Observing the boy beside her, Bibi Dong feared that his nature would lead the innocent girl to endure much hardship. She wished to spare Nana from any regrets or sorrow. Understanding Su Yi's propensity for following orders, she framed her guidance as commands, ensuring he would strive earnestly to fulfill them. Her intentions were for both Nana's benefit and Su Yi's growth, as she recognized the trials he had faced in the past. In a narrow alley, akin to the scene of their first encounter, the young lad found himself grappling with a ravenous wild dog over scraps of food, driven solely by the instinct for survival. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong gently placed her hand atop Su Yi's head, caressing him softly. My dear child, do you possess something you wish to protect? Bibi Dong gazed into Su Yi's eyes, her thoughts drifting to the little girl Nana, eager to discern whether this small harbinger of death harbored any cherished bonds. If he did, his journey of cultivation would undoubtedly become more straightforward. Conversely, if he did not, it would signify that this child was inherently a cold-blooded killer. Should that be the case, the duration of his training would be uncertain, and if it dragged on excessively, it could spell disaster for this young one, who was amidst the golden era of his cultivation. In such a scenario, they would have to wait until he attained the rank of soul, saint, or title Douluo before venturing into that realm. After all, such a transformation in character could not be achieved overnight. Particularly for Su Yi, this trial would likely be the most arduous of his life. If that were true, it would mean hardship for little Nana. Thus, it was imperative for this young lad to reveal his answer. To stay or to leave, all hinged on his decision. Something to protect? Sunontai Yi whispered, reflecting on Bibi Dong's inquiry. He then met her gaze and spoke with a calm demeanor. I wish to protect you. Bibi Dong was taken aback upon hearing his declaration, momentarily stunned. She had anticipated a response of indifference or uncertainty, never conceiving that this small creature would utter such words. Although his expression and tone were subdued, she sensed the sincerity behind his statement. I wish to protect you, to guard you. The fervor in his words struck Bibi Dong like a bolt from the blue, stirring tumult within her previously tranquil heart. Had anyone else uttered such sentiments, she might have dismissed them. After all, even the man she once knew had never followed through on his promises and had always avoided her. Yet here was this child, inherently aloof and indifferent, who spoke with rare conviction and resolve. After a moment of silence, Bibi Dong regained her composure and inquired, "To protect me? How do you intend to do so?" At that moment, she was eager to hear Su Yi's thoughts. "I will eliminate anyone who poses a threat to you," he proclaimed. "Thus, you will be free from danger, and I can protect you." Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle at the uniqueness of his interpretation of protection. It was indeed the first time she had encountered such a notion. She had heard of guardians who would lay down their lives for others, even sacrificing themselves for the sake of another's safety. There were also those who quietly shielded their loved ones from the shadows, their actions known only to themselves. Indeed, this child was extraordinary. "Very well, my little one. When you grow stronger, I shall entrust my safety to you. You shall be my guardian," Bibi Dong declared, enveloping Su Yi in her embrace. "I will." Su Yi's cool response brought a warmth to Bibi Dong's heart, a sensation she had not experienced in a long time. Reflecting on this, she gently advised, "In that case, you must first amend your disposition." Hearing her words, a rare flicker of confusion appeared in Su Yi's typically cold eyes as he gazed into the water's reflection. "What must I do?" he murmured. Bibi Dong smiled at his question. "The specifics elude me, but soon I will guide you to a place. Once you arrive, you must fulfill the requirements and gain the acknowledgement of its master." She looked into Su Yi's eyes and softly added, "If you succeed, it will be a significant step forward." Su Yi nodded, his previously perplexed expression returning to its usual calm. "Shall we depart now?" Bibi Dong, still holding Su Yi, contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Let us linger here a while longer." Su Yi remained silent, gazing at the water's surface, while Bibi Dong tightened her embrace. Both lost in their thoughts as they stared at their reflections, oblivious to the passage of time. An hour slipped away in this manner. "All right, my dear child, go bid farewell to little Nana. Afterwards, I will have Yuguan escort you to your destination." "Farewell," Su Yi echoed, puzzled by the notion. Bibi Dong chuckled at his naivety. It was apparent he had never considered the need for farewells. Lowering her gaze, she placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, light as a dragonfly touching water. "That is how one bids farewell. Now hurry, go say goodbye to Nana." "But I don't wish to say goodbye." The mere idea of parting with Ulaina was unfathomable to him. She was far too perilous. Bibi Dong, noticing his earnest expression, laughed lightly. "All right, little one, no more jesting. The sooner you leave, the sooner you shall return. I hope you succeed and return transformed." "I will." With that, Su Yi rose and walked away. Thank you all for visiting Qimao to read for free. Qimao offers complimentary novels with a wealth of authentic literature awaiting your exploration. Your comments and support for this book are warmly welcomed. A reader group has been established. We invite all to join in this adventure. And I am grateful for your ongoing companionship and affection. I will strive even harder. Together, let us ascend to the pinnacle. Let us stand atop the new book rankings and behold the scenery below. Additionally, the new book, Douluo, starting from a husband's funeral to slay through the realms, has officially set sail and is currently being serialized. The synopsis reads, "In the pinnacle of Douluo, I, Lu, reign supreme. If I, Lu, am not born, the Douluo shall remain in eternal night." Su Tu, who traversed into Douluo, inadvertently interrupted Qian Xuanji's scheme, rescuing Bibi Dong. With no soul rings and no martial soul, he starts with merely a knife. Each strike delivers a critical hit of 999, instantly unleashing a grand move. "I shall protect you for 10 years without worry." Yet it pales in comparison to a generation of scoundrels. To torment a husband is momentarily delightful, but it leads to a funeral pyre of pursuit. With no women in my heart, I will draw my blade without hesitation. You may think I am merely ordinary, but I must apologize. It is simply that you are unworthy of witnessing my prowess. Bibi Dong, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Su Tu, the harbinger of slaughter. From this moment forth, let the world tremble. Chapter 1. The god of death enters the moon pavilion. Su Yi, accompanied by Zhu Huiyuan, departed from the spirit city in a carriage. Their destination was the Heavenly Empire. Throughout the journey, Yueguan incessantly chattered outside the carriage. At times, He attempted to engage Su Yi in conversation, but the latter remained indifferent, absorbed in cultivating his soul power within the carriage. More often than not, Yue Guan found himself conversing with himself while steering the carriage. After a month of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. Throughout the journey, Su Yi had been diligently cultivating, and he sensed that he was on the verge of reaching the 25th level of soul power. As for Yue Guan, who had been driving the carriage for an entire month, he felt on the brink of madness. This little fellow had not uttered a single word to him, forcing Yue Guan to either talk to himself or engage the two horses pulling the carriage in conversation. Upon entering the Heavenly Empire, they arrived at a magnificent pavilion adorned with the character's Moon Pavilion. The comings and goings of the individuals here were exclusively noble youths. Observing Su Yi still engrossed in his cultivation, Yue Guan was filled with a sense of helplessness and astonishment. The Pope had contacted someone who had not been in touch for over a decade solely for this little one. The hope was that this place could transform Su Yi's character, prompting Bibi Dong to send Yue Guan to accompany him here for his metamorphosis. Little one, we have arrived at our destination, Yue Guan announced, prompting Su Yi to slowly open his eyes. As he disembarked from the carriage and gazed at the opulent structure before him, surrounded by the bustling youth, he furrowed his brow slightly. Is this truly the place I have come to? Su Yi questioned, his displeasure evident in the atmosphere. Yue Guan, noticing the frown on Su Yi's face, felt a surge of excitement. My heavens, what is this? I see a different emotion on this little fellow's face. This was the first time Yue Guan had witnessed Su Yi frown, and it made the young man appear rather endearing. All the frustrations of the journey faded from Yue Guan's mind as he beheld Su Yi's expression. Indeed, this is our destination, Yue Guan smiled at Su Yi. However, before we proceed, we must first meet someone who will guide you inside. This place is exceptionally unique, and you, as a member of the Spirit Hall, have significant ties to it. As Yue Guan spoke, a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes, though it was shrouded in a profound sense of murderous intent. None of this escaped Su Yi's keen perception. Moreover, even if he had not seen it, he would have sensed the slightest hint of malice or hostility. Shall I lay waste to this place? Su Yi uttered nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yue Guan's composure shattered. Little one, have you lost your mind? Yue Guan exclaimed, his voice rising involuntarily. Realizing the attention they had drawn, he quickly lowered his tone, whispering to Su Yi, this place is indeed a thorn in the side of our Spirit Hall, but we cannot act against it. The individuals you see here are all noble descendants. This is the largest aristocratic academy in the Heavenly Empire, and indeed the entire Douluo continent. The influence is vast. Should we make a move, it would spell great trouble for our Spirit Hall. Moreover, you require this transformation. A mere moon pavilion pales in comparison to your metamorphosis. With that, Yue Guan led Su Yi away from the scene. They meandered until they reached the entrance of an aristocratic estate. Yue Guan, gazing at the grand courtyard, led Su Yi to vanish from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the main hall of the estate, where a middle-aged man stood, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon their sudden arrival, the man's face lit up with joy. He knelt before Yue Guan, respectfully addressing him. I greet Elder Ju and the Holy Sun. Su Yi regarded the kneeling man with cold indifference, saying nothing as he observed him. Rise, Yue Guan commanded, allowing the man to stand. He then pointed to Su Yi, introducing him. This is Su Yi, the Pope's direct disciple and our Spirit Hall's Holy Son. His nature is rather unique. Thus, he requires transformation within the Moon Pavilion. After conveying their purpose to the middle-aged man, Yue Guan instructed, I entrust this little fellow to you. Ensure that no one learns of Su Yi's true identity. Understood, Elder Yu. Once Yue Guan had relayed his instructions, he turned to Su Yi, advising, I must return to Spirit City, as the Pope requires my presence. And you, little one, remember not to take any lives once you enter the Moon Pavilion. Your purpose here is to evolve. As Yue Guan continued to speak, Su Yi maintained a stoic expression. Just as Yue Guan prepared to leave, Su Yi spoke up, understood. Yue Guan paused momentarily, a smile illuminating his face before he vanished from the courtyard. Young master, you are now akin to my kin. Allow me to personally escort you into the Moon Pavilion, the middle-aged man said cautiously, observing Su Yi's detached demeanor, particularly the coldness in his eyes. Now, Su Yi replied curtly. For someone like him, action was paramount. The sooner, the better. Very well, the middle-aged man obliged. leading Su Yi into the Moon Pavilion. As they entered, the curious gazes of the noble youths studying within fell upon the young Su Yi, trailing behind the esteemed Marquis Charles. Whispers filled the air as they speculated about his identity, while the noble maidens were captivated by Su Yi's appearance, murmuring amongst themselves. As Marquis Charles guided Su Yi deeper into the Moon Pavilion, Su Yi observed the young disciples engaged in learning various etiquettes, his brow furrowing slightly before he composed himself once again. Chapter 2. The Terrifying Marquis Charles. A golden soul coin appeared in hand, which was discreetly slipped into the guard's embrace as I softly spoke. My friend, I kindly ask you to assist me in locating the master of the Moon Pavilion, as I have pressing matters to discuss with him. The guard, feeling the weight of the coin, smiled lightly and replied, Certainly, Marquis Charles. It is a privilege for you to visit our Moon Pavilion, and I believe our esteemed master will be available. With that, the guard proceeded towards the upper floor of the Moon Pavilion. Before long, a breathtakingly beautiful woman descended from the second floor, accompanied by the same guard. She exuded an air of grace and elegance, her stunning visage captivating all who beheld her. As she approached Charles and Su Yi, her tranquil gaze lingered briefly on Su Yi before she turned to Charles with a gentle smile, inquiring, What brings you, Marquis Charles, to my Moon Pavilion? Charles, admiring the exquisite woman before him, responded with a slight smile, Master of the Moon Pavilion, might we step aside to converse? Moon Hua nodded in agreement, gesturing towards the staircase leading to the second floor, inviting Charles to follow her. Charles, with Su Yi in tow, ascended to the upper level of the Moon Pavilion. The guard opened the door for them, and once inside, he closed it behind them. What business do you wish to discuss, Marquis Charles? Moon Hua asked gently, observing Charles seated across from her. In a sudden display of sorrow, Charles knelt before her, his face etched with despair. Moon Hua furrowed her brow at the unexpected gesture. Marquis Charles, what are you doing? As he knelt before her, Charles's eyes brimmed with deep regret, tears streaming down his cheeks as he lamented. I implore you, Master Moon Hua, to accept my son. Su Yi, seated beside Charles, remained composed and indifferent, betraying no emotion as he observed the scene unfold. Your son? Moon Hua expressed her confusion upon hearing his words. What trickery was this Marquis Charles attempting to play before her? Just as she regarded the sobbing Charles with bewilderment, he continued, Master Moon Hua, this is my son. Others, and even the servants in my household, believe him to be my nephew, but in truth, he is my illegitimate child. At the time, I was in the midst of a promotion and dared not bring them to my residence. If the noble circles were to discover that Lord Charles had married a commoner, my standing would have been irrevocably tarnished, and my path to advancement would have been severed. This child has always been under his mother's care. When he was 3 years old, my wife succumbed to hunger and illness, leaving only this child behind. For the past 2 years, this child has endured a life worse than that of a beggar. Each meal was insufficient, and he never knew where his next meal would come from. When I finally found him, he was scavenging for scraps with a wild dog. Since I brought him back, he has been withdrawn, distrustful of everyone, never once calling me father or even speaking a word to me in half a year. At this point, Charles was nearly overcome with grief. Moon Hua, listening to his tale, began to feel a deep-seated aversion as she gazed into his eyes. When her gaze shifted to Su Yi, she was momentarily entranced. What kind of gaze was that? It was a cold, indifferent stare, devoid of any emotion. As he witnessed his father's lament, how deeply he must despise this loathsome man before him. While Moon Hua was lost in thought, Su Yi, seated beside Charles, cast a fleeting glance at him, committing the visage of this man, Charles, to memory. This man was far from ordinary. He was formidable, even terrifying. Merely through the whispers of others regarding him, he had conjured such a poignant and compelling falsehood upon arriving here. Why was it compelling? Because the emotions he displayed seemed genuine, as though he truly were the boy's father. Thus, the woman before him, witnessing the sincerity in Charles's eyes, began to feel a tinge of pity. Master Moon Hua, I acknowledge that I am neither a competent father nor a worthy husband, unfit to be called a man. Yet my child is blameless. I do not wish for him to suffer. I desire for him to ascend to nobility, to inherit wealth, and live a good life. Even if he does not acknowledge me or claim my inheritance, as long as he thrives, I shall find contentment in death. I understand your disdain for my wretched self. But please, Master Moon Hua, I beseech you to take this child. As Charles spoke, he bowed deeply, his forehead striking the ground with forceful thuds, each impact resonating sharply. After 3 fervent knocks, blood began to trickle from his forehead. Moonhua was momentarily stunned by his actions, and in the fleeting moments of her shock, Charles continued to bow fervently, each strike more forceful than the last. "Enough," Moonhua commanded, her voice firm. Yet Charles seemed oblivious, lost in his fervor. "I said enough." As she spoke, a radiant aura enveloped her, encasing both Charles and Su Yi within its glow. Under this luminescent embrace, Charles ceased his frantic motions, blood cascading from his forehead onto the stone floor. As Su Yi felt the aura envelop him, a frown creased his brow. The peculiar light washed over him, instilling a profound sense of tranquility, a serenity he had never before experienced. He gazed at Moonhua, who stood aglow, and instinctively labeled her as a formidable threat. "Danger! Danger! Danger!" Moonhua. The first lesson, smile. As Moonhua unleashed her noble aura, the atmosphere within the room transformed into a serene stillness. Enveloped by this aura, Su Yi felt an unprecedented warmth and comfort, a sense of peace that was foreign to him. This terrifying woman, Tang Moonhua, possessed an ability that was antithetical to a killer like Su Yi, threatening to ensnare him in a web of complacency, rendering him incapable of summoning even a hint of lethal intent. Danger! 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 In this singular encounter, 3 glaring red exclamation marks surged in Su Yi's mind regarding Tang Moonhua, instantaneously elevating her threat level to its utmost pinnacle. Standing before Su Yi, Tang Yuehua, who had just released the noble ring, appeared even more regal than before. After unleashing the power of the noble ring, she gazed upon Su Yi, who sat there with his eyes still exuding an icy demeanor, and a trace of compassion flickered in her eyes. She could not fathom the trials this young lad had endured. Even after her display of nobility, his gaze remained imbued with frost. "You need not bow any longer. I have accepted this child," Tang Yuehua said lightly, observing the somewhat dazed Marquis Char. Upon hearing her words, the kneeling Marquis Char's eyes sparkled with profound surprise, and he looked at Tang Yuehua, his voice filled with fervor as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed Master Yuexian. Thank you, esteemed Master Yuexian. What is your name, little one?" Tang Yuehua gazed gently at the seated Su Yi and inquired softly. Upon hearing the voice of the woman before him, Su Yi felt no inclination to respond. If it were within his power, he would wish to eliminate this perilous woman before him. Her capabilities were indeed formidable. Regrettably, after she unleashed the noble domain of the circular realm, he realized that he could not bring himself to harm her. In that moment, he comprehended why his master, Bibi Dong, had sent him here. In this world, the only individual who could truly catalyze a transformation in Su Yi's character was none other than the woman before him. Kneeling nearby, Char, witnessing Tang Yuehua ask for Su Yi's name, noticed Su Yi's complete silence. Urgently, he interjected, "Mistress of Yuexian, this child is named Su Yi." Su Yi. Indeed, the leader of the Moon Pavilion is named Su Yi. He bears his mother's surname, for her family name is Su. This child may never acknowledge me as his father throughout his life. At this point, a profound regret flickered in Charles's eyes once more. "Very well, I understand now. Su Yi is my direct disciple. I shall gradually assist him in transforming his character. Do you wish to bid farewell to this child? After all, he is my direct disciple and will reside here in the Moon Pavilion. When he wishes to return to you, I shall grant him that opportunity." Kinidin beside Su Yi. Charles was filled with overwhelming joy upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words. He had never anticipated such an unexpected boon. Initially, he thought it was already a blessing for the pavilion master to accept him as a disciple, but to his astonishment, he discovered that Su Yi would remain here as a direct disciple. Gratefulness surged within him as he bowed once more to Tang Yuehua, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for taking in this unfortunate child. Afterward, Charles raised his head and knelt beside Su Yi, his eyes reflecting regret, affection, and profound reluctance. "Child, it is I, your father, who has wronged you. Henceforth, you shall study diligently under the pavilion master. You will no longer endure hardships." As he spoke, Charles's nose tinged with emotion, his eyes reddening, tears streamed down his face once more. In contrast, Su Yi, seated before Charles, exhibited no signs of emotion. He listened silently, his gaze coldly fixed upon him. The chill emanating from Su Yi's indifferent eyes sent shivers down Charles's spine. Pavilion Master, I shall bid farewell to this child now. From this point onward, I entrust him to your care, he said, bowing to Tang Yuehua. I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, he turned and exited the room. Once Charles departed, only Tang Yuehua and Su Yi remained within the chamber. Tang Yuehua observed the silent child before her, scrutinizing him closely. If not for the icy aura surrounding him and the cruelty etched in his gaze, this young lad would undoubtedly be adored among the noble circles. Contemplating this, Tang Yuehua approached Su Yi, intending to gently pat his head. However, Su Yi swiftly turned and stepped away from her outstretched hand. Noticing the wariness in his cold, vigilant eyes, she smiled softly. Little one, there is no need to fear. I shall not harm you. She attempted to approach him again, but upon seeing Su Yi slightly retreat, she abandoned the idea. It seemed that progress must be made gradually. This child, she mused, what could he have endured in the past to become this way? Since you have now become my disciple, I shall begin by teaching you the various etiquettes of the nobility, the art of music, and the control of expressions and emotions. A qualified noble must learn to manage their demeanor and feelings. A noble who is easily angered is a disgrace to their kind. Regardless of whom you encounter, you must treat them with politeness and gentleness, offering a warm smile. Only in this way can you forge valuable connections in noble society. As Tang Yuehua stood before Su Yi, imparting her wisdom, Su Yi quietly listened by her side. Our first lesson shall be the art of smiling, Tang Yuehua declared, offering Su Yi a gracious and polite smile. For instance, like this, Tang Yuehua spoke, gesturing towards the smile adorning her face. Meanwhile, Su Yi, standing before her, remained impassive, his expression devoid of any emotion, let alone a smile. Now, it is your turn, little one. Dan Zuhu Zima. Her eyes sparkling with a smile as she gazed at Su Yi. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi remained standing, his expression impassive as he replied, No, I will not. No, she said, that could be easily arranged. Tang Yuehua spoke as she crouched down before Su Yi, extending her hands towards his face. Su Yi gazed at her approaching hands, an urge to sever them rising within him. Yet his reason prevailed, reminding him of the necessity to endure. Otherwise, how could he undergo transformation? He restrained his own body, allowing Tang Yuehua's delicate hands to play upon his face. Observing the smile, she coaxed from Su Yi. She nodded in satisfaction. News has arrived from the heavenly. Yue Guan appeared within the Pope's palace, gazing upon Bibi Dong, who stood by the window, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. He gently began to report, How is that little fellow faring now? Upon hearing the report from Yu Guan, Bibi Dong, who had been gazing vacantly at the distant sky, turned to face Yu Guan, who had appeared in the papal hall, and inquired with a calm demeanor. Regarding His Holiness the Pope, replied Charles, that young lad has successfully entered the Moon Pavilion. And the most delightful news is that Su Yi has become the personal disciple of that woman. Now, he no longer needs to attend classes with the other students in the Moon Pavilion, only to return after a single day. Instead, he remains by her side, where she personally instructs him. At this point in the report, a faint smile graced Yu Guan's face. Hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled slightly before turning back to gaze at the distant sky, remaining silent. Very well, Yu Guan, you may depart now. As you wish, Your Holiness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yu Guan's eyes reflected a hint of confusion before he vanished from the Pope's palace. Today, His Holiness the Pope seemed rather peculiar. Since that day, Su Yi had unknowingly spent 3 days within the Moon Pavilion. During these 3 days, the woman named Tang Yuehua, who is now his teacher and the head of the Moon Pavilion, would come to him every day after teaching a few noble youths, dedicating her time to instruct him. The subject of their lessons was singular, the art of smiling. Each time they practiced this skill, Tang Yuehua would envelop him in her noble domain, creating a tranquil and serene atmosphere, then personally guide him. She would position Su Yi before a mirror, standing behind him, her hands gently shaping a smile on his face. After 3 days of diligent effort, Su Yi could now muster a smile, albeit a rather stiff one, his gaze devoid of warmth, lending an unsettling aura to his expression. Today, once again, Tang Yuehua entered Su Yi's room, observing him as he practiced smiling incessantly. A flicker of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. Despite the boy's chilling demeanor, he approached her teachings with unwavering diligence and commitment. From the very first day of practice, she had guided him in crafting a smile. By the second day, He had already learned to smile without her assistance. Each visit, he stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection as he practiced. However, his eyes remained cold and detached, rendering his smile disingenuous and, when paired with his icy gaze, quite frightening. What Tang Yuehua did not realize was that for Su, a competent assassin must fulfill every task assigned to him flawlessly, regardless of its nature. Thus, he endeavored to achieve perfection in all that was requested of him. Since his teacher had brought him to this place, he sensed within it, and in that woman, the potential for his transformation. Therefore, he was determined to excel in whatever she required of him. Little one, you're doing remarkably well. Your learning pace is far swifter than I had anticipated. However, your smile still appears artificial. As Su Yi practiced his smile, he turned to Tang Yuehua upon hearing her words. What should I do? For an ordinary person, his meaning might be lost, yet Tang Yuehua smiled gently at his inquiry. The reason your smile seems false is due to the coldness in your eyes. The only remedy is to soften your gaze, making it resemble that of an ordinary person. When you smile, allow your eyes to reflect warmth. Only then will your smile be perfected. Tang Yuehua approached Su Yi, her eyes filled with tenderness as she knelt beside him. I do not understand. How should I proceed? Su Yi's rare response to her was met with no offense, for she understood his nature well. Each time she heard his icy voice, she would gaze at his strikingly handsome face, now beginning to take on an otherworldly allure, and smile softly. Character is not something that can change overnight. However, there exists a factor that can significantly influence your character. What is it? Sui invited, intrigued. That is music. Tang Yuehua continued, looking at him earnestly. When you wholeheartedly immerse yourself in music, allowing your emotions to harmonize with its rhythm, your spirit will find relaxation and joy. In such an environment, your character will gradually transform. Thus, starting today, I shall impart to you some fundamental knowledge of music. As she spoke, she instructed a servant to bring in an ancient zither. Once the instrument was placed in Su Yi's room, the servant exited. Follow me. Tang Yuehua seated herself before the zither with Su Yi and gently instructed, First, listen and observe. Then I shall teach you. With that, she placed her hands upon the strings. Once again, she released her noble domain, enveloping the entire room. As her fingers danced across the strings, a soft, soul-soothing melody filled the air. As Su Yi listened to the music, the coldness in his eyes gradually melted away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of tranquility. After the piece concluded, Tang Yuehua observed Su Yi standing beside her. The usual chill had dissipated from his gaze, leaving only calmness and serenity. She could not help but ponder what experiences had shaped this young boy to be as he was. She had used her noble domain and her utmost skills to soothe his heart. It reminded her of her brother, who, after emerging from that dreadful place, exuded a similar aura of coldness and menace. However, unlike her brother, she felt no trace of malice emanating from Su. Otherwise, she might have believed he, too, had emerged from that nightmarish realm. Yet, her brother, despite his overwhelming aura of coldness, could find solace and relaxation under the influence of her noble domain. Su Yi, however, seemed only to possess tranquility in his eyes, while his entire being remained tense. Thus, her heart ached for this seemingly emotionless young boy. Since that day Tang Yuehua taught Su Yi about music, she discovered that this stoic child possessed an extraordinary talent for it. After explaining all the musical concepts to him, he began to play the ancient zither and other instruments with remarkable skill. Su Yi had astonished Tang Yuehua, and from that moment on, she began to take him along with her to classes attended by noble youths. In this elite circle, the students who could study under Tang Yuehua were of high social standing. On Su Yi's first day in class, the noble young ladies would gather around him during breaks, chatting animatedly in hopes of capturing the attention of this cold boy. Regardless of their attempts to engage him in conversation, Su Yi remained silent. Even though these girls sensed the chill radiating from him and his aloof expression, it did nothing to diminish their fascination. The more Su Yi withdrew, the more exhilarated they became. In private, they would boast about who could be the first to elicit a word from him. Unfortunately, 10 days had passed since Su Yi joined the class, and despite their relentless efforts, he had yet to utter a single word. In the class, the noble offspring regarded Su Yi as a thorn in their side, their eyes filled with murderous intent. If mere glances could kill, Su Yi would have perished countless times. Despite his youth, he was already immensely popular. One could only wonder if he would leave any room for these individuals as he matured. Yet, while they harbored grievances against him, they dared not retaliate. The reason was simple. This young man was the direct disciple of the Moon Pavilion's master. Just this singular identity elevated him far above their noble standings. Is there any news from Yu Guan regarding the imperial city of Heaven? Bibi Dong, seated in the papal chair, inquired gently upon seeing Yu Guan before her. To the Pope, there has been no news returned, came the reply. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Yes, Your Holiness. As Bibi Dong leaned languidly against the papal chair, her right hand resting on its arm, she gently supported her head with her hand, her thumb and index finger delicately pinching her nose. A weary sigh echoed softly within the vastness of the papal hall. Lost in thought, Bibi Dong emitted another feeble sigh before reclining in her chair and gently drifting into slumber. Time slipped by, and nearly 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In a month, it will be the graduation ceremony for this cohort of students. I will have you perform. Are you confident? Tang Yuehua observed the young man before her, standing at 172 meters, with satisfaction and affection gleaming in her eyes. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, along with a high and well-defined nose and thin lips, crafted a resolute visage, almost divine. His long, dark hair was tied back in a ponytail, cascading down his back. What was most captivating about the young man was not merely his striking features, but the tranquility and gentleness that radiated from his eyes. A slight smile from him felt like a refreshing spring breeze. This was not particularly rare, as many possessed a serene demeanor that could evoke such feelings. However, what made his gaze most alluring was the underlying indifference that lurked beneath the softness and calm. This hidden coldness infused the noble air surrounding him with an aristocratic majesty that even royal offspring could not rival. It was this duality in his eyes that bestowed upon him an aura of elegance reminiscent of a scholar and an untouchable nobility. Such contrasting energies, which should not coexist within one individual, harmoniously manifested in this young man, creating an aura of profound mystery. Tang Yuehua gazed at him and thought to herself, a gentleman like jade upon the road, unmatched in the world, what a graceful young man. The boy was none other than Su Yi, who had spent the past 2 years studying by her side in the Moon Pavilion. Upon hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Su Yi smiled gently and performed a noble salute. I am confident I will not bring you shame. As Tang Yuehua listened to Su Yi's soft yet slightly frosty words, she fell into contemplation. The little fellow who once stood around 2 meters had now grown to approximately 7 meters in just 2 short years. The once aloof boy, whose eyes were filled with indifference, had matured into this remarkable young man. The child who had been reticent, even refusing to smile amidst a crowd, now exuded warmth and charm. He spoke with courtesy, and among the many noble youths, the one who had initially incited jealousy and resentment now radiated an innate nobility that captivated them all. In merely 2 years, even Tang Yuehua herself had not anticipated that the child could evolve to such heights. Little fellow, if you find a girl you fancy, just let me know, and I will assist you. Hearing Tang Yuehua's words, a figure resembling the one he wished to protect appeared in Su Yi's mind. With a gentle smile, he replied, Teacher, my heart already holds the one I wish to guard for a lifetime. Surprised by Su Yi's declaration, Tang Yuehua gazed into his eyes, which revealed genuine delight. Momentarily taken aback, is it that girl, Xueqing? No, teacher. Probing into others' privacy is not befitting of a noble. With that, Su Yi smiled at Tang Yuehua. With a resounding thud, Tang Yuehua playfully knocked Su Yi on the head, her face displaying mock indignation. But I am your teacher. How can I not inquire? Teacher, class is about to commence. We should hurry to the classroom. After all, being late is disgraceful. As he spoke, Su Yi darted away, leaving Tang Yuehua exasperated yet amused. And she quickly followed him. Chapter 6. Elegance Never Goes Out of Style. 3 updates. An earnest plea for votes. Your Holiness, news has arrived from the Imperial City. In the Papal Hall, Yu Guan suddenly appeared, his expression brightening as he beheld Bibi Dong seated in the papal chair. What news? Bibi Dong, upon hearing Yu Guan's words, allowed a glimmer of joy to flicker in her otherwise placid eyes. Yu Guan, smiling, replied, Your Holiness, Charles has returned with news regarding that young rascal, Su Yi. Speak. Bibi Dong, suppressing a surge of excitement, urged him on. Yu Guan continued. According to Charles, that young rascal will perform at the graduation ceremony in half a month. This means he has reached the transformation you spoke of. Once the ceremony concludes, he shall return from the Moon Pavilion. Nana has been longing for him immensely. To quell her yearning, she has devoted the past 2 years to rigorous training, seeking to suppress thoughts of him. In just 2 years, she has broken through to the soul sect. Old Ghost has taken her to hunt for her 4th soul ring. At this rate, it won't be long before she becomes a soul king. A spark of excitement glimmered in Yu Guan's eyes as he spoke. A graduation performance, you say? Bibi Dong's gaze turned distant, her thoughts wandering. Yu Guan, at your service. Prepare a carriage. We shall personally fetch this young man. Yes, your holiness. As time flowed, 13 days swiftly passed. Shout! The graduation gala is the day after tomorrow. How prepared are you? One night, Tang Yuehua entered Su Yi's room, observing him seated within, gracefully playing the guqin, his eyes gently closed as he immersed himself in the melodious strains. As the notes faded, Tang Yuehua opened her eyes and inquired of Su Yi. Rest assured, my teacher, there will be no issues. Upon hearing Su Yi's assurance, a faint smile graced Tang Yuehua's lips. Very well, that puts my mind at ease. Do take care to rest well. With that, she turned and departed from his presence. Your Holiness, we pay our respects. At the Marquis of Char's estate, Char knelt before the arriving Bibi Dong and Yu Guan, bowing low. Rise, Bibi Dong commanded, her voice imbued with a softness and nobility as she waved her hand. How much time remains until the graduation ceremony of Yuexian Pavilion? Char, exhibiting utmost respect, replied, Your Holiness, there is but 1 day left until the Holy Son's graduation ceremony, which will occur tomorrow evening. Do you possess an invitation to the graduation ceremony? Indeed, Your Highness, there are precisely 3 seats available. Excellent. Tomorrow evening, we shall attend Yuexian together. Satisfied with Char's response, Bibi Dong turned to Yu Guan and instructed, Yu Guan, change your attire. We must disguise ourselves to avoid recognition. Understood, Your Holiness. Yu Guan replied before vanishing to prepare his garments. A day later, night fell. Xiao Yi, how are your preparations coming along? Tang Yuehua had originally come to inquire about Su Yi's readiness, but upon seeing him in a sleek black tailcoat, she was momentarily taken aback by his elegance. Xiao Yi, where did you acquire this attire? The design is unlike anything I have ever seen, not even in the Dou Empire. Su Yi, noticing the admiration in Tang Yuehua's gaze, smiled slightly. This outfit was custom-made based on the designs I provided. I never would have guessed you possessed such talent, you rascal. What is this ensemble called? Upon hearing her question, Su Yi replied with a smile. A tailcoat. A tailcoat? Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she observed the elegant split at the back of Su Yi's coat, reminiscent of a swallow's tail. What a splendid name. This attire must have been inspired by the rain swallows. Am I correct? Indeed, you charming scoundrel. You are already captivating enough, but dressed in this way. Those young ladies outside must be utterly enchanted by you. As she spoke, she playfully tapped Su Yi on the forehead with her index finger. Teacher, I assure you, I have not stolen their hearts. Tang Yuehua regarded Su Yi's smiling visage, her eyes brimming with affection and pride. Very well. Let us hasten to the graduation ceremony. With that, she led Su Yi toward the venue. Wow, Su Yi looks extraordinarily handsome today. Oh no, I feel as though I could never marry anyone but him. You think so? I have felt that way for quite some time. In the performance hall of the graduation ceremony, as Su Yi, clad in his dapper black tailcoat, entered alongside Tang Yuehua in an exquisite cerulean gown, gasps of admiration echoed throughout the room, especially among the young women. Their eyes sparkled with infatuation as they gazed at Su Yi, wishing to possess the charming figure who had just entered. They had all heard that the performance at this graduation ceremony featured the most esteemed disciple of the head of Yuexian Pavilion, who had proclaimed that her protégé was the finest she had ever taught, with few likely to surpass him in the future. In a shadowy corner, Bibi Dong and Yu Guan, both masked in black, observed the young man following Tang Yuehua with incredulity. Had it not been for Bibi Dong's keen eye catching the underlying coldness and detachment beneath Su Yi's calm facade, they would never have recognized this seemingly elegant youth as the same boy who had once left the spear hall. Even prepared for the transformation in this young man, witnessing it firsthand was nearly beyond belief. Is this truly the same boy? After a long pause, Yueguan finally broke the silence, glancing at Bibi Dong with uncertainty. "It is him." At Yueguan's response, a faint smile crept onto Bibi Dong's lips. In that instant, she felt elated. For the moment he entered, he had noticed her. Chapter 7. Elegance never goes out of style. Fourth update. More votes requested. The moment Su Yi and Tang Yuehua stepped into the venue, he sensed two familiar auras. Following the source of these energies, he spotted a woman in a flowing white gown adorned with a black mask seated in the corner, alongside a man in black with a golden mask and flowing blonde hair, a smile involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth. Bibi Dong and Yueguan were utterly astonished by the refined youth in the opulent black tailcoat accompanying Tang Yuehua. They could hardly believe that the elegant young man before them was the same cold boy from their memories. As Su Yi reached the center of the graduation ceremony to perform, two attendants carefully brought forth a guqin and placed it before him. He sat down and, with a gentle touch, began to play. A melodious, soothing harmony filled the air, silencing the once boisterous gathering. Everyone closed their eyes, entranced by the enchanting melody that flowed from Su Yi's fingers. Even Bibi Dong succumbed to the allure of the music, reveling in the exquisite sounds emanating from him. As the performance concluded, the hall erupted into applause, the audience expressing their admiration for the young man standing at the center. "Obri! Truly magnificent!" The crowd cheered, the soon-to-be graduates gazing dreamily at Su Yi, their hearts aflutter for the unattainable man before them. Witnessing Su Yi's successful performance, Tang Yuehua, seated in the front row, looked upon him with a smile that radiated satisfaction, affection, pride, and joy. Bibi Dong's eyes too brimmed with pride as she regarded Su Yi, her disciple. However, when she noted Tang Yuehua's gaze upon him, her beautiful eyes narrowed, shadows of jealousy darkening her aura. If not for the purpose of fostering this young man's growth, could he ever have been her disciple? No, this boy was destined to be her own. Within the graduation hall, another young man observed Su Yi, a glint of ambition flickering in his eyes. "Teacher, it is time for me to depart from here." After the graduation ceremony concluded, Su Yi returned to the top floor of Yuexian Pavilion, accompanied by the satisfied Tang Yuehua. Standing before her, he gently spoke. Tang Yuehua gazed at the young man before her, feeling a myriad of emotions as she listened to Su Yi's words. This day had long been anticipated, yet hearing it from this young lad left her momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. A sense of emptiness lingered in her heart, as if something significant had been lost. "Are you returning to the Marquis's residence?" Tang Yuehua asked, after a brief pause, regaining her composure. "No, I have a destination to reach, a place where someone I must protect awaits. It is time for me to go and safeguard her," Su Yi replied, looking at Tang Yuehua, unsure of his own feelings at that moment, regardless of her identity or whether he had initially regarded her as a mentor. Over the past 2 years, it was this woman who had consistently guided and supported him. Her affection for him was never concealed. She was proud of him, filled with admiration. However, certain matters are dictated by order of precedence. Though this woman held a special place in his heart, he could not forget that someone else needed his protection. From the outset, he had viewed her as a dangerous entity, someone he had even contemplated eliminating upon their first meeting. Yet now, she had become profoundly significant to him. Although he was cold-blooded and had never been a virtuous man, he was not ungrateful or one to repay kindness with malice. If ever they found themselves on opposing sides, he would spare her. As Su Yi contemplated these thoughts while looking at Tang Yuehua, she suddenly embraced him. "Make sure to visit your teacher often." "I will," he replied softly, hearing her gentle whisper. "All right, little one. Given my understanding of you, your ability to discuss this matter with me now indicates that you are ready to leave. I shall not keep you any longer, but remember to come back and see your teacher often," she said, releasing him. "Thank you for your guidance over these 2 years," Su Yi said, bowing respectfully before Tang Yuehua, before descending the staircase of Yuexian Pavilion. As he reached the stairs, Tang Yuehua, who had remained in place, could no longer contain her emotions and called out to Su Yi's retreating figure, "Little one, you will always be my pride." Hearing her words, Su Yi's body momentarily paused. "Take care, teacher," he said before departing. The vast expanse of Yuexian Pavilion's top floor now stood empty, leaving Tang Yuehua alone, staring at the vacant staircase, her heart echoing that emptiness. "Teacher, I shall not disappoint you. I am back," Su Yi said as he exited Yuexian and found himself in a narrow alley. smiling at Yu Guan and Bibi Dong within. Seems your teacher has taught you well, Bibi Dong remarked, emphasizing the word teacher, her eyes narrowing as they focused on Su Yi. Noticing the shift in Bibi Dong's demeanor, Su Yi smiled gently. I remain your disciple, and that will never change. Standing before Su Yi, Bibi Dong observed that he had grown nearly to her height, if not surpassed it. The soft, refined smile on his face momentarily took her aback. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, standing behind Bibi Dong, was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment at the transformation of the young Su Yi he once knew. Is this still the little Su Yi I know? Yu Guan stuttered, pointing at him. Of course, Su Yi replied with a subtle smile. Then in an instant, he vanished from their sight. Have you had enough of following me? Su Yi appeared on the other side of the alley, standing before a servant, offering him a slight smile. The servant, startled by Su Yi's sudden appearance, widened his eyes in terror and opened his mouth in vain. Chapter 8. Elegance Never Goes Out of Style. Part 3. As Su Yi stood in front of the servant, he raised his index finger, piercing through the servant's throat and damaging his vocal cords. Following this, Su Yi embraced the servant's body as he stepped into the alley. Withdrawing his finger, stained with blood, he elegantly wiped it clean with a white handkerchief. Once satisfied, he bent down to place the bloodied handkerchief over the servant's face, then straightened up to reveal a gentle, refined smile to the stunned Yu Guan. If it weren't for the lifeless body of the servant lying nearby, no one would suspect that this polished and graceful young man was a cold-blooded killer. As Su Yi exited Yuexian Pavilion, he sensed someone trailing him. However, he chose to ignore it, eager to discover who had sent this individual. Upon arriving in the alley, he discerned that this servant was not sent by teacher Yuehua, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of relief. The tale has been dealt with, Su Yi remarked, smiling at Bibi Dong and Yu Guan. Yu Guan felt a chill run down his spine at Su Yi's refined smile, as if a cold wind had blown past him, causing his hair to stand on end. This little rascal is even more terrifying than before. Bibi Dong, observing Su Yi, smiled slightly. Little one, you have finally grown. To what extent has your soul power increased in these 2 years? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, Su Yi displayed a helpless expression, raising his hands. I haven't focused on cultivating my soul power much over the past 2 years. I've been engaged in other studies. My soul power is currently at level 30, and I have yet to acquire a soul ring. That's quite impressive. Even if your soul power hasn't advanced, witnessing your growth is immensely satisfying, Bibi Dong said, looking at Su Yi with appreciation. Come out. After Bibi Dong spoke, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Yi's eyes. A dagger appeared in his hand, which he hurled deep into the alley. Then he dashed toward the shadowy corner, summoning his martial spirit and thrusting forcefully into the obscurity. Second soul skill, earth-shattering strike. Su Yi's right arm, gripping the spear, bulged with muscle, exuding an aura of power. The spear emitted a dark glow as it lunged forward. Stop! Just as Su Yi was about to strike the figure hidden in the shadows, Bibi Dong's voice rang out, halting him in his tracks. At this moment, the tip of Su Yi's Chaos Supreme Spear was positioned less than 20 centimeters from the throat of the figure lurking in the shadows. As Bibi Dong spoke and Su Yi hesitated, the concealed individual slowly emerged from the darkness. Su Yi regarded the golden-haired youth before him with a gaze devoid of warmth. With the appearance of this golden-haired boy, Bibi Dong stepped closer to Su Yi, her eyes filled with disdain as she coldly inquired, "What brings you here? Is it not permissible for me, the crown prince, to be present in the Heaven Do imperial city?" The golden-haired youth retorted icily in response to Bibi Dong's words. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, witnessing the arrival of the golden-haired boy, was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this individual had come for Su Yi? Contemplating this, Yu Guan quietly positioned himself behind Su Yi, his eyes reflecting a flicker of vigilance towards the golden-haired youth. Are you not worried about exposing yourself by coming here? If the plans of these years were to falter due to your arrival, you would be the greatest sinner of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong warned. The golden-haired youth merely smirked at her words, replying, Sinner? Who truly is the sinner here? You sent me here since I was young. Did you ever care for me? With a fervent expression, he directed his gaze towards Bibi Dong, coldly questioning her. Enough. I have come here to claim this fellow. Initially filled with rage, he took a deep breath and pointed at Su Yi, declaring, This is impossible. He is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Do not overstep, otherwise Do not blame me for taking your life." As Bibi Dong spoke, a fierce aura emanated from her, enveloping the youth. The golden-haired boy looked at the enraged Bibi Dong and suddenly burst into laughter. Then, turning his attention to Su Yi standing beside her, he said with admiration, "Your name is Su Yi, correct?" Not receiving a reply, he continued, "What Bibi Dong can offer you, I can provide as well. Is being the holy son of the Spirit Hall not enough? Once the grand scheme is realized, I can assure you the title of Pope of the Spirit Hall shall be yours. Are you truly seeking death?" Bibi Dong responded, swiftly seizing the golden-haired youth by the throat and pinning him against the wall. The youth, restrained by her grip, wore a disdainful smile and taunted, "Go ahead, kill me." Bibi Dong, taken aback by his audacity, found herself momentarily speechless. From behind Bibi Dong, Su Yi coldly interjected, "If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I shall." He thrust the Chaos Supreme Spear towards the golden-haired youth's heart, but fortunately, Yu Guan, standing behind Su Yi, quickly pushed him aside. "Young one, do not act impulsively. This matter is beyond your control." Su Yi, hearing Yu Guan's words, retorted coldly, "If she wishes to kill, I shall assist her." "Very well, young one. I will handle this," Bibi Dong said, loosening her grip on the youth's neck. As she looked at Su Yi, the previously menacing expression in her eyes softened slightly. This scene did not escape the notice of the golden-haired youth. "This person is significant to you," he remarked, then turned to Bibi Dong with a smile, continuing, "Rest assured, anything of importance to you, I will seize. If I cannot have it, I will destroy it. However, fear not, I will not ruin him. You shall witness how I take your cherished disciple away from you." With that, the golden-haired youth looked at Su Yi, a peculiar light flashing in his eyes. "Do not worry, you will certainly become mine." He then turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving Bibi Dong to take a deep breath and calm her emotions. Chapter 9. Su Yi, under the watchful eye of Qianren Xue. Since the departure of the golden-haired youth, Bibi Dong escorted Su Yi and Yu Guan away from the Heaven Do Imperial City. Inside the carriage, Su Yi and Bibi Dong shared a silence, neither uttering a word. Observing the unusually quiet and sorrowful Bibi Dong, Su Yi was at a loss for words. "Young one, do you have any questions?" Bibi Dong finally broke the silence after a long while. "If you choose not to speak, then do not," Su Yi replied, noting the bittersweet smile on Bibi Dong's face, which resembled the cold demeanor he had displayed upon entering the Moon Pavilion. The warmth in her previously gentle and refined eyes faded, replaced by indifference. Bibi Dong, intrigued by Su Yi's abrupt change in attitude, asked, "Why have you reverted to this demeanor?" "The mask is meant for others," Su Yi replied coolly. Bibi Dong chuckled at his words, "You little rascal. Have you missed your teacher over the past 2 years?" "Not at all, for I will return eventually," Su Yi stated. And upon hearing his response, Bibi Dong felt an urge to strangle the ungrateful child. However, the thought of his inevitable return brought a smile to her face. "Do you not wish to inquire further?" She gently prodded. "No, if you wish to eliminate him, I will assist you directly," Su Yi replied. "You little scoundrel. In this state, you are worse than before," Bibi Dong exclaimed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Come sit over here. It has been so long since we shared a moment together." Bibi Dong patted the seat beside her, and upon hearing her invitation, Su Yi moved closer. The golden-haired youth returned to an opulent residence, promptly activating a hidden mechanism. As the mechanism engaged, a concealed entrance to an underground passage revealed itself on the floor of his chamber. Upon stepping inside, the entrance seamlessly restored itself, and flickering flames ignited along the walls of the dark tunnel. The youth traversed the corridor for 100 meters, arriving at a lavish secret chamber. The decor of the chamber was so extravagant that one might mistake it for the boudoir of a noble lady. Above, a massive luminous pearl, measuring 20 centimeters, illuminated the space, accompanied by several smaller pearls, each no larger than 10 centimeters and no smaller than 3. The floor was adorned with a pristine white carpet, the origin of which remained unknown. The youth gently removed his shoes, revealing delicate, jade-like feet that softly pressed onto the carpet. Approaching a mirror beside the sumptuous bed, the youth stood before it, gradually shedding his clothing to reveal skin as pure as jade. As he removed the bindings from his chest, his form began to transform. With the shedding of his garments, a striking revelation unfolded. The golden-haired boy's hair elongated into golden locks, and his visage morphed into that of a young woman. The pronounced Adam's apple fading from view. The visage before me is utterly flawless, with a delicate and noble nose, enticing crimson lips, and eyes that radiate a sanctified grandeur. The exquisite maiden reflected in the mirror emanates an aura of regal divinity, appearing almost too ethereal for this mortal realm. Sui must be mine. As the girl gazes upon her hands, as pure as jade, a fervent possessiveness ignites within her. Upon Su Yi's entrance to the Moon Pavilion, she became acutely aware of his presence, for he had reached out to her even more so than that woman, Bibi Dong. Since her arrival in this place, that woman had never once contacted her. To be precise, from the moment she was born into this world, she had never received any care from that woman. Each time that woman beheld her, an overwhelming intent to kill would surface, a desire to extinguish her life. If that were the case, why bring her into existence in the first place? Upon learning of Su Yi, the saint, her curiosity blossomed. She yearned to uncover the essence of this individual who could compel her merciless mother to make an exception, elevating him to the status of the first saint in the history of the Spear Hall. Furthermore, he had initiated contact with her. When she discovered that he was to arrive in the Heavenly Dough Imperial City, she was embroiled in significant schemes, rendering her unable to divert her attention. Thus, only after all was settled did she assume the guise of the Crown Prince, Shuechinghe. Regrettably, donning the identity of this prince led to an influx of responsibilities that demanded her attention. It was only recently that she managed to resolve all matters and erase any traces of her previous endeavors. Coincidentally, she learned that this Su Yi was to graduate and would perform at the graduation ceremony of the Moon Pavilion. Therefore, on the day of graduation, she arrived to witness the event. The moment Su Yi entered, she was utterly captivated, struck by his appearance and demeanor. She had not anticipated that in a world where she believed herself to be the pinnacle of perfection, another equally flawless being could exist. As Su Yi drew closer, Qian Rinxue felt an unsettling stir within her, a sensation originating from her martial soul. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, she dispatched individuals to shadow him. Eventually, when Su Yi revealed his martial soul before her, she distinctly sensed her own martial soul becoming increasingly agitated, as if drawn to his. At that moment, she became convinced that their martial souls possessed the potential for a fusion technique. Hence, her desire to possess him intensified. The martial soul fusion technique is not merely a sum of 1 plus 1. Even two identical martial souls may not achieve fusion. This requires complementarity and perfect synergy. When a martial soul fusion technique manifests, its power transcends mere levels of two soul masters existing in a realm beyond. Typically, aside from biological siblings, those capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique are likely to be each other's partners. Moreover, this technique necessitates a harmonious and complementary pairing. Both of them are embodiments of perfection. The very fact that such a sensation arises indicates that Su Yi is a complementary counterpart to her. In her eyes, the flawless Su Yi represents her future partner. Thus, her intentions extend beyond mere revenge against Bibi Dong. They are rooted in a genuine desire to wrest Su Yi from the clutches of that merciless woman. Only she understands the depths of that woman's malice. Chapter 10. The Frantic Self-Destruction of Yu Guan. Second update. Requesting votes. After Bibi Dong departed from the Heavenly Dough Imperial City with Su Yi, Yu Guan piloted the carriage for over a week, arriving at an exceedingly dense forest. Your Holiness, we have reached the Stark Dough Great Forest. As Yu Guan's voice resonated, Bibi Dong led Su Yi out of the carriage. This time, Su Yi had reverted to his refined and gentle youthful appearance. Bibi Dong remarked that this visage appeared much more favorable than his previous cold demeanor, which seemed to suggest that everyone owed him something. Hence, Su Yi once again assumed his current form. Little one, I truly did not expect such a transformation from you. Even after witnessing it several times, I remain astonished. If old Ghost were to see you now, he would surely be left speechless. Yu Guan chuckled as he observed Su Yi stepping out of the carriage. Uncle Yu. Su Yi replied with a faint smile upon hearing Yu Guan's words. Yu Guan was momentarily taken aback by Su Yi addressing him as uncle, his mouth agape, standing before Su Yi in astonishment, as if his mind struggled to comprehend the moment. Your Holiness, did you just hear that? Did that little rascal just call me uncle? At this, Yu Guan turned to Bibi Dong, his eyes wide with disbelief and excitement. Indeed, Bibi Dong said with a slight smile and a nod. Seeing Bibi Dong's approval, Yuguan became so agitated he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Little one, could you perhaps call me uncle once more for my ears to savor? Uncle Yu. Su-yi replied with another smile. Observing Yu Guan's exhilaration, Su-yi felt a profound curiosity. Was it truly such an emotional event to be addressed as uncle? My heavens! I never imagined I would one day hear such delightful words from your lips. Splendid, splendid, Yu Guan exclaimed. Now, little one, do call me uncle once more. Upon hearing this request again, Su-yi fell silent, casting Yu Guan a look that conveyed sheer incredulity. Yu Guan, seeing Su-yi's growing reticence, smiled brightly and said, If you choose not to call, that is well. I have heard what I needed. Then, as if struck by a thought, Yu Guan suddenly looked at Su-yi and said, Wait a moment. Little one, you refer to me as uncle, while that girl, Nana, calls me grandpa. How should we navigate your relationship with her? Perhaps you should call me grandpa as well? With that, excitement once again danced across Yu Guan's face as he eagerly awaited Su-yi's response. Quickly, little one, call me grandpa Yu. If not, you may call me grandpa Ju. Teacher, may I eliminate him? Su-yi inquired coldly, his gaze fixed on Yu Guan. Enough, Yu Guan. Quickly find this little one a soul beast. He is already a title de law and still behaving so foolishly, Bibi Dong remarked with a smile at Su-yi. Yes, your holiness. I shall attend to it immediately, Yu Guan replied, feeling a chill run down his spine as he met Su-yi's icy gaze. This young man, merely at the 30th rank, exuded an overwhelming pressure that was utterly terrifying. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the joy of being addressed as uncle, only to now realize the gravity of the situation before him. Let us forget, this fellow is truly a ruthless killer. He cannot bear a jest. If he sets his sights on you, you would likely find it hard to sleep at night. As Bibi Dong began to speak, Yu Guan vanished in an instant before her, and Su-yi, moving with a swiftness that outpaced even a rabbit. After Yu Guan departed, Bibi Dong looked at Su-yi, whose eyes remained icy, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. At last, one could see anger reflected in this little one's demeanor. With this thought, Bibi Dong gently patted Su-yi's shoulder, saying, Young one, there is no need to let Yu Guan provoke you. Besides, you cannot defeat him at this moment. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, the coldness in Su-yi's eyes evaporated, and he responded with a slight smile. Teacher, I am not angry. Bibi Dong, observing the soft and tranquil gaze in Su-yi's eyes, was momentarily taken aback. My studies over the past 2 years have not been in vain. I have learned to master the nuances of expression and emotion, allowing me to control them with ease. After all, such matters are trivial for me. Why should I become enraged? Bibi Dong looked at Su-yi and, upon hearing his response, sighed softly. You have truly grown, and your pace of development is astonishing. Now tell me, are you still pretending in front of me? At this point, Bibi Dong gazed earnestly into Su-yi's eyes. Regardless of how I present myself before you, I'm always my true self. I shall not disguise myself before you. Upon hearing Su-yi's declaration and seeing the seriousness in his eyes, Bibi Dong smiled gently. Just then, Yu Guan, who had not been gone for long, returned holding a soul beast. Your Holiness, I have spotted a gravity tyrant rhinoceros, aged 8,000 years. I wonder if this little one can withstand it, Yu Guan said, tossing the lengthy silver rhinoceros in front of them. Very well. Su-yi, observing the rhinoceros before him, summoned his martial soul, a black dragon-headed spear, which he thrust into the beast's eye, piercing its skull. With this strike, the soul beast met its demise, and a purple soul ring emerged from the gravity tyrant. Seeing the soul ring appear, Su-yi sat down to absorb it. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and Yu Guan stood by, quietly watching as Su-yi meditated to absorb the soul ring. Before long, Su-yi completed the absorption, and the 8,000-year soul ring elevated him from level 30 to 32. As for the surplus soul power, it was seamlessly absorbed by his body, as usual. Without waiting for Bibi Dong to inquire, Su-yi rose and smiled at her. My third soul skill, Heavy Burst Flow, an auxiliary skill. A single thrust releases a black beam of gravity that strikes the enemy, causing an explosion. The struck foe's gravity increases tenfold, doubling the damage for 10 seconds. Most importantly, after absorbing the soul ring, the weight of my first martial soul, the Chaotic Supreme Spear, has increased by 2,000 Jin. This added weight has no effect on me whatsoever. Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Both Bibi Dong and Yu Guan looked at him with palpable astonishment. This little fellow continues to surprise them more and more. Chapter 11. It is not you who is dirty, but this world. Third update. Please support. After Su Yi absorbed the soul ring, the night had unknowingly descended upon the Douluo forest. The night sky here possesses a unique beauty. Little one, would you like to hear a story from your teacher? Bibi Dong asked as they sat side by side, gazing at the breathtaking starry sky that could only be seen in the Douluo forest. You may speak. I'm listening. Su Yi replied, his gaze fixed on the sky above as he heard Bibi Dong's soft voice. Bibi Dong looked at Su Yi, and a smile suddenly graced her face. This little one, though seemingly aloof, brings her an overwhelming sense of safety. As they sat together, gazing at the stars, Bibi Dong felt an immense peace within her heart. For reasons unknown, she suddenly wished to share the secret she had concealed for many years with this young one. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, standing guard near Bibi Dong and Su Yi, had already distanced himself as Bibi Dong began her story. As the protector of the Pope, he understood what could be heard and what should not. After Yu Guan had left, Bibi Dong gazed at the starry sky and smiled gently. Little one, look at how beautiful the stars above us are, pure in their beauty. With that, Bibi Dong continued, once there was a girl as pure and beautiful as this starry sky, innocent and kind-hearted. Long ago, a girl emerged within the Spirit Hall, the most gifted maiden in history. She became the saintess of the Spirit Hall, her teacher being the Pope, just as you are now. This saintess was innocent and kind, helping countless individuals who suffered misfortunes. As a result, her status within the Spirit Hall rose, and she became increasingly adored. Among the common folk, her reputation far exceeded that of the Spirit Hall. Eventually, a young boy appeared in the Spirit Hall. Due to an anomaly in his martial soul, he was doomed to never break through to the Spirit Master rank. However, he did not lose heart. He diligently searched for books, hoping to uncover methods for breaking through. Unfortunately, after scouring every tome, he found no solutions to overcome his limitations. From his readings, he realized that his mutated martial soul was essentially a wasted one, forever incapable of surpassing level 30. Yet, even so, the boy remained undeterred. Through his self-developed theories, he became a master in the eyes of the world, a theoretical genius. Although many mocked and looked down upon him, his theories were indeed the finest. While most failed to recognize the boy's merits, the girl did. Thus, the highest gifted saintess of the Spirit Hall fell deeply in love with this so-called useless master. This affair was discovered by the girl's teacher, who became furious. In an effort to prevent the saintess from uniting with the boy, fearing a lineage that would be deemed inferior, the teacher, whom the girl had always revered, drugged her. After ensuring their union, she imprisoned the girl. To prevent her from taking her own life, her beloved teacher threatened the life of the boy she loved, forbidding her from seeking death. Eventually, the girl realized she was with child. To pacify her, the teacher expelled the boy from the Spirit Hall, assuring her that he would not harm her beloved. You must live well and bear this child for me. At this point, Bibi Dong's face was unexpectedly streaked with tears, silently weeping. It seemed she was unperturbed. Continuing the tale, after the girl gave birth, her teacher released her from captivity. The girl longed to see the boy one last time, but alas, when he was driven away, her teacher told him that the girl never loved him and that he should not dream of her again. The reason the girl approached him was merely to share the martial soul theories he had developed with the Spirit Hall. When a young girl emerged from her confinement, she learned, once more, of that boy's fate, only to discover that he had wed another woman. Subsequently, due to the fact that this woman was the illegitimate daughter of his second uncle, the boy vanished from sight, choosing to hide away to evade her. Later, my teacher ventured forth to capture a 10,000-year soul beast, only to return gravely wounded from a battle with the youngest and most formidable Douluo, Tang Hao, who possessed the powerful martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. He succumbed to his injuries upon returning to the Spirit Hall. In truth, the so-called death was merely a facade. That man was slain by my own hand. The saintess of the Spirit Hall within the tale is none other than myself. The golden-haired youth we encountered in the alley was the child I bore. She is, in fact, a woman, though she masquerades as the Prince Shueqinghe of the Tiandu Empire as part of a grand scheme. I have personally extinguished the life of the teacher I once held in the highest regard, harboring disdain for the child born of our union. Even after taking his life, my hatred towards him remains unresolved. The once innocent, romantic, and benevolent saint of the Spirit Hall has irrevocably transformed into the venomous woman I am today. As I reached this point in my narrative, I noticed that, unbeknownst to me, Bibi Dong had gently rested her head upon Su Yi's shoulder, gazing into the enchanting and pristine starry sky. In times past, the mere recollection of any of these events would have incited a torrent of rage within her. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt utterly fragile in this moment. Bibi Dong could not fathom why she had divulged this long-buried secret to the young boy beside her. Strangely, after sharing her truth, a sense of relief washed over her. After patiently listening to her confession, Su Yi finally inquired, "What is the name of the man you love?" Upon hearing Su Yi's calm voice, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. "I can assist you in locating him and presenting him before you," Su Yi stated with an expressionless demeanor. Bibi Dong gazed at Su Yi, momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, she looked at him and calmly replied, "I have known for quite some time where he is hiding. After hearing what I have said, do you not fear me? Or do you find me repugnant?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Su Yi gazed at her with an unwavering expression and said, "You are my mentor, the one I wish to protect throughout my life. It is not you who is tainted, but rather this world. Regardless of your actions, I shall stand by your side, even if it means bringing about the world's destruction." At this juncture, a smile graced Su Yi's face. Bibi Dong, witnessing the smile illuminating Su Yi's countenance, found herself in a state of prolonged astonishment. After more than a month, Su Yi, Bibi Dong, and Yuguan returned to Spirit City. During this period, Su Yi's soul power had ascended from level 32 to 33. "Your Holiness, we have arrived," Yuguan gently announced as they halted before the Pope's palace. Upon hearing Yuguan's words, Bibi Dong and Su Yi disembarked from the carriage. Since that night, when she had bared her soul to Su Yi, revealing the secrets she had long concealed, he had become increasingly significant in her heart. She was uncertain of the nature of her feelings for him. She only knew that this young lad was the sole confidant privy to her hidden truths. Despite the sordid nature of her secrets, Su Yi's gaze held no trace of disdain. In fact, his words, delivered with an air of earnestness, resonated deeply within her. "It is not you who is tainted, but this world. Whatever you choose to do, I shall stand by your side, even if it means the annihilation of this world." In that moment, Bibi Dong felt as if a ray of light had pierced through the darkness that had long enveloped her heart, illuminating her once bleak inner world. "Master," as Bibi Dong had just alighted from the carriage, still lost in her thoughts, a graceful and enchanting young maiden suddenly leaped onto her. "You little imp." Bibi Dong gazed at the young Hualaina in her arms, her eyes reflecting a tender affection as she gently caressed the little one's head. "Look who has returned," she said, softly patting Hualaina's head to direct her attention to the side. Following Bibi Dong's gesture, Hualaina turned her gaze and beheld the graceful youth standing beside Bibi Dong. The moment Hualaina laid eyes on Su Yi, she momentarily froze, completely entranced. Su Yi? Su Yi? Hualaina could hardly believe her own eyes. The figure standing before her had undergone such a remarkable transformation that she almost failed to recognize him. In her recollection, Su Yi had always worn a frosty expression, as if the entire world owed him something, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, the Su Yi before her had grown considerably since their initial encounter, now towering over her. Gazing at this refined and graceful young man, she found it hard to reconcile him with the once arrogant and coldly wooden boy she remembered. As Hualaina gazed dazedly at the dramatically transformed Su Yi before her, Su Yi returned her gaze with a gentle smile, saying, "Hualaina, it has been quite a while." Upon hearing Su Yi's soft voice, imbued with warmth capable of melting hearts, Hualaina felt not only her heart fluttering, but her entire being softened. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively placed her hand over her heaving bosom, attempting to conceal the restless fluttering of her heart within. "Is it truly you, Su Yi?" Hualaina approached Su Yi, gently pinching his cheek. Her enchanting fox-like eyes were filled with disbelief. It was truly undeniable. Su Yi spoke, a smile gracing his lips. "Wow." Gazing at Su Yi before her, Hualaina joyfully embraced him, her excitement manifesting as she leaped with uncontainable delight. Observing this scene from the side, Bibi Dong felt a complex mix of emotions stirring within her. She watched Hualaina, exuberantly bounding around Su Yi, and a faint smile graced her lips. It seemed that these two young souls were at their best when united. She pondered, had the man she encountered in the past been Sui? Perhaps the outcomes would have been entirely different. As this thought crossed her mind, Bibi Dong's gaze darkened slightly as she regarded the pair. Once you've had your fill of hugging, do let go, Sui remarked mildly, eyeing Hulaina who clung to him. Impossible. How could I ever have my fill? You vanished for over 2 years, Hulaina replied, tightening her grip, fearful that this cherished figure might slip away from her grasp once more. Teacher, Sui said, noticing Hulaina's unwavering hold on him as he turned to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, returning his gaze, offered a gentle smile to Hulaina. All right, Laina, since young Sui has returned, he won be leaving again. We are still at the entrance of the Pope's palace, after all. Look, many eyes are upon us. In due time, you can embrace him whenever your heart desires. Hulaina, upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, released Sui and approached her, wrapping her arms around Bibi Dong's arm in a tender embrace. I understand, master. By the way, where are those two little rascals, Xiaoyu and Yen? Bibi Dong gazed at Hulaina and inquired. Brother and Yen were striving for the Soul Zone realm while I was hunting for soul rings. Shortly after my return, they went with Grandpa Ghost to hunt for soul rings, Hulaina explained, turning to Sui. It's been 2 years since I last saw you. What level of soul power have you attained? Level 33, Sui replied. Just as he finished speaking, Ghost Douluo appeared before the Pope's hall. Bowing to Bibi Dong, he exclaimed, Your Holiness! Your Holiness! Following his lead, the two youths standing behind Ghost Douluo also bowed to Bibi Dong. All right, today little Sui is back. Let us welcome him and congratulate him on his transformation, Bibi Dong said, looking at Ghost Douluo and then glancing at Sui, who stood beside her with a faint smile. Yes, Your Holiness, Ghost Douluo replied, his gaze landing on the 72-meter tall Sui, revealing a look of astonishment. Remarkably, this young lad had undergone such a significant transformation in just 2 years. Looking at the refined young man before him, one could scarcely associate him with the cold-hearted killer he once was. Congratulations on your return, little one, Ghost Douluo said, regaining his composure and smiling at Sui. Thank you, Uncle Ghost. Sui responded. What? Ghost Douluo was taken aback, standing frozen in place, his mouth agape in disbelief. Had he heard correctly? This young lad, who had once been so indifferent, was now expressing gratitude and even addressing him as uncle. Good heavens, it felt as though the sun had risen in the west. This boy had never shown such politeness before. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, standing nearby, couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his longtime partner Ghost Douluo's bewildered expression. On the way back, he had already imagined the look on old Ghost's face upon encountering this young lad. To his surprise, the reality exceeded his expectations. As for Hulaina, who was still clinging to Bibi Dong, she was taken aback when she heard Sui's words. Releasing her grasp on Bibi Dong's arm, she stepped forward to Sui, grabbing his hands and demanding, Little guy, don't think that just because you've grown taller, you can call Grandpa Ghost Uncle. You're younger than I am. How can you address him as Uncle while I call him Grandpa? What should I call you? Sui, gazing at the excited Hulaina, calmly replied. You can call me Uncle. No way. I refuse. I consider you my man, and you want to be my uncle? Hulaina's voice rose several octaves, shaking her head vigorously. Motering. No, no, no. Ghost Douluo, having just regained his senses, was once again stunned by Hulaina's bold words. Such audacity in a younger generation was truly surprising. How could one utter such shameless words in front of others? He couldn't help but admire the boldness of the youth today. Bibi Dong looked at Hulaina, a glimmer of envy and comfort in her eyes. This girl had indeed become much bolder than before. She hoped that these two would end up together. As she considered this, her gaze fell on Sui, who stood before Hulaina with a slight daze, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Don't say such nonsense. I am not your man, Sui said, frowning slightly at Hulaina's grip on him. No, you are. You kissed me. You are my man. I want everyone to know that you, Sui, the son of the Wuhuan Temple, are the man of me, Hulaina, the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple. We are a perfect match, the divine pair, Hulaina exclaimed with enthusiasm, throwing her arms around Sui. She could no longer hold back, ever since that fateful kiss. She had decided on this boy. Despite her open and charming demeanor, she was more reserved than any woman. After seeing Sui again, transformed and possessing a face that could charm any woman, she could no longer suppress her feelings. This boy was someone she was determined to keep close. She could not allow him to be swayed by other women. Given his character, it was unlikely that anyone could steal him away. If she had to say, it was perhaps love at first sight. After all, having witnessed his younger self, she recognized that he would grow into a figure of great allure. She had not misjudged him. Sui made her feel something entirely different, a sensation that no one else could evoke. Whether it was love at first sight or mere infatuation, only she knew. Standing behind Ghost Douluo, Sui watched in disbelief as his sister embraced Sui. Although her allure was constant, it stemmed from her unique martial soul. He, as her brother, understood how reserved she truly was. Yet now, seeing her hold Sui and utter such audacious words, he could hardly believe his eyes and ears. Rubbing his eyes, he couldn't help but wonder if this was still his sister. Beside Xiaoyu, Yin clenched his fists tighter at the sight before him. Hearing Helena's words, his eyes flared with anger as he looked at Sui. The scene before him was strikingly similar to one from 3 years ago. It was because of this boy that Nana had ignored him for so long. Even when Helena realized Sui wasn't angry with her, she had still distanced herself from him for quite a while. After Sui left for the Wuhuan Academy, Yin knew his chances were slim. However, at least he could spend more time with Nana now that this annoying fellow was gone. As long as Sui was present, Nana was always with him. The memory of 3 years ago, when Sui had merely revealed his martial soul, had frightened him into immobility. It was his greatest humiliation. Now, even if it meant death, he would not cower before this boy again. With these thoughts, Yan's eyes gradually filled with rage as he stared at Sui. His tightly clenched fists drew blood from his palms due to the force he exerted. Currently, this boy was the son of the Wuhuan Temple, not someone he could contend with. What qualifies this individual to ascend as the holy son of their spirit hall? What merit does he possess? Even with the existence of the holy son, it must be chosen between him or the evil moon. At this thought, the hatred and murderous intent in Yan's gaze towards Sui intensified. This palpable animosity was immediately sensed by Sui. As he observed Yan, who stood menacingly behind Ghost Douluo, he offered a benevolent smile. The onlookers could also perceive the unusual tension emanating from Yan. Yueguan and Ghost Douluo exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of amusement. It seemed that a grand spectacle of rivalry for affection was about to unfold before them. It is only natural for the youth to feel indignant, especially considering Yan's infatuation with Nana, which they were all somewhat aware of. However, Nana's disinterest left them powerless to intervene. Moreover, with Sui now part of the Spirit Hall, it was evident to all that Nana held a special place in her heart for him. Even those unaware would soon be informed through her actions. Sui belongs to her, the little girl declared. Let me go first, be good. As Sui gazed at Hulaina, who was embracing him, his tone was remarkably gentle. Upon hearing Sui's soft voice and looking into his tender eyes, Hulaina felt completely overwhelmed by a wave of bliss, causing her to become utterly flustered. After releasing her hold on Sui, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she stood before him, her toes incessantly tracing circles on the ground, while her hands fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, unable to meet his gaze. As Hulaina stepped back, Sui slowly approached Yan, a smile gracing his face as he gently remarked, "It seems you have quite a strong opinion of me." As soon as Sui finished his sentence, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, it was directly in front of Yan, his speed surpassing that of even the most agile soul masters. "Next time, I shall end you," he declared. Before Yan stood Sui, who wore a smile while observing the perspiring Yan. "The 14th chapter. I have changed my mind. It seems that you hold my opinion in high regard." Sui gazed at Yan, who stood beside Xiaoyu, a smile illuminating his face. Within that smile resided a gentle warmth, and even his eyes, which sparkled with mirth as they regarded Yan, bore no trace of anger. It was as if he were looking at an old friend after a long separation. However, as soon as Sui finished his words and stepped behind Bibi Dong, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had traversed a considerable distance and stood directly before Yan. In his hand, a black dagger had materialized unbeknownst to him, its tip poised perilously against Yan's throat. Upon closer inspection, the dagger's point was but a mere millimeter from Yan's skin. A slight advance would suffice for it to pierce. Yan felt the dagger's sharpness against his throat, rendering him too fearful to even draw a breath. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and as he observed Su Yi, who stood before him with an air of elegance and charm, any remnants of hatred or murderous intent in Yan's eyes had been supplanted by profound terror. In that fleeting moment of the man's disappearance, he had intended to summon his martial spirit. Alas, the speed of this individual surpassed that of even a 30-plus level agility-type soul master, leaving him no time to call forth his spirit before he found himself before Yin. With a slight smile, Su Yi remarked to Yin, "Next time, be careful, or I might just kill you." As Su Yi spoke, he withdrew the dagger that had been pressed against his throat. Observing the retraction of the blade, Yin could not help but exhale in relief, swallowing hard. The earlier reckless thoughts of defiance had long been cast aside. After all, it is far better to be alive. In an instant, the chilling sounds of two sharp instruments piercing flesh echoed through the air. Following this, Su Yi's voice, which to Yin resembled that of a demon, resonated ominously in his ears. "I have changed my mind." Before the eyes, the dagger that Su Yi had once pressed against Yan's throat was now withdrawn. At the very moment Yin exhaled a sigh of relief, Su Yi swiftly plunged the retracting dagger into Yan's left shoulder, then quickly withdrew it only to drive it into Yan's right shoulder. The dagger, an imposing 18 centimeters in length, was entirely engulfed within. When Su Yi first pierced his shoulder, the speed was so tremendous that Yin could not even muster a scream. It was only after the dagger had fully embedded in his right shoulder that Yin emitted a chilling wail. Beads of sweat, akin to mung beans, streamed down his forehead from the excruciating pain. Upon hearing Yan's agonizing cry, Su Yi, with a smile illuminating his face as he regarded the tormented Yin, softly remarked, "Utter another cry, and that dagger embedded in your shoulder will sever your entire arm from your body." As Yin heard Su Yi's gentle words and gazed upon the young man before him, whose smile was as warm as a gentle breeze, he instinctively fell silent, for he could already feel the dagger embedded in his shoulder, gently tugging downwards. The excruciating pain coursed through him, causing his entire body to tremble. Cold sweat, a testament to his agony, streamed down his face. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely suppressed any sound from escaping his lips. The seemingly refined and elegant youth before him was, in truth, a demon. Su Yi, observing Yan's silence, offered a faint smile, saying, "Now this is how it should be. I abhor the way others gaze at me, particularly when you exude an aura of hostility. Were it not for your utility to the teacher, this moment would undoubtedly have resulted in a piercing strike to your throat." Su Yi smiled at Yin, slowly extracting the dagger embedded in his right shoulder. The pace at which Su Yi withdrew the dagger was excruciatingly slow, almost akin to that of a tortoise. Inch by inch, he pulled it free. As the dagger was drawn from his shoulder, Yan's expression contorted in agony. Yet he refrained from uttering a single sound. It was only after Su Yi had fully removed the dagger that he beheld Yan's silence throughout the ordeal, which only deepened his delight. "Now this is more like it. I welcome you to come and kill me." As Su Yi spoke, he gently rested the bloodied black dagger upon Yan's shoulder, using his garment to carefully wipe away the crimson stains before sheathing the weapon. "Holy Son, I dare not," he proclaimed. In that fleeting moment, as Su Yi turned away, Yin beheld his retreating figure, his eyes brimming with dread, and he sank to his knees before Su Yi. It was only at this juncture that he comprehended the vast chasm that separated him from this demon standing before him. The fiend was beyond any measure of his resistance. Throughout this ordeal, both Elder Guizhu and His Holiness Pope Bibi Dong merely observed from the sidelines. Not a soul intervened to halt the proceedings. Even now, in the aftermath, no one had raised a voice of reproach against him. This incident, even if it had involved the Saintess Nana, would have drawn admonishments from Pope Bibi Dong and the two esteemed elders of Guizhu, even had they chosen not to intervene before she inflicted her wound upon him. Before him stood a demon, whose back was turned, and until now, no one had emerged to cast blame. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended the exalted status of this man, the first son of the Sacred Hall, an unprecedented honor bestowed by His Holiness the Pope. Even if he were to take his own life, there would be no one to intervene, let alone reproach him. Realizing how close he had been to the clutches of death, Yin fully grasped the gravity of his situation and knelt before Su Yi's silhouette, uttering in complete submission, "I beseech the Sun for forgiveness." Presently, Yin was consumed by the fear of whether he would survive the day. After all, it was out of envy that he had harbored murderous thoughts towards this man, whose standing in the Sacred Hall was formidable. Whether his life would be spared was now a matter of uncertainty. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of regret washed over him. He lamented his own foolishness. Su Yi, who had initially intended to depart, turned upon hearing Yan's words, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at him. With such grievous wounds, if you do not seek treatment soon, your arm may become useless. Thank you, Your Highness the Sun. As Yan listened to Su Yi's words, he hastily bowed in gratitude. Su Yi, however, averted his gaze from him and instead turned to the figure of Xie Yu standing beside Yan. Xie Yu, upon witnessing the smiling demeanor of Su Yi, felt her legs weaken. With a soft thud, she knelt before Su Yi, unable to restrain herself, and proclaimed, I, your humble servant Xie Yu, pay my respects to your holiness. Why have you knelt? Su Yi gazed at the kneeling Xie Yu, and before he could utter a word, Hulaina rushed to Xie Yu's side, pulling him up with a frown. She admonished, he is your future brother-in-law. What are you doing kneeling before him, you big brother? The 15th update. Do not call upon dogs and smiling tigers. 3rd update. Seeking votes. Why are you kneeling? Hulaina gazed at Xie Yu with exasperation and remarked, he is your future brother-in-law. Why are you, as his elder brother-in-law, kneeling before him? Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Xie Yu furtively gazed at Su Yi, who stood before them with a gentle smile and an air of refined amiability. Then his eyes shifted to Yin, who knelt on the ground, shoulders still bleeding profusely, his face contorted in agony, beads of cold sweat cascading down. He inwardly swallowed hard, exclaiming in disbelief, Oh, my dear ancestors! Do you wish for my elder brother to have even less time to live? I certainly do not wish to provoke this demon. One moment, it smiles sweetly at you, and the next, it strikes without hesitation. Its gaze and expression remain unervingly calm and amiable as it looks upon you. You may not feel fear, but I assure you, I am filled with trepidation. Have you not noticed that without your support, I would be compelled to kneel? It is simply unavoidable, for these legs no longer respond to my will. Upon encountering this individual, not only do my legs tremble uncontrollably, but my heart quakes as well. Are you afraid of me? Su Yi gazed at the sinister Yu, tenderly caressed by Hulaina, and flashed a grin that radiated warmth and kindness. To anyone else, that smile would evoke feelings of comfort, yet to Xie Yu, it appeared utterly terrifying. Hulaina, who had been gently holding her brother, felt her heart melt at the sight of Su Yi's smile and unconsciously released her grip. This slight release caused Xie Yu to kneel before Su Yi once more. The smile that was so inviting to others transformed in Xie Yu's eyes into the grim visage of a monstrous predator, ready to open its gaping maw and devour him whole, leaving nothing but remnants behind. Upon hearing the thud of Xie Yu kneeling, Hulaina furrowed her brow, casting an indignant glance at her brother. The once towering figure in her eyes now seemed inexplicably fearful of Su Yi. It was one thing to fear the cold, unyielding block of wood from before, but the warmth and kindness emanating from Su Yi at this moment were undeniable. If Xie Yu could discern Hulaina's thoughts, he would surely declare, I would rather confront the frigid version of him than the one that stands before me now. There's a rather unflattering adage that states, the dog that bites does not bark. However, in comparison to a silent dog, a smiling tiger is far more daunting. For one can never predict when a seemingly amiable conversation might turn into a sudden betrayal. All right, little one, it is time to return. Standing quietly on the sidelines, Bibi Dong called out to Su Yi with a teasing tone, You little rascal, don't frighten Nana's brother. Otherwise, you should beware of that little girl's vengeance. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's voice, Su Yi turned and approached her. As he arrived before Bibi Dong, she gently patted his shoulder and whispered a reminder. Indeed, Su Yi responded to her caution, turning his gaze to Hulaina, who stood beside the sinister Yu. For a moment, he felt a pang of frustration. That fellow was neither someone he could eliminate, nor could he retaliate against. Moreover, she persistently lingered in his thoughts, always seeking to disrupt his cultivation. What a vexatious woman. Yu Guan, take Yin down for treatment. Remember to call upon 2 additional healing soul Douluos. We cannot afford for this young one to sustain any injuries. Yes, your holiness. As Yu Guan listened to the gentle voice of Bibi Dong, he approached Yan's side. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Yin, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Thank you, your holiness. His excitement stemmed from the realization that he would not succumb to death. Moreover, with the assistance of more than 2 healing soul masters. His injuries would be completely healed in no time, leaving no lingering scars. After Yue Guan descended with Yin, Bibi Dong escorted Su Yi into the papal hall. Meanwhile, the ghost Douluo concealed himself once more, vigilantly watching over Pope Bibi Dong from the shadows. Ulaina, observing her brother Shue still kneeling on the ground, lost in thought, could not help but let out an exasperated huff. "You silly brother, how utterly embarrassing. Hurry up and get inside." Upon hearing this from Hulaina, Xiaoyu finally regained his senses. He gazed at the empty entrance of the papal hall, where only he and his sister remained. The demon standing before him had vanished without a trace. Xiaoyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exhaling deeply as he rose to his feet. Observing her brother's demeanor, Hulaina remarked with irritation, "Brother, why are you so afraid of him? Can he truly kill you? Or perhaps devour you? He is not a monster. Must you be so fearful of him?" Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Xiaoyu, was poised to retort. However, as the images from before flashed through my mind, accompanied by the memory of that man's terrifying smile, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. "Very well, since the teacher and Su Yi have already entered, let us proceed as well." Upon hearing Hulaina's words, Xiaoyu swallowed nervously and cautiously replied, "Do I still need to go in?" "Of course," she responded. "If you do not go in, what else would you intend to do?" At this juncture, Hulaina gazed at the perspiring Xiaoyu and remarked, "We are indeed the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, that scoundrel Su Yi has returned. As our teacher has just mentioned, we must extend our hospitality to him. Furthermore, do not fear him. You must realize that you are to be his future brother-in-law. So why should you be intimidated?" Upon uttering these words, Hulaina, filled with delight, skipped joyously into the Pope's hall, casting a brief glance at Bibi Dong and Su Yi within. Outside the Pope's hall, Xiaoyu remained, dazed and disheveled, standing amidst the wind. Brother-in-law? Sister's husband? Under these circumstances, it is imperative that that fellow grants his consent. Even if he were to agree, he must acknowledge his status as the brother-in-law. Xiaoyu gazed upon the papal palace before him, perceiving it as a monstrous creature with a voracious appetite for flesh. The wide-open gates of the palace resembled the gaping maw of this bloodthirsty beast, now poised to devour him whole. With a heavy sigh, filled with resignation and despair, Xiaoyu slowly approached the papal palace. Fortunately, within its vast confines, there resided his sister, who had once caused his brother's demise without remorse. At this moment, Xiaoyu truly questioned whether Hulaina was indeed his biological sister. Why did she insist on pushing him into the abyss? To have that individual as his brother-in-law was truly an absurd predicament. Anyone with such a brother-in-law would be akin to a longevity star committing suicide. However, he found solace in the presence of the Pope, Bibi Dong, who sat upon the papal throne. Chapter 16. If that is the case, I adore you. Fourth update. Please vote and collect. Upon returning to the papal palace in Wuhuan City with Bibi Dong, Su Yi was welcomed warmly after his 2-year absence. Upon entering his abode, he observed that despite his long absence, the house was devoid of dust, indicating it was regularly cleaned. Moreover, the garden's flora was meticulously tended to. Unbeknownst to him, 2 women frequently visited to maintain his quarters. After each of Hulaina's training sessions, she would come to meticulously clean Su Yi's room, ensuring it appeared as if someone had always resided there. The flowers, plants, and the small fish in the pond outside were personally cared for by Bibi Dong. Each time she sat by the pond, watching the fish swim, a profound tranquility enveloped her. Often, she would take it upon herself to tend to the flowers, finding immense comfort and relaxation in these simple acts. Weekly maintenance of the garden had become a cherished routine for Bibi Dong. Not long after Su Yi entered his dwelling, Bibi Dong arrived in his garden. She did not call out to him, but instead settled by the small pond, observing the frolicking fish. Su Yi, having noticed Bibi Dong's presence, sat beside her in silence, both gazing at the reflections on the water surface. Little one, now that Nana and the others have reached the spirit ancestor level, despite your current 33rd rank, had you not squandered these 2 years, your soul power would undoubtedly surpass theirs. Thus, it is time for you to diligently elevate your soul power level, Bibi Dong remarked. Sitting beside Bibi Dong, Su Yi smiled slightly in response. "I will, master. Little one, you have seen Nana's feelings for you. She does not conceal her affection in front of anyone. What do you think of that little girl?" Suddenly confronted with Bibi Dong's question, Su Yi fell into contemplation. How could he articulate his thoughts? To say she was bothersome, always attempting to hinder his path to strength? Yet, over the past 2 years at Yuxian, he had undergone a transformation, no longer resembling the reckless sword poised to take lives. He had learned to temper his sharpness. Through his mentor, Tang Yuehua, he had gained insights into matters of the heart. He understood that Hulaina harbored feelings for him, yet knowing of such affections was one thing. Acting upon them was altogether another. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Bibi Dong and smiled gently. I do not know. Then do you have feelings for that little girl? Bibi Dong inquired softly. What does it mean to like someone? Suyi's question left Bibi Dong momentarily taken aback. To like someone? Perhaps it is to hold the most significant person in your life, she replied. In response, Su-yi smiled at Bibi Dong. Then I suppose, if that is the case, I like you. Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned by Su-yi's declaration. She gazed at him, who was smiling at her, and then chuckled, gently tapping his head. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? How could you possibly like your teacher? Despite saying this, Bibi Dong felt a surge of happiness. To you, I am merely an important person. Your affection for me is but that of a student towards a teacher. The kind of liking I speak of is that which exists between a man and a woman. It is a profound yearning, a desire to protect, cherish, and love one another throughout a lifetime. Yes, just as Nana feels for you. That is what it means to like someone. Listening to Bibi Dong's explanation, Su-yi gazed at the fish swimming in the pond and softly declared, I only wish to protect you. As for love, I do not understand it. I only know that what this world owes you, I shall repay. Whoever dares to harm you, I will eliminate them. Whoever you wish to destroy, I will assist you in their demise. Even if it means obliterating this world, I shall aid you. Each word Su-yi spoke resonated like thunder in Bibi Dong's heart, leaving her mind momentarily blank. She found herself torn between her feelings for Yu Xiaojiang and the young boy before her, who claimed he would destroy the world for her. In her heart, she had believed that aside from the one she longed for, no man could penetrate her defenses. Yet this mere boy, not yet 9 years old, had intruded into her heart, becoming increasingly significant and unique to her. However, she felt unworthy of him. More accurately, even if she had developed feelings for this child, she did not deserve him. She was a tainted woman, steeped in darkness and malice. Despite her age, which could easily qualify her as his mother, this child appeared to her as an equal, an adult. He was the one Nana cherished. As their teacher, she believed that only Nana was worthy of him. Together, they would be the perfect match. Bibi Dong looked at the smiling Su-yi, momentarily dazed, a flicker of anguish crossing her features as she said resolutely, the one you should like should not be me. Then who should I like? Bibi Dong gazed at Su-yi, whose eyes were filled with innocence and a hint of confusion. Momentarily taken aback, unlike others who inquired about her feelings, he asked whom he should like, although this little fellow had garnered some rudimentary understanding of romantic matters. He fundamentally grasped nothing of love, especially not the essence of affection that lay before him in the form of this diminutive killing machine. In light of this realization, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile wryly, forcing a semblance of a smile as she replied, You should like Nana. To which Su-yi responded, Then I shall keep my distance from her. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong fell into silence, glancing at her reflection on the water's surface before rising and walking away. Focus on your training, she advised. Understood. Chapter 17. The 14-year-old Soul King. A terrifying physique. Since that day, Su-yi had been diligently training at his residence. He devoted 16 hours daily to cultivation and 2 hours to physical exercise, leaving him with scarcely 5 hours of sleep each night. Initially, Hulaina would visit him daily, intent on devouring him and transforming their relationship into something more tangible. However, upon witnessing Su-yi's relentless training regimen, she too was galvanized and began to train alongside him. Observing Su-yi's rigorous routine of push-ups, sit-ups, and various other exercises, her curiosity piqued. She directly inquired about his motivations for such intense training. Thus, Su-yi explained to Hulaina that this physical conditioning was essential for enhancing his physique to absorb higher-ranked soul rings. Consequently, she joined him in his training sessions. Though her own training time was limited to around 10 hours a day, struggling to keep pace with Su-yi's relentless pursuit. To further augment his physical training, Su-yi sought out Yue Guan, who provided him with unique materials to construct weighted gear. The weights he donned were crafted from an exceptionally soft, yet highly dense meteorite iron. Remarkably, even within the powerful confines of the Spirit Hall, only 2 pieces of this rare material had been located. From these, a complete set of weighted vest, wrist guards, and boots was fashioned. The wrist guards weighed 200 kilograms each, the boots 300 kilograms apiece, and the weighted vest itself reached a staggering 1,000 kilograms. Altogether, this formidable ensemble weighed 2,000 kilograms. For title Douluo and even soul Douluo, this weight was trivial, and even some strength-based soul saints would find it manageable. However, for a soul emperor, donning such an encumbrance and moving would be akin to moving at a snail's pace. For Su Yi, with a mere 33rd level soul power, even with his robust physique, he initially could only bear the weight of the vest alone. Yet, after a year of relentless training, he had mastered the ability to wear the entire set. This achievement indicated that Su Yi's physical prowess had reached a level comparable to that of a soul emperor. During this year, Su Yi's soul power escalated to 38 levels. Subsequently, within 6 months, he ascended to level 40. Under the guidance of titled Douluos, Douluo and Mei, Su Yi flawlessly acquired his 4th soul ring by slaying a ferocious gravity tiger aged 48,000 years, granting him another extraordinary ability, which will be detailed later in the narrative. From the outset, Su Yi had contemplated the nature of the soul ring he sought for his martial spirit, one that would continually augment the weight and strength of his primary weapon. Regardless of the adversary before him, he intended to shatter them with unparalleled force. In the presence of absolute power, all else is rendered void. Upon obtaining the 4th soul ring, Su Yi's soul power increased by merely 1 level. It is noteworthy that this 4th ring originated from a 48,000-year-old soul beast. A typical individual would experience an increase of 5 to 6 levels in soul power upon absorption, at the very least 4 or 5 levels. However, for Su Yi, it merely augmented his power by 1 level, as the surplus was absorbed by his body. This elucidates why Su Yi could consistently defy norms and assimilate such high-level soul rings. After his body was further fortified by soul power, the weights he wore felt significantly lighter. Now, completing his training goals with this burden would require no more than 5 or 6 hours, even less than 10. This transformation allowed Su Yi, who previously needed 2 hours for basic physical training, to extend his endurance to 10 hours. This explains why it took him half a year to elevate his soul power to level 40. Following the acquisition of his 4th soul ring, upon returning to the Papal Palace, Su Yi resumed his relentless training. As time passed, his height reached 188 centimeters, and the weights he wore became increasingly manageable. His daily physical training duration decreased from 10 hours to 9, then to 8, eventually returning to 2 hours after more than 2 years of effort. Throughout this period, his soul power climbed from level 41 to 44. The reason for this gradual ascent lay not only in the growing demands of increasing soul power, but also in Su Yi dedicating a significant portion of his time to physical training. Meanwhile, Hulaina, who had been training alongside Su Yi, experienced a meteoric rise in her own soul power, unbeknownst to her, reaching level 47. She had already outpaced her brother, Xieyu, and Yin, leaving them struggling to keep up with her progress. Over these years, Hulaina and Su Yi trained together, resting side by side on the ground when fatigue set in. Despite their limited communication, a tacit understanding gradually developed between them. Yet, despite this burgeoning camaraderie, Su Yi remained oblivious to romantic inclinations towards Hulaina. To him, affection was overshadowed by the pursuit of strength and the duty of safeguarding Bibi Dong. Moreover, during all this time spent immersed in training, Su Yi had not once sought out Bibi Dong. Only on rare occasions did she come to check on Hulaina and him. Since that day, Su Yi had not exchanged a single word with Bibi Dong, who likewise refrained from initiating conversation as she once did. Concerning Su Yi's earlier desire to avoid Hulaina, it was not a matter of reluctance. Rather, within the confines of Wuhan City, no matter where he chose to practice, she would inevitably find him. Thus, to avoid wasting precious time on his cultivation, Su Yi tacitly accepted Hulaina's company during his training. Chapter 18. The 14-year-old Soul King. A terrifying physique. Second update. Please support. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Yi stood in the Stardow Forest alongside Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Each time, Su Yi ventured out to hunt for soul rings. The 2 titled Douluos accompanied him, ever fearful of unforeseen mishaps, For Su, he held immense significance for the Wuhuan Palace. He was, without a doubt, the youngest and most gifted individual in the history of the Wuhuan Palace. Moreover, at the tender age of 14, he had already reached the astonishing level of 50 in soul power. Once he absorbed a soul ring, he would become the youngest soul king in the Wuhuan Palace, and indeed, throughout the entire Douluo continent. At just 14 years of age, while others were merely obtaining their third soul ring, this remarkable young man was advancing at a pace that left his elders feeling as though they were in a dream. Yu Eguan gazed at Su Yi, who had now surpassed his own height, continually marveling at his rapid growth. Uncle Yu, flattery is not the same as criticism. Are you praising me or insulting me? Su Yi, tall and slender, looked at Yu Eguan with a wry smile. Do not regard me with such eyes, young one. Over these years, your ability to feign expressions has improved remarkably. You can manipulate them at will. I would much prefer to see your former, icy demeanor than this new one. Who knows? Perhaps you are currently contemplating how to eliminate me? Yu Eguan remarked, casting a wary glance at Su Yi. As Yu Eguan observed the boy's wry smile, a hint of trepidation entered his gaze. He had not forgotten the incident 2 years prior when he mocked Su Yi during his first attempt at practicing the tears technique. The subsequent days had been fraught with peril. This boy had a habit of appearing unexpectedly, particularly when Yu Eguan was asleep, brandishing a dagger at his throat while teasingly rubbing it against his chest. Despite his titled Douluo strength, he found himself utterly oblivious to Su Yi's stealthy approach. Imagine it. Each time you drift off to sleep, a figure stands beside you, knife in hand, sharpening it against your throat. Upon waking, you are greeted by a smiling face. Anyone would be driven to madness. Yu Eguan shivered at the memory of the week-long torment inflicted upon him by the mischievous youth. Uncle Ghost, am I truly that terrifying? Su Yi inquired, tending Togo's Douluo. Not at all. I find little Su Yi to be quite delightful, Ghost Douluo replied, offering a rare smile to Su Yi. Typically reserved, he turned to Yu Eguan and added, look at this young lad. His character has improved significantly compared to the cold individual he once was. Yu Eguan's expression turned sour at Ghost Douluo's words. Faced with the two of them, he fell at a loss for words. You think he is much better now? Try standing beside him while he sharpens a knife against your neck as you sleep. Imagine enduring half a year of restless nights, dreaming of that smiling figure lurking by your bedside. Enough. I shall go find a suitable soul beast for this young one. You two may stay here and enjoy your camaraderie. With that, Yu Eguan vanished before them. Su Yi and Ghost Douluo exchanged a resigned smile as they watched Yu Eguan depart. Uncle Ghost, let us accompany Uncle Yu this time. Su Yi suggested quietly to Ghost Douluo. You both have always assisted me in capturing soul beasts. This time, I wish to handle it myself. It will also allow me to gauge both the soul beast strength and my current capabilities. Ghost Douluo nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us pursue that old chrysanthemum. With that, they swiftly followed Yu Eguan's path. Soon enough, they caught up with him. Why are you two here? I have yet to find a suitable soul beast for this young one, Yu Eguan remarked, puzzled as he turned to face them. This young lad insists on personally handling this soul beast to assess its battle prowess and his own strength, Ghost Douluo explained. Yu Eguan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, we have frequently assisted him. It would be beneficial for him to experience more battles. Uncle Yu, Uncle Ghost, I have found the soul beast I need. Su Yi exclaimed suddenly, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed toward the southeast. Excellent. Let us proceed. Young one, do not worry about the battle. Uncle Ghost, and I shall provide support. Yu Eguan replied eagerly, anticipation glimmering in his eyes as he envisioned the young lad's growth over the years. It was astonishing that Su Yi's sensory abilities had developed to such an extent, even surpassing his own as a titled Douluo. As they set off towards the southeast, a colossal black elephant, towering over 30 meters and stretching more than 20 meters in length, came into view. The fearsome creature emitted a deafening roar upon sensing the presence of Su Yi and the others. This is it. Su Yi's eyes gleamed with determination upon sighting the massive black elephant. Meanwhile, Yu Eguan and Ghost Douluo were taken aback by the sight of this formidable beast. 80,000-year-old hellish elephant. I cannot believe such a legendary soul beast from the records of the Wuhuan Palace still exists. They exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. At that moment, Su Yi paid no heed to the creature's formidable presence. He was only aware that this giant elephant would soon become one of his soul rings. contributing to the enhancement of his power. Chapter 19. The 14-year-old Soul King. A terrifying physique. Part 3. As the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo stood in astonishment before the imposing black giant elephant, he had already summoned his first martial spirit, the Chaos Supreme Spear. Grasped firmly in his right hand, the dark dragon-headed spear pointed towards the ground. Without hesitation, he charged forward, dragging the elongated spear towards the abyssal elephant. Roar! As the Jinyu elephant gazed at the approaching Yi, its two hind legs rose, supporting the entirety of its colossal frame. The dark crimson patterns on its front black legs emanated a sinister, blood-red glow. The moment Yi beheld the Jinyu elephant rise, an instinctive sense of danger washed over him. Originally charging towards the beast, he swiftly retreated. As Yi hastily withdrew, the Jinyu elephant's front legs descended, crashing forcefully onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, an explosion resonated, and a surge of red light erupted from the elephant's front limbs. The crimson radiance transformed the previously blue-silver grass beneath it, instantaneously coating the terrain with a layer of dark red stone. The blue-silver grass, touched by this ominous glow, petrified upon contact, turning to stone. Even the surrounding trees fell victim to the expanding red aura, becoming lifeless stone trees. Ultimately, the emerging dark red stone slab crushed all the petrified flora before it, shattering even the stony trees into fragments. After unleashing this devastating attack, the crimson patterns on the Jinyu elephant's front legs dimmed. This strike had a vast radius of 30 meters. Fortunately, Yi managed to withdraw in time. Having initially closed the distance to a mere 20 meters, he narrowly escaped the onslaught. Observing the fading crimson patterns on the Jinyu elephant's front legs, Yi stepped onto the dark red stone slab, gripping his Chaos Supreme Spear, and charged once more towards the formidable beast. The black dragon-headed spear tip, propelled by Yi's swiftness, sparked against the dark red stone as he moved. The first soul skill was unstoppable. As Yi dashed within 20 meters of the town prison elephant, he unleashed his first soul skill. Yi transformed into a streak of radiant light, propelling himself directly in front of the town prison elephant. The second soul skill, Thousand Gene Break. The third soul skill, Heavy Explosive Flow. As Yi charged before the town prison elephant, he immediately unleashed his second and third soul abilities. Beneath his feet, two violet soul rings emerged, each illuminating with brilliance. Upon completing the activation of his second soul ability, the veins in Yi's right hand, which gripped the handle of the Chaos Supreme Spear, bulged prominently, and the muscles of his entire arm swelled with explosive power. The spear he wielded shimmered with a dark luminescence along its ebony shaft. When he unleashed his third soul ability, a beam of black light surged forth from Yi's body, striking the town prison elephant with precision. The once mighty creature found itself beset by a force of tenfold gravity, as if an invincible power had descended upon it. This overwhelming pressure compelled the town prison elephant to kneel before Yi, its body seemingly ensnared and rendered immobile. Though unable to move, the elephant unleashed a furious roar, its body adorned with dark crimson patterns that glowed with a sanguine light. As the crimson radiance intensified, a dark red armor materialized around the town prison elephant, enveloping it entirely, save for its eyes, which glowed ominously as they fixated on the diminutive figure of Yi. With the emergence of this dark red armor, a profound disdain flickered within the elephant's gaze as it regarded Yi. Fourth soul ability, Frenzy. As Yi unleashed a furious roar, his body erupted with a dazzling crimson light. This fourth soul skill, Fury, was derived from the formidable 4,800-year-old soul beast, the rampaging gravity tiger. Upon acquiring this soul ring, the once weighty Chaos Supreme Spear, which weighed 3,000 gene, had its heft augmented by an additional 2,000 gene, bringing its total weight to an imposing 5,000 gene. Most notably, the Fury skill remained an auxiliary-type soul skill. When activated, it instantaneously elevated all attributes by 300% for a duration of 1 minute, with a cooldown period of merely 3 minutes. This time, the 10,000-year soul ring conferred upon him a skill that not only augmented his overall attributes by 300%, but also surpassed the limitations of the second soul skill, which could only enhance attacking power by 300%, and that too was restricted to a single strike. This boon was enduring for a full minute, with a cooldown of only 3 minutes, unlike the second soul skill, which had a 10-minute cooldown. The disparity between the skills granted by 10,000-year soul ring and those by 1,000-year soul ring was profound, akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. With a swift motion, within less than 2 breaths, Su-yi completed the release of all his soul skills. He wielded the dark spear in his right hand and struck fiercely at the formidable jail-guarding elephant, clad in dark red armor. The spear, propelled by Su-yi's might, pierced directly into the elephant's unprotected eye socket, delivering a devastating blow. Roar! As Su-yi's spear pierced the eye socket of the infernal elephant, it let out a final mournful cry. Subsequently, the massive head that had once lowered in derision towards Su-yi fell powerless to the ground. With a resounding thud, the crimson-hued floor, which had been conjured by the creature itself, caved in, creating a deep pit. Meanwhile, from a distance, Douluo and Douluo, who had been poised to intervene at any moment, exchanged glances upon witnessing this scene. Both men were taken aback, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Had this formidable, infernal elephant, which had existed for 80,000 years, truly been dispatched so effortlessly by this young lad? Moreover, it was merely a single strike. Yuguan gazed at the ghost Douluo before him, his eyes brimming with disbelief as he muttered in a daze. Which of your eyes perceived it as merely one strike? This young lad has unleashed all 4 of his soul skills. How can it be said that there was only a single blow? Douluo gazed at the incredulous eyes of Yuguan before him and, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Is it possible that this little fellow has resolved the formidable Jinyu elephant with just a single shot?" As Yuguan listened to the words of Ghost Douluo, he began to retort. Yet, that little fellow had utilized 4 soul skills, while he himself had only employed a single shot. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, pressing their foreheads against one another, neither yielding an inch, fiercely gazing into each other's eyes. Meanwhile, after Su-yi had defeated the Jinyu elephant with a single strike, a black soul ring appeared upon the creature's body, signifying an astonishing 80,000-year-old soul ring. Following its emergence, Su-yi promptly settled into a meditative posture, commencing the absorption process. Chapter 20. The right leg soul bone of the Jinyu elephant. The petrified tread of the Jinyu. Unbeknownst to them, while the 2 old codgers, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, were still embroiled in their dispute, Su-yi had completely absorbed the soul rings. With a smile, he addressed the 2 elderly gentlemen before him. "Uncle Ghost, Uncle Chrysanthemum, I have finished my absorption. All right, having absorbed everything, let us proceed." Initially embroiled in a heated dispute, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, upon hearing Su-yi's words, instinctively spoke without hesitation. Subsequently, the 2, who had been stubbornly locking foreheads in defiance of one another, simultaneously turned their gazes towards Su-yi, their previous contention momentarily forgotten. "Have you completed your absorption? Is that an 80,000-year spirit ring? Have you truly absorbed it, young one?" Both Ghost Douluo and Douluo gazed at Su-yi, who had just completed the absorption of the spirit ring, their faces alight with disbelief and joy. Regaining his composure, Ghost Douluo approached Su-yi, patting him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Well done, lad. To absorb an 80,000-year spirit ring for your 5th ring is remarkable. If you manage to acquire a 100,000-year spirit ring, your 6th ring could also be of that caliber, with enough 100,000-year spirit beasts available. Every spirit ring you obtain in the future could potentially be of that age." Upon hearing Ghost Douluo's words, Yuguan also stepped forward, his eyes brimming with incredulous admiration. "You are truly becoming more formidable by the day. To absorb a spirit ring at this stage is astonishing. From now on, you're the youngest spirit king in the Douluo continent, breaking records within the spirit master community." As he spoke, excitement flickered in Yuguan's eyes. The 2 titled Douluos, overwhelmed by this revelation, were entirely engrossed in their admiration for Su-yi, overlooking a significant detail. Meanwhile, after absorbing the spirit ring, Su-yi observed the 2 disputing figures before him and sensed an anomaly emanating from the corpse of the Titan elephant he had slain. "What are you up to, young one?" Yuguan inquired curiously as he watched Su-yi approach the Titan elephant's remains. Soon his eyes widened in shock and ecstasy, exclaiming, "Soul bone! Indeed, that is the resonance of a soul bone." Ghost Douluo, hearing Yuguan's exclamation, echoed his excitement, saying, "You are indeed fortunate. As they both detected the surge of soul power emanating from the Titan elephant's carcass, once more, they felt immense joy for Su Yi's good fortune. Typically, when a soul bone appears, even seasoned spirit masters who have trained for years would engage in fierce battles, often leading to enmity. However, Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo were simply elated at Su Yi's impending acquisition of a soul bone. This young lad was steadily progressing towards greater strength. As Su Yi stood before the Titan elephant's body, it gradually dissipated, leaving behind a massive, dark red soul bone at its right forefoot. Upon its emergence, Su Yi felt an unmistakable familiarity emanating from the soul bone, a result of having absorbed the Titan elephant's spirit ring, thus fostering a bond with the soul bone it left behind. Gazing at the colossal soul bone, which dwarfed him by several times, Su Yi settled down once more to begin the absorption process. As he drew upon his soul power, the enormous soul bone, originally over 4 meters in size, began to shrink as it approached him. Ultimately, upon reaching Su Yi, it had diminished to less than a meter. Upon contact with Su Yi's body, the soul bone transformed into a red light and merged seamlessly with his right leg. As the fusion occurred, Su Yi felt no resistance or pain. Instead, his right leg felt as if it were immersed in a warm spring, a sensation of comfort enveloping him. Once that warmth dissipated, he realized his leg was brimming with newfound strength. After absorbing the soul bone, he opened his eyes to find Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo looking at him with eager anticipation. He smiled slightly, saying, "The absorption went smoothly. What soul skill has this soul bone granted you, young one?" Yu Guan inquired impatiently, his gaze fixed upon Su Yi. With a gentle smile, Su Yi replied, "This soul bone from the Titan elephant has bestowed upon me the skill Petrifying Stomp. This is a crowd control ability that condenses soul power in my right foot and releases a petrifying light. Enemies within a 20-meter radius of the light will be petrified for 10 seconds, with any damage they receive doubled. Should they be attacked, the petrification will cease. Additionally, if I concentrate the light ahead, it can extend up to 50 meters. This soul skill will grow alongside my own soul power." Yu Guan marveled at Su Yi's explanation, continually expressing his admiration. "By the way, young one, what soul skill has the 80,000-year spirit ring granted you?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation once more. Having already acquired the petrifying ability, Su Yi was eager to reveal the skill bestowed by the 5th spirit ring. The 5th soul skill is Supreme Mark, an auxiliary skill. Upon activation, it manifests a supreme magic pattern on my body, tripling all attributes for 3 minutes. With a cooldown of 10 minutes, all attacks carry a petrification effect, and my defense is doubled while the Supreme Mark is active. Furthermore, this soul ring has increased the weight of my chaotic Supreme Gun to 10,000 pounds. Both Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo stood in stunned silence at Su Yi's words. Although the 5th soul skill appeared similar to his 4th, merely adding a defensive enhancement, the fact that every attack during its duration would include a petrification effect was extraordinary. Such a divine ability was likely unattainable even by a 100,000-year spirit beast. Clearly, the Titan elephant lived up to its legendary status as a soul beast recorded in the Spirit Hall. However, the records in the Spirit Hall contained only scattered information, lacking comprehensive detail. It was known that a spirit beast reaching 100,000 years was not to be trifled with, even by several title Douluos. Though the Titan elephant was terrifying, it had not reached that invincible state. With the 2 title Douluos present, there was no concern for Su Yi's safety. Moreover, aside from his first skill, all of Su Yi's abilities were auxiliary in nature, continuously enhancing his own attributes. It seemed this young man was destined to pursue a path where sheer strength would shatter all techniques. One strike, and no matter the skill, it would all be rendered a jest in the face of absolute power. Chapter 21. Departing from a Spirit Hall. I must seek that man. 5th update. I special agitation for vi dada. Upon returning to the Pope's Palace in Spirit City with Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo, Su Yi headed straight to his quarters, opting not to visit his mentor, Bibi Dong, in the Pope's Palace. Inside, Bibi Dong sensed the return of Su Yi and the others, watching him leave with a gentle sigh, pondering her thoughts. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, observing Su Yi depart, turned to Ghost Douluo and remarked, "This young man is undoubtedly the most relentless practitioner I have ever encountered, without exception. He has just absorbed his 5th spirit ring, reaching level 52, and has spent the entire journey in the carriage training, barely taking a moment to see his majesty. He immediately rushes back to cultivate. It's no wonder he achieved the rank of Spirit King at just 14. As Yu Guan continued to marvel at Su Yi's determination, Ghost Douluo stood beside him, regarding Yu Guan with an expression akin to that of one observing a fool. "Welcome back. Was everything successful?" After Su Yi returned to his small courtyard, he noticed Hulaina, who was fervently cultivating within. Upon seeing Su Yi's return, she inquired, "Things went smoothly, I see. I didn't expect that during my absence you would reach level 50. Su Yi, observing the fluctuations of soul power within Hulaina's body, smiled gently and replied, "Uncle Yu and Uncle Gay just accompany me back. Now they must accompany you once more. You clearly have a lower cultivation than I do, yet you have managed to obtain your 5th soul ring ahead of me. How is that anything to be pleased about?" Hulaina remarked, casting a flirtatious glance at Su Yi. Hearing her words, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback by the depth of emotion reflected in her eyes, then responded with a smile. "Then you must strive even harder." "Humph," Hulaina huffed. "I'm off to find Uncle Yu and Uncle Gui to assist me in hunting for a soul ring." After saying this, she walked out the door. Once Hulaina departed, Su Yi casually sat in his courtyard, continuing his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, he had been immersed in training for an entire day. As the sun slowly set and the bright moon rose high in the sky, the stars twinkled exceptionally brightly. Bibi Dong entered Su Yi's courtyard and, seeing him meditating with his eyes closed, settled beside the small pool in the yard. She gazed at the increasing number of fish in the water, lost in thought for a while. "Little one, come sit with me for a moment." Although Su Yi had sensed Bibi Dong's arrival during his meditation, he chose to remain focused on breaking through to level 53. Upon hearing her call, he opened his eyes and moved to sit beside her. Having not seen each other for nearly 5 years, the two found themselves in a uniquely profound state of connection. Despite the years apart, they sat side by the pool, quietly observing the water. "Little one, after all these years, you don't even call me teacher anymore?" Bibi Dong remarked with a gentle smile. "Teacher," Su Yi replied, returning her smile as he looked at her radiant face. "What are your plans moving forward?" Bibi Dong inured softly, observing Su Yi beside her. "Plans?" Su Yi gazed at the fish swimming below, murmuring, "I wish to see the man you have been so concerned about and discover what he truly looks like." Bibi Dong fell silent at his words, and Su Yi too refrained from elaborating further. After a considerable pause, Bibi Dong, looking at her reflection in the water, softly asked, "Do you intend to kill him?" "Kill him?" Su Yi chuckled at her question. "I am not one to take pleasure in killing without cause." If this were to reach Yu Guan's ears, he would undoubtedly scold him. "If you're not that kind of person, then I'll eat dirt upside down. What do you wish to do?" Bibi Dong inquired gently, observing the smile on Su Yi's face. "I merely wish to see what kind of person can make you think of him so often," Su Yi replied. Bibi Dong did not look at him, but rather continued to gaze at her reflection in the water, softly saying, "Do not kill him. Rest assured, the one you wish to spare, even if he offends me, I shall not lay a hand on him. After all, you are my teacher, and my life is yours as well," Su Yi stated, turning his gaze back to the fish swimming in the water, lost in contemplation. "When do you plan to leave?" Bibi Dong, feeling a sudden tightness in her chest at his words, asked with a hint of gravity in her tone. "The sooner, the better. I shall depart now," Su Yi said, preparing to rise. Before he could stand, Bibi Dong placed her hand gently on his shoulder, her eyes filled with tenderness as she urged, "Stay with me a while longer." "Very well," Su Yi replied, meeting her gaze and resuming his seat. In silence, they sat side by the small pool, occasionally watching the fish darting about or gazing at the starry sky above. They remained in this tranquil state for nearly 2 hours until Bibi Dong broke the silence. "Why are we speaking so little today? Am I not always like this?" Su Yi replied, to which Bibi Dong, gazing at the stars, asked, "Are you harboring resentment toward your teacher? Or are you angry with me?" "There is no resentment, nor anger. It's just that after hearing your words that day, I couldn't quite discern my feelings. It felt as though a hand were gripping my heart, causing me pain," Su Yi confessed, looking at Bibi Dong with a gentle smile. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback by his response, and once again, silence enveloped them. As dawn broke, Su Yi stood and walked away from Bibi Dong. "Little one, rest assured, as I promised, I shall not harm him. You need not worry, I will not touch him. I only wish to see that man." And so he departed. Chapter 22. Tang San. Xiaowu. Dai Mubai. First update. seeking support. The main storyline is just beginning, and the excitement is about to unfold. After leaving the Spirit City, Su Yi leisurely made his way towards the Barak Kingdom. As he gazed at the small town before him, a glimmer of determination crossed his eyes. Before his departure, Bibi Dong had informed him that the person named Yu Xiaojiang was heading to Shrek Academy to assume the role of a teacher. Shrek Academy is located in a small village outside of Barak Kingdom in Soto City. Having been away from the Spirit City for over a month, Su Yi finally arrived at Soto City. He was now quite close to Shrek Academy. Contemplating this, he continued his slow advance towards the town ahead. Stop right there. This mountain is mine, and this road is also mine. If you wish to pass, you must pay a toll. As Su Yi traversed a wooded area, a group of over 10 bandits armed with long knives suddenly emerged from the trees. Third brother, should we go help that guy? A girl in a pink dress, sporting a nearly floor-length ponytail and adorned with long rabbit ears, asked the boy beside her, her voice filled with curiosity. No need. The boy in the blue robe regarded Su Yi with watchful eyes, filled with caution. Why not? Third brother, that young man seems utterly defenseless. He will surely be killed by those bandits. The girl, who was named Xiao Wu, expressed her concern as she observed Su Yi standing before the bandit group, appearing elegant yet lacking any combat prowess. Xiao Wu, that fellow gives me an exceedingly perilous impression. It will be prudent for us to avoid any contact with him. The two in question are Tang San and Xiao Wu, who graduated from Nodding Academy and, according to Master Yu Xiaojiang, are now en route to Shrek Academy. You sense a formidable threat? Standing beside Tang San, Xiao Wu, upon hearing his remark, gazes at Su Yi, who stands before the band of robbers. A flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. As a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years, she has taken on human form, but retains a keen sense of danger. Yet, she feels no threat emanating from the young man before her. However, her elder brother has never deceived her. The only plausible explanation is that the boy standing before the robbers possesses an exceptionally profound skill in concealing his powers, rendering her completely unaware. Just as Xiao Wu furrows her brow in contemplation, staring at Su Yi, a sudden realization strikes her, causing her eyes to widen as if she has witnessed something dreadful. At this moment, even Tang San, standing beside her, narrows his eyes at the unfolding scene. When the robbers confronted Su Yi, he produced a pouch of gold soul coins and tossed it toward them. The leader of the robbers, upon seeing the large bag of coins, was filled with unbridled joy, realizing they had ensnared a lucrative target today. After accepting Su Yi's money, the robber leader's gaze was not one of satisfaction, but rather greed. Kid, it seems you have quite a fortune. Why not hand it all over? In return, we might just spare your life. Hearing the robber leader's words, Su Yi smiled warmly. He slowly bent down, reaching toward his calf. The robbers, thinking he was retrieving more money, watched him with eager eyes. However, when Su Yi rose, he had seemingly vanished from their sight. He reappeared directly in front of the robber leader, who widened his eyes in terror. The robbers behind their leader, positioned less than 10 meters away, could only see Su Yi suddenly disappear and then reappear before their boss. Su Yi smiled at them, and as the robbers beheld his grin, a chill ran down their spines. For reasons unknown, his smile, so gentle and warm, felt like a refreshing breeze. Yet, it was this very smile that sent shivers through these notorious criminals, causing their hairs to stand on end. When Su Yi vanished from the robber leader's view and reappeared before another robber, that robber, momentarily taken aback by Su Yi's smiling face, felt a sudden pain in his chest and lowered his head slowly. He saw Su Yi's hand, gripping a dagger, pressed against his heart, blood seeping from the wound. As Su Yi withdrew the dagger from the robber's heart, he moved like a specter, appearing and disappearing among the remaining robbers. In mere moments, when he returned to his original position, the robbers and their leader were left with eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and terror. As Su Yi resumed his stance, one by one, the robbers collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Su Yi then retrieved a pristine handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiping the blood from the dagger. He approached the robber leader, bending down to place the handkerchief over the back of his head. Now, you two have observed long enough. It is time for you to reveal yourselves, Su Yi said, turning to face Tang San and Xiao Wu, a smile gracing his features. Hearing his words, Tang San stepped out from behind the tree with Xiao Wu in tow. Brother, why are we coming out? This guy is too terrifying. What if he is deceiving us? Xiao Wu whispered, glancing at Tang San as he pulled her closer to Su Yi. He has already noticed us. Be ready for battle at any moment. We must exercise caution. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. He resolved the issue with that sole master-level robber without even revealing his martial spirit. We must be on guard. If a fight breaks out and I cannot hold my own, you must flee immediately. Tang San, holding Xiao Wu's hand firmly with his left, concealed a poison needle within his right sleeve. Brother, Xiao Wu replied, her eyes filled with urgency. Why are you so wary of me? I bear no enmity towards you too, Su Yi remarked, observing Tang San and Xiao Wu halt 40 meters before him, his smile radiating warmth. His expression resembled that of a kind, neighborly brother, seemingly benign and harmless. Tang San, maintaining his composure, replied, Might I request that you sheath the dagger you hold behind your back, and also the one in front of you? In the ensuing silence, Su Yi's smile widened as he regarded the tense expressions of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, gripping Xiao Wu's hand, remained on high alert, fearful that a moment's relaxation might reveal the fangs of the smiling demon before them. What brings you here? Su Yi inquired. Calmly, Tang San responded. We are students seeking to enroll at Shrek Academy. In our journey there, we must pass through Soto City, which is why we find ourselves here. Su Yi's eyes narrowed at Tang San's words, his smile growing ever brighter. Rest assured, I am no murderous fiend. I only eliminate those who commit heinous acts. All the robbers I have encountered along this path have met their end at my hands. My disdain for these criminals runs deep, as my sister fell victim to their brutality. At this, the jovial expression that had adorned Su Yi's face vanished, replaced by a profound sorrow. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. So, you two are here to enroll at Shrek? I am as well. As he spoke, he revealed the hand that had been hidden behind his back, placing the daggers back upon his calf in the presence of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon standing, he rubbed his nose, the glimmer of tears in his eyes fading. To Xiao Wu, it seemed as though the youth was recalling a tragic memory, struggling to contain his emotions before them. Tang San, observing Su Yi's slow reveal of his hand, remained taut with tension. Only after seeing Su Yi return the daggers did he finally retract the poisoned needle still clutched in his hand. Yet, even with the needle returned, his gaze remained vigilant, the memory of Su Yi's lethal prowess still fresh in his mind. Even now, despite revealing this appearance, Su Yi's threat in Tang San's heart cannot be diminished. Since we are all heading to Shrek to register, let's not disturb each other and enter the city together, Tang San said calmly, gazing at Su Yi. All right, Su Yi replied, performing a standard noble gesture towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, extending his hand towards the city of Soto and offering them a faint smile. Observing Su Yi's actions, Tang San gently took Xiao Wu's hand and began to walk forward. The poison needle, previously concealed in his sleeve, reappeared in his hand, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. The smiling youth before Tang San resembled a venomous snake, capable of striking with lethal precision at any moment. Tang San pulled Xiao Wu to the opposite side of his body, positioning himself directly opposite Su Yi, thus forming a straight line with him. Consequently, the three of them in front of Soto City formed a parallel line, with over 30 meters separating Tang San from Su Yi. Let us go together, Su Yi said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he moved forward. Tang San, observing Su Yi's actions, drew Xiao Wu along and proceeded towards Soto City alongside him. Su Yi's demeanor in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu stemmed from a knowledge that these two individuals were students heading to register at Shrek. His destination was indeed Shrek as well. The palpable sense of danger that Su Yi instilled in Tang San was reciprocated. The hand that held Xiao Wu's also posed a significant threat to Su Yi. Although unaware of the specific weapon concealed within Tang San's long sleeve, Su Yi sensed that it was likely a concealed weapon. Such an instrument alone, however, should not evoke such a profound sense of peril. The only plausible explanation was that it was coated in a deadly poison. The 40-meter distance maintained between them was the safest range for Tang San and Xiao Wu, as well as the optimal distance for Tang San to strike. He could not instantly rush forward to eliminate the two unless he shed his burdens. Even if he did so, he would still be at risk of being struck by the poison weapon in the hands of the boy beside him. Without an antidote, death would be inevitable. Su Yi's certainty stemmed from witnessing the calluses on Tang San's hand, a familiar sight for someone accustomed to the life of an assassin. The boy before him, who exuded a sense of threat, was undoubtedly an expert in concealed weapons. The calluses on his fingers indicated rigorous practice with such instruments, while the palms and backs of his hands bore no signs of wear. A seasoned fighter would have broader calluses on both palms and backs. Yet Tang San's calluses were confined to his knuckles, affirming Su Yi's belief that he was indeed a master of concealed weaponry. Thus, Su Yi refrained from making a move. After all, he lacked absolute confidence against Tang San, who, despite not being at a higher soul power level, posed a significant challenge. There was no animosity between them, nor was there a necessity for a life-or-death confrontation. Hence, when he heard Tang San mention there were students heading to Shrek, he decided to feign ignorance. However, he did not anticipate that, despite his efforts, the boy in the blue robe would remain so vigilant. Although he sensed no kinship from this individual, the blue-robed youth intrigued him. This boy appeared to be slightly younger than him, and amidst his contemporaries, only he sparked any interest. After walking for a while, they finally entered Soto City. "Brother, since we've arrived at Soto City, let's part ways here. I hope to encounter you again at Shrek Academy," Su Yi said, attempting to alleviate Tang San's wariness. He then headed eastward. "All right, I hope we meet again at Shrek Academy," Tang San softly replied, watching Su Yi's retreating figure. As Su Yi vanished from their sight, Tang San led Xiao Wu westward. "Brother, is that youth truly so formidable?" Xiao Wu inquired, to which Tang San solemnly nodded. "That fellow is extremely dangerous." "What you say must be true," Xiao Wu replied, dismissing the thought of Su Yi and smiling brightly as she clung to Tang San's arm, reveling in their exploration of Soto City. In the eastern part of Soto City, Su Yi strolled leisurely, simultaneously searching for lodging. Unfortunately, after traversing the entire eastern district, he discovered no inns with available rooms. After visiting 5 or 6 establishments, all were fully booked. It seemed he would need to venture towards the city center in search of accommodations. If unsuccessful, he would have no choice but to head west. Was it possible that fate was nudging him closer to that young man? As for the charming Xiao Wu beside Tang San, Su Yi completely overlooked her. "Your beauty and charm hold no significance for me. After all, isn't it just a life? A dagger to your neck wound result in death?" Only Tang San, who instilled a sense of threat, lingered in Su Yi's mind, piquing his interest akin to a hunter fixating on prize prey. Killing that youth might prove quite entertaining. With this thought, a subtle smile crept onto Su Yi's lips as he made his way toward the city center. "Brother, we've explored the west thoroughly, yet there is not a single inn with available rooms. Shall we check out the center of Soto City?" Xiao Wu suggested, clutching Tang San's arm while munching on candied hawthorn. Tang San, looking at Xiao Wu with affectionate eyes, smiled gently. "Very well, we shall do as you wish." He then guided Xiao Wu toward the city center. Before long, they arrived at an opulent and adorned with the name Rose Inn. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the lavish and enticing establishment. "Brother, let us choose this inn. It's so grand. It must have available rooms." Tang San, hearing her enthusiasm, gazed at her with fondness and gently ruffled her hair, smiling. "All right, we will follow your lead, Xiao Wu." With that, Tang San took Xiao Wu inside the Rose Inn. As soon as they entered, a server approached them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to stay?" "Yes," Tang San replied politely. "However, we currently have only one room available." Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression turned troubled. Previously, he and Xiao Wu would often share a room without a second thought, but they were children back then. Now, Xiao Wu had grown into a graceful young lady, and he understood the implications of their differing genders. Thus, a look of concern crossed his face. As Xiao Wu, who was entwined with Tang San's arm, heard the servant's words, her heart swelled with excitement, nearly prompting her to stand and applaud the servant. Observing the awkward expression on Tang San's face, she immediately spoke up. "All right, this room." Before she could finish, Su Yi approached from the east. "Excuse me, is there still a room available here?" Su Yi's question abruptly interrupted Xiao Wu. Turning to face Su Yi standing at the door, her brows furrowed in concern. "There is one room left. But these 2 guests have already." The servant began but did not finish his thought. Hearing this, Su Yi glanced at Tang San, who turned to him with a wary gaze and smiled gently at both Tang San and Xiao Wu before addressing the servant. "In that case, I shall forego it. After all, there is a natural order to such matters." Xiao Wu's eyes brightened at Su Yi's words, and she returned his smile warmly. However, Tang San, still linked to Xiao Wu, frowned slightly at Su Yi's sudden presence. Don't misunderstand. Su Yi, noticing Tang San's frown, chuckled. The fact that you both are here indicates that the rooms to the west are fully booked. I assure you, I am not one who seeks violence. Having only dealt with bandits, I too am here to register as a student at Shrek Academy. With that, Su Yi raised his hands innocently. Tang San, observing Su Yi's expression of helplessness and his innocent gesture, found no hint of danger in his eyes, only a sense of sincerity and resignation. A flicker of guilt crossed his mind as he reflected on Su Yi's words. I apologize for misunderstanding you all along. Perhaps Xiao Wu and I should relinquish this room to you. Upon hearing Tang San's suggestion, Xiao Wu's eyes filled with urgency. With no other choice, she cast a pleading look towards Su Yi. Su Yi met the gazes of the young couple with a bright and sunny smile. No need to say anything about priority. After all, I am but one person, while you are two. The room rightfully belongs to you. With that, Su Yi turned to leave the establishment. He understood that the young man before him had merely relaxed his guard a fraction, yet his wariness remained palpable. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as Xiao Wu joyfully completed the payment for the room, a golden-haired youth strode in from outside, tall and handsome, cradling a pair of twin sisters in his arms. The most striking feature of this youth was the distinct colors of his eyes. Little two, a room, please. Same as before. The tall, golden-haired youth declared without lifting his gaze, engrossed in playful banter with the twin sisters. Xiao Wu, still linked to Tang San, glared at him with anger, while Tang San himself furrowed his brow at the flamboyant youth. Upon noticing Xiao Wu, the golden-haired youth, Dai Mubai, paused momentarily before turning to the servant beside him and inquiring, "What is the matter?" The servant, clearly familiar with Dai Mubai, approached him with an apologetic expression. "Young Master Dai, we only have one room left today, and it has already been rented to this couple." Tang San's face flushed with embarrassment at the servant's words, while Xiao Wu, on the other hand, beamed with satisfaction. "I'll pay you double for the room," Dai Mubai proclaimed, releasing the twin sisters and pointing at Tang San with an authoritative tone. "And what if I refuse?" Tang San retorted, feeling irritation rise within him at the ostentatious display from Dai Mubai. "Then I shall show you the power of a soul master." As Dai Mubai spoke, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emerged beneath him, and a white tiger phantom materialized around him. In response, Tang San summoned 2 yellow soul rings beneath his feet, and a blue silver grass sprouted in his palm. "I am Tang San, a 29th level control system soul master with a martial spirit blue silver grass. I look forward to your guidance." Dai Mubai regarded the blue silver grass in Tang San's hand with surprise before responding. "I am Dai Mubai, a 35th level attack system soul master with a martial spirit evil eye white tiger." Their eyes sparked with intensity, the atmosphere charged with impending conflict. "I assure you, I shall not take advantage of you. Since you are a 29th level soul master, I will refrain from using my 3rd soul skill. If you can defeat me, the room shall be yours." "Very well," Tang San replied, his pupils shifting to a deep purple and his hands transforming into a jade-like hue. Observing from the sidelines, Su Yi focused intently on Tang San, keen to discern his hidden abilities through this confrontation. As Dai Mubai activated his 1st soul skill, White Tiger Protection Barrier, his physique surged with power. "Prepare yourself," he called, charging towards Tang San. In response, Tang San placed his right hand on the ground, invoking his 1st soul skill, Bind. With a commanding shout, thick blue-silver grass vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Dai Mubai and immobilizing him instantly. Dai Mubai struggled, realizing he could not break free. "Not bad. For a seemingly useless ability, you possess considerable strength," he chuckled, muscles bulging. "Break free," he commanded, and with a surge of power, Dai Mubai shattered Tang San's control, lunging towards him with a fierce punch. Tang San evaded with a nimble maneuver, darting around Dai Mubai like a phantom. Su Yi, watching from the doorway, noted Tang San's agility. This was not a soul skill, but pure skill. "This individual is becoming increasingly intriguing," he mused. He sensed a powerful presence lurking in the shadows, a tidal Douluo who had been silently observing since their confrontation outside Soto City. Had he acted then, not only would he have faced the threat posed by Tang San, but the hidden tidal Douluo would have undoubtedly eliminated him. This was why he refrained from intervening, choosing instead to approach Tang San. He felt an unmistakable strength emanating from the title Douluo, one that surpassed even those of the two he had previously encountered. He was eager to discern the identity of the title Douluo covertly guarding Tang San. While Su Yi was deep in thought, the battle on the field had already concluded. Dai Mubai conceded, relinquishing the room to Tang San and Xiao Wu, and even graciously covered their lodging expenses. "Kid, my name is Dai Mubai, and I consider you a friend now. Which academy do you belong to?" The girl standing beside Tang San, Xiao Wu, regarded Dai Mubai with a hint of disdain. He had made a rather poor impression on her since his arrival. "We graduated from Notting Academy and followed our teacher's guidance to come to Shrek Academy." Upon hearing the mention of Shrek, Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with interest. He turned to embrace the twin sisters beside him, not looking back as he said, "Until we meet again." With those words, he exited the Rose Inn. Once Dai Mubai departed, Tang San glanced towards the spot where Su Yi had been standing, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Xiao Wu asked curiously, noticing Tang San's gaze fixed on the doorway. That young man, Dai Mubai, was still here before he left. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Xiao Wu smiled slightly at Tang San's remark. "I don't know. Perhaps he had urgent matters to attend to. Let's head back and rest. We're exhausted." With that, she eagerly linked her arm with Tang San's. Following the waiter into the inn, Tang San, feeling a touch of embarrassment at Xiao Wu's gesture, followed her inside. Meanwhile, observing the interaction between Dai Mubai and Tang San, Su Yi noticed the spark in Dai Mubai's eyes upon hearing the name Shrek. It was evident that this young man with heterochromia must be familiar with Shrek. Otherwise, his expression would not have shifted so dramatically. Realizing this, and seeing Dai Mubai embrace the twin sisters as they walked away, Su Yi decided to stealthily follow him. By tailing him, Su Yi could alleviate any wariness that might linger in Tang San's mind, while also obscuring the presence of the titled Douluo, who was covertly protecting Tang San. He trailed Dai Mubai, watching as the golden-haired youth led the twins into a modest house. Dai Mubai promptly produced some gold soul coins, handing them to the homeowner, who left with a beaming smile. Once the transaction was complete, Dai Mubai ushered the twins inside. "Is this truly Shrek Academy?" After Dai Mubai had settled everything, he returned to Shrek Academy. Su Yi followed closely behind, and under Dai Mubai's guidance, they exited Soto City. They walked several miles until reaching a dilapidated village. Were it not for the weathered wooden sign that read Shrek, Su Yi would hardly believe that an academy could be in such a state of disrepair. This small, rundown village seemed to lack the grandeur of even a fraction of a martial soul academy. After watching Dai Mubai enter Shrek, Su Yi decided to rest outside the academy for the night. The following morning, a crowd gathered outside the shabby academy to register. The teachers conducting the review had high standards. Any applicants under 12 years of age who had not reached the rank of Great Soul Master, or lacked complete soul rings of at least 100 years, were promptly dismissed. Among the 50 or so who had arrived, not a single individual had successfully joined Shrek thus far. Feeling a faint yet familiar fluctuation of soul power, Su Yi jumped down from a tree and joined the queue behind the group registering at Shrek Academy. "Brother, look! Isn't that the young man?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, spotting Su Yi standing out among the crowd. His striking white attire and gentle demeanor set him apart, drawing the attention of those around him, especially the women, who couldn't help but steal glances at him. As Su Yi stood in line, he was indeed a standout figure, easily noticeable by Xiao Wu. Tang San, noticing Su Yi in the crowd, approached him with Xiao Wu by his side. "My friend, are you truly here to register at Shrek?" Su Yi turned to face Tang San, offering a slight smile. "Of course." "Ah, you two have also come," Su Yi replied, his eyes lighting up with surprise upon hearing Tang San's voice. He then raised his hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness. "I told you, but you didn't believe me." In truth, he had noticed their arrival as soon as they approached, but chose to remain silent and wait in the crowd. As Tang San stood behind him, Su Yi gently closed his eyes before quickly reopening them. When he did, his expression reflected genuine delight upon turning to face Tang San. Hearing his name called, he turned with a look of surprise. Tang San, noticing the innocence in Su Yi's demeanor, scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It's not that I didn't trust you. It was just that encountering you for the first time left a lasting impression." Indeed, many were intimidated by his personality, leaving him without friends. Upon hearing this, when I was young, my village was slaughtered by bandits. My parents and sister sacrificed themselves to protect me, hiding me away as they were killed before my eyes. Later, a teacher found me and awakened my martial soul. The trauma from that event transformed my entire being. My teacher, wishing to alter my disposition, sent me to an academy for noble children to learn their etiquette. As Su-yi recounted his past, they had unknowingly approached the last 10 in line. He shared his experiences with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Thus, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for bandits. Should any appear before me, they will learn the true meaning of a demon. A fierce intensity filled Su-yi's eyes as he spoke. Tang San and Xiao Wu, unaffected by fear, listened intently to Su-yi's story. I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiao Wu. After hearing Su-yi's narrative, the siblings fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, Tang San regained his composure, gazing at Su-yi, whose previously fierce expression had softened into one of sorrow. He was uncertain of what to say next. I am Su-yi. He introduced himself, managing a faint smile as he masked his sadness. This scene did not go unnoticed by Tang San, who felt a pang of happiness for his own family, contrasting with the pain Su-yi had endured. Su-yi, let us be your friends, Xiao Wu said, linking her arm with Tang San's as she looked at the sorrowful boy before them. Tang San, held by Xiao Wu, turned to look at Su-yi upon hearing her words and extended his right hand. Tang San, Su-yi, their hands clasped together. Su-yi was taken aback that his half-truth, half-fabricated tale had disarmed Tang San's defenses. However, Su-yi sensed that Tang San's openness was largely due to Xiao Wu's influence. At that moment, Su-yi realized that women could indeed be quite resourceful. Without the assistance of a young girl before him, forming a friendship with Tang San would have been far more challenging. Unbeknownst to Su-yi, the story he shared resonated deeply with Xiao Wu. Her mother had been murdered before her eyes, sacrificed in an effort to protect her. The memory of that woman, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, was indelibly etched in her mind. If Xiao Wu were to discover that the boy, who evoked such empathy and connection within her, was none other than the direct disciple of Bibi Dong, she could only imagine the expression that would grace her face. Ah, Tang San, Xiao Wu, you truly came? Just as Su-yi and Tang San released their hands, Dai Mubai, who had been lounging on a tree, leaped down. He greeted the two as he approached. What are you doing here? Xiao Wu asked, slightly irritated at Dai Mubai's sudden appearance. Why can't I be here? After all, this is Shrek Academy, and I am a student here, Dai Mubai replied. Turning to the teacher responsible for admissions, he continued, these three are my friends. I brought them directly for their first assessment. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement. Wait, I want to join as well. As Dai Mubai led Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Su-yi deeper into Shrek Academy, a stunning girl in a shimmering dress, resembling a little princess, appeared before them. Dai Mubai's eyes lit up upon seeing her. Miss, did you call us? Is there something you need? He brushed his golden hair back with a flourish. The girl, looking at the self-absorbed Dai Mubai, showed a hint of disdain. Who are you? I'm here to enroll at Shrek too. As she spoke, a colorful, exquisite tower materialized in her hand. The sight of the girl's martial spirit left not only Dai Mubai and Tang San in awe, but even Su-yi, standing nearby, felt a spark of excitement. Shrek Academy is becoming increasingly intriguing. Who would have thought that a disciple from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, known as the strongest support spirit on the Douluo continent, would come here to enroll? Dai Mubai, momentarily taken aback, recovered and smiled at the girl. What is your name, fair lady? The girl ignored him completely, instead focusing on Su-yi standing beside Tang San. Her eyes brightened as she asked, Handsome, what is your name? I'm Ning Rongrong. Su-yi, he replied, offering her a gentle smile. Ning Rongrong, gazing at Su-yi's charming smile, felt her eyes curve into crescent moons. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, observing this interaction, awkwardly pinched the bridge of his nose and said to Tang San and the others, Let us go, we should head inside now. As Dai Mubai led the way, Xiao Wu held onto Tang San, while Ning Rongrong walked beside Su-yi, and together they entered Shrek Academy. Chapter 27. The Value of Food. I once fought wild dogs for sustenance. Upon entering Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai suddenly halted, glancing back at the line of people behind them. What are you looking at? Planning to cause trouble for some poor girl? Xiao Wu retorted at Dai Mubai's sudden turn. Dai Mubai, with a serious expression, replied, I just sensed a powerful aura, one that seems to resonate with my martial spirit. Resonate? That's just an excuse. You're probably eyeing another girl, Xiao Wu said, filled with skepticism. Sui, standing beside Tang San, chimed in with a smile. What Dai Mu Bai means is that he senses someone capable of utilizing martial spirit fusion techniques. Such individuals are exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter. As he elaborated, Sui noticed the intrigued gazes of his companions and smiled again. When two individuals who can perform martial spirit fusion are within a certain proximity, their spirits can sense one another. After all, their energies complement each other. The combined power unleashed by two who can utilize such techniques is far more than a simple sum of their strengths. Sui's words captivated his audience, and Ning Rongrong, her eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaimed, "How do you know so much? You're amazing." "It's all thanks to my teacher," Sui replied, a smile tinged with nostalgia lighting up his face. The authenticity of that smile, however, remained a mystery known only to him. "Your teacher sounds incredible," Ning Rongrong expressed with admiration. Dai Mu Bai, observing her reaction, felt a pang of discontent. Isn't this common knowledge? Only a select few powerful sects are aware of it. Yet, you are a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the foremost support spirit. How could you not know this? In Dai Mu Bai's mind, it was evident that Ning Rongrong was trying to curry favor with Sui, perhaps out of attraction. While Dai Mu Bai considered himself quite handsome, he could not deny the stark contrast with Sui. As they approached the venue for the first assessment, Dai Mu Bai declared, "I'll speak with the teacher. You want Tini to take the soul power test. I'll take you straight to the final assessment. With your talents, you're bound to enter Shrek." As Dai Mu Bai walked towards the teacher in charge of the first test, a voice from among the students selling grilled sausages caught their attention. Grilled sausages. Freshly made grilled sausages. A handsome young man pushing a cart of sausages approached Tang San and Sui. Despite the stubble on his face and the goggles on his head, his good looks were unmistakable. "Hey, brother, care for sausage? Just 2 copper soul coins. You won't regret it," he winked at Tang San. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu beside him and asked affectionately, "Xiao Wu, would you like a sausage?" "Sure, brother," she replied eagerly. As Xiao Wu finished speaking, Tang San approached the young vendor and gently handed over 10 copper soul coins, saying, "Could I trouble you for 5 grilled sausages?" "Sure thing, boss." The boy, filled with joy, accepted the coins from Tang San and merrily prepared 5 sausages for him. Before Tang San could take them, Dai Mu Bai appeared beside him, casting a disapproving glance at the sausage vendor, Oscar. "Oscar, how many times must I tell you not to sell your sausages within the academy? Do you want everyone here to vomit?" Oscar felt embarrassed at Dai Mu Bai's presence. "Boss Dai, you know my financial situation. What else can I do if I don't sell sausages? I can't let you take advantage of my friend, Tang San." Hearing the boy's words, Dai Mu Bai shot him a stern look. "Mu Bai, what's going on here?" Tang San asked, glancing between Dai Mu Bai and Oscar, who was still selling sausages. A hint of confusion in his eyes. "Would you like to show them, or shall I demonstrate how you perform?" Dai Mu Bai's eyes glinted dangerously at Oscar. Clearly, he was once a victim himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't harbor such resentment toward the sausage vendor. As Oscar listened to Dai Mu Bai's words, he unleashed his martial soul in front of everyone, proclaiming, "Behold my great sausage." With that declaration, a warm, steaming sausage appeared in Oscar's hand. The crowd observed the expression on Oscar's face and the incantation he uttered, and Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others displayed looks of incredulity. They regarded the sausage with a mix of disdain. Oscar, noticing their reactions, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Is this edible?" Sui approached Oscar, eyeing the sausage curiously. Yes, of course. This is my first soul skill, the recovery sausage. It can quickly restore soul power and stamina." Oscar was taken aback that someone would ask if they could eat his first soul skill upon witnessing it. He looked at Sui as if he were a savior. Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong looked at Sui in astonishment, each asking, "Are you sure you want to eat that?" He said it's edible and restores soul power and stamina. "Why not eat it?" Sui replied, picking up the sausage from Oscar's hand and taking a bite. After finishing, he smiled at Oscar and said, "Not bad. Here are 2 copper soul coins." Oscar gazed at Sui, who had consumed his recovery sausage. With tears in his eyes, "You're the first person who doesn't disdain my martial soul and soul skill." Tang San and the others looked at Sui, who had just eaten the sausage and praised its taste, their expressions filled with shock. "You really ate it?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, feeling as if her entire worldview had collapsed in an instant. Su Yi, noticing the astonished look from the group, smiled gently. Food is indeed precious. The group exchanged puzzled glances at Su Yi's statement. Before I was adopted by my teacher, I fought with wild dogs over food that people discarded as garbage to survive. As they listened to Su Yi recount his experiences in a soft voice, Tang San and the others were struck by the warmth of his smile. Though his tone was gentle, it resonated like thunder in their hearts, stirring a tumultuous wave of emotions. Even Oscar stood frozen, staring blankly at Su Yi. Chapter 28. Soul Power 53. A staggering revelation. When Su Yi mentioned his past, everyone present fell silent, looking at the smiling youth before them. No one could have imagined such a history. Oscar, I'll have one too, Tang Sen said. Me too. And me. With Tang Sen speaking up, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also approached Oscar, requesting the sausages they had previously scorned. Little Oscar, please give me one as well. Even Dai Mubai stepped forward to ask for Oscar sausages. Oscar, taken aback by the sudden interest of the crowd, quickly handed out the sausages. This round is on the house, courtesy of this young man. They do taste good, though the soul skill is a bit off-putting. Xiao Wu remarked with a smile as she ate. It's not my fault. I have to release my soul skill this way, Oscar said, appearing innocent and helpless. All right, little Oscar, I'll take them for the third test now. I've already informed the teacher about the second test, Dai Mubai said, leading Tang San, Su, and the others toward Shrek Academy. Teacher, these are my friends. I'm bringing them directly into the second test. Dai Mubai stated calmly to the instructor overseeing the second test. Why do they get to skip straight to the second test? The people in line protested angrily upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. Why not? Dai Mubai responded with a cold smile, producing the soul power crystal ball from the first test and tossing it to Tang San. Tang San, show them your soul power. Tang San caught the crystal ball and unleashed his soul power. The crystal ball emitted a dazzling blue light. What? Level 29. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Tang San's displayed soul power. Unfazed by their exclamations, Tang San smiled at Xiao Wu and handed her the crystal ball. Xiao Wu, returning his smile, took the crystal ball and released her soul power. Impossible. Another level 29. The onlookers were in disbelief. Who are these two? Achieving level 29 at this age. Xiao Wu, could you pass me the testing crystal ball? Ning Rongrong approached Xiao Wu, taking the crystal ball. Level 26. As Ning Rongrong released her soul power, the spectators were once again taken aback. Dismissing their astonishment with a smile, she intended to pass the crystal ball to Su Yi to see how powerful his soul power was. However, before she could, a shadow darted past her, snatching the crystal ball from her hands. When Ning Rongrong turned to look at the thief, the crowd gasped once more. Level 27. Tang San and Dai Mubai, along with the others, gazed at the figure in tight black leather, a stunningly beautiful girl whose attire accentuated her alluring figure. Her expression was icy, giving her the aura of an ice queen. Now, I believe this group of individuals should have no further questions. Dai Mubai cast a cold smile at the stunned test candidates, then led Tang San and the others into the Shrek Academy. As they took a few steps, one of the bewildered students, regaining their senses, called out to Dai Mubai, pointing at Su Yi, who lingered behind the group. What about this fellow? I can't believe his soul power exceeds level 20. Dai Mubai and Tang San turned to the speaker, regarding him with a look of incredulity. For Dai Mubai, Su Yi was an unfamiliar face. However, being a friend of someone like Tang San, his innate talent and strength could not possibly be lacking. Thus, without a second thought, Dai Mubai included Su Yi in their company. Yet, he was curious about the doubts raised by the individual. Gazing at Su Yi, the charming young man in white with a perpetual smile, he found himself intrigued to discover just how high Su Yi's soul power truly was. As the group halted, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong all turned their attention to Su Yi. Among the six present, excluding Su Yi, the only one who seemed indifferent was the girl clad in tight leather, her demeanor cold and aloof. Su Yi, hit. Ning Rongrong said as she handed the testing crystal ball to him. Su Yi, noticing the eager anticipation in their eyes, smiled slightly as he accepted the crystal ball. Upon releasing his soul power, the crystal ball erupted in a dazzling brilliance, akin to a small blue sun. The spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. Even the testing teacher at the academy gaped at Su Yi's crystal ball, his expression one of sheer shock. What? Standing before Su Yi, Ning Rongrong, witnessing the pinnacle of soul power displayed on the crystal ball, stammered, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Even the previously indifferent girl in leather now stared, wide-eyed, at the smiling Su Yi. 53rd level. Among the test candidates, someone was the first to react, exclaiming in disbelief. Instantly, the previously silent environment erupted into a chorus of astonished gasps. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Su Yi, who stood beside them with a smile. Their eyes filled with amazement. Your soul power has actually reached 53rd level? Dai Mubai also reacted, staring at Su Yi in shock. Innate, Su Yi replied. Tang San then inquired, Su Yi, how old are you now? Me? I am 16, Su Yi said, deliberately adding 2 years to his age to quell the astonishment of those around him. 16. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were once again taken aback by Su Yi's declaration. I see, you are indeed a true prodigy. To reach the rank of Soul King at just 16 is simply terrifying, Dai Mubai remarked, his admiration evident. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement with Dai Mubai's words. Even the aloof girl beside them acknowledged this fact. Hearing their comments, Su Yi wore a resigned expression. Yet a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth as he observed the expressions of Tang San and the others. At this moment, he had fully dispelled any doubts that Tang San held against him. After everyone regained their composure, Xiao Wu turned to Su Yi and remarked, But Shrek only admits students under the age of 12 with soul power exceeding level 20, and you're now 16. Xiao Wu paused, leaving her statement hanging in the air. Ning Rongrong and Tang San, hearing Xiao Wu's words, also returned to reality, their gazes fixed on Su Yi. Su Yi, meeting their eyes, smiled gently and said, It's all right. I heard from the teacher that Shrek Academy is quite unique, though it has the fewest students among all academies. It is comprised entirely of elite individuals. Even if I cannot join Shrek, it is still worthwhile to come and take a look. He continued, his smile unwavering. I have heard that the founder of Shrek Academy, the one referred to as the flying corner of the Golden Iron Triangle, is Flander. Moreover, I personally wish to meet the wise corner of that triangle, the renowned Master Yu Xiaojang. However, Master Yu's whereabouts are elusive, and I have no idea where he resides. Hence my visit to Shrek. Even if I cannot meet the Master, I would be content to see Dean Flander in person. As he spoke, Su Yi smiled at the group. I understand my age exceeds Shrek's admission criteria. I merely came to pay my respects. I never anticipated I would be fortunate enough to make friends in Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, who was linked arm in arm with Tang San, turned to him and said softly, Brother. Hearing Xiao Wu call him brother while reflecting on Su Yi's words, Tang San smiled gently at Su Yi. If you wish to meet my teacher, you can stay here at Shrek for a few days. He will be arriving soon. Your teacher? Su Yi. Upon hearing Tang San's words, his gentle eyes sparkled with interest, followed by a curious gaze. Xiao Wu, noticing Su Yi's expression, giggled and said, My brother's teacher is the master you wish to meet, Yu Xiaojang. Su Yi's eyes lit up with joy as he excitedly grasped Tang San's hand. I never imagined that your teacher would be Yu Xiaojang. So, what you're saying is that the master will be arriving here at Shrek in just a few days. Tang San, witnessing Su Yi's excitement, chuckled, Indeed, my teacher will arrive in a couple of days to teach here at Shrek. I can't believe it. The master is your teacher. Su Yi exclaimed, marveling at Tang San's words. That waste of a person could actually produce such a disciple. From what Su Yi had gathered from the teacher's description, it seemed that this so-called Yu Xiaojang was not merely inept, but lacked the responsibility of a man. He believed everything he was told and, despite professing love, had turned around to marry another woman. Although the marriage did not come to fruition, he had completely forgotten his teacher. Su Yi was eager to discover what such a worthless individual looked like, which was why he had journeyed so far to Shrek. Now, after meeting Tang San, Su Yi's opinion of Yu Xiaojang had slightly shifted. After all, to produce such an outstanding disciple, perhaps there was indeed something captivating about this person that could attract a teacher like that. With this thought in mind, Su Yi found himself eager to meet Yu Xiaojang. As Su Yi pondered these matters, Dai Mubai, standing nearby, spoke gently, Su Yi, although your age exceeds Shrek's admission criteria, your strength far surpasses the standards for admission. If you truly wish to join Shrek Academy, I am certain that Dean Flanders will be exceedingly delighted. Listening to Dai Mubai's words, Su Yi smiled slightly and replied, If Shrek can indeed keep me, I would undoubtedly be thrilled. Su-e, even if Shrek does not accept you, you are more than welcome to join our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Once you arrive at our sect, you will undoubtedly ascend to the rank of elder. Ning Rongrong suddenly realized that Su-e had already surpassed the age of 12 and might not qualify for Shrek. If he could not enter Shrek, it might be a blessing in disguise. Should he agree to join their 7-treasure glazed tile school, she would no longer need to remain at Shrek. In that case, bringing Su-e home would surely astonish her father, as well as grandfather Gu and grandfather Jian. Eventually, Su-e would learn he was the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and would also come to understand their sex rules. After Ning Rongrong had finished speaking, she stole a glance at Su-e, her cheeks flushed. Su-e noticed her bashful demeanor, but chose to feign ignorance. With a gentle smile, he said to Ning Rongrong, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Ning. However, I am not inclined to join any sect. If Shrek does not wish to keep me, I will depart after meeting the master." "Oh, is that so?" Ning Rongrong looked at him with a complex expression. "Rest assured, Subroter, with your talent, Shrek will undoubtedly make an exception for you," Dai Mubai said, laughing heartily as he patted Su-e on the shoulder. Su-e gazed at the hand that patted his shoulder, his eyes crescent-shaped as he smiled back at Dai Mubai, saying, "Thank you." At that moment, if Judo Yuan were present, he would undoubtedly remark that someone was doomed. Should Yueguan witness Dai Mubai's actions, he would commend his audacity. Apart from the Pope and that little girl Hulaina, even he, an old ghost, would hesitate to casually pat this fellow on the shoulder. The last person who did so had, by now, become a mere memory. With that, Dai Mubai led Tang San and Su-e further into Shrek Academy. "What? You mean your academy has only 3 students?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her astonishment palpable after listening to Dai Mubai's explanation of Shrek. "Indeed, counting myself and the recently met Oscar, there are only 3 students. In the entire Douluo continent, we're the only academy where the number of teachers exceeds that of students." While everyone was still marveling at how Su-e could achieve the rank of Soul King at such a young age, Dai Mubai's words elicited even greater shock on their faces. Xiao Wu looked at Dai Mubai and inquired, "Why not recruit more students? Better to have fewer than to accept the unworthy. We only recruit prodigies." Chapter 30. Soul Sage? Is that so rare? One more update. Please vote. Why not relax the entrance exam requirements? I see there are quite a few applicants, Xiao Wu curiously asked, gazing at Dai Mubai's back. Better to have fewer than to accept the unworthy. We only recruit prodigies. Dai Mubai reiterated, then turned to Tang San and the others with an air of mystery, asking, "Would you like to know what the graduation requirements of Shrek are? What are they?" Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong asked in unison upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. With a sly smile, Dai Mubai replied, "Before the age of 20, one must elevate their soul power to level 40. "What? Level 40? Before the age of 20? The group, upon hearing Dai Mubai's declaration, exhibited expressions of utter astonishment. They seemed to recall something and turned in unison to look at Su-e, who stood beside Tang San, a smile gracing his face. Monster! At that moment, not only Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, but even the typically composed Tang San and the icy Zhu Zhuqing regarded Su-e with awe, all exclaiming in unison. The thought of this individual reaching Soul King at the age of 16 was simply unfathomable, leaving them to ponder the true extent of his talent. "You lot," Su-e said, gazing at Tang San and the others with a resigned expression. Dai Mubai looked at Su-e, his eyes filled with intrigue. Indeed, this statement was quite shocking. However, standing next to them was a veritable prodigy who had achieved Soul King at the tender age of 16, boasting a soul power of level 53. Looking at Su-e made Dai Mubai question his own life choices. Generally, achieving the rank of Soul King is a feat that, even before the age of 30, is reserved for the truly gifted. Observing Su-e, Dai Mubai couldn't help but doubt the very nature of his existence. Even if Su-e were to reach Soul King by 30, it would still align with the standards for Shrek's acceptance of prodigies. Not only Tang San and Xiao Wu, but Dai Mubai also felt confident that reaching Soul King before 30 was not insurmountable. Yet, the notion of attaining that rank by the age of 20 seemed utterly fantastical. A mere dream. He felt an overwhelming desire to dissect Su-e to understand the very structure of his being. As they continued their casual conversation, they arrived at the 4th assessment venue. Here, apart from a burly man, not a single student was present. The robust figure looked at the 5 newcomers following Dai Mu by, his eyes glimmering with interest. Teacher Zhao, I have brought these students for the 4th assessment, Dai Mu Bai announced. Upon hearing this, the burly man rose from the ground. Surveying the 5 individuals standing behind Dai Mu Bai, he chuckled, not bad. I didn't expect to recruit 5 students this time. This is a first for our Shrek Academy in many years. However, Teacher Zhao, among these 5, one is rather special. I believe he can directly become our student without undergoing the 4th assessment. I will discuss this matter with the dean. Dai Mu Bai painted Tu Sui, who stood beside Tang San, as he spoke. Special? The burly man, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Su Yi. What makes this lad so special? Teacher Zhao. His name is Su Yi, and he is 16 years old. 16 years old? The burly man furrowed his brows at Dai Mu Bai's words and coldly remarked, do you not understand the standards for accepting students at Shrek? That's not it. Teacher Zhao. Allow me to explain, Dai Mu Bai began, responding to the burly man's inquiry. Although Su Yi is already 16, he possesses soul power at level 53. 53. Hearing this, the burly man's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Su Yi. Excellent. Excellent. Young man, you're truly remarkable. Achieving Soul King at 16 makes you the youngest in the Douluo continent. Only someone like you can be deemed a true prodigy, a monster without question. At this point, the burly man addressed Su Yi, saying, young man, my name is Zhao Wujin, and I am a teacher at Shrek Academy. You need not rely on Dai to speak on your behalf to the dean. If you can endure for just a stick of incense's duration under my supervision, you will directly become a student of Shrek Academy. Having said that, Zhao Wujin looked at Su Yi and continued, however, you need not worry. For this assessment, I will allow all 5 of you to participate together, as long as the 5 of you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick in my hands. You shall all be recognized as students of Shrek. Teacher Zhao, is this 4th assessment not merely about enduring for a single incense stick's time in your grasp? Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai gazed at Zhao Wujia with astonishment. Since you have arrived at Shrek, you are all little monsters. And if you are indeed little monsters, there exists a true monster among us. If you 5 cannot withstand my challenge for the duration of an incense stick, then you are unworthy of the title of monster. Zhao Wujia regarded Su Yi and Tang San, speaking with a calm demeanor. Now, I shall grant you an incense stick's time to get to know one another and devise strategies. Following this, you shall engage in combat with me. If even one of you remains standing after the incense stick is burned out, you will have passed the assessment. With that, Zhao Wujia looked at Dai Mu Bai and said, use this time wisely to explain my abilities and characteristics to these little monsters. I hope you grasp the importance of cooperation. No one can evade my attack range with mere speed, and no individual can withstand my assault alone. Only through collaboration do you stand chance. As Zhao Wujia completed his statement, he produced an incense stick, ignited it, and planted it into the ground, closing his eyes to meditate. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others exchanged glances, contemplating Zhao Wujia's words. Dai Mu Bai sighed, looking at Tang San and the others with an apologetic expression. I did not expect Teacher Zhao to personally intervene this time. Is he, like the examiner at the entrance, a soul emperor? Xiao Wu, with a puzzled expression, inquired. Not quite. Before Dai Mu Bai could finish, Xiao Wu interjected. That's no cause for concern. After all, we are close to level 30, coupled with Su Yi, a soul king at level 53. 5 against 1 should not only enable us to endure for a single incense stick, but even 2 should be manageable. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Dai Mu Bai cautioned, do not be too eager. I have not finished yet. Teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor. He is a soul sage at level 76. With a beast martial soul, he is a battle soul sage. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all gasped in astonishment at Dai Mu Bai's revelation. Only Su Yi, hearing this, felt a sense of disdain. A soul sage? How unusual. There are many in Martial Soul City. There are even 3 titled Douluos by my side. However, as the others expressed their shock, in less than half a second, Su Yi mirrored their astonishment. Originally, Teacher Zhao was merely the proctor for the 4th test. Your opponent should have been me. As it stands, he likely wishes to personally engage after witnessing Su Yi. However, being a soul sage, it seems somewhat beneath him to bully a mere soul king. Thus, he devised this method to entertain himself. Dai Mu Bai, Looking at Su Yi and Tang San, spoke with a hint of resignation. Su Yi, hearing Dai Mubai's words, turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu with an apologetic expression. I am sorry to have burdened you. Tang San and Xiao Wu smiled gently at Su Yi. It's no trouble. After all, we are a team. With you, a level 53 Soul King, we may yet prevail. Su Yi expressed his gratitude in response to their encouragement. Now, let me share some insights regarding Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai began. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the great strength diamond bear, a formidable beast martial soul, impervious and possessing terrifying defensive capabilities. Even soul masters of equivalent level struggle to inflict damage upon him. Impervious? Tang Sen pondered deeply upon this description. Sui murmurit, tov, impervious. Originally, speed was Zhao's weakness. But given the significant disparity in soul power between you, that weakness becomes negligible. Within the academy, Zhao is known by a moniker, the Unmovable King, Ning Rong Rong, standing beside Sui, gasped in astonishment. Ah, he is the Unmovable King. What? You are familiar with Teacher Zhao's title? Dai Mubai inquired, observing Ning Rong Rong's astonishment. Responding with gravity, Ning Rong Rong narrated. Many years ago, the Unmovable King offended the Martial Soul Hall and was besieged by 16 Soul Emperor-level bishops. Yet, he single-handedly broke through their encirclement and vanished from the Soul Master realm. I never imagined he would be teaching here. As Ning Rong Rong concluded, Xiao Wu, entwined with Tang San, expressed her amazement. He is that formidable. At that time, Teacher Zhao was merely a Soul Emperor. At least, I have never witnessed him unleash his full power, so you should prepare yourselves well. Dai Mubai remarked, glancing at the contemplative Su Yi. Upon hearing Ning Rong Rong recount the feats of the Unmovable King, Su Yi considered. This individual is an adversary of the Martial Soul Hall. An enemy of my teacher is my enemy as well. Thus, he pondered when might be the opportune moment to eliminate this threat, contemplating whether to present this foe as a gift to his teacher. However, he had yet to encounter the individual named Yu Xiaojiang, so it was prudent to remain discreet for now. Su Yi, what occupies your thoughts? Ning Rong Rong, curios, inquired. I am contemplating how we might confront Teacher Zhao. We should quickly familiarize ourselves and determine how best to collaborate. Your only breakthrough lies with Su Yi. If we coordinate effectively, he is our sole chance to endure against Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai reminded the group, observing that the incense stick had burned down a tenth. With this prompt, Tang San stepped forward, declaring, I am Tang San, with a blue-silver grass martial soul, a level 29 control system battle soul master. Following Tang San, Xiao Wu chimed in. I am Xiao Wu, with a rabbit beast martial soul, a level 29 assault system battle soul master. Next, Zhu Zhuqing introduced herself coolly. I am Zhu Zhuqing, with a phantom cat martial soul, a level 27 agility system battle soul master. Ning Rong Rong added. I possess the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul, a level 26 support system soul master. My soul rings can enhance everyone's speed and strength by approximately 30% for the duration of an incense stick, without fail. 30%? Su Yi was taken aback by Ning Rong Rong's statement. Is that all? 30%, and they call it the strongest auxiliary martial soul in the Soul Master realm? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, thrilled by Ning Rong Rong's assertion, exclaimed, That is remarkable. With Xiao Wu's praise, Ning Rong Rong displayed a proud demeanor. Su Yi, what about you? Tang San inquired, turning his attention to Su Yi. As all eyes shifted to him, Su Yi smiled gently. I am Su Yi, with a chaotic supreme spear martial soul, a level 53 assault system battle soul master. The chaotic supreme spear? What manner of martial soul is that? Yet, it certainly sounds impressive. The term supreme evokes the imagery of royalty. Ning Rong Rong mused softly upon hearing Su Yi's introduction. Now, let us devise a strategy. Su Yi gazed at the assembly and spoke softly. What do you think we should do, Su Yi? Tang San inquired gently, his eyes fixed on him. Hearing Tang San's words, a bitter smile crossed Su Yi's face. Don't look at me. I have always fought alone and have never engaged in coordinated combat. At this, Tang San retrieved a large stone and 5 smaller ones from the ground, arranging them thoughtfully. Su Yi will take the lead in offense, while Xiao will be our secondary attacker. Ning Rong Rong will provide support from the rear. I will coordinate with Su Yi to control Teacher Zhao's attacks, and Zhu Zhuqing. I will need you to restrain from behind. He outlined his combat strategy, and Su Yi listened attentively, nodding along. As the esteemed god of death, how could he not learn the intricacies of tactical collaboration? His statement was merely an attempt to better understand Tang San, to comprehend the abilities of this disciple brought forth by Yu Xiaojing. After hearing Tang San's tactical arrangements, he recognized the calmness of Tang San's mind, his strong combat awareness, and strategic layout. Although there were some flaws in the plan, it was commendably effective, especially given the short amount of time for analysis and preparation. Such a person would make combat all the more engaging. Have we reached a consensus? Zhao Wujie inquired after a stick of incense had burned down. Teacher, we are ready to commence, Dai Mubai replied, stepping forward. Zhao Wujie stretched his limbs and approached Su Yi, saying, Kid, do not disappoint me. I won't. Su Yi replied with a faint smile as Tang San and Xiao Wu retreated to the back. Their formation positioned Su Yi at the forefront, with Xiao Wu beside him. Tang San stood behind them, Zhu Zhuqing at his side, and Ning Rongrong at the rear of the group. Chapter 32. A soul ring emerges to astound. With their formations set, Ning Rongrong at the back summoned her martial spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tile. First, speed. Second, strength. As Ning Rongrong invoked her martial spirit, she immediately cast enhancements of speed and soul power upon Su Yi. With this augmentation, Su Yi felt a significant increase in both his strength and speed, each enhanced by 30%. Oh, among these little monsters, there is even a disciple from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, Zhao Wujie remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Ning Rongrong summoning. Tang San, noticing Zhao Wujie's interest in Ning Rongrong, felt a pang of concern. His teacher had once instructed him to prioritize eliminating any disciples from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect during combat. With this thought, Tang San swiftly unleashed a strand of blue-silver grass towards Ning Rongrong, sprinting to the right of the formation. The blue-silver grass quickly ensnared Ning Rongrong's waist, drawing her towards him. As Tang San grasped Zhao Wujie's intentions through Yu Xiaojing's insights, Su Yi, standing at the forefront, also discerned Zhao Wujie's motives from the glint in his eyes. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wujie vanished from his spot. He did not release his martial spirit, but charged directly into Su Yi's formation. Seeing this unfold, Su Yi advanced rather than retreating, meeting Zhao Wujie's charge head-on. Come on, little brat, Zhao Wujie exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Su Yi approach. You shall not pass, Su Yi declared as he met Zhao Wujie's punch with his own. With a loud impact, Su Yi staggered back 3 or 4 steps, while the formidable 76-level Soul Sage was sent flying by the strike of the 53rd-level Soul King. As Su Yi regained his footing, he propelled himself toward the airborne Zhao Wujie, the stone beneath him cracking under the force of his leap, illustrating the sheer power he possessed. Zhao Wujie, still laughing heartily from being struck, called out, Kid, not bad. You possess considerable strength. Without responding, as Su Yi closed in on Zhao Wujie, he summoned his martial spirit, the Chaos Supreme Spear. The dark spear radiated with a menacing glow as he aimed it at Zhao Wujie's body, launching a powerful thrust. Seeing Su Yi's attack while still airborne, Zhao Wujie summoned his martial spirit, the Mighty Golden Bear. First soul skill, Immutable King Body. As he invoked this technique, a spectral image of the Mighty Golden Bear emerged, merging into Zhao Wujie's form. A yellow soul ring illuminated around him, and a golden light erupted from within. As Zhao Wujie employed his first soul skill, he plummeted to the ground, and the golden light clashed against Su Yi's spear, forcing it to disperse. Second soul skill, Mighty Golden Palm, Zhao Wujie proclaimed, a second yellow soul ring materializing. His hands transformed into bear paws as he struck towards Su Yi. Just as Su Yi intended to evade using his soul skill, a strand of blue-silver grass wrapped around his waist. Upon seeing this, Su Yi considered breaking free, but, glancing at Tang San, he allowed himself to be pulled away. Tang San's intervention caused Zhao Wujie's attack to miss, crashing heavily into the ground and sending dust soaring. Thanks to Tang San's timely pull, Su Yi evaded Zhao Wujie's assault and found himself standing before Tang San. Thank you, Su Yi expressed, to which Tang San smiled slightly. We're a team now. Glancing at Ning Rongrong beside him, Tang San felt a bit awkward, as he had pulled her over to protect her from Zhao Wujie's attack, only for Su Yi to have directly intercepted it. Ensure Ning Rongrong's safety. The rest is up to me. As Tang San contemplated, Su Yi's feet lifted off the ground, revealing 5 soul rings: yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. With the emergence of these 5 rings, Tang San stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Su Yi's display. The first yellow soul ring could be acquired by anyone with decent talent, but the second purple ring was a 1,000-year soul ring. It was unfathomable for someone to possess a second soul ring of such caliber. The third was also of the 1,000-year grade, which was not surprising, but the fourth, a dazzling black soul ring, was 10,000 years old. Just as no individual can possess a second soul ring that is a millennium old, the fourth soul ring must be a 10,000-year one. How on earth did this individual manage it? The refined and amiable youth before them. What kind of monster is he? Tang San gazed at the 5 soul rings displayed on Su Yi's body, disbelief flooding his eyes. How could this be possible? How could anyone have a second soul ring of a millennium and a fourth soul ring of 10,000 years? This is inconceivable. It should not be so, completely overturning his teacher's theories. As he contemplated this, Tang San's astonishment at Su Yi's figure grew ever more profound. Emerging from the dust, Zhao Wujia stood transfixed upon seeing the 5 soul rings on Su Yi. It was as if he could scarcely believe his own eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Observing Zhao Wujia's actions, Su Yi felt a wave of doubt about the veracity of Ning Rongrong's words. The individual before him, at full power, could undoubtedly pierce through the so-called immovable king with a single shot. Yet, despite recognizing this lethal opportunity, Su Yi found himself struggling to suppress such thoughts. Feeling an immense discomfort, Zhao Wujia, after rubbing his eyes repeatedly, finally confirmed that the soul rings adorning Su Yi were indeed correct. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black. This was beyond what any human could achieve. Such a being had materialized before him. Monster, monster, you are the true monster. Zhao Wujia stared at Su Yi for a long time, filled with incredulous admiration. Chapter 33, A Strike. The Insulted Tang Hao. 4th update. Monster, monster, you are the true monster. Zhao Wujia, having gazed at Su Yi for a considerable time, was overwhelmed with disbelief. Teacher Zhao, do be cautious not to perish, Su Yi remarked with a smile, looking at Zhao Wujia, who stood over 30 meters away. Zhao Wujia, hearing Su Yi's words, chuckled instead of becoming angry, saying, "Good lad. Quite audacious. Those 16 soul emperors of the Spirit Hall could not bring me down. What makes you think you stand chance?" Just as Zhao Wujia finished speaking, Su Yi unleashed his full force, activating 4 soul skills. 3rd soul skill, Explosive Burst. 2nd soul skill, 1000 June S Break. 4th soul skill, Frenzy. 1st soul skill, Unstoppable Force. In an instant, a black beam shot forth from the Chaos Supreme Spear in Su Yi's hand, striking Zhao Wujia's body. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia felt an overwhelming gravity that rendered him immobile. Following the impact of the black beam, Su Yi activated his 2nd soul skill, and the spear emanated a black glow. He then released his 4th soul skill, enveloping himself in a crimson radiance. With the utterance of his final phrase, "Unstoppable," Su Yi lunged forward, transforming into a streak of black light as he thrust the spear into Zhao Wujia's shoulder. The spear pierced through, with blood dripping steadily from the black tip onto the ground. With this single strike, Su Yi had demonstrated that his earlier proclamation was no jest. Had he aimed for Zhao Wujia's heart or throat, the latter would have been obliterated in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu stood in shock, their mouths agape rendered speechless. Dai Mubai could scarcely believe his eyes, and even the usually composed Zhu Zhuqing was filled with astonishment at Su Yi's feat of piercing Zhao Wujia's shoulder. Most astounded of all was Tang San. He gazed at Su Yi, who stood with a spear in hand, having severely wounded Zhao Wujia, utterly confounded by how this could be possible. A person with a 2nd soul ring of a millennium and a 4th soul ring of 10,000 years shattered the norms of the Soul Master world and his teacher's theories. Now, with merely his 53rd level of soul power, he had directly wounded Zhao Wujia, a soul sage of 76 levels. Who is he? Who is his teacher that they could produce such a prodigy? Coughing, Zhao Wujia spat blood from his mouth and looked at the smiling Su Yi before him. Grinning as he said, "You little monster, your strikes are truly ruthless." Upon hearing this, Su Yi swiftly retracted the Chaos Supreme Spear from Zhao Wujia's body. Glancing at him, a hint of guilt crept across Su Yi's face. "Teacher Zhao, I apologize. I truly could not control my strength. I did not anticipate that you would not unleash your martial soul's true form against me. Had you done so, I might not have been able to harm you at all. Moreover, I had warned you before I attacked. With that, Su Yi looked innocently at Zhao Wujie. Enough. You are a monster. Even if I had activated my martial soul's true form, your strike would have undoubtedly breached my defenses. Do not flatter me, you little rascal. Zhao Wujie replied, gazing at Su Yi's guilty and helpless expression with a half-hearted smile. He then turned to the still-stunned Tang San and the others, declaring, all right, you little monsters, you have passed the test. I keep my word. You are now officially students of Shrek Academy. With that, Zhao Wujie departed, dragging his wounded body behind him. Do we really just pass? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged incredulous glances with Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, murmuring in disbelief. It seems so, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly to their words. Meanwhile, Tang San's gaze remained fixed on Su Yi's retreating figure, a grave expression in his eyes. With such age, such talent, and such strength, Su Yi would surely ascend to the pinnacle of Douluo continent in the future. Observing Zhao Wujie's somewhat disheveled silhouette, no one would have anticipated that this battle would conclude in such an anticlimactic manner. If he were in Zhao Wujie's position, with a soul power of 53, could he have achieved what Su Yi did without the use of poison? Clearly he could not. Firstly, his blue-silver grass martial soul was far from formidable. Secondly, even if he were to enhance his second martial soul, the Hao Yian hammer, with soul rings to reach level 50, he could not defy the norm and absorb soul rings in such a manner. It was a feat that was simply unbelievable without witnessing it firsthand. Once Zhao Wujie had departed, Su Yi turned to find Tang San and the others staring at him in awe. He smiled at them. Why do you all look at me so? Freak! Monster! Exclaimed Dai Mubai, with Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Tang San echoing in unison. You all. Su Yi, hearing their words, wore a helpless expression. After Zhao Wujie's departure, he returned to his room, wincing at the wound on his shoulder. That little rascal Su Yi was indeed ruthless in his strikes. Suddenly, a stone was hurled into Zhao Wujie's room. Zhao Wujie, upon seeing the stone that had flown into his room, turned to the fleeting shadow outside his window, his eyes glinting with menace. Who goes there? Zhao Wujie, filled with determination, pursued relentlessly. After over 10 minutes of chasing, he spotted a figure standing amidst the forest, clad in a black robe, with his back turned. Anger surged within Zhao Wujie as he exclaimed, You scoundrel! Why have you stopped running? Are you out of strength? Even wounded? Your grandfather Zhao can still catch up to you. Today, I shall vent my frustrations upon you. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, he unleashed his martial spirit, summoning 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black hues beneath his feet. As the soul rings materialized, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon the man in the black robe. Tang Hao, having observed the confrontation from the shadows, initially intended to lure Zhao Wujie out to provide him with healing medicine, hoping that Zhao would look after his son for a while, as he had his own matters to attend to. However, he never anticipated that he would be subjected to such scorn one day. Before Zhao Wujie could close the distance, Tang Hao turned to face him, a cold smile gracing his lips as he observed the furious approach of Zhao Wujie. Upon seeing Tang Hao's sardonic expression, Zhao Wujie, in a fit of rage, retorted, You dare not flee upon seeing me? You look down upon me. Boom. No sooner had Zhao Wujie spoken than an immense wave of soul power erupted from Tang Hao. The force of this energy left Zhao Wujie paralyzed with fear, rendering him unable to move. 9 soul rings gradually ascended from beneath Tang Hao's feet. Yellow, purple, black, red. The first 8 rings did not greatly shock Zhao Wujie. Rather, it was the final soul ring, the 9th, a red ring of 100,000 years, that filled him with dread. Before him stood a title Douluo, one possessed of a soul ring aged 100,000 years. In the Douluo continent, title Douluos were neither plentiful nor scarce. However, one with 100,000-year soul ring was a rarity Zhao Wujie had never encountered. My lord, I beg to know what offense I have committed to incur your wrath. Zhao Wujie stood frozen, retracting his martial spirit and soul rings back into himself. As Tang Hao approached, beads of cold sweat trickled down Zhao Wujie's brow. Each step Tang Hao took seemed to crush Zhao Wujie's heart, leaving him breathless. Offense? Just moments ago, Did you not revel in insulting me? Were you not eager to vent your anger upon me? Tang Hao's voice dripped with disdain, his tone growing more menacing. As Tang Hao loomed over Zhao Wuji, who was already shorter in stature, the pressure became unbearable, compelling Zhao Wuji to collapse onto the ground. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the forest. Xiao Gang, you've finally returned. Do you know that Erlong has been searching for you all these years? Flinder exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Yu Xiao Gang, who sat beside him. Flinder, let's not dwell on that matter. I have wronged Erlong. Yu Xiao Gang replied, guilt and discomfort evident in his eyes. Very well. Since you are back, do not leave again, Flinder said, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, I have come to teach here at Shrek Academy, as my student has also arrived, Yu Xiao Gang replied, pride illuminating his features at the mention of his student. Student? You have taken on students? Flinder asked, astonishment filling his eyes. Your student must be extraordinarily talented. Yu Xiao Gang merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Su Yi Tang San. This is our Shrek student dormitory, Dai Mubai said, leading Tang San and Su Yi into a modest flat. Inside, Oscar, the one who once sold grilled sausages, was fast asleep. Liruo, wake up. We have new members, Dai Mubai declared, approaching Oscar and giving him a firm kick. Startled awake, Oscar blinked at Su Yi and Tang, since standing at the door, momentarily dazed. Upon recognizing Su Yi, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over and exclaimed, Big brother, you've come too. Big brother? Su Yi's lips twitched at the title. Of course, you're my big brother. After all, you have never scorned my grilled sausages, and you even praised their flavor. From that moment on, you became my big brother, Oscar. Oscar said, his eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Su Yi. Enough, little Ao. Stop your antics in front of Su Yi, Dai Mubai scolded, giving Oscar another nudge. Su Yi's soul power would leave you utterly astonished. So, do not provoke him. Astounded? Su Yi, what level is your soul power? Oscar asked, turning his attention to Su Yi. 53, Su Yi replied. 53. Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 53? Staring incredulously at Su Yi, Oscar felt as though he had been struck dumb. How old are you? 16. A 53 soul king at the age of 16? Oscar was overwhelmed, feeling dizzy from the revelation. He gazed at Su Yi, who stood slightly taller than him, questioning his own training journey. Is it possible that my years of hard work have amounted to nothing? How can he be so exceptional? All right, little Ao. To welcome our new classmate, let us enjoy a night out in Soto City, Dai Mubai suggested. Oscar's eyes lit up at the proposal. Long live Boss Dai. Brother, I'll come to find you. At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice echoed from outside. Hearing her call, Tang San stepped out, joined by the others. Brother, Xiao Wu exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she hugged Tang San's arm. Shall we go for a stroll? Tang San replied, a fond smile on his face as he led Xiao Wu outside. Inside the dormitory, Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disdain. By the way, Su Yi, I truly wish to know your cultivation secrets. To be so young, yet possess such high soul power and such extraordinary soul ring configuration, Dai Mubai remarked. Curiosity and awe etched upon his features. The secret to cultivation? It merely requires intent. Upon uttering those words, Su Yi felt a twinge of inadequacy and continued, indeed. Possessing a heart that yearns for strength and diligently cultivating is sufficient. Dai Mubai and Oscar, upon hearing Su Yi's statement, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. When Oscar, who had been standing nearby, regained his composure, he curiously inquired of Dai Mubai, Boss Dai, what did you mean by that? Dai Mubai, observing the puzzled expression on Oscar's face, responded with a mysterious smile, you will understand in due time. Oscar fell silent once more at Dai Mubai's words. Chapter 35, The Assembly of the Shrek 7 Monsters. Second update. Seeking votes. Fatty, what has happened to you? Dai Mubai, leisurely strolling through Shrek Academy with Su Yi and Oscar, noticed the burnt, thatched cottage and the bruised, red-haired chubby boy, teasingly remarked. Boss Dai, you must help me avenge. The red-haired chubby boy, upon hearing Dai Mubai's voice, rushed to his side, tears and snot streaming down his face as he clutched Dai Mubai's leg. Ever since those two arrived at the academy, they have been beating me without reason. As he spoke, the chubby boy continued to weep, oblivious to Su Yi standing beside Dai Mubai. Brother Dai, do you know this ruffian? Tang San and the furious Xiao Wu, observing the chubby boy they had just beaten, cast a curious glance at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai chuckled at Tang San's question. Tang San, this is our Shrek's final student, Ma Hongjun. The last student? But this fellow. Tang San regarded Ma Hongjun with skepticism. Though I did not witness your earlier skirmish, the state of the surroundings provides ample insight, Dai Mubai remarked. Ternin to Ma Hongun. Fatty, would you prefer to explain this matter to them, or shall I? Perhaps you should handle it. Ma Hongjun sighed in resignation. Dai Mubai found amusement in Ma Hongjun's demeanor and proceeded to elucidate to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, Fatty's martial soul, is a mutated one, known as the Evil Fire Phoenix. After an extensive explanation, Dai Mubai clarified Ma Hongjun's situation to everyone. However, when Ma Hongjun heard Dai Mubai refer to his martial soul as a chicken, he became enraged. My martial soul is not a chicken. It is a phoenix. Dai Mubai responded with a grin. Indeed, an evil fire chicken. That is called an evil fire phoenix. Ma Hongjun retorted, thoroughly infuriated. Do you think I resemble you and Xiao Ao, with delicate features? Don't assume I'm unaware of your daily escapades. Dai Mubai, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, felt a surge of anxiety and glanced around before addressing Ma Hongjun. Fatty, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Aren't you the one who prides yourself on shamelessness? What, did you take the wrong medicine today? Xiao Wu, observing the banter between Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, exchanged exasperated glances with Tang San and remarked, You two are rather unseemly. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun fell silent at Xiao Wu's words. And what a future cultivation? Tang San inquired, observing the silent Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai with curiosity. What else can we do? Transform sorrow into appetite, Ma Hongjun declared, prompting Xiao Wu to link her arm with Tang San's and say, Little San, I am famished. Come, let me take you to dine. Dai Mubai waved at Tang San and Xiao Wu, leading the way forward. Originally our academy had enough pretty boys with you and Xiao Ao, but now another one, even prettier than you two, has emerged. Ma Hongjun, trailing behind Dai Mubai, cast a glance at Su Yi, who walked at the rear, and sighed dramatically. Boss Dai, who is this fellow? Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's inquiry, Dai Mubai glanced at Su Yi and smiled. This fellow is here to challenge us. Challenge? Ma Hongjun frowned slightly at Dai Mubai's words. Indeed, he is here to challenge us, Dai Mubai stated with a look of resignation. For Shrek, this individual is the true monster. We who claim to be monsters are nothing in his presence. What exactly is going on? You must tell me. I am on edge. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes filled with urgency. You will discover in due time, Dai Mubai teased, relishing Ma Hongjun's impatience. This is for having spoken out of turn earlier. I shall not enlighten you. The group continued their leisurely chat as they made their way to the cafeteria. Along the path to the dining hall, they halted. Ma Hongjun, standing beside Dai Mubai, had stars in his eyes, licking his lips as he gazed at the two young ladies before them, nearly drooling. Behave yourself and keep your evil fire in check, Dai Mubai cautioned, observing Ma Hongjun's expression. Why? Are you going to intervene? Ma Hongjun, hands on hips, retorted defiantly. I say, Boss Dai, even if you're the leader, you must leave some soup for the brothers. Dai Mubai ignored Ma Hongjun's remark and approached Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Now that everyone is gathered, allow me to introduce you, Dai Mubai addressed the crowd. This is Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul is the phoenix. As Dai Mubai spoke, Xiao Wu whispered something to Ning Rongrong, who regarded Ma Hongjun with a curious gaze. By the way, Uncle Big Sausage, why have you shaved your beard? Ning Rongrong inquired, eyeing Oscar, whose facial hair was gone. Oscar, blushing at Ning Rongrong's question, replied, With the arrival of such beautiful ladies as you, how could I not make an effort to attract your attention? From now on, please call me Oscar the Sausage Vendor, he declared, striking a pose, causing the group to chuckle. The dean is here, a voice called out, prompting everyone to look toward a middle-aged man wearing glasses approaching them. Xiao Wu gasped. Isn't that the unscrupulous merchant? What unscrupulous merchant? This is our esteemed dean at Shrek, Flender the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, a soul sage of level 78. Oscar proudly proclaimed. He is even more formidable than Teacher Zhao, possessing a rare flying martial soul, which is quite uncommon in the realm of soul masters. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others displayed astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Yi, standing at the back of the group, observed Oscar's proud demeanor without a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Soul Sage? A flying martial soul? Rare? We have plenty of those at the Martial Soul Hall. Chapter 36. What did our Martial Soul Hall say? Third update. Seeking votes. That statement, "We only accept monsters, not ordinary people," surprisingly emerged from his lips. Tang Xin gazed solemnly at Flinder, who approached slowly and spoke gravely. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Su Yi's eyes flickered with disdain. A soul sage with a mere rank of 78, only recruiting monsters and not ordinary folks. In our spirit hall, soul sages are as common as dirt, and soul Douluos are plentiful, with several titled Douluos amongst us. What can our spirit hall claim? As Su Yi pondered this, after Tang San finished speaking with Oscar, the petite Xiao Wu, standing beside Tang San, lowered her head, a solemn expression crossing her face as she murmured, "Fortunately, it is just 78. Although no one nearby could decipher her words, Su Yi discerned what she had said through her lip movements. "Uncle Sausage, do we have any soul masters of soul Douluo rank at our school?" Xiao Wu inquired softly, glancing at Oscar. Upon hearing her call, Oscar struck a pose before the gathered crowd, declaring, "Please, call me Sausage Specialist, Oscar." After completing his theatrical display, he turned to Xiao Wu and asked, "Oh, what did you just say about soul Douluo? Do you think they are as common as vegetables?" Across the entire continent, the number of individuals above the soul Douluo level does not exceed 100, all sustained by the empires and their subordinate kingdoms. As for titled Douluos, the two empires combined possess only about 10. They are not easily encountered. After Oscar's remarks, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Noticing something amiss with Xiao Wu, Tang San expressed concern. "Xiao Wu, what troubles you?" Hearing Tang San's question, Xiao Wu chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. Do you think this crafty merchant uncle will remember us?" Observing Xiao Wu's deliberate change of subject, Su Yi's gaze sharpened. Why does Xiao Wu seem so apprehensive about encountering even a soul Douluo? Deep in thought, he mused, "It has only been 2 days. Surely he cannot have forgotten." Tang San sighed helplessly, glancing at Xiao Wu. "However, since he is the director, he should not hold your previous offense against you." Ma Hongjun, hearing Tang San's words, looked at him with curiosity. What exactly happened? Tang San explained succinctly how he and Xiao Wu had encountered the director upon entering Soto City. "Oh, you've misunderstood. Our director Flinder is most renowned for his grudges. However, his greatest virtue is his loyalty to his own." Oscar, having listened to Tang San's account, affectionately draped an arm around his shoulder and whispered. At this moment, Flinder had reached the group. Except for Tang San, who was still embraced by Oscar, all others faced Flinder, their expressions a mix of trepidation and anticipation. "Oh no, we're in trouble. It seems Director Flinder might have overheard us." Turning to see Flinder standing 5 meters away, Oscar quickly formed a line with the others, murmuring worriedly. Flinder observed the assembled group and spoke in a calm tone. "This year is quite remarkable. We have 5 little monsters among us. I, Flinder, the director of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome to your arrival. Later, you will each submit 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Lee, who oversees finances. Support type soul masters, when left unprotected in battle, face grave danger. Therefore, the ability to escape is an essential quality you must possess." Hearing Flinder's words, Ning Rongrong frowned slightly. Oscar, Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing their names, they stepped forward from a line. 20 laps. If you do not complete them before lunch, you will forfeit your meal. Oscar's eyes widened in shock at Flinder's command. Surely, he had heard what he had just said. "Yes, yes," Ning Rongrong replied energetically, while Oscar responded with a lackluster tone. "Mubai, yes. Relay the Academy's rules to the new students." "Understood, Director." Dai Mubai replied promptly. "Today's first lesson will commence after dark." With that, Flinder concluded his address, and the group began to disperse. At that moment, Flinder's gaze fell upon Su Yi as he remarked, "Zhao Wujing informed me that a true monster has joined our academy. At merely 16, you have already attained the rank of 53 in the Soul King realm. Only upon seeing you did I believe this fellow was not speaking in jest." Ma Hongjun, standing beside Dai Mubai, stared at Su Yi in shock, his mouth agape. 53. He gazed at the smiling and seemingly amiable Su Yi, his words stumbling. "Merely luck," Su Yi responded to Flinder with a slight smile. "Before you, no one on the Douluo continent has been so fortunate." Flinder regarded the grinning Su Yi and spoke in a measured tone. After finishing his words, Flinder turned to depart. Director, I've finished my laps. Upon returning to the group, Oscar panted heavily. I was asking about all of you, not just you. Flinder turned to Ning Rongrong, who stood beside Oscar, composed and unruffled. Yes, we finished, Oscar replied sheepishly. Flinder, hearing Oscar's response, smiled slightly. Very well, come here. Oscar promptly ran forward. Since you display such spirited enthusiasm, you shall run 20 more laps. Flinder placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder, smiling gently. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. I have sealed your soul power. Flinder leaned closer to Oscar and softly urged, go. With a resigned expression, Oscar dashed off again. Lies must bear consequences, Flinder remarked, watching Oscar run away. Regardless of the reasons behind a lie, do you not agree, Rongrong? Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Tell me, did you complete the assignment I assigned this morning? I did not. It was too far, and I was hungry, unable to persist. Ning Rongrong replied gently, turning her head aside. So, you went into the city alone to feast and shop, only to return now to find Oscar. Is that correct? Flinder questioned, eyeing her. Were you spying on me? As the director, I must be accountable for each of my students. It is understandable that Oscar lied out of fear of punishment. But you disregarded the arrangements and ran off on your own, allowing your senior to cover for you. Any error on the battlefield could lead to military repercussions. Death, Flinder stated sternly, stepping before Ning Rongrong with gravity. Chapter otuzidi, Sui se pire. The finest hunter. Fourth update. Death. Ning Rongrong retorted defiantly, staring at Flinder's serious demeanor. This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy. True, but this is Shrek Academy, Flinder affirmed, raising 2 fingers toward her. Now, I present you with 2 options. First, pack your belongings and leave. Second, demonstrate your resolve to no longer err. As the crowd listened to these words, they turned their gazes towards Ning Rongrong, while Su Yi remained completely indifferent. Such a woman, utterly foolish, was scarcely worth her weight on the battlefield. Upon hearing Flinder's remark, Ning Rongrong let out a cold laugh. Flinder, who do you think you are? The others, including Tang San and his companions, looked at her in shock. You are merely a soul saint, nothing more. Humph. Flinder, unfazed, smirked in response. Indeed, I am but a humble soul saint. If you find this place beneath you, then you're free to leave. He gestured towards the exit of Shrek Academy. Do you think you can simply dismiss me? It won't be that easy, Flinder. Mind your own business, or the consequences will be yours to bear. The onlookers were taken aback by Ning Rongrong's audacious demeanor, which rivaled that of any noble lady. It was as if her boldness surpassed their initial astonishment upon discovering Su Yi was a level 50 Soul King. How could she dare speak to the esteemed dean in such a manner? While the crowd pondered Ning Rongrong's audacity, Su Yi observed her standing before Flinder, a slight smile gracing his lips. It appeared this foolish woman held a significant status within the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Mubai, assist her in gathering her belongings and escort her out. Flinder, undeterred by Ning Rongrong's threats, remained unruffled. Ning Rongrong, her anger ignited, moved closer to Flinder. Flinder, do you dare? I dictate the rules on my territory. Flinder narrowed his eyes, then turned to Dai Mubai and called, Mubai? Yes. Dai Mubai stepped forward from beside Su Yi. You are the first person to ever speak to me in such a manner. Ning Rongrong seethed with rage as she faced Flinder. Even if you are the favored daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, to me, you are merely a grandmaster. Every student here surpasses you. Ning Rongrong retorted, you speak nonsense. I have broken through to level 25, the most outstanding genius in centuries. And our martial spirit reigns supreme. Flinder dismissed her words with disdain. Mubai has achieved the rank of Soul Ancestor. Tang San and Xiao Wu's soul power has reached level 29, while Su Yi, at merely 16, has already attained level 53. Each of them is a genius, far superior to you. Though Ma Hongjun possessed a flaw in his martial spirit, he was blessed with a unique beast martial spirit. Standing nearby, the portly Ma Hongjun sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. On this continent, few can compare, Flinder continued. And then there's Zhu Zhuqing, whose soul power is comparable to yours. Yet her unwavering determination far exceeds yours. Ning Rongrong's expression soured further at Flinder's words. What is Zhu Zhuqing's purpose at Shrek? To grow stronger. Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly. As a support-type soul master, I cannot be compared to battle soul masters, but my role in the battlefield is crucial. Ning Rongrong countered, role? With no willpower. You be the first to perish in battle. What can you accomplish? What about Oscar? I refuse to believe he is stronger than me, she exclaimed, directing her ire towards the figure of Oscar jogging in the courtyard. Have you ever encountered a food-type soul master with innate, full soul power? Flinder atreset Ningrongrong. His gaze fixed on Oscar. You're suggesting this is impossible? How could a support-type martial spirit possess innate, full soul power? Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with skepticism as she regarded Flinder. Oscar is unprecedented. His potential is limitless. Given time, he may even surpass the standing of your seven-treasure glazed tile school. Flinder's condescending gaze met Ning Rongrong's. Now you understand? Among all here, you are the weakest. The utterance of weakest struck her like a profound insult, echoing in her mind. Anger surged within her as her fists clenched tightly. While everyone focused on Ning Rongrong, Su Yi's gaze was distinct from the others, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this seemingly foolish woman, utterly devoid of merit, was the daughter of the seven-treasure glazed tile school's leader, the little princess of the sect. He recalled his teacher's ambitions. If he desired to unify the continent or obliterate all, he would require powerful allies. However, the top three sects and the Spirit Hall maintained a distant relationship. Yet, should he draw the seven-treasure glazed tile school into the fold of the Spirit Hall, it would undoubtedly expedite the fulfillment of his teacher's plans. Furthermore, Tang San was a disciple of Yu Shaojiang, and Xiao Wu, accompanying him, concealed immense secrets within her. All of this was becoming increasingly intriguing. Among the Shrek Seven, only Zhu Zhuqing had not caught Su Yi's interest. Her aloof demeanor and indifferent gaze held little allure for him. He intended to toy with the others. Of course, if Zhu Zhuqing sought to pique his interest or revealed an enticing secret, she would become yet another target. Presently, his greatest intrigue lay with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong. The finest hunters possess patience, which is always the greatest virtue. Just as Su Yi was lost in thought, Ning Rongrong's sobs broke through. As she covered her face and fled, utterly humiliated. Dean, shall I assist her in packing? Dai Mu Bai approached Flinder, inquiring gently. Are you eager for this girl to leave? Flinder watched Ning Rongrong depart, his voice calm. Tell Oscar to stop running and comfort Ning Rongrong. Understood, Dean. Chapter 38. The Emotional Master Su Yi emerges. First update. Seeking votes. After Ning Rongrong fled, weeping, Flinder instructed Dai Mu Bai to send Oscar to console her. Standing amidst the crowd, Su Yi's eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance upon hearing this. Although the foolish woman appeared to lack any merit, her identity as the princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was more than sufficient. The seven-treasure glazed tile school, the most formidable auxiliary martial spirit on the Douluo continent, stood unparalleled. The sect boasted two titled Douluos as guardians, one of whom, the Sorda, was represented on the Elder's token of the Spirit Hall. They were the sect that Su Yi's teacher had long sought to ally with, yet had found no means to approach. Even attempts at contact had been met with evasion and various excuses. According to Su Yi, those who follow me may not necessarily prosper, but those who oppose me shall surely perish. Such a sect, if it could not be gained, ought to be obliterated. Regrettably, Bibi Dong did not acquiesce. She decided to wait until all plans were completed before granting the seven-treasure glazed tile school one final opportunity. Should they still refuse to submit at that time, she would resort to her method, eliminating them entirely. Those who cannot be of use to me must perish. It now seems that the chance for a breakthrough has arrived. That Ning Rongrong, being the daughter of the school's leader, displays a foolish demeanor that suggests she is uncontrollable within the seven-treasure glazed tile school. This temperament is a direct result of her father's indulgence. Thus, it is evident how significant Ning Rongrong is to the school's leader. As Dai Mu Bai went to summon Oscar, Su Yi squinted his eyes and prepared to depart. Where are you going, Su Yi? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. Nothing much, just going to check on Ning Rongrong. I worry she might be feeling despondent. Su Yi replied with a slight smile, following behind Oscar. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu glanced at the somewhat dazed Tang San beside her and cheerfully remarked, It seems Su Yi has taken a liking to Ning Rongrong. However, that girl's temperament is quite intolerable. If she doesn't change, she hardly deserves someone like Su Yi. At this point, Xiao Wu began to defend Su Yi. Tang San, hearing her words, sighed. Su Yi's character is simply too good-natured. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Su Yi's retreating figure, lost in her thoughts. In contrast to Tang San's observation of Su Yi's overly kind nature, Zhu Zhuqing felt quite the opposite. In the boy, who wore a smile like a breeze, she sensed a familiar essence, as if their personalities bore resemblance. However, upon realizing this, a shock coursed through her. How could that be possible? Their temperaments could not possibly align. When Dai Mubai informed Oscar that he need not run and that Dean Flender had sent him to console Ning Rongrong, Oscar was elated. The Dean is truly a good man, not one to harbor petty grievances. The thought of being alone with Ning Rongrong brought him immense joy. In Shrek Academy, there were only 3 beauties. Xiao Wu was clearly Tang San's, and the icy Zhu Zhuqing had caught Dai Mubai's interest. Thus, Ning Rongrong remained unclaimed, and she was the object of Oscar's affections. Fate seemed to favor him. Before long, Oscar arrived at Shrek Academy's entrance, where he discovered Ning Rongrong seated on the ground, hugging her knees and weeping. The vulnerability displayed by Ning Rongrong contrasted sharply with her previous haughty demeanor, stirring something within Oscar. After all, she was still a girl. With this thought, Oscar approached her. "Is it you sitting here?" Upon hearing Oscar's voice, Ning Rongrong glanced at him but paid him no heed. Before Oscar could finish, Ning Rongrong abruptly raised her head and retorted sharply, "I don't need your comfort. Go away. If you want to see me make a fool of myself, just say it." With that, she returned to crying. Oscar was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Su, you're here too?" He noticed Su Yi approaching and a hint of confusion crossed his face. Upon spotting the rose in Su Yi's hand, Oscar's brows furrowed slightly. "This is bad. It seems I have no chance." With this realization, Oscar resignedly turned to leave. He had always adhered to the principle of not encroaching on a friend's interests. And since Ning Rongrong was of interest to Su Yi, he could not pursue her. When Ning Rongrong heard Oscar mention Su Yi, she looked up at the smiling Su Yi approaching her, frowning as she asked, "Are you also here to mock me?" "Not at all." Su Yi replied, his face lighting up with a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. He extended his right hand, which had been hidden behind his back, towards her. Ning Rongrong stared at the red rose he offered, momentarily taken aback. What would he possibly be here for? As Oscar called his name, Su Yi had concealed the rose and gestured for silence to Oscar. "What is this?" Ning Rongrong asked. Her tears momentarily paused as she gazed at the rose. "It's a gift for the little princess who seems a bit heartbroken," Su Yi said, placing the flower into her hands before sitting beside her. "If you're feeling down, you can lean on my shoulder for a while. Don't worry, it's free." With a wink at Ning Rongrong, she looked at him and suddenly burst into laughter. "Who said I wanted to keep crying? If I'm not heartbroken, I can still borrow your shoulder." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong gently leaned against Su Yi's shoulder, holding the flower. "Do you really think I am that terrible?" she asked dreamily, gazing into the distance. "Terrible? You don't even qualify for that term," Su Yi replied, looking up at the sky. "Terrible? Not quite. You are indeed the genius of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, which speaks to your inherent excellence. However, while Dean Flender's words may sound harsh, they carry a degree of truth. You really are hopeless at offering comfort." Ning Rongrong remarked lightly as she listened to Su Yi's analysis. "You truly have no talent for consolation." Su Yi laughed at her words. "I wasn't here to comfort you in the first place." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong, who had been resting her head on his shoulder, suddenly pulled away, unsure of how to respond. "There's no need to be upset. Your talent is not lacking. The only thing you might be missing is your temperament," Su Yi mused, staring into the sky and softly murmuring, "It's understandable to possess such an arrogant demeanor. After all, you're the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. You can have whatever you desire, and no one dares defy your will. Yet, as Dean Flender pointed out, if your character remains unchanged, no one would entrust their back to you. To do so on the battlefield is akin to entrusting one's life to another. With your haughty disposition, who knows if you might suddenly throw a tantrum, denying assistance to your allies. That could be fatal in combat. I would never behave that way in battle." Ning Rongrong quickly retorted. "I know you wouldn't, but do others believe that? Your character is laid bare before everyone. Do you think they would dare to gamble on the battlefield?" Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Ning Rongrong found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "And what about you? Do you dare?" At this point, Ning Rongrong gazed into Su Yi's eyes and asked. Su Yi, meeting her expectant gaze, gradually let the smile fade from his face. Looking at her seriously, he replied, I do not wish to deceive young women, especially those for whom I hold a sincere affection. All right then, tell me, what should I do? Ning Rongrong, far from angered by Su Yi's words, directly inquired about her course of action. Although her demeanor was often haughty and disrespectful, it did not imply a lack of intelligence or understanding. While Su Yi did not provide a direct answer, the underlying message was clear to her. Instead of feeling anger, Ning Rongrong experienced a flicker of delight within her heart. The boy beside her was indeed different from the others. He did not resort to flattery or sycophancy, but faced her with genuine candor. What delighted her further was his remark about having a fondness for the girl he was speaking to, indicating that he held some affection for her. I do not know how to change your character, but I can share a story, Su Yi said as he lowered his gaze to his feet, a deep sorrow and nostalgia reflecting in his eyes. Once, there was a small mountain village where a husband went hunting while his wife tended to household chores. They had a younger brother, the beloved of the family. Later, bandits attacked, and the entire family perished before the eyes of the younger brother as they tried to protect him. The brother who survived, in order to stay alive, to seek vengeance, became a wanderer, scavenging for food and often fighting off wild dogs for scraps. Su Yi spoke for a long time, his eyes fixed on the ground, while Ning Rongrong sat quietly beside him, listening intently to the tale. Numerous times during the narration, she clenched her fists, her eyes revealing flashes of anger and pain. When Su Yi finally concluded his story, Ning Rongrong looked at him, her gaze filled with compassion. Was that what you experienced yourself? It is all in the past. Hearing her words, Su Yi turned to face her, forcing a faint smile. I envy you for having a father who loves and cherishes you so dearly. Once, I was in a similar position. However, you must remember that the love, care, and indulgence you receive from your father do not justify any disrespect towards others. In this world, everyone yearns for respect. If you do not respect others, how can you expect respect in return? To make friends, you must exchange sincerity for sincerity. What you need to do next is to temper your lofty demeanor. At the very least, learn to respect others. In truth, people do not harbor animosity towards you. I believe that when you show respect to others, they will reciprocate. After finishing his words, Su Yi, with a flourish, concealed his hands behind his back. When he revealed them again, he presented a pastry to Ning Rongrong. Have a bite, you must be hungry. Thank you. Ning Rongrong's large, sparkling eyes curved into crescents as she looked at the treat placed before her. First and foremost, you must heed the words of the esteemed dean. As an auxiliary spirit master, or any spirit master for that matter, you must cultivate your willpower and physical endurance. Of course, for auxiliary spirit masters, this is even more essential. You are undoubtedly curious about my spirit rings, particularly why my second spirit ring is of the 1,000-year caliber. This is due to my physical constitution. The stronger the physique, the higher the limit for absorbing spirit rings. Thus, cultivating willpower and physical strength is never a disadvantage. Listening to Su Yi's words, Ning Rongrong's understanding deepened. No wonder your second spirit ring is a 1,000-year one. Now it makes sense. Therefore, the esteemed dean has no intention of harming you. First, we are students of Shrek. He would never harm his own students. Secondly, you are the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Do you truly believe his words were merely intended to humiliate you? He spoke these truths to help you recognize yourself and those around you. Your innate talent and your family's indulgence have made you arrogant and dismissive. Compared to others, you may indeed be a genius, but you must realize that everyone around you is either as strong or stronger than you. Only by recognizing your own position and the environment you inhabit can you truly grow stronger. After finishing his statement, Ning Rongrong, having finished her treat, looked at Su Yi and said, "But I've been rather defiant towards Dean Flinder today. Rest assured, Dean Flinder is not so petty. He will not hold a grudge over such trivial matters. After all, in his eyes, we are but children. If he truly bore resentment, he would not have sent Oscar to comfort you. What should I do tomorrow?" Ning Rongrong asked. "Tomorrow, sincerely apologize to Dean Flinder. Do not let pride hinder you. Remember, he is the dean and also an elder. After that, simply follow the training diligently." All right. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Dean Flinder listened to Su Yi's words, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. This lad is indeed impressive. He speaks with reason. Am I, Flinder, the type to be petty? With that thought, Flinder departed with a sense of ease. After he left, Su Yi sitting beside Ning Rongrong, wore a slight smirk. Chapter 40. The First Lesson. The Great Soul Arena. 3 updates. Seeking votes. Su, impressive. I heard from Oscar that you've won Ning Rongrong over at lightning speed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Dai Mubai approached Sui with exuberance. How about sharing a few tips with me? Su, hearing Dai Mubai's words, replied with an air of resignation. What do you mean by winning her over? I merely offered some guidance to that young lady. Her true nature is not inherently bad. Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, upon hearing Su Yi's words, exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, her nature is not bad. You lot are quite the characters. Just as they were teasing, Su Yi, Xiao Wu's voice called out from outside. Upon hearing her summon Tang San, the group turned their teasing gazes on him. What are you all staring at? Xiao Wu is my sister. She must have some matter to discuss with me, Tang San said as he headed toward the door. Right, sisterly affection. Ma Hongjun quipped, casting a knowing glance at Tang San. What is it? What could it possibly be at this hour, a lone boy and girl? Dai Mubai sighed, though his tone was laced with jest. Unable to endure the teasing looks any longer, Tang San hastily exited. The others erupted into laughter at his retreat. Hey, aren't you curious what that guy's being called out for at this hour? Su, he squinted at Tang San's departing figure, his curiosity piqued. The others' eyes brightened at his words. Shall we secretly follow them? Dai Mubai suggested, observing the curiosity of the group. Let us go. Oscar had already cast aside thoughts of Ning Rongrong. Since she was taken, why cling to the unattainable? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, he readily agreed. Soon, the group stealthily trailed behind Tang San and Xiao Wu as they made their way from Shrek Academy to Soto City. You guys are truly boring. Can you come out now? Tang San said with a resigned expression as they entered the city, glancing back at the gate. So, you noticed us from the start. He added, as Dai Mubai and Oscar stepped out, while Su Yi and Ma Hongjun emerged from another side. Su Yi, avoid hanging out with them too much. Don't let them lead you astray, Xiao Wu remarked, eyeing Su Yi and then the others disapprovingly. Xiao Wu, how can you say that? As if we're not decent people, Dai Mubai retorted immediately. Xiao Wu, linking arms with Tang San, shot back disdainfully. The first time I saw you, you were the pair of twin sisters at the Rose Inn. Oh, my dear aunt, spare me the details. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's comment, Dai Mubai instantly shrank back, glancing nervously at their small group. I'm not a good person, all right? He pleaded, looking at Oscar. Xiao Wu, observing Dai Mubai, esse contrite de minor, turned to Oscar and said, You, with your soul skill incantations, are just as dubious. You're no saint either. Oscar, standing beside Dai Mubai, felt unjustly implicated. This is like collateral damage, he thought, as he faced criticism from Xiao Wu. As for you, every time we see you, you're tangled up with some girl. And with your soul, tell me, which of you 3 is a good man? I didn't ask for this. My soul mutated. I can't help it. Ma Hongjun protested indignantly. None of you 3 are good people, Xiao Wu declared. Turning to Su Yi, she said, Su Yi, don't stick with them. Come over here with me and Tang San, as she waved him over, with a helpless glance at Dai Mubai and the others. Su Yi complied and moved toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. Sui, Yure leking in broderod, Dai Mubai complained, his face a mask of sorrow as he watched Su Yi join the others. I can't help it. Su Yi shrugged innocently at Dai Mubai from beside Tang San. All right, Xiao Wu, stop teasing. Since we're all here, let us explore Soto City, Tang San said, gently patting Xiao Wu's head before addressing Dai Mubai and the others. Brother Dai, let us go together. With Tang San's invitation, the group cheerfully approached him, and they began to wander around the city. Principal Flender? The group encountered Flender as they strolled through Soto City, who was accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Now that you're all here, it's time to commence our first lesson for today, Flender announced. Is it starting already? Xiao Wu lamented, her face falling as she hadn't finished enjoying herself. Now we're heading to the Great Spirit Arena, Flender declared, moving toward the center of Soto City. Dai Mubai, startled by Flender's words, rushed forward to inquire, Principal, on the very first day of class, are we going there? You are exceptional. Thus, exceptional training methods are required. Flender continued on his path. The group nodded in unison, following Flender closely. What is the Great Spirit Arena? Tang San quietly asked Dai Mubai. Flender, overhearing, interjected. It's a place where spirit masters battle their souls, and where gamblers stake their claims. For you, it serves as an excellent platform to enhance your practical experience. Does that mean we'll be performing for others like circus monkeys? Xiao Wu questioned. You are mistaken. While I also disapprove of such a setting, I must acknowledge that the Great Spirit Arena is indeed a place that reflects the value of spirit masters. It possesses a complete system and independent authority. More importantly, it is relatively fair. Here, even the heirs of prominent families face severe life and death challenges. At this point, Flender led them to the entrance of the Great Spirit Arena. Chapter 41. Entering the Arena of Death. Flender stood before the arena and addressed the crowd. After registering, each participant receives an Iron Spirit badge. For every victory, you earn a point. For every defeat, you lose one. Accumulate 100 points to upgrade to a Copper Spirit badge. Before graduation, I require each of you to obtain at least a Silver Spirit badge. In unison, the group replied, Yes, Principal. Su-yi, your requirements differ. I expect you to secure a Gold Spirit badge before graduation. Yes, Principal. Flender turned to Dai Mubai and instructed, Mubai, take them to register. Yes, Principal. Dai Mubai affirmed before leading the group into the arena. What level is the Silver Spirit badge? Tang San queried as they entered. Dai Mubai responded. The badges are categorized into 8 levels. Iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. The Silver Spirit badge is at the 3rd level. It shouldn't be too difficult. Xiao Wu, feeling reassured, remarked that sounds easy. However, Dai Mubai raised his hands in resignation. It's not that simple. What? Xiao Wu asked, surprised by his response. Dai Mubai explained, I started competing in the Great Spirit Arena at level 29, and my record stands at 29 wins and 27 losses, yielding only 2 points. Tang Sen was taken aback. Mubai, with your strength, how is that possible? Nothing is impossible. The Great Spirit Arena in Soto City is not easy to navigate. Fatty, share your record, Dai Mubai urged. Ma Hongjun replied, 21 wins and 12 losses, totaling 9 points. Tang San, puzzled, asked, how come your points are higher than Mubai's? The battles in the arena are organized by levels. I started at 29, won a few matches, and then advanced to level 30, facing opponents at 38 or 39, leading to a series of defeats and a lower score. Now it makes sense, Tang Sen realized. Following closely behind, the competitions are categorized into 3 types: combat, deathmatch, and gambling battles, with the latter 2 risking life and limb. As Su-yi, lingering behind the crowd, heard the words deathmatch, his eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Our primary focus now is on the competitive skirmishes, emphasizing skillful exchanges. As for the format, we may choose from 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or group battles. After Dai Mubai's declaration, he led the group to the registration desk, observing the Iron Fighting Spirit badges in everyone's hands. Dai Mubai inquired, is everyone registered? Yes. Though each participant is permitted to engage in only 1 match per day, they can partake in various types concurrently. How about signing up for a 2-on-2 match as well? Dai Mubai suggested, glancing at Tang San and Xiao Wu, as well as Su-yi and Ning Rongrong. Sound good? Tang San replied eagerly. Mubai, I would like to ask, is it true that one can only participate in 1 death match per day? Su-yi inquired with a subtle smile directed at Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Su-yi's question, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Even Xiao Wu, who was leading him toward the 2-on-2 registration, halted in disbelief. Su-yi, are you out of your mind? Xiao Wu turned to him, expressing her concern. You're considering a death match on your very first day without understanding the situation? Indeed, Su-yi, perhaps you should first participate in a skirmish to gauge the environment. The others urged in unison. From what Dai Mubai mentioned, those who engage in death matches are likely ruthless individuals, fearless of their own lives. Such people should be eradicated for the greater good. By eliminating one, countless lives could be saved. My mentor once told me that to slay a villain is to rescue 100 innocents. That is the epitome of virtue. To dispel any notion that he is a bloodthirsty person, Su-yi began fabricating tales. However, this path is fraught with peril. Ning Rongrong gazed at Su-yi, her eyes brimming with concern. Contestant number 11, please enter the death match arena. Just as the crowd worried for Su-yi, the announcer's voice resonated throughout the venue. Hearing this, Su-yi flashed a reassuring smile at his companions. Do not worry about me. My match has commenced. With that, he strode confidently toward the competition arena. Since our match hasn't begun yet, let's go watch Su-yi's battle, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong agreed, following his lead. All right, let's rally for this guy, Dai Mubai declared, leading the group in pursuit. Upon arriving at the deathmatch arena, they found the observation platform teeming with spectators, the air filled with cheers and roars of excitement. As Su Yi stood on the battlefield, he faced a burly man over 2 meters tall, his scarred face twisted into a grin. Haha, luck is on my side today. Encountering a pretty boy like you, the scarred brute laughed. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. I'll carve your flesh piece by piece so you can truly experience despair. Su Yi, still smiling, met his gaze without flinching. The announcer, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, Contestant number 11 is a newcomer who registered today at our grand fighting arena. He faces the fearsome scarred beast, who has triumphed in 3 previous death matches, tormenting his opponents in various ways until their demise. I eagerly await to see if this newcomer can vanquish the ruthless scarred beast, or if he will suffer at the hands of his tormentor. Let us witness. Now let the match begin. With the announcer's almost frenzied outburst, the audience erupted in cheers. As the Scar Man observed Su Yi charging toward him, a cruel smile spread across his face. Kid, before I even say ready, but before he could finish, Su Yi summoned his martial spirit, closing the 10-meter gap in an instant. With a swift thrust of his black dragon-headed spear, he pierced the brute's throat. Too much talk, Su Yi remarked, withdrawing his spear and flicking off the blood. He retracted his martial spirit and turned to leave. At that moment, the once chaotic death match arena fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed on Su Yi as he exited the battleground, or written across their faces. In the wake of Su Yi's effortless victory, cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating the swift execution of his opponent without even unleashing a soul skill. One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill. The crowd chanted wildly, their excitement palpable. Dangshan, Zai Mubai. And the others observed in astonishment as Su Yi dispatched a level 38 spirit ancestor without granting him even a moment to unleash his martial spirit. Is this the true power of a spirit king? To slay a level 38 spirit ancestor without resorting to any soul skills? They marveled, pondering the depths of Su Yi's capabilities. Even when facing Zhao Wujia, Su Yi had not revealed his full strength, leaving them to wonder just how formidable he truly was. Flander, watching from the stands, was struck by a sense of disbelief. No wonder Zhao Wujia was gravely injured by that single shot. His speed surpasses that of the average Spirit King. Even a typical agility-focused Spirit King may not match his swiftness. Moreover, his control over power is remarkably precise, with no waste. When he closed the distance to 10 meters, his right foot exploded with force, propelling him forward as if teleporting, landing a precise strike at his opponent's vital point. He strikes only to kill. This child's practical experience may surpass even that of a level 78 Spirit Saint. I can hardly fathom the identity of his mentor, who could cultivate such a terrifying prodigy. With him, Shrek truly becomes a monster academy. As Su Yi approached his awestruck companions, he smiled and asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Monster!" they exclaimed in unison. "You're the real freak." Finishing your opponent with a single shot. In a death match, it's all about survival. You must eliminate your opponent as swiftly as possible, or risk granting them the chance to kill you. Su Yi's words resonated with Tang San. He recognized the truth in Su Yi's statement. Since they were enemies, no opportunities should be afforded to them. One must strike to kill. Did the master impart this wisdom to you? Su Yi nodded in response to Tang San's realization. Tang San, upon hearing Su Yi's words, expressed no doubt and replied, "No, this is my life creed." Very well, our thoughts aligned closely. Su Yi, upon hearing Tang San's statement, felt a tinge of disappointment, having initially believed it to be a phrase uttered by the worthless Yu Xiaojiang. Had it truly come from that fellow, he would have to regard him with newfound respect. However, it appeared that this was indeed Tang San's own conviction. In the arena, contestant 11, Su Yi, faced off against opponent 8, Zhu Zhuqing. As the crowd marveled at Su Yi, the announcer's voice echoed once more within the Grand Soul Arena. It was time for the next match to commence. Su Yi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and offered a slight smile. Zhu Zhuqing, filled with a fierce fighting spirit, turned and strode towards the combat arena. Observing her departure, Dai Mubai quickly approached Su Yi, wearing an eager expression, and said, "Su Yi, big brother, please go easy on her." "Very well," Su Yi nodded in response, following Zhu Zhuqing into the arena. As they entered, the audience erupted into deafening cheers and applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise our voices. The battle was already quite apparent. Contestant 11, Su Yi, was a 53rd ranked Soul King, while his opponent, Contestant 8, Zhu Zhuqing, was merely a 27th rank Great Soul Master. Let us ponder how long Zhu Zhuqing can withstand Su Yi's prowess. With the announcer's signal, the cheers crescendoed. Do not hold back. I wish to know the extent of our disparity. Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her martial spirit, the Phantom Spirit Cat. As her martial spirit manifested, sharp claws, glistening with cold light, extended from her delicate hands. As you wish. Su Yi responded, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot, his speed leaving Zhu Zhuqing no time to react. With a resounding thud, Su Yi appeared behind Zhu Zhuqing, delivering a powerful kick to her shoulder from above. The impact sent Zhu Zhuqing crashing to the ground, leaving a small crater in her wake. Onlookers, including Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, were left utterly stunned, their mouths agape. Even Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were taken aback by the spectacle. Dai Mubai, witnessing the scene, nearly fainted from disbelief. How could Su Yi strike a girl so fiercely? Xiao Wu murmured, gazing at Su Yi, who had just felled Zhu Zhuqing. Su Yi has always been kind to us, and he has been gentle with me, Ning Rongrong added, staring at the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing. It must be you lot who have led Su Yi astray. Xiao Wu glared at the bewildered Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Otherwise, he would not have been so harsh with Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, looking innocent, protested. What does this have to do with us? After Su Yi carried the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing from the arena, Dai Mubai approached him, gripping his shoulders with excitement. Did we not agree to go easy? If not, this would not simply result in her being unconscious, he continued. The force of that kick was already significantly reduced. Otherwise, she could have suffered a broken arm or several fractured ribs. Look, she is merely unconscious now, without even a slight injury. It only looks frightening. Relax. Su Yi smiled gently at the crowd. Is this what you call going easy? Dai Mubai's mouth twitched in disbelief. Even Tang San and the others raised their eyebrows at Su Yi's explanation. As the crowd concluded their matches in the Grand Soul Arena, Zhu Zhuqing gradually regained consciousness. Finding herself on Xiao Wu's back, she gracefully jumped down and thanked her. Thank you. It's nothing. It's all Su Yi's fault for being so heavy-handed. Xiao Wu retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Su Yi. Su Yi shrugged innocently, and Zhu Zhuqing, observing his demeanor, softly remarked, Do not blame Su Yi. I asked him not to hold back and to give his all. The onlookers were left speechless at Zhu Zhuqing's defense of Su Yi. Su Yi smiled faintly at Zhu Zhuqing, realizing she might be quite suited for the role of a killer. By the way, where's the dean? Xiao Wu inquired curiously, looking at Dai Mubai. The dean had matters to attend to and left early. We should return as well, Dai Mubai replied. Just then, a graceful young woman passed by Ma Hongjun. Seeing her, Ma Hongjun smirked and said, You all head back. I have my own business. As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai immediately understood, chuckling, Just be careful. Ma Hongjun leaned closer to him and whispered Dai, Aren't you going? Dai Mubai, feeling awkward, looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who turned coldly away, refusing to meet his gaze. Not going, he declared loudly as Zhu Zhuqing turned her head dismissively. Let us go together, Ma Hongjun urged, pulling at Dai Mubai's arm. Get lost. Dai Mubai shoved Ma Hongjun aside and leaned in closer, whispering, Do you think my taste is as poor as yours? Ma Hongjun scoffed and shrugged him off. Dai Mubai, feeling everyone's gaze upon him, forced a smile, while Zhu Zhuqing coldly remarked, Disgusting. As she walked past Dai Mubai, she added, Repulsive. You stop right there. Dai Mubai shouted in frustration, but Zhu Zhuqing paid him no mind, striding forward. In contrast, Dai Mubai stormed off in the opposite direction, filled with anger. Xiao Wu observed the two parting ways and softly remarked to Tang San, It's all for my sake. Feeling guilty, she added, I'm sorry. Tang San quickly reassured her, It's all right. I'm not that fragile. I want to linger like a third wheel. I'm leaving, Su Yi said with a gentle smile, turning to depart. I shall take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation. Ning Rongrong, catching Su Yi's retreating figure, winked at Xiao Wu before dashing after him. Well, I won't delay you two any longer, Oscar said, following suit towards Dai Mubai. Little San, look at them. Xiao Wu said, playfully clinging to Tang San's arm. Let us hurry and catch up, otherwise we will fall behind. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu with affectionate tenderness as he gently patted her head. The following day, everyone gathered at the Shrek playground, with the exception of Oscar. When Flinder arrived and noticed Oscar's absence, he turned to Dai Mubai and inquired, "Mubai, has Oscar overslept again?" To which Tang San replied, "Well, Dean, when we left, I saw Oscar in deep meditation. I believe he is striving to break through level 30. I can sense his relentless efforts." Just as Su Yi finished speaking, Oscar appeared, excitement radiating from his face as he rushed towards the group. "Dean, I have broken through to level 30. Flinder's hearty laughter filled the air as he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." He clapped Oscar on the shoulder, joyfully declaring, "Oscar, you're the third among this group to reach level 30. I knew you had potential." Following Flinder's words, Dai Mubai stepped forward to congratulate Oscar, saying, "Little Oscar, congratulations. You are the most gifted food system soul master I have ever encountered." The crowd gathered around Oscar, showering him with congratulations, causing him to blush with modesty. "Well then, tomorrow morning, you shall accompany teacher Zhao Wujie to the Stardow Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his third spirit ring. Remember, this is a trial for all of you," Flinder instructed. "Yes, Dean." The group responded in unison. "Very well, we shall commence today's lesson." Flinder addressed the assembly. "Oscar, unleash your spirit and soul skill." "Huh?" Oscar was taken aback by Flinder's request. "Today's first lesson is for each of you to consume at least one of the sausages produced by Oscar." Flinder's announcement elicited no reaction from Dai Mubai, Tang San, or Su Yi, as they had become accustomed to Oscar's creations after hearing Su Yi's experiences. However, the expressions of the girls, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, changed dramatically. Among the boys, only Ma Hongjuan's expression mirrored their shock. "What kind of lesson is this?" Xiao Wu questioned, her existential crisis evident. Flinder, with a cunning smile, responded, "This lesson is called adaptive training. If you cannot eat such fine spirit sausages, how will you fare when faced with crises involving rats, cockroaches, or earthworms?" The girls stood frozen, struck dumb by Flinder's words. "Who will go first?" Sui Siteput Formart, reaching for the sausage made by Oscar and consuming it without hesitation. Subsequently, Dai Mubai and Tang San followed suit. Flinder watched in surprise. This was not how he envisioned the scene unfolding, as he believed Dai Mubai and the others detested Oscar's sausages. After the three had finished, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing approached and consumed their sausages as well. For them, it was manageable, having accepted it after hearing Su Yi's story. Ultimately, only Ma Hongjun remained, awkwardly approaching Oscar, taking a sausage, and closing his eyes as he ate. The next day, the group waited at the entrance of Shrek, sharing laughter and conversation as they anticipated Zhao Wujie's arrival. When Zhao Wujie appeared, Su Yi's eyes flickered. Tang San noticed Zhao Wujie's bruised face and bandaged shoulder, murmuring, "Who could have harmed teacher Zhao to this extent?" After all, during their previous contest, Su Yi had only inflicted a shoulder wound, leaving Zhao's face and other areas untouched. Now, however, Zhao Wujie's appearance was marked by bruises and wounds. The crowd burst into laughter at the sight. "What are you staring at, you little rascals? Are you itching for a fight?" Zhao Wujie glared at the teasing group. Xiao Wu, standing beside Tang San, muttered indignantly, "Why not call him a little bear blindfolded?" "Sui, overhitting cat, simidit softly." Zhao Wujie seemed to catch her comment and turned to her, asking, "What did you say?" Xiao Wu found herself momentarily at a loss for words as Tang San stepped forward, shielding her. "Oomph." Zhao Wujie scoffed before addressing Su Yi. "You will be the team leader." "Yes," Su Yi affirmed as they set off towards the Stardow Forest. "Your Majesty, we have received news from Soto City." Moonlight reported to Bibi Dong in the Hall of Spirits. "What is the status of that young lad?" Bibi Dong inquired. Moonlight replied, "The boy has now joined Shrek Academy and previously defeated a Soul Elder in the Soto City Soul Arena. He is currently training at Shrek." "Good, you may leave," Bibi Dong commanded after listening to Moonlight's report. She leaned back in her chair, sighing gently. "Young one, do you understand?" With those words, she slowly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Su Yi and the others had arrived at the edge of a vast forest. One last reminder. Until you encounter a 1,000-year-level soul beast, neither I nor Su Yi will intervene. This is solely for your training, Zhao Wujie instructed. "Yes," the group affirmed. "Su Yi, ensure their safety." Do not act unless faced with a 1,000-year level soul beast. Understood, Su Yi replied as everyone entered the forest. I will lead the way. Mubai and Fatty, stay close behind me. Rong Rong and little Oscar, follow them. Lastly, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, you will flank little Oscar and Rong Rong. Move out. Su Yi swiftly organized their formation, keeping the support soul masters protected at the center, and they charged into the forest. Su Yi, we should reach a small town ahead in about an hour for a rest, Dai Mubai noted. Excellent, little Oscar. Su Yi replied with a grin. Oscar, hearing this, unleashed his first soul skill, Super Recovery Sausage. He tossed the sausages he had created to the group. After a day of running, they finally arrived at the small town and settled into an inn to rest. I'm exhausted after a whole day of running, Xiao Wu lamented, her head resting on the table. Fortunately, we had little Oscar's sausages, Tang San remarked. Just a small favor, Oscar humbly responded. With a smug expression, Xiao Ao looked at Tang San and then turned to Su Yi, who was sitting beside Ning Rongrong without a single drop of sweat on his brow. He couldn't help but exclaim, Su Lauda is truly impressive. After running for such a long time, he hasn't broken a sweat and hasn't even touched a single sausage. Indeed, what a freak, what a monster. The others teased as they observed Su Yi, who remained calm and collected, showing no signs of fatigue. All right, let us order some food, Su Yi said with a gentle smile towards the group. By the way, why isn't teacher Zhao joining us? Su Yi inquired, glancing at the Dai Mubai. We are responsible for our own expenses. The dean has a rule that teachers cannot take advantage of students, Dai Mubai replied. I particularly appreciate the transparency and straightforwardness of our academy. Ma Hongjun chimed in. Stop chatting and just order your food. Dai Mubai shot back at Ma Hongjun. Boss, let us order, Su Yi remarked, nodding subtly at Ma Hongjun's previous comment, acknowledging that Shrek Academy was not entirely lacking in merit. Who else wants to order? After Ma Hongjun placed his order, he handed the menu to the others. I'll pass. Me too. Tang San and Xiao Wu both declined after glancing at Ma Hongjun's order. Fatty, let me see the menu, Su Yi said, smiling as he sat across from Ma Hongjun. Sure thing, Su Lauda. Ma Hongjun eagerly rushed over, recognizing the importance of maintaining good relations with someone like Su Yi. As Su Yi perused the menu, he noted the roasted chicken, roasted duck, and various other dishes. He marked his selections with a pen. Waiter, over here. Upon the waiter's arrival, Su Yi pointed to the menu and instructed, please bring me one of everything listed here. Excuse me, did I hear you correctly? The waiter stammered in disbelief. You heard me right. Go ahead, Su Yi assured him. All right, coming right up. The waiter, visibly delighted, took the menu and hurried away. As Su Yi noticed the astonished expressions of those around him, he smiled and asked, why are you all staring at me? Su Yi, can we actually eat all this? Xiao Wu asked, bewildered. Isn't Fatty here with us? Su Yi replied casually. Xiao Wu, still perplexed, remarked, but this seems to cost 500 gold soul coins. Our funds might not suffice. She glanced at Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, who appear to be the wealthiest in the group. I have just over 100 gold soul coins left, Ning Rongrong quietly confessed. I barely have 200, Dai Mubai added, shrugging helplessly. Don't worry, I'll treat you all. Since we're out, we should enjoy a good meal. Trust me, I have enough money. It's all for my teacher, Su Yi stated, revealing a gold soul card before tucking it away. Long live Su Lauda, Ma Hongjun cheered excitedly as the waiter brought out the dishes. A grand spread of meats and vegetables filled the table, making everyone's mouths water. Not only was Ma Hongjun eagerly anticipating the feast, but even Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the usually reserved Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the food with sparkling eyes, having trekked all day and feeling ravenous. Just as they were about to dig in, a group of students clad in red uniforms entered the inn, accompanied by a teacher. Their demeanor was arrogant and rude, knocking into passers-by without uttering a single apology, glaring menacingly at those they collided with. Su Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at the intruders, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if committing their faces to memory. He then leaned back in his chair, casually grabbing a chicken leg to enjoy. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai frowned at the newcomers. The only one indifferent to their presence was Ma Hongjun, whose focus remained solely on the food. As the rude students passed by, the gluttonous fatty's chicken leg fell from his mouth as he fixated on a well-proportioned girl in their midst. She is quite attractive, Dai Lauda. Aren't he those guys from Songhui Academy? Ma Hongjun asked, excitedly. Dai Mubai, already displeased with their arrogance, replied coolly, "Just a minor Tsanghui Academy. They're nothing to boast about." His words instantly drew the attention of all Tsanghui Academy students and their teacher. Just as one of the students approached them, their teacher swiftly blocked the way, shaking his head at his students. Oscar clapped his hands on the table and exclaimed, "Looks like we're in for some entertainment." "What kind of entertainment?" Tang San and Xiao Wu were immediately intrigued by Oscar's remark. "This is part of our training. As the dean often says, a soul master who dares not provoke trouble is not a good soul master." Xiao Wu nodded vigorously at Oscar's words, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing chuckled. The dean's quotes could form a monster-esque compendium, Tang San mused. Sitting between Tang San and Ning Rongrong, Su Yi lazily leaned back, a smile on his face. "Is Tsanghui Academy a high-level soul master academy?" Tang San asked Daimubai. "Indeed," he replied. As the group continued their discussion, they turned their attention to Tsanghui Academy, just in time to see their teacher whispering to the students nearby. The sight brought smiles to their faces, especially when one of the Tsanghui students stood to approach them. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a passing waiter was knocked over by the Tsanghui student, sending dishes flying onto Dai Mubai's head. Quick as a flash, Tang San sprang to his feet, skillfully catching the falling dishes and gently placing them back on the table, softly admonishing, "We must not waste food." The Tsanghui student, taken aback by the scene, was momentarily stunned. Undeterred, he attempted to kick the leg of Dai Mubai's chair. However, Dai Mubai, having anticipated the move, raised his leg to block it, causing the student to kick his own shin painfully. The attacker winced, while Dai Mubai remained unfazed, effortlessly sending the Tsanghui student flying with a swift strike, landing him right in front of the Tsanghui Academy teacher. "My apologies, I lost control," Dai Mubai remarked provocatively, spreading his arms in a taunting gesture. In that moment, a strike to the throat would surely spell death for that individual. Lounging languidly in his chair, Sui softly advised Dai Mubai. The softness of Su Yi's voice rendered the previously noisy and utterly silent. Subsequently, all the patrons dining within hastily fled, leaving only the members of Tsanghui Academy and the Shrek group behind. The innkeeper and the waiter had both hidden away. The students of Tsanghui Academy stood up one by one, glaring fiercely at Su Yi. "You are right, the strike should target his throat," Dai Mubai remarked, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, though internally he was in a state of turmoil. That fellow was prone to unleashing deadly moves. Soon after, the students of Tsanghui Academy approached the Shrek group. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy observed the composed demeanor of the Shrek members, particularly the languid youth leaning against the chair, and felt a vague sense of danger. He swiftly halted his students, realizing that they should not act until they understood their opponent's capabilities. "You children, which academy do you hail from? Are you from the Pandao? You are not worthy." Upon hearing the teacher's words, Dai Mubai replied dismissively, "You're all merely hiding in your shells. How tiresome." Su Yi's words ignited the flames of conflict. "A bunch of arrogant, disregarding youngsters. Teach them a lesson," commanded the teacher of Tsanghui Academy, and upon his command, the students surged toward the Shrek group. "Are we fighting? How delightful!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, as she gracefully sidestepped to stand before the approaching students of Tsanghui Academy, cheerfully greeting, "Hello, brothers." The students, taken aback by the adorable Xiao Wu, froze in their tracks. Meanwhile, Tang San, seated beside Su Yi, had his eyes transformed into a shade of purple. All of this did not escape Su Yi's attentive gaze. "Are you not worried Xiao Wu might suffer? Hurry up." Oscar, sitting nearby, cautioned Tang San. "Fear not. The unfortunate ones are those over there." Tang San replied calmly as he observed Xiao Wu effortlessly dispatching one of the advancing students. "Such ferocity!" Oscar exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he witnessed Xiao Wu's prowess. The teacher of Tsanghui Academy, witnessing this spectacle, glared at the Shrek group, his eyes filled with rage. "It is our turn now," Dai Mubai declared as he slammed his palm on the table. "Xiao Wu, come back," Tang San instructed, and Xiao Wu instantly leaped back to his side. Su Yi stood up, fixing his gaze on the teacher of Tsanghui Academy. "This one is for me." Chapter 47. It's good to get up and move around. Second update. Please vote and support. "It is our turn now," Dai Mubai proclaimed, and Tang San and Ma Hongjun rose, standing before the teacher of Tsanghui Academy as they summoned their martial souls and spirit rings. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San bore yellow spirit rings, while Dai Mubai possessed 2 yellow and 1 purple. The students of Tsanghui Academy were left astounded at the sight of the spirit rings adorning Tang San and his companions. The greatest shock fell upon the teacher of Tsanghui Academy, who realized that among these young individuals were 2 great spirit masters and 1 spirit elder. Furthermore, their spirit ring configurations were of the highest caliber. Most significantly, aside from Tang San, whose martial soul was the blue silvergrass, the other 2 bore the finest beast-type martial souls. At this realization, the teacher of Tsanghui Academy sensed that he had stirred up considerable trouble. These individuals were evidently scions of prestigious families. Otherwise, how could they possess such formidable talents at such a young age? Thinking this, the teacher of Tsanghui Academy addressed Tang San and Dai Mubai. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the head of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? We are from Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun replied, pride evident on his face. Shrek? I don't believe I've heard of it, Yi Zhiqiu remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. That is a reflection of your ignorance, Dai Mubai retorted dismissively. If that is the case, then these individuals cannot be from any notable family. Otherwise, they wouldn't be part of an academy they've never even heard of. Yi Zhiqiu murmured to himself after hearing the self-introductions of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, a smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Drink! With a thunderous shout from Yi Zhiqiu, spirit rings rose from beneath his feet. Yellow, 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 purple, purple, 5 rings in total. Additionally, a green turtle shell enveloped his arms and legs, as well as his front and back. Tang San narrowed his eyes as he observed the spirit rings rising beneath Yi Zhiqiu. A level 50 spirit king. It seems I must resort to using hidden weapons and poison. Beast martial soul, Xiangui, Dai Mubai thought, sensing the looming threat. Where's your teacher? This matter is for adults to resolve. This one is mine. You may sit down, Su Yi stated, rising to face the teacher of Tsanghui Academy. He placed a hand on Dai Mubai's shoulder, gently pressing him back into his seat. Dai Mubai looked at Su Yi. A sense of helplessness etched on his face. Didn't you say you wouldn't intervene until we encountered a 1,000-year spirit beast? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Su Yi cracked his knuckles. It's also good to get up and move around. He chuckled lightly, gazing at Yi Zhiqiu, who was shielded entirely by his turtle shell, and remarked, no wonder you've always been so withdrawn. Your martial soul is a turtle, and you resemble one as well. What did you say? Yi Zhiqiu's eyes blazed with fury at Su Yi's words. Today, let me. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu seemed to perceive something terrifying, rendering him speechless. Su Yi stepped forward, and suddenly, 5 spirit rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, ascended from beneath his feet. As these rings materialized, an overwhelming spirit power erupted from Su Yi, creating a palpable pressure that sent cold sweat streaming down Yi Zhiqiu's face. Though both were spirit kings, the quality of their spirit rings made it clear that he was no match for the youth before him. Furthermore, the second spirit ring of this young man was already 1,000 years old, and the fourth was 10,000 years old. He was indeed a monster among monsters. As Su Yi revealed his spirit rings, Yi Zhiqiu froze, drenched in cold sweat. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, having never encountered such a sight, stood dumbfounded before Su Yi's radiant spirit rings. This is the true monster, Ma Hongjun murmured, completely mesmerized by Su Yi's display. I told you. Once you see it, you'll understand, Dai Mubai said with a slight smile as he observed the utterly dazed Ma Hongjun. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Su Yi conjured the Chaos Supreme Spear in his hand and aimed it at the standing Yi Zhiqiu. With a sharp crack, the gun pierced through Yi Zhiqiu's protective shell, embedding itself into his shoulder and propelling both gun and man out of the inn. The students of Tsanghui Academy, who stood behind Yi Zhiqiu, trembled in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. As Su Yi extended his hand towards Yi Zhiqiu, the Chaos Supreme gun embedded in his shoulder returned to Su Yi's grasp, its black tip dripping blood. With a flick of the gun, the blood was cast off, and he sheathed his martial soul. Let us continue our meal. We have matters to attend to tomorrow, Su Yi remarked, not even glancing at the grievously wounded Yi Zhiqiu as he returned to his seat to leisurely enjoy his food. The members of the Shrek 7 monsters, observing Su Yi's calm, returned his meal, also resumed their seats. Ma Hongjun, forgetting his food, rushed over to Su Yi with Oscar, their faces filled with admiration as they called him boss. Hurry up and eat. It will be cold and unappetizing, Su Yi advised, lifting a chicken leg to his mouth. As Ma Hongjun noticed the others eagerly snatching food, he and Oscar quickly joined the fray. Be cautious here. After all, the Stardew Forest is the largest soul beast forest, where one might encounter soul beasts of a millennium or even 10,000 years. Zhao Wujie cautioned as he walked in front of the group, gazing solemnly at the Stardew Forest. Once we enter the Stardew Forest, no one should stray more than 20 meters from me, especially Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Understood. Ning Rongrong and Oscar nodded in compliance upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words. Sui, you are the strongest here. Guard everyone from the rear. Very well, Su Yi replied, nodding at Zhao Wujie's command. As the group delved into the depths of the Stardew Forest, a giant ape, towering several meters high and resembling a body made of stone, caught a whiff of something and charged outward. Be alert. Something is approaching swiftly. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, come here, Zhao Wujie ordered. At his command, Ning Rongrong and Oscar quickly returned to his side, their expressions tense as they watched the front. I'll take a look from above, Zhu Zhuqing said, leaping to the treetops. I see it. It appears to be a flying snake. Can you discern its form? Zhao Wujie inquired. Not clearly. The flying snake is only 2 to 3 meters off the ground and has a red, fleshy crest on its head. What about its tail? Zhao Wujie pressed further. Zhu Zhuqing squinted slightly. Its tail resembles a fan shape. It's a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Haha, Oscar, you are in for a treat. Chapter 48, Slaying the Unmatched Dragon Snake. Third update, seeking votes and monthly tickets. Just as the group managed to subdue the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and Oscar was about to slay it for a soul ring, an elderly woman and a young girl slowly approached. Stop! With that exclamation, the group turned to see the two women. I am Chao Tianxiang. The name sounded vaguely familiar to Zhao Wujie. Chao Tianxiang approached the group, her body radiating 6 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 and black. Upon noticing her soul rings, Zhao Wujie secretly smiled. With 6 soul rings, she was merely a soul emperor, which posed no threat. As Chao Tianxiang halted, Zhao Wujie revealed his own soul rings, 7 in total. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, and black. Chao Tianxiang's eyes widened slightly upon seeing his soul rings. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zhao Wujie asked coolly. The others, including Tang San, were taken aback by Zhao Wujie's unusually polite demeanor, which was unexpected given the circumstances. Esteemed soul sage, you cannot allow that boy to take the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Chao Tianxiang insisted. And why is that? Zhao Wujie queried. Because we discover it first, interjected the girl standing beside Chao Tianxiang. Just because you found it first, does it belong to you? Sui interjected, stepping beside Zhao Wuxi. Then by that logic, the Stardew Forest also belongs to you? You dare to speak to my grandmother with such disrespect. The girl shouted, pointing at Su Yi. The last person who pointed at me like that is no longer among the living. I wonder if you will see the sun rise again tomorrow. As he spoke, Su Yi summoned the Chaos Supreme Gun. With a loud bang, he vanished from his position. Not good. Chao Tianxiang instantly appeared in front of the girl, thrusting her serpent staff forward. With a resounding thud, Su Yi's shot sent Chao Tianxiang flying. The girl gazed at her grandmother, being hurled away, panic filling her eyes. After knocking Chao Tianxiang aside, Su Yi aimed the Chaos Supreme Gun at the girl's neck. You dare! A booming voice echoed as an old man appeared before the girl, striking Su Yi back with a golden dragon staff. Unmatched dragon snake long gone. Zhao Wujie regarded the newly arrived elder with vigilance, preparing his martial soul for action. Kid, I will take your life. The elder glared at Su Yi, who had been knocked back, then turned to the terrified girl beside him and charged forward. Teacher Zhao, hold him off. I will deal with the old woman, and then we will handle this guy together. You little brat. Do you think a soul sage can be bested by a soul, Douluo? Zhao Wujie grumbled, but he immediately unleashed his martial soul in full form, repelling Long Gong with a powerful strike. With Su Yi's soul rings glowing brightly, the once enraged Long Gong was momentarily stunned. His eyes filled with disbelief at the sight of Su Yi's yellow, purple, and black soul rings. As Su Yi activated his third soul technique, a black beam shot forth, striking Chao Tianxiang. He followed up with his second, fourth, and first soul techniques, Thousand Junes break. Frenzy. Unstoppable force. In a blur, Su Yi transformed into a streak of black light, racing towards Chao Tianxiang. Old woman, watch out. The elder, witnessing Su Yi's assault on Chao Tianxiang, was horrified. He had never anticipated that such a soul king-level child could pose a threat to him. This attack was enough to instill a sense of danger even in a soul Douluo. For Chao Tianxiang, a mere soul emperor, it was a fatal blow. With a swift thrust, Su Yi's gun pierced through Chao Tianxiang's body, the tip emerging from her back, dripping blood. Attack! Tang San seized the opportunity, unleashing poison needles at the girl while she was momentarily stunned. With a sharp sound, 3 poison needles embedded themselves in the girl, eliciting a piercing scream. Hearing his granddaughter's cry, Long Gong's eyes turned crimson as he gazed at the girl collapsing to the ground. I will make you all pay. Long Gong roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he unleashed his martial soul's true form. The true forms of Zhao Wuji's martial spirit and Long Gong's martial spirit collided, unleashing tremendous waves of energy. This surge of power sent Dai Mubai and the others flying. Only Su Yi remained, his gaze fixed on the 2 adversaries, his eyes glinting with cold light. 5th soul skill, supreme pattern. The duration of the 4th soul skill was still active, and with the enhancement of this 5th skill, Su Yi's power exceeded that of a soul emperor, even verging on surpassing that of a power-type soul saint. Ning Rongrong. With a shout, Ning Rongrong instantly summoned her martial spirit. The 7 treasures glazed tower and unleashed her soul skill. 7 treasures, glazed speed and power. In an instant, Su Yi's strength and speed surged by an additional 30%. Old man, perish. Su Yi charged forward with his spear towards Long Gong, who was engrossed in a battle of soul power with Zhao Wuji's and could not divert his focus. If you don't hurry, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Zhao Wuji's gritted his teeth as he watched Su Yi approach. With a swift thrust, Su Yi's spear pierced through Long Gong's heart. As the spear plunged into Long Gong's body, the soul power that had been clashing with Zhao Wuji's dissipated instantly. This dissipation, however, triggered a backlash of soul power from both combatants. With a resounding boom, both Su Yi and Zhao Wuji's were sent flying by the explosive release of energy resulting from their confrontation with Long Gong. They crashed against a large tree in the forest with a thud. Coughing, Su Yi managed to spit out some blood, while Ning Rongrong rushed to his side, her face etched with concern. Su Yi, are you all right? I'm fine, Su Yi replied, sheathing the Chaos Supreme Spear and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Zhao Wuji's coughed up blood. Seeing Oscar scurrying over with recovery sausages for Su Yi, Zhao Wuji scolded, You brat. Can't you see I'm the one most severely injured? Chapter 49. What is Su Yi's true purpose? 4 updates. Seeking votes and monthly tickets. You brat. Can't you see I'm the one most severely injured? Zhao Wuji's glared at Oscar, who was eagerly running to Su Yi. Hey, Teacher Zhao, you're a soul saint after all. Su Lao is merely a soul king. Shouldn't we first check if Su Lao is hurt? As Oscar spoke, he produced 2 recovery sausages and handed one to Zhao Wuji's. After consuming Oscar's recovery sausage, Zhao Wuji's urged, quickly kill that phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and absorb its soul ring. We don't want to prolong this. Nodding in response to Zhao Wuji's, Oscar brandished a dagger and struck down towards the red crest of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Moments later, a purple soul ring emerged from the snake's body and landed on Oscar. Observing Oscar absorb the soul ring, Zhao Wuji's began to recuperate from his own injuries. Meanwhile, Su Yi approached the 3 corpses of Long Gong, Shi Pe, and the young girl. Su Yi, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity as she watched him approach the bodies. Nothing much, just getting rid of these eyesores, Su Yi replied, lifting the bodies of Long Gong and Shi Pe and heading deeper into the Stardow forest to dispose of them. He returned shortly after, dragging the young girl's corpse by the ankle and walking away. All right, stop pretending. No one is following us. As he released the girl's ankle, her lifeless eyes suddenly opened. A hint of playful reproach glimmered in her gaze as she said, Do you not know to be gentler with girls? Speak to me like that, and be careful. I might just make it impossible for you to get up. Su Yi smiled at her, his demeanor lighthearted. Grandfather. The girl rushed to embrace Long Gong, seeking comfort. Following her was Shi Pe, who knelt before Su Yi alongside Long Gong, both declaring, We pay our respects to your highness, the Holy Sun. Rise, Su Yi commanded. And they complied. The reason I sent you here was to investigate that Xiao Wu. Long Gong, have you noticed anything unusual about her? Long Gong surveyed the surroundings, releasing his spiritual energy to confirm they were alone, then turned to Su Yi with a grave expression. Your Highness, I believe that Xiao Wu is not human. Not human? What then is she? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback by Long Gong's statement. Your Highness, are you aware of the existence of 10,000-year soul beasts? Of course, Su Yi replied. Long Gong continued, when a soul beast reaches 10,000 years, it undergoes a qualitative change. While title Douluo can slay 9,000-year soul beasts, once a soul beast surpasses 10,000 years, the nature of the hunt changes. Even among title Douluo, only 4 or 5 can slay a 10,000-year soul beast. This is why it is rare to see title Douluo with 10,000-year soul rings, despite the potential to absorb them. However, some soul beasts, upon breaking through to 10,000 years, choose to take human form, shedding their cultivation and undergoing a rebirth. Shedding their cultivation and undergoing a rebirth? Su Yi furrowed his brow at Long Gong's words. If they have already become 10,000-year soul beasts, why would they choose to lose their power and take human form? Long Gong's eyes reflected his own confusion as he replied, I do not know. However, the Pope will certainly have the answers. Very well. I shall inquire with my teacher about this matter later, Su Yi said before turning to leave. The girl watched him walk away, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Grandfather, why did this holy son kill you and grandmother in front of everyone? What could his reason be? Long Gong affectionately patted the girl's head, smiling as he replied. Iran, this is beyond our speculation. What we needed to do has already been accomplished. The performance we put on for the holy son is complete. Soon, I will help you find a suitable soul beast, and we will leave this Star-Doe forest at once. Yes, grandfather, I understand. Sulao, why have you been gone for so long? Oscar, having finished absorbing the soul ring, curiously asked as Su Yi returned. Nothing much. Just disposing of those 3 far away to avoid bad luck. Hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, with Tang San furrowing his brow as he asked. Su Yi, why did you choose to kill them outright? Su Yi smiled slightly at Tang San's question. Why? Do you not know how the so-called son of the great dragon and serpent killed my parents and sister before me? If it weren't for my teacher slaying their son, I would have taken my own revenge. Their son? Zhao Wuji's was momentarily taken aback by Su Yi's words. He had never heard of the son of the great dragon and serpent. If it weren't for my teacher informing me that the one who killed my parents was the son of the great dragon and serpent, I would never have known. Su Yi fabricated yet another lie before the members of Shrek and Zhao Wuji's. Hearing Su Yi's words, everyone fell into a deep silence. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of wariness and relief. Fortunately, when they first encountered this individual, they had refrained from engaging him in combat. In retrospect, Tang San felt certain that had he chosen to confront Su Yi back then, both he and Xiao Wu would undoubtedly have met their demise at his hands. However, he also held confidence that, should they have been defeated, Su Yi would have succumbed to poison as well. This person truly was not one driven by a thirst for bloodshed. It seems he had been mistaken about him all along. Contemplating this, Tang San addressed Su Yi, saying, Su Yi, I apologize, I misjudged you in the past. Upon hearing these words, Su Yi smiled slightly and replied, Misjudged? Is there any misunderstanding between us? Taken aback by Su Yi's response, Tang San chuckled softly. All right, Oscar, what is your third soul skill? Zhao Wuji inquired, turning his gaze toward Oscar. As Oscar felt the attention of the group upon him, he appeared somewhat bashful. Never mind. Let us discuss it when we return. Come on, just say it. You're a grown man. Stop hesitating like a child. Zhao Wuji remarked, brandishing a fist the size of a sandbag. Seeing this, Oscar sighed and said, Fine, I'll demonstrate for you, but you must promise not to laugh. Rest assured, no one will mock you. The group reassured him. Oscar looked at them and declared, All right then, I will show you. Chapter 50. Do you listen to others? 5th update. Additional update. Fine, I will demonstrate. Oscar proclaimed, stepping into an open area. I possess a mushroom sausage. Upon finishing his incantation, a small, pale yellow sausage appeared in his hand. The moment the group heard Oscar's chant and beheld the object, they erupted into laughter. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were particularly amused, nearly brought to tears by their mirth. Hey, didn't we agree not to laugh? Oscar said, a look of indignation on his face. Little Oscar, Why is your incantation still so peculiar? Dai Mubai chuckled as he spoke to Oscar. It's none of your business. Let me show you my third soul skill. Just don't be frightened. A proud expression crossed Oscar's face as he continued. Without hesitation, Oscar consumed the mushroom sausage. Suddenly, a pair of transparent wings manifested behind him. With the emergence of these wings, Oscar soared into the air. The group gazed in astonishment at Oscar flying above them. Even Su Yi, standing to the side, displayed a glimmer of interest in his eyes. To fly, one must possess a flight-type martial spirit, or have reached the title Douluo level. Otherwise, flight is unattainable. Oscar, are you flying? The group exclaimed, marveling at his aerial display. When Oscar descended, Dai Mubai stroked his chin and assessed him. Little Oscar, that skill is impressive. How long can it last? Oscar replied, about a minute. What? A minute? Just like your sausage? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, resting his head on Oscar's shoulder in disappointment. This doesn't make sense. The soul skill granted by the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is so underwhelming. Dai Mubai pondered, gazing at the corpse of the creature. I wasn't finished speaking. Oscar interjected. What do you mean? If we encounter a wider river? A minute won't be enough to cross it. Before Oscar could finish, Dai Mubai interrupted him. Oscar chuckled. What if I fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for a minute? The speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was something the group had witnessed firsthand. They stared at Oscar in disbelief. Little Oscar, are you sure? I am certain. Perhaps I can even fly faster, Oscar replied, his face brimming with pride. Oh, splendid. Zhao Wujia praised as he patted Oscar on the shoulder. Now, let us return to Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia announced to the group. Yes, they replied. Having successfully assisted Oscar in acquiring his soul ring, they began to exit the Douluo forest. Teacher Zhao, before they had ventured far, Xiao Wu's expression shifted, and she hesitated to speak to Zhao Wujia, who was walking ahead. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Zhao Wujia turned, a look of confusion on his face. What is it? Teacher Zhao, could you all go ahead? I will catch up shortly. Upon hearing this, Su Yi recalled what Long Gong had previously told him. His gaze sharpened. At that moment, a terrifying beast was already lurking nearby. Zhao Wujia, upon hearing Xiao Wu's request, replied sternly, No, the Douluo forest is fraught with danger. Soul beasts lurk everywhere, and one misstep could lead to death. We cannot leave you behind. Teacher Zhao, I need to take care of something, Xiao Wu exclaimed, darting off to the west. Zhao Wujia and the others were left in stunned silence as they watched her depart. Zhao Wujia, noticing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's peculiar expressions, awkwardly cleared his throat. What are you staring at? I had no idea this little rabbit had so many concerns. He then sat down with the group. Let us wait for Xiao Wu, and then we shall return together. Yes, Teacher Zhao. While the others awaited Xiao Wu, only Su Yi gazed longingly in the direction she had gone. The 100,000-year soul beast, his sixth soul ring, was within reach. However, he was not yet at level 60, so he would not rush. Su, what are you thinking about? Ning Rongrong, seated beside him, inquired curiously as she noticed his contemplation. I was wondering when I might break through to level 60. After all, little Oscar has already surpassed level 30. Perhaps I should strive for a breakthrough as well. It seems I've been too lax in my training lately. Once we return to the academy, I must double my efforts. The group fell into a state of speechlessness upon hearing Su Yi's words. Su Lauda, is that even human language? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, exasperated. Do you listen to others? Oscar chimed in from the side. Old Su, you are being quite unreasonable, Dai Mubai remarked, narrowing his eyes at Su. Be careful, Su Yi. At that moment, even Tang San joined in the light-hearted teasing of Su Yi. Everyone, I'm back. Just as the group was ribbing Su Yi, Xiao Wu returned to their midst, looking puzzled. What is the matter with all of you? Why does everyone seem so strange? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Ma Hongjun remarked, It is none other than that rascal Su Lauda who is undermining us. He then recounted to Xiao Wu the words spoken by Su Yi during her absence. After listening, Xiao Wu regarded Su Yi with her brows furrowed in contemplation. All right, my little monsters, it is time for us to return home, Zhao Wujia declared, leading the group out of the Douluo forest. After several days, they finally arrived back at Shrek Academy. Wujia, allow me to introduce you. Upon returning to the academy, Zhao Wujia promptly made his way to Dean Flanders' office to report on the recent events. In Flanders' room, he encountered a middle-aged man. Flander introduced him to Zhao Wujia. saying, "Wujia, this is my dear friend, Yu Xiaojiang, also known as the Master. He had stayed with us at Shrek for a few days, but had to leave for matters elsewhere, and has only just returned. Coincidentally, you were also away during that time, so it is an opportune moment for you to meet." Hearing Flanders' words, Zhao Wujia's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "So you are the Master.